Major starts right now. This is the B stream. We're going to be guiding you through all of the action of today's proceedings in the Challengers stage. So many teams around the world taking part. 6 months in the making, Blair, and finally we have arrived at our destination.
Absolutely, and I am beyond excited. I am so excited. I'm so ready as well because, again, like you said, so many teams that had to run through the gauntlet, the RMR stages all over the world. We had EU, we are playing alongside teams from the CIS region. We had the Americas, we had Asia as well, and everything culminates in this, right? The Challenger stage where we'll have 16 teams battling it out to face off against the legends later on down the week.
Absolutely, and as you can see right now on our beautiful graphic here, this is exactly what Blair was talking about. Contenders and the Challengers obviously are meshed together. We're going to be casting a whole bunch of these teams. It is a chock block full of Counter-Strike in the next couple of weeks, and obviously what they're looking to do is get to that all-important Legend stage where, let's be honest, dreams are really made or indeed broken.
Absolutely, and if you look at the Challengers and the Contenders, this might be one of the most wide-open Challenger stages we have had thus far in any of the majors, right? You're talking about teams who have made their way through with some crazy fairy tale runs. You're looking at teams like, you know, Eternal Fire, Bad News Eagles, for example, 9Z from the Americas battling from the fact that they were 0-2 and winning 5 best-of-3s in a row to make it. And then you have the likes of Outsiders. You have a Complexity looking to make a statement as well. We have G2, we have ENCE. This actually, you know, if you ignore the Legends stage and the teams there on the left-hand side of your screen, this in itself could be just, you know, the major playoff, so to speak.
Oh, absolutely. We have so many teams in this first stage in the Challenges where you look at them and you think some of these are the best players in the world. The amount of experience, it's something like 9 major winners in this very mode right now. So it's so stacked, and I think it's one of the reasons so many people have really struggled to get their pick'ems locked in.
Oh, absolutely. I struggled to get my pick'ems locked in. I managed to finally lock it in just an hour before we went live here. But if you look at teams like, you know, Astralis and Vitality, these are teams who, historically, I mean, you have so many major champions there in those two lineups and a couple of other teams as well. And for them, you know, they've been battling it a little bit. They struggle a little bit with some of these newer lineup changes and whatnot. So there's a lot about trying to prove that they belong at the stage, that, you know, they have the legacy to kind of maintain.
Yeah, that's really what this comes down to, really, is legacy, you know, because at the end of the day, some of these players, let's be honest, they may not play at another major again in their lifetime. Some of them are coming back for a 4th, 5th, 6th time, and it's really about establishing themselves in sort of the history books as far as Counter-Strike is concerned. Absolutely.
Of course, we do have the video as well. We can talk about like how these teams are going to be playing, how they're going to be kind of accruing their points to make it to the Legend stage.
Welcome to PGL Major Antwerp 2022. The top 24 Counter-Strike teams worldwide are gathering in Antwerp, Belgium for 14 days, setting the scene for the most anticipated CSGO event of the year. The stakes are high, $1 million, and the most coveted trophies of the scene are on the line. Let's take a look at the Majors format. The tournament is split into 3 stages: the Challenger stage, the Legends stage, and the Champions stage. The Challenger stage. 16 Challenger and Contender teams will battle it out for 8 slots in a Swiss round format that guarantees qualification to the Legends stage. The Buchholz system and initial seeds are used as match seeding. All elimination and advancement matches are best of 3, while all other matches are best of 1. The teams with a 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 score will progress within the tournament. The Legends stage. The best 8 teams qualified from the Challengers stage will meet the Legend teams in a Swiss round format. Again, the top 8 teams will qualify for the Champions stage. The Buchholz system and initial seeds are used as match seeding. All elimination and advancement matches are best of 3, while all other matches are best of 1. All 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 teams will have the privilege to show what they are capable of in front of a live audience inside the Sport Palace Arena. The Champions stage. The best 8 teams of the major will play in a single elimination bracket. The seeds will be established using the final Legends stage ranking. All matches are best of 3. Gear up, we're going in.
We are indeed going in, and it's only going to be a few more moments before we get stuck headfirst into our very first game here of the Antwerp Major on the B stream. Of course, we are going to be taking 2 teams that, as you mentioned yourself, a lot of experience on Eternal Fire, 3 of the best Turkish players we've probably really seen in Counter-Strike, or at least in recent history, and they're against the Bad News Eagles, who've just been on the Cinderella story.
Yeah, absolutely. For Bad News Eagles, I think a lot of a lot of credit is due their way, right? Coming in all the way from the local LAN cafes, representing the region for the very first time as well. It indeed has been a fairy tale run. A lot of aggression, a lot of explosive firepower. Going up against, I'm actually going to say this is probably one of the most closest matchups you're going to be seeing here today. Eternal Fire, they look fantastic. Xantares has looked incredible, at least in the RMR stages thus far.
Yeah, and what we know about Voxic is when you get him on LAN, this guy shines.
Absolutely.
We'll have to see, though, if that rhetoric continues to be the case, because I think he has a lot of people to really prove wrong, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just look at the matchups right here. Obviously, in the A stream over there, you have Vitality, Complexity. You have some of the big names in the A stream, but listen, don't ignore the teams at the bottom of your screen, because you have teams like ENCE going up against 9Z later on at the end of the day. You have Forza having a lot of things to prove with Jerry at the helm against the Renegades representing Down Under. Then, of course, we have the veterans, legends in the form of Imperial facing off against a very young team in the form of Team Spirit.
Absolutely, and obviously Spirit are going through a few issues right now. A few teams are at this point, but it'll be interesting to see, when we come out the first day, all the jitters, all the new players that haven't been here. Obviously Spirit have a bunch of these players they've promoted through the academy that have never been in a tournament of this stature before, and that's the same for a lot of these teams. So you're looking at these, again, it makes it so difficult to predict which teams are actually going to show up, which are going to sink, which are going to swim, and only time is going to tell. I'm so excited to get into these first games, because I think it's going to give us an idea of what to expect.
Absolutely, and considering it's best of ones, right? This is a golden opportunity for a lot of these underdogs, so to speak, to kind of pull off these upsets early on, right? There is always a possibility. We saw that the RMRs as well. We saw teams like G2, for example, fall to Anonymous in their opening matchup in the RMR. Unfortunately, Anonymous were not able to quite make it to the major, but we had certain teams able to do that, like Bad News Eagles, as we mentioned earlier, Eternal Fire, even 9Z as well. So indeed a real upset potential for these teams. At the same time, if you are the favorite teams coming into this matchup, you need to be ready. You need to be aware that there is a possibility you might be going 0-1 at the end of the day.
Absolutely. That is both the beautiful dramatic aspect of best of ones and also the terrifying prospect. Is it only takes you to have an off game or the other team to just be on a heater, and suddenly things are in a very, very awkward position for you, especially when you look across to that G2 Liquid game. One of these two teams is going to be 0-1. It's just kind of mind-blowing to think that's the case, that you have so many crazy players, huge star elements, a lot of experience on those teams as well, and one of them is already going to be backs against the wall come the end of the day.
Absolutely. I think that's definitely going to be, in my opinion, the matchup of the day. But of course, we have the second phase of the game taking place later on as well. So a lot of Counter-Strike here. But for me, this opening matchup between Bad News Eagles and Eternal Fire, it's going to be very exciting. Both these teams, again, they had a pretty crazy run in the RMR, and especially the EU RMR, it is stacked. And the fact that it made it thus far is very impressive. There is a caveat that you could be like, hey, they face teams where, of not the best caliber, so to speak. But now in the major, in the challenger stage right now, every team you're going to be facing off are going to be really hard to really, counter against. And this Bad News Eagles, man, they have really impressed me. Players like Juan Flatro, you're talking about Synopsy, beg your pardon. They have looked really, really good. And I won't lie, I didn't expect them to be here, and they've made it happen.
No, I don't think we're alone on that one, Blair. It's why we coined it the Cinderella story. This is a fairy tale to a lot of degrees, and it's just whether it's going to be that fairy tale ending or a bit of a broken dream. However, they do come in with momentum, but I don't think many people expect them to make it through the Challengers stage realistically, and therefore I wonder if there is an element of just having that pressure lifted off their shoulders. They come into this, most of their games probably not expected to win. Maybe they'll get 1 or 2 games, but obviously you have to have confidence in yourself, so I think it's like that balancing act. However, you can see they're in good spirits. It's great to see they're laughing, they're smiles, they're not too nervous about this one. That's exactly what I want to see coming into this game.
Absolutely. They should be supremely happy and proud to have made it to this stage. Now, there is a caveat that some of the teams they faced off against, like you have, ASG and Sinners and a very underwhelming Entropic. These are the 3 teams they beat to make it to the stage. So you can always be like, hey, they had an easier run, so to speak. But you can't take it away from them. They beat the teams they needed to beat to be here, and they have indeed earned their spot. Their opponents, though, Eternal Fire, I gotta say, even though this is a 50-50, I feel like Eternal Fire might have the edge because they look so clean at the RMR.
Yeah, what really works for me is, again, going back to what we were talking about before, it's about, are you proven at this level? Are you proven at LANs? Are you proven consistently over the space of years? Voxic and Xantares are. They've both been in teams. They've both had their flops as well, though. We have to be honest about that. I think it's going to be fair to say that Voxic's tenure in the likes of Cloud9 didn't end the way he was hoping for. Xantares had some peaks at big, but he also had some troughs as well. So we have to talk about that. But we know when we get to majors, these guys they can deliver.
Absolutely. And for me, it's great not just to see these two aforementioned stars, as you said, in the form of Woxic and Xantares. Woxic, the primary opera, as well as calling for this lineup. But Calyx stepping up to the plate has been very impressive for me, and I feel that's going to be one of the win conditions for this team. And they've had an even more impressive run in the RMR to make the way here. They had to beat a Fnatic, yes, with the caveat Fnatic are kind of floundering at the moment, but they beat this new OG lineup 2-0. Pretty damn convincingly, and I felt like that was the biggest upset, one of the bigger upsets we saw in the RMR. So they have managed to face some pretty big top dogs in their group and make it here. So they've, in my opinion, have had a more impressive run here.
I would agree. I would definitely agree with that one. OG have had their own issues, but you look at the runs, as you say, I mean, it paints another very pretty picture for Eternal Fire. Plus, obviously, you have to look on top of that, that there is previous experience going back years between Xantares and Calyx. They played in the likes of Space Soldiers together quite some time ago, and as we can see, the picks and bans coming through, it's looking like we are going to have ourselves a Dust 2 to kick things off.
A Dust 2. I mean, it is kind of middle of a map, middle of the pack map, so to speak, for both these two teams, right? They're pretty comfortable on it. Obviously, Ancient and Overpass are going to be banned out instantly for both these two teams. It's a perma bans. And I'm expecting to see quite a few Mirages and Dust 2s come into play, right? For a lot of these teams, especially, you know, it's kind of the map they like to play, but there's also an upset potential. For me, Vince, Dust 2 reminds me of that one game, I think it was you and I, we cast it online, where Woxic just dropped, like, I think 40 kills or something ludicrous in a DreamHack Open qualifier. Now, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
That's a while ago. I would love to see that Woxic of old perform here, but Dust 2, man, suddenly, this is wide open. Because, again, you got to remember, Bad News Eagles, they're this, you know, FPL PUG mixed team, and what map would you want to play, especially when you're kind of the underdogs, apart from Dust 2 or maybe a Mirage?
Yeah, and that's also why I completely agree with your sentiment, that I think these games that are maybe a little bit closer may very well fall down to the Dust 2, the classic kind of maps, the Mirages of this world. You can see there on the bets as well, it's super close, and it's kind of going into what we were talking about with the slight edge on Eternal Fire. I definitely come down on that one as well. I think Dust 2, though, I'm going to be honest, for what you just said before, I think it actually favors Eternal Fire a little bit more. Purely off the basis of Woxic, this is his home map as far as I'm concerned. Xantares has shown himself an absolute monster on Dust 2 throughout the ages, so I would probably slightly edge with Eternal Fire. I don't think it's going to be a slaughter, though.
No, this one's going to be a close one. You just know it, right? Both these two teams, again, very comfortable on the map. And as you said, as we've been agreeing on the fact that it historically has been a pretty comfortable map for the majority of players of this Turkish side. At the same time, though, for Bad News Eagles, I think this is a map they're going to be very comfortable on. Dust 2, your Mirages, so to speak. And like you said, you know, when it comes to maps like this, sometimes things can spiral out of control. On the CD side especially, you might just get overrun. You won't really have the economy to work with and whatnot. And it's suddenly, you know, it's like maybe a 10-5 for the T side for opposing side. So things could really get very dicey here, even if you are Eternal Fire. But yeah, for me personally, Vince, I'm just looking forward to this. Like the first game here on the B stream, so much on the line for both these two teams. Like you want to go 1-0 up because you don't know who your opponents are going to be next, and it could be, like you said, you could see some upsets taking place. Like you mentioned earlier, Liquid are playing G2. That means one of those teams are going to be, you know, 0-1 bracket against some of these teams. So you want to kind of avoid that early on. You want to get this win early on in the, you know, in your opening matchup. So much on the line for these two teams right now. Yeah,
and I don't mean any disrespect with Bad News Eagles on this point either, but I do feel as if they're going to get through to the next stage, they're going to have to get a really good start with like a 2-0 or something like that. Because the best of threes, I can see them being a bit more of an issue once the best of one element is out there, and you're going to have to play a map that you're a little bit less comfortable on. So I think that really ramps up the pressure, that ramps up the importance and the impact that these opening games do actually have, as we can see now the players are deep in concentration. I think we're getting closer and closer here, Blair.
Oh yeah, we are. Matt, listen, I'm feeling nervous. I can't even imagine how these players are feeling, but I think it hit the nail on the head there, right? For the side of Bad News Eagles, firstly, I love their logo. Secondly, you want to be in a situation, like you said, where in the best of ones, you could be considered the best of one specialist, so to speak. A little bit of a high from Woxic. Nice to see him there. But yeah, like you want to go 2-0 up, and then even if you might lose a couple of best of threes, you have 3 best of threes to play, right? In worst case scenario, you might sneak your way through the very end, but you want to have that good start. Woxic, though, I'm happy he's up here. It's a far cry from the Woxic of old, I won't lie. But if there was ever a time for him to come alive, and again, you got to bear in mind, he's got the weight of being the IGL on his shoulders as well.
That's true.
Never that easy. So he's not just calling for his team. He's also, you know, he's also the primary opera. So a lot on his mind. Even he's even got a notebook in front of him. And once upon a time, you remember Woxic from Outsports, for example, he was just going out fragging. This is a different Woxic.
That's a really good point you raise, actually, and one that I obviously knew, but it slipped over my head in all the excitement. That is a really, really good point, that IGLing can impact players.
Absolutely.
Because you're puppet master, you're trying to control multiple facets of the game all at once. You can't focus on yourself as much. However, as a devil's advocate to that point, you remember Fallen. However, not every player is a Fallen, of course. So it's a bit of a back and a forth. I'm trying to build a narrative here of Woxic can still pull it out the fire. I'm not sure. The fact is, though, the picks and bans coming to Dust 2, he's clearly super comfortable IGLing and AWPing on this map.
Absolutely. And one thing which will be helping him out quite a bit is the fact that he's got a few veterans in his lineup, right? Like players like Calix and Amor and even Xantares, they've been around the block for a while, so he doesn't really have to go full micromanagement with his team. He can be like, all right, you guys know what to do, and just stick to the game plan. On the flip side, Flatro, he has been phenomenal for the side of Bad News Eagles. I feel like he has been kind of the star for this team, and I feel like he needs to continue to deliver for them to stand a chance here.
Also, I just love that smile, man. He just looks so chill, so happy. But yeah, as you said, like, at the end of the day, the Bad News Eagles, you could go really and tar the entire team with the same brush. They have been on phenomenal form as of late. Momentum is a word that we use often. These guys are in the midst of a hard momentum push. I think the only team that can maybe come close to them in terms of their performances coming into this is maybe Ents, with how good they've looked recently as well. So Bad News Eagles, they're no joke. You know, they may have upset a couple of teams along the way and turned a few heads. None of these guys are legit. However, we have to see if they are legit on a major stage. That is the big turnabout for me.
Absolutely. And I'm actually looking at the recent stats they had on this map on Dust 2, right? And they did face off, they did lose on Dust 2 and RMRs. We have Bad News Eagles, they lost to G2. No, I mean, no shame in that, right? G2, a very, very good team on the map, 16-10. And then we had Vitality beat Eternal Fire 16-11 on Dust 2 as well. So, you know, it's a map they both like playing. You know, they have lost to some of the top dogs in the region. Again, G2 and Vitality on Dust 2 can be beasts, right? So there's nothing you can really read too much into that. But like we said, when it comes to the best of ones, it's usually the middle of the pack maps for some of the underdog teams, because they don't have that deep a map pool, so to speak. So this is really 50-50. And if you look at some of the other matchups we have in the, you know, as the day progresses, we have a little bit, I won't lie, some more lopsided matchups. Ents and 9Z, for example. And then you have a team like Forza and Renegades, would I'd be favoring Forza a little bit over here. But this is up in the air, man.
Yeah, I think the two teams that we know about, at least, the two matchups, this and the G2 Liquid one, are on paper the closest ones. I will say, though, about that Force game later on against Renegades. I have Renegades as my 0-3 pick. It hurt me to do them in my pick'ems, but I had to, because I think IHC are going to surprise some people.
Okay, you're a believer.
I am slightly on the IHC hype train, just at least to win one map. So.
I gave them the full Cassus curse. I gave them an 0-3, which means they're going to take a map. You know it. They're going to get a win there. Please. On my boys from Mongolia. But yeah, but apart from those two teams, and let's be real, for IHC, it's not that they haven't performed. They were the best team in the Asian RMR. It's just that they don't really have the experience. I did see a few fist bumps here, Vince.
Here we go.
Are we jumping in?
Yes, indeed we are. We've been given the green light, and it's time to get this major underway. Eternal Fire up against the Bad News Eagles, and it will be Eternal Fire. The Turks on the T side to kick things off.
Well, here we go. Take a look at the buy real quickly. Calix, smoke a couple of flashbangs. He's got to work with your X-File with just one solitary flashbang. And it looks like for the time being it's going to be fast play coming in towards Cat. The Xbox smoke, and 3 players slowly making their way in. They're going to be heading towards long as well. This could be the perfect play from the side of Eternal Fire, because just 2 defenders right now on that A-bomb site. We have Rigon playing all the way towards Car. He's got his team in the form of Synopsy towards Long. And right now, Flatro, he's just debating. Does he go back towards the A-bomb site to bolster the defense? But that being said, Eternal Fire slowly peeling away from that. It looked like it was going to be a fast early A pinch, but now they're slowly sneaking their way back towards the B bomb site with 2 players lying with Sceneri, and it's going to be GXX to shut this one down.
They are waiting very patiently. 3 players over on Eternal Fire. They traded over Flatro early on. Eternal Fire are taking their sweet time, though. They still got just shy of a minute left on the clock, however. Plenty of utility to burst out here with, and it looks like they're about to line it up. Here comes GXX. How many kills, if any, will he be able to block out? He needs to get at least one frag, but it's Seneri coming in with 2 huge kills from towards the doors, and just like that, this push may have been shut down. There's still players spilling into the site. Emo's going to keep the dream alive. GXX gets perforated alongside Talix, and they're holding the line. They're going one better. They're actually taking the lead in terms of manpower, and now it's all down to Synopsy, down to just a USP by his side, and Calyx takes off his head. Eternal Fire were in a 3v5, pinched across all the boards, and they still come out and win.
That's a sign of things to come, Vince. That is exactly a sign of things to come. That was a little messy, a little hectic, but Eternal Fire, they get it done. The 2 players I do believe is Voxic and xCloud just trying to cross the double doors before the smoke blooms. It's Seneri having no trouble popping their heads, but great reaction from Calyx, Antares, and Emor as well. Like you said, a 3v5, where I like what BNE were trying to do there. They were like, listen, it's a 5v3, we'll just swarm the side before they get the bomb down, because once they get the bomb planted, then suddenly the clock is against you, right? So they were trying to be a little bit more aggressive there, despite having the man advantage, but unfortunately not quite panning out. Eternal Fire with a very crucial win, because that really did look like it was going to go the way of BNE.
When those 2 first kills came down from the doors, and right, okay, target, this one's done. GSX was still alive at the back of the site, so they had to basically fend off in 2 completely separate angles to try and lock that one down. But then somehow, someway, Eternal Fire come out swinging, Emor with 2, Calyx with 2, and Zentares also pitching in with the 1. Unfortunately, match pause has been called, so as soon as we know what's going on, we will relay that one to you. But Bad News Eagles have already seemingly made their decision, and they're just going to hold fire for now in terms of a buy. They obviously may change their mind, though. May go in for a force.
I mean, wouldn't be too surprised to go for a force here. Like the usual buy would be maybe a couple of scouts coming out for the side of Bad News Eagles. The Deagles come into play as well. Again, when it comes to the scout, just a couple of tags, right? Couple of tags under their bodies. You can have the pistols finish off the wounded players as well. So that's something the BNE could work with. For the time being, though, not too sure what the pause is about. Maybe, you know, some headphones issues, mouse issues, get it sorted out early on, Vince. We know how it is. Some of these players, they even measure, they even bring a tape out to measure how far their chair is from their table. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah. And you know what? Having played FPS for so long, I totally understand it, because I'm sure we've all been in that position where nothing's changed. Your sensitivity's the same, your monitor's still the same height, everything's the same. But you're in one of those funks, and everything at that point becomes a problem. You notice the smallest of issues. So having the measuring tape, making sure you're the right angle away, I'd imagine there's probably a measuring tape for how high up they're sitting, in a desk position, all these kinds of things. It's legit. It's absolutely important that you have that consistency when you play at this level, because that muscle memory is everything.
It's a far cry from back in the day, you know, when we were lads, Vince, when we just, you know, rock up to a LAN server, just like, yeah, whatever, it feels good, it's good enough, it's good enough. You know, throw a couple of, at least for me, you know, a couple of cushions on my backside just so I could have a little bit more height while playing. But these guys got, like, you know, gaming chairs and gaming tables and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a far cry from when players used to go at desks and they'd have their keyboards at 90-degree angles, so there was enough space between them and their teammates. And the mouse pads were absolutely tiny. Sensitivity was off the charts. It looks like we are ready to jump back into this matchup, though. Back on the saddle, Eternal Fire, 1-0 up if you just joined us. It was a chaotic, a scrappy pistol round that lasted quite a long time. Eternal Fire were baiting multiple avenues and then decided to go back in. And Bad News Eagles, well, they've decided they are going to push the green button, and they have forced.
Indeed they have. Oh, I like this, though. Early push. Oh, that's a great nade as well, dealing almost 100 points of damage. And now xCloud, he's aware of the possibility of this flank, and it's going to be Seneri. He's going to find one, and oh no, xCloud, he's going to get just completely swarmed. 3 CTs lie in wait, but now the T's, they have the information. They know at least 3 to 4 players lying in wait towards lower tunnels. A great flashbang, though, is going to blind Zantares, and suddenly this force buy from side of BNE, beg your pardon, might actually pan out.
This is just such a ridiculous round, considering they've only lost 32 HP on Seneri, and he's got it for a 1 peak. There it is!
Flawless!
It's a force by flawless sweep. All the weapons picked up. That's AKs now and Galils across the board, and Eternal Fire into a force buy.
That is just ridiculous from Bad News Eagles, and I love it. I love how they had a game plan. They weren't just going to be, you know, holding onto the bomb sites, playing default. We saw the first nade dealing a lot of damage. great shot from Scenario, right? And that's when X-Cloud's like, all right, there's one guy to his forward tunnel, let me just poke in and try and catch him off guard, instead walking straight into the trap. And again, just the individual prowess on his B&E guys, like Scenario with the 1Ds, well, not technically 1Ds, but you know, still getting those kills, getting the job done, and that's good enough.
Yeah, and it kicked off with some great utility. You saw that HE to the top of middle, it weakened up 2 or 3 players, and then a fantastic flash as well was tossed in for good measure through on the mid side. Rigon with 2 down middle, and it's looking like it's going to be another clean up. Rigon has gone down to the hands of Deagle, and they need to tread lightly that they don't get... Oh dear, that's it's going to be fine, they can piece out of there. They need to be careful though that they don't just get swung themselves, and a bit of revenge comes in for Eternal Fire. Now clumping up as 3. They still retain possession of the bomb, and they've got some decent HP bars on their players. However, considering they're up against 4 rifles, and BNE are in good spots here, it's hard to see how Eternal Fire gets this round done.
Yeah, Zentaro just trying his luck, trying to land maybe a drive-by with the Deagle, but Eternal Fire doing... trying to make something work with his pistols, but unfortunately, yeah, it's a force buy as well, you know, they went for the full commit, obviously, and for BNE, it's on making sure they don't lose any of these rifles. They just lost the 1 scout, and that's okay. Whew. Okay, completely clotheslined there, Calix, and all down to X-Cloud with Tech9 to make something work. But yeah, just getting completely shut down, not really able to kind of, you know, push their way towards B bomb set or maybe go for perhaps a bit to B play. And X-Cloud, his days are numbered. He's getting just riddled through the door. And okay, he'll take that. That's a win right there, considering it's looking very unlikely for him to even get a single kill. But for the side of BNE, they're going to be very happy with that. Vince lose the 1 rifle, the scout, that's okay. Maybe a couple of guns might be dropped. And GXX actually going for the MP9, knowing that Eternal Fire are going to be on pretty much a full eco, maybe a couple of upgraded pistols on the side of the Turkish team.
Yeah, exactly. So even though they did lose a couple of weapons at the end there, this is basically just a bonus round, just a slam dunk. It's going to be Glocks. There's no investment whatsoever apart from a flashbang here and there, and that's in the hands of Zantares. Looks like it's going to be a full long push, but this allows Rigon to go up through middle with the MP9 and scout for information, and he may have found it. I think he spotted 1 player going into long. Knowing it's a full-on eco, it stands to reason the rest of them would be alongside one another. Even if Zantares does get the drop, which he won't, it's just a Glock, so it's going to be so many bullets needed and required to deal with Rigon. He is standing up the cash with GXX. They both got down to Glock, but that's where this round is going to come to an abrupt end.
That is so unfortunate for Zantares, who's holding the angle, and even if he'd spotted GSX, I feel like GSX would have got the kill. But yeah, a couple of kills there for him with the MP9, and the big green zoom banger is going to come out to play for the side of BNE. A very, very solid start for the Kosovian Swiss side, I guess. There we go. Swiss representation.
Now, this is another issue as well. We were talking about Woxic and how important does too. Because of this scrappy start they've had, he doesn't have an AWP. We're going into the 5th round, it's only a scout. That is going to be a consistent issue if they can't get a handle over the economy. He will not be having that same level of impact as Rigon, and it's a double AWP in actual fact for BNE.
Yeah. So
you're looking at the angles they're covering here. This is looking dire, but what a shot from Woxic round the corner. One of those AWPs has now been dealt with swiftly.
He was saying maybe he'd be better off with the AWP, but the mobility with a scout able to decapitate GXX. And I'm not a big fan of that play from GXX. I know he had the AWP, but just offering an easy frag for Woxic, and you know he missed those. And Scenario playing a very dangerous game. He's going to fall on back though, trying to snatch away the AWP from the hands of Eternal Fire, is now slowly making the way up towards short. They have a player that is Calix watching for any long push, and now BNE looking to find some kill, something to trade, but Zantares will deny one Flatro, and now 5 versus 3 in the first proper buy round here, and a flick from Woxic won't quite land on Synopsy, but still 5v3, heavy advantage here for the side of Eternal Fire.
Rigon, though, is going to deal with the CT aggression, and that allows him to take a little bit of control over middle as well. Only 30 seconds left on the clock, and there is plenty of utility, but there's only 1 smoke.
I love this play. I love this play. They know there's only 1 defender right now because Rigon got that kill onto its CD spawn, and now Synopsy has so much to do. But he just said, no time. They need to make this play for the side right now.
spray through, gets one. Zantaras though with a brisk entry back on, and Regon misses a sitter. How important that could be. 13 seconds to go. Voxic though also misses alongside. It's a bit of a scrappy round right now. Regon trying to get on the cross.
No time.
Takes him down through double doors. And that is this round tied up. There is no time left for Voxic. He can only save the AK.
Oh my lord. 5v3. Then it's a 5 versus 3 for the side of Eternal Fire. And it just, I don't even know what to say there. They just took too long. They took too long. That was a right call coming in, though. They knew where Regon was. They knew it was only Synopsy playing on the B bomb side. But that smoke delayed them for so very long. And when they needed to cross, they didn't have any utility to work with. And unfortunately, the bomb carrier was Zantaras, who was so very low, and he almost survived. But the final deagle shot, and that's it. No time remaining. And that is going to be a round stolen away by Bad News Eagles.
Daylight robbery. Should never have been in contention for that round, and as you said, just a little bit too slow, a little bit too labored. What we see from Eternal Fire a couple times already in this round, and if we're being completely honest here, Blair, on another day this should probably be a 5-0, because the pistol round was kind of stolen by Eternal Fire in the first place in a 3v5 of their own, so Bad News Eagles, they've been looking sharp.
They have. And it's not just looking shot, like some of the calls coming out from them, the rotations as well. And even go back to the second round where they went for the Force Spire, right? They seem to have a game plan in mind here, and that is what you love to see. For a lot of people, for a lot of pundits out there, Eternal Fire would slightly edge BNE, you know, based on the recent results, based on the tenure, the veterancy, some of the players on that team. But BNE, making it look good thus far. GXX. Trying to line up a shot. He knows there are multiple players into a short, nice flashbang to keep them at bay. A Molotov as well, but someone has knocked through, and it's going to be Calix. And one Flatro has a lot of work to do right now as X-Spot with the Deagle finds another one, and Synopsy, though, trying to shut this one down all by his lonesome.
He's running out of ammunition, though. You can hear this magazine's about to deplete. It's on top of fire as well. Has to back away, and that's giving up a lot of room. However, Senery has helped him out, alleviates a little bit of that pressure that's been mounting up. Synopsy in for 2 huge important kills, and that turns the tide of this round on its head. Emor all that remains, and with 15 seconds, even though he has the bomb, he still needs to reverse his way towards the B site, and Senery says no. 5-1 now the score.
That looked a little scary there for the side of Bad News Eagles, but great recovery. And as I pointed out, right, the Synopsy, the B defender heading into its mid, right call. You could hear the rotation from the side of Eternal Fire. Nice shots coming out from Calix and X-Cloud though, but you know, a little bit of damage being dealt, making sure the money doesn't spiral out of control for the side of Bad News Eagles. But right now they're in a 5-round streak. The double up setup is still going to be in play, but Woxic, he's finally got his hands on a Zoom banger.
He does, into the 7th round. Better late than never, but they've got to do something with this. Do you know what the other terrifying aspect of this is, though, Blair? When Flatro is yet to get off the mark, this is typically one of their guys, as we saw on the stats beforehand, with a rifle that has a lot of impact. He's not got started. So if Bad News Eagles are obliterating you 5-1 and one of their best players hasn't really shown up yet, oh my goodness, that's an ace up the sleeve and a half.
Especially on a map like Dust 2, GXX trying to use his radar sensors to triangulate that shot onto Zantaras, and meanwhile Regon, the lone Swiss Major, who's going to find a nice go into Calix. Good trade coming out from Woxic though. And now, with Regon getting taken down, just defender on the A bomb side, can see the rotation already taking place, leaving Synopsy, the sole kind of like defender of the mid and the B bomb side. So he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders if Eternal Fire do opt to head towards the B bomb side. But the way they're posturing right now with 50 seconds on the clock, it does look like it's going to be a hit coming in from short.
BNE realizing that short could be aggressed on and taking the long control, allowing them the best opportunity of a retake. And that being said, if you don't get that chance, man, Flatro through the smoke, perforating the first kill, does get traded back. Great shot from GXX. And once again, Eternal Fire are clambering and desperately crawling their way towards the site. Grenade is looking good for damage, and it shreds half for X-Cloud, but he does successfully get the bomb planted down. Synopsy, up with that A1S, is creeping, trying his best to get that first pick. It's late, and he gets punished for it. Woxic should not be alive right now. And suddenly it's down to a 2-on-2. Good shot from GXX. They expect a double peek on them. Boxes? No, and X-Cloud will punish with one, but there is GXX. Eternal Fire may get the plant, but they won't get the round. And I think there's going to be a bit of a brow just wiped away with that sweat, because Woxic should never be able to flick back and get that kill.
They're so lucky they're laughing about that whiff instead of just rowing it, because that should have been a free kill right there. Great reaction from Woxic though, but GXX with the AWP, crucial kills coming out from him. For the side of Eternal Fire though, they're able to like kind of take away a few guns, but still money isn't that terrible for the side of BNE right now, and especially when it's 6-1 up, you're feeling mighty comfortable. For the side of Eternal Fire though, a little bit of a tactical timeout getting called, and I think it's the right time. When you're 6-1 down here on Dust 2, a map that you should be kind of favored on, yeah, you want to take a quick timeout, decide what's going wrong here. But I want to give credit where it's due. I'm loving this constant re-aggression coming out from BNE. They're moving on the map very, very solidly. A lot of faith being placed in Synopsy as well. In case if it's going to be a little bit of pressure being exerted by Eternal Fire towards A, you can see the immediate rotation of all the defenders towards mid and B. And Synopsy's like, you know what, you guys go ahead, just bolster the A bomb side defense. I got B, I got mid, and it's doing a great job. But now the buy is going to be coming out again. Woxic once more having to wheel the scout, and the double up setup still in play for BNE.
I think you also show that momentum that we were discussing before, the confidence that brings to the table. You have the utmost confidence in your teammates to perform their rotations correctly and to have full faith in their ability to just hold angles. How to go for these more audacious plays. Now they have a lead as well. It's just been working out so well. Smoke down onto long. Seneri behind it with the A1S is keeping so many teams busy.
In the meantime, making quite a bit of noise towards mid. So for BNE, they are aware there's pressure towards long. They know they have someone towards mid. They're going for a heavy setup towards mid. Just two defenders towards A. There's a great flash, and Seneri, oh, he's not going to be flanking anymore, but he will be taken up by Calyx, leaving only one Flatro hiding around the smoke. He can hear all the noise being made here, and he's going to find one. Yes, he will, but Woxic will pluck his head clean off his shoulder as GXX in the meantime playing a very, very wild game, and Xantares will put him down. This looks like finally a round going the way of Eternal Fire, unless Regon can pull off a 1v4, which looks unlikely, Vince.
Unlikely, but not impossible, and he is on 10 kills already, so he's feeling pretty confident. The problem, though, is you can see the bottom line is $250 by his side.
Yep.
With this saved AWP, they can easily buy again should he lose it. That may not be the case, and I love this. You'd think it's 6-1, the confidence is high, you believe in yourself, you're at a major, you want to pull off that really magical moment. Now, play for the team. Play for the guaranteed economy going forward. Yes, Eternal Fire. Oh, I say that, and he's just been absolutely smashed by Calyx. I like the idea, though. And Eternal Fire, they do take their second round.
Took a while, but they get it done. I like that. There was nothing complicated about them playing a long hit and a simultaneous push towards short. And I felt like that defense towards long could have been a little bit better. That's a nasty shot from Calyx Spider. That is just filth. But the long hole, it felt a little discombobulated as opposed to what we've seen from them thus far. It looked a little rough, but because of the amount of economic damage that Eternal Fire had inflicted upon BNE, despite the rounds they lost, you can see now, no double up, not even a singular AWP for the side of the Soviet team.
This is a rough one, and this is a golden ticket back in for Eternal Fire.
I like this,
They
though.
take this, and they're going to be breaking Bad News Eagles. However, as you pointed out, the aggression through on the B side offers so much information early on. This fact-finding mission has been so valuable. Whether they can do anything behind this or not, though, is yet to be seen, because they have very little utility of their own. It's just smokes, no flashes, no incendiaries on the side of Bad News Eagles. If they can see this bomb plant, that could be it. One Flatro back on Gandalf to try and ensure there will be no survivors, but he's gone down first, and in doing so, Xantares now can open up with a spray, a lot of damage done towards the catwalk side. The smoke is affording safe passage for Eternal Fire, who are looking to dial in their third consecutive round here. Synopsy, in the meanwhile, though, is going to keep them honest, and going to keep that economy a little bit lower. And with Seneri, there's made no way back into this round. Calyx has taken the head of Seneri and made it his, and Synopsy will fall straight afterwards.
That's a huge round from Eternal Fire. I love how they dotted their I's, they crossed the T's right there. They headed towards the A bomb site, and we could see Xantares immediately Molotov off Gandalf, ensuring that there's no one lurking behind, that no one going to be just popping out the moment they plant the bomb. So great round from Eternal Fire. The tactical timeout really working out for them. And suddenly, the momentum, even though it was 6-1, Vince, now it's completely, I'd say, shifted in the favor of the Turkish side. That being said, it's going to be just the pistols. Unfortunately for BNE, they only have the USPs. And it is extremely, one of the rarest things in Counter-Strike, in professional Counter-Strike, when the USPs come out on top, especially against a full buy.
Oh, yeah. It has to be some kind of stack. We've seen Astralis do this in the past, of course. Astralis stack Inferno. It has to be shenanigans, and it has to be, let's be honest, the team's also completely butchering the round. And they are not doing that just yet. The only playing is going on to the CT. Synopsy, though, is going to come back with one, but that is a Mach 10, not with the fighters that was dropped, and so Eternal Fire are completely fine with the outcome.
Yeah, and for Emor, it was also the fact, like, they knew it was going to be a farm round, right? So he gets a couple of kills in a Mach 10, that's a little bit of money in the bank as well, $1,200. And Eternal Fire, 6-1, they're 6-4, and you blink and you miss it. They're just like that, they're back in the game, back in this opening matchup against BNE, but now the buy is going to be coming in for Bad News Eagles once more. No AWP again, though. They hemorrhaged too much money earlier on in some of the rounds they won, but this is interesting. A 4-man early presence towards long. That's something they've never tried yet. Completely leaving mid wide open. It's only Synopsy on the B bomb side, and he just turtled up there. So for Eternal Fire, there is, obviously, they don't know it, but there is a huge avenue for them to try and go for this mid to B split, which could definitely pretty much 100% guarantee themselves around. Obviously, they can't see what we can. And for Eternal Fire, despite the fact that they showed, BNE, despite the fact that they showed a little bit of presence towards long, they didn't show the full hand, right? They're like, all right, there are a couple of players here. You want to test us? Go for it. And that's because BNE have been kind of been exploited a couple of times already on his A-bomb site.
I love the call as well, because let's be honest, Eternal Fire have been very slow on their T-side so far. Center just sprays down 2, and it could have been more, and it will be more. There's a third, not quite a fourth. He runs out of ammunition, he's done his job. He has completely shut down this long side, and now all that remains is xFloud with 14 HP to his name, and the players of BNE will be hungry to take on that AWP, but it's going to need GSX to put the final nail on the coffin. Great hold on long, though. Perfect play.
Yeah, just the timing on the peak. It was just standing in the fire and the flames as well, completely dismantling that A hit. And great read from from BNE. They knew Eternal Fire were probably going to be going for this A split once more in Scenarii, almost finding the fourth. And the AWP as well getting retrieved and going to be dropped and handed over to the very capable hands of GXX. Things looking still pretty even Stevens, and for the side of Eternal Fire, the few rounds they won back to back to back, they were very convincing rounds. That's why you take a look at the money right now, they are flush with cash, so they can pretty much go for whatever buy they want. And for BNE, you know, sure, they won that round, but again, CD side, you got to rebuy all your utility, all the equipment, and that means the money, it's no longer close to what it was, you know, like 4 or 5 rounds prior. So they're going to try and kind of re-establish the economy a little bit. Still a few rounds remaining here in this first half. And in all honesty, it's anyone's game right now.
Well, BNE have done a great job as well of keeping Eternal Fire in a bit of an awkward position. There's the 4 players stacked on long once again. Will Eternal Fire punish them for it this time? As you said, though, they didn't really necessarily know that was the case, so it's hard to punish something that you don't have intel on. Absolutely.
And that is something which Bad News Eagles are hoping is going to be taking place. GXX tries to time the shot, but Emo's going to find him, and Synopsy just might fall to his death, and there we go, xFloud lying in wait, and just like that, 1 minute and 25 seconds on the clock, and it's a 5v3 favoring the side of Eternal Fire.
Got to give Eternal Fire and Woxic in particular a lot of credit here, because they have made some great adjustments, waiting outside of B for that push, waiting for the rotation through a middle. Now there could be another one to deal with here. Regon could have a couple of frags, the bomb's been spilled as well. That's so awkward. He doesn't know that Woxic is just below him though, and he has to try and take a gamble play. When you're this far behind in terms of manpower, you have to try and gamble stack. And now xFloud leading the charge over onto B, and they realize this is pretty much empty. Bomb's been retrieved as well, so it looks like this round is going to start to come to a conclusion.
It's kind of crazy how none of Eternal Fire actually stuck around towards lower tunnels to help out Woxic, because Woxic got found there. That's a bomb down, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 3 in a very uncomfortable spot. So Woxic, the hero, not taking the fight, just legging it with the C4 picked up on his back, and that's going to be Eternal Fire again. Just able to... The rounds they've won thus far have been this early couple of kills they get, and then able to convert the 3v5s, right? Sure, they lost a couple of rounds where they did have the player advantage, but whenever they're getting the opening picks, they have looked very solid. And great play as well. Once again, they get the opening pick, Emor finding GXX, that's a huge find, and they knew immediately it's going to be Synopsy. I like what Synopsy did there, you know, trying to get a little bit of real estate back for his team, but just good basic defaulting coming out of Eternal Fire, leaving a player player lying in wait towards upper tunnels, and I do believe that was xFlout, so having no trouble winning that. And for BNE, because the money was still not in a great place, they have to go for the save, and even with the save, it's still not a pretty position here for the CTs. They will have to compromise maybe with the weaponry or perhaps a little bit of utility. Looking at the M4A1s coming out, that means the utility will be slightly sparse on a couple of players, but overall, not too shabby at all. A pretty solid buy.
Definitely a buy that you can make work. However, Eternal Fire are on the precipice once again of breaking down the Bad News Eagles and starting to run towards the rest of this half in a pretty solid position. Synopsy, not for the first time in the back box. Wasn't able to get too much done at the pistol, but is this his moment to shine? They've picked up the pace, but it damage as he goes up and down. Regon's there to help him out, and there's flashes up and over. The smoke is good. It will afford safe passage for Synopsy, and they're watching the rotation as well. Though Zantares, there's one, can't double up with a second, and that could have been the round falling as a result. 12 HP left on Seneri. Needs to try and come out of the flames, try and come out of the fire and pull off something special, but maybe Synopsy has this all alone, and he bags himself a 14th frag and another round for his team.
How does he stay alive? How the hell does he stay alive on the B bomb side with all the chaos transpiring around him? Just incredible composure coming out of Synopsy, right? They use a Molotov, he preemptively smoked it off, just doing his very best to stay alive, because the play there is like his teammates are going to be coming in trying to help him out. As long as he stays alive, though, that means for Eternal Fire, they need to be wary of the fact that he can pop out any moment from the smoke and completely ruin their lives. So great round coming out from Synopsy, and now Eternal Fire, a little bit of a switch up with the pace, going for a fast hit towards A, and the 3 players lying in wait. The flashback is fantastic. xFlout, though, with a great transfer, finds Regon, and suddenly 2 versus 3 player advantage for the side of Eternal Fire.
Exquisite hold from Eternal Fire in the end as they were just pushing through that smoke. Love that they're mixing up the pace. Love that they're trying to catch Eternal Fire, or Bad News Eagles, I should say, off guard. And so far, that has certainly been the case in round 14. However, there is a fast flank round the side. Synopsy, up through middle, is watching for that retreat. Looking for a bit of reprieve. There's still so much time left on the clock as well. The Eternal Fire don't have to fully force their way in. They must realize that both players are going to be watching this long side. GXX has his AWP pushed up on towards the site itself, just on the elevator, and may come head-to-head with Woxic momentarily. It feels like a good, well-placed flash is going to be required to deal with him, or perhaps that wall of smokes, but Emor is going in first. This pick could be everything for Eternal Fire, and they need it to go their way. However, there is the wall of smokes shooting through the middle. Here's the offer of GXX, who looks to try and push away. The spray is not on point. Synopsy is punished, survives on 19 HP, somehow still alive in this round. 2-on-2 as xFlout's going to go through the smoke. Back goes, sprays them both down, and additionally picks up a 4K in the round.
That's a BDP, Vince. Just walking in through the smoke. There's no way BNE were expecting that, and just a great spray transfer to close it out as well. This was xFlout all around. Like, he gets the opening 2 kills towards the long break spray transfer, and then, yeah, GXX and Synopsy. No way in hell were they expecting him to walk in through the smoke. And honestly, like, you look at players like Zantares and Calyx and Woxic, and it's xFlout, in my opinion, who's been the X factor for the side of Eternal Fire in this half.
Especially these last few rounds, he's really come alive. And that's another reason why Eternal Fire are not a team to be trifled with. The amount of talent they have across the roster, xFlout and Emor, 2 of the more unknown elements of this team, they can absolutely carry their weight. They can pull their weight and then some. And the last round of this half, we'll see Bad News Eagles in a really grim buy. However, they did more with less. Obviously, it will be a double peak, though, with the Immortal Man that picks up the frag. And it's looking like this half is going to come to a close with the Turkish hand being raised. However, Bad News Eagles would still have a lead going into that second half, and it may not be done just yet.
A 1-round lead for BNE, but still not done yet. We can never count these guys out, but it has been a pretty quiet half, honestly, from Juan Flatro, but not a quiet round from Synopsy. Great shot on Zantares, but they won't be expecting this. They won't be expecting Calyx sneaking his way from around, wrapping, taking his sweet time. Time is not their friend, though. They need to hurry on up, and Calyx is going to be a shooting gallery. Maybe not still 2v3, but it looks like the round's done here.
Seneri is going to keep the dream alive just for a couple more moments before Woxic closes his eyes permanently for the rest of this half. 8-7. We thought this game would be close. It has delivered, But it's been a bit of a scrappy back and forth half. For anyone just joining, you think, right, 8-7's pretty much par for the course. Keep in mind, at one point, this was 6-1 in favor of Bad News Eagles, and they were looking like they were just going to run away with this game.
I mean, 6 rounds out of the last 8 is nothing to scoff at. Like, fantastic resurgence coming out from the side of Xantares and the Merry Men. And just like overall, you know, it wasn't anything too complicated. They just used the A bombsite time and time again, coming on top multiple times. It was duels towards long. Mainly a lot of battles being fought towards long, right? And it was just Eternal Fire kind of exploiting what could be, I guess, a little bit of a weakness on the side of BNE. But here we go. Second half coming in, it is pretty much tied up, in my opinion, 8-7. The pistol round, it goes without saying, is going to be instrumental. And I like this aggression from Xantares, all by his lonesome, holding towards mid. It's slowly going to peel away. But for BNE, they're all grouped up inside of tunnels. All 5 players, Vince. In the meantime, for Eternal Fire, 2 players inside of B, and they also have Xantares right side of double doors. He's even got a flash primed ready. This could be a slaughter.
It really could be, and it should be, to be fair, but there's a good counter flash tossed in as well from BNE, and that's allowed them safe passage to push in. Now the kill's coming down. Xantares, Emor, and Emor again is able to just lock in position. Patro has no XP left, but does bag himself one before his inevitable capture from Eternal Fire, and they have now tied us up at 8-8, but their economy is going to start to get into an interesting position, and Bad News Eagles, keep in mind, they didn't even get a bomb plant, Blair. Their options are very, very minimal.
Just went for that fast B hit. They had to just wait out the smoke, and they walked into the trap. There were 3 players lying in wait. We had Xantares with a flashbang. We saw he tosses it in, lobs it in, and Emor doing a great job towards Kara, staying alive and just whittling away. The shots weren't clean, I won't lie, but in the end, they get the job done, just barely any casualties as well. And now for Eternal Fire, they won both the pistol rounds. They need to ensure they don't get eco this time, but as you pointed out, no bomb plant, so that means just going to be the Glocks and maybe a P250, but they're getting hunted down, and suddenly things are looking very dicey. Is it going to happen again, Vince?
Not again. Eternal Fire, guys. Like, this is a completely different ball game as well. This is Glocks just rushing at you. You've got all of the advantages. And Emor's going to try and spray. Gets one great headshot. Molly tossed up and over. Could stall this bomb plant a little bit longer. And the bomb's gone down in a very awkward position. They're looking to divide and conquer the remaining of the Bad News Eagles. Bobbing and toing and froing. But Synopsy's lost his head. And now it's down to GXX. Picked up the kill with the MP9 previously. Now has the scout. Can he deliver? With it is the question. There's the first tag. He's getting multiple chances here to pop up and shoot. And they haven't dealt with it just yet. 25 HP becomes 0. And Eternal Fire get to their 9th round. But Blair, I'm just thinking, can they even take that as a victory? You're against Glocks, and you lost 3 players.
I don't even know how they're hitting some of the shots they were hitting there, right? Like the P250 dealing quite a bit of damage. And for Bad News Eagles, that's a win. That is an absolute win of a round. Just with a couple of upgraded pistols, able to get the bomb down, take away 3 guns as well from Eternal Fire, and we have the buy coming in. For Eternal Fire, though, despite the losses they suffered the previous round, they will still be able to come out with a very solid buy. And for BNE, the open hand of GXX. We saw what he can do to CD side. T side, though, has got to be a little bit more impactful. I'm still waiting for one flopper to wake up, because he's a star of this team. He's a guy who carried them through the RMR to the Major, and thus far, 4-12 is very uncharacteristic of this player.
They have 3 players that are well over double digits here. Synopsy 17, Regon 15, Cettery 14, and Waflatro down to 4. And if it sounds like we're being harsh, it's just because this guy is typically one of the players you're looking at to be one of the heavy lifters on this team. And so it makes you think, like, if he does wake up from his slumber, then that's where things get really interesting for Bad News Eagles. They can regain the lead. They can get that momentum back underway. Eternal Fire, though, it seems like they're starting to get a little bit ahead of steam here. Even though that was a rough previous round, if they can just dial this one in fairly convincingly, that last round simply will not matter.
Oh, the double nade. Ooh, Regon down to 7 HP. Scenario as well getting tagged down pretty heavily. The double nade from Xantares. And he's doing a great job just keeping them at bay. It was looking like an A pincer, but it looks like right now BNE are having second thoughts about this. Still waiting. Now all 5 members grouped up. There's no presence towards long either, so they're going to keep a player towards mid. Synopsis is going to be lurking towards lower tunnels, maybe looking to cut off the rotation, while 4 members are going to be heading the way towards A bomb site. But they need to make a little bit of haste here, Vince. And it is all but a ruse. It's a ruse towards the A bomb site, but it's going to be a B split coming in. But 28 seconds, they're running out of time.
Running out of time, but they have kept the dream alive with Regon's big AWP kill. Another player to deal with, though, it's going to be X-Floud. He has been the man, the absolute powerhouse on this Turkish team, but he has been sent packing by Synopsy. There's enough time to get this plant down, and it's gone from bad to worse on the side of Eternal Fire. They've lost Calyx, they've lost the bomb, and now it falls into a 2v3 retake, and they've already decided to pull the plug. They're out of here.
That was some high-octane calling coming out from B&E. The way they were just pivoting back, it looked like it was going to be an A pincer early on, and then they fall back to a short, a little bit of a ruse towards the A bomb site, and going for the mid to be split with, like, what, 28 seconds remaining on the clock. It looked like things were kind of falling apart. We even saw the bomb getting dropped towards mid, but great recovery there from B&E. On the buy round, just losing a couple of players as well. For Eternal Fire, well, money's not great at all, because we've got to remember the second round here in the second half, they've lost 3 players. The money was never in a good place heading into this buy round, and now with the 2 rifles saved, I'd imagine they're just going to be going for maybe a couple of upgraded pistols, perhaps trying to work around the 2 rifles they have saved. Oh, they're going for the force. They're going for this. See if FMAS coming out to play for X-Cloud. We have the scout in the hands of Emor, so they're going to try and work with the 2 rifles they have. But that means I want to see something a little bit more, I wouldn't say gimmicky, but a little bit more aggressive, right? Try and be a little bit more mobile, a little bit more in your face. It's going to be Synopsy looking to challenge Woxic, but at the moment the smoke blooms, Woxic is going to pluck his head clean off his shoulders.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and really just gives Eternal Fire that chance, because they've been able to pick up the extra weapon, and in doing so, with the AK in the hands of Calyx, this round becomes very interesting indeed. Bad News Eagles trying to get down middle, but Emor is here waiting and anticipating this play to come in. You said they needed to go aggressive, they did, they got the reward, but can they dial it in now? Spray is good from Regon, did take a stray shot down to 28, he will fall, but mid-control now falls away from Eternal Fire.
The defense is split though for Eternal Fire, right? You just have Woxic playing towards A bomb site, and he's got Calyx all the way towards long. So right now Woxic has a lot of work to do. These other 2 teammates committed to a B bomb site. So there's 2-2 defense. If it doesn't work out, if Woxic doesn't get a couple of kills here, this round should go the way of B&E. But time, again, 45 seconds is still a little bit of time to work with, and you can see the execute coming in from B&E.
That grenade is damaged. Oh, so much red shrapnel in the kneecaps, but can't capitalize. When Flatro comes around the corner, deals that frag, and Calyx also falls down to Regon.
That's a round.
Another round where Eternal Fire were looking like they could have got it done, and the trades just work against them.
Look at how low they are. 1 Flatro, 18 HP, Regon on 1. I genuinely thought he was just done for there. X-Cloud at least able to find Regon, and that's an AK-47 upgrade he will take. A little surprised Regon was looking for the hunt, considering how low he was, just internally bleeding out, but he will get punished for it. But still, for B&E, they get back to the winning ways, they get into the lead. And as you pointed out, Vince, just the duel's not going the way, right? We saw the nade from Woxic. It was a perfectly timed nade. He goes for a bit of a wild spray through the smoke, and obviously, AK-47, you can see the traces, you can triangulate where he is from the sound is being made as well. So 1 Flatro with a blinder of a shot through the smoke. And then, yeah, once losing player holding long, that was Calyx, who should have got that kill. Round was pretty much done there. Again, it all kind of spiraled out of control of Eternal Fire the moment they lost a player towards mid. When Emor falls, it splits the defense completely in half, and they just have to go for the gamble 2-man hold towards A and towards B. And actually, 1 Flatro actually having good vision there. Again, because of the one-way smoke, it's a kind of a standard in modern-day Counter-Strike. You just kind of throw that smoke towards the boost boxes, and you kind of have a one-way for the Ts. And B&E, some solid fundamentals working out. And for the side of Eternal Fire, it's going to be just the save, couple of rifles and pistols all around. Emor oh, he misses it! He misses it. That is so unfortunate. 1 Flatro with a little of a jiggle peek, and that should be the round, Vince. They have the B bomb site. The bomb is heading in that direction, and if I'm Eternal Fire, I am holding on to those 2 rifles as hard as I can.
That does appear to be the state of affairs right now. They're going to be bodyguarding each other as well, trying to make sure that they can at least lock this one down, make sure they keep their rifles in play. Nice shooting from Synopsy. Oof. That's some brisk headshots from the AK-47. And in doing so, it has also taken away and alleviated one of the rifles to being played into the next round. So it'll just hamper Eternal Fire that little bit more. And xFloud trying to hold on to this AK-47 may become a little bit too tentative to deal with because his partner in crime, Voxic, is so close to death, but still comes out ahead onto Anaflatro, and that's his second rifle that could get picked up. I doubt he'll survive with this because one bullet through that door pretty much signifies the end of Voxic's life. And if that molly doesn't extend, he may be able to get away with this one. No, he gets wall banged out from GXX, and Bad News Eagles take the 2-round lead and break down that economy. A buy could be coming in, but again, keep in mind, there is not enough for an AWP in the hands of Voxic.
Yeah, this was just kind of almost a full save for Fire around some rifles, right? To put it out, stealing away those 2 guns definitely makes things more painful. That is just ridiculous from GXX. Great shot there. Just a 1 saved rifle. The AK-47 in the hands of xFloud. The remaining members, though, like you said, the lack of an AWP, and even though the utility, it's not that great here. Xantares being a little bit more aggressively towards short by his lonesome, and they have opted to just relinquish control of long. And you can hear Synopsy hear the jump from Xantares, and he's going to be tagged down, and looking for the hunt is Synopsy, but he will be taken down by Xantares. But that's the call to go for this fast hit towards mid to B, and what a shot by Regon, and he's going to find one flutter with the second, and that's a B bomb site wrested away by B&E. Round after round, they're just stealing this one away from Eternal Fire.
I do not think Eternal Fire want to go for this one again. I think that is going to be yet another save. Although GXX has put down the frag onto Xantares, so that is going to make things a little bit more spicy for the next round for Eternal Fire, because their money again is super low. Again, they're just doing their best to hold on to weapons, and this has been the consistent issue, right, Blair? Like, Eternal Fire, they get into rounds, it's kind of somewhat close. They lose that one important duel, the sight's gone, they're forced to save. This has now happened the last 3 or 4 rounds in a row, and until Eternal Fire can just take control, grab this game by the scruff of the neck and make it theirs, I think they're just going to slowly lose out from this point.
And even individually speaking as well, sure, one Flatro has been a little flat thus far, but some of these openings, that shot by Regon towards a player in car was just insane. And just fast-paced calls coming from B&E. And Eternal Fire just getting caught out, just getting caught on rotations, not really being in a comfortable spot there. You can see that B hold, they were not in the positions they wanted to be in. And B&E just being a couple of steps ahead of this Turkish side. Of course, once more with the saved rifles, they will be able to buy around it. Utility will be reasonable. Calyx, though, just has to make do with the 1 solitary smoke, and for xFloud as well. For Voxic, though, he's got his hands on an AWP. We kept talking about Voxic, Vince. We spoke about it, his AWPing prowess, what we've seen him do in the years gone by, especially on this map, and especially in the CD side as well, if memory serves me right. So if there was ever a time for him to really start to come alive and deliver, like how Synopsy has been doing thus far in this matchup for B&E, now is the time, because right now they're trailing 12-9. Again, the opening matchup, still a lot of games remaining, but you want to go into the next stage with that 1-0 lead.
Absolutely. We already painted the picture of how important that is when you have teams like G2, Liquid, you got Ents in here as well. If they have a bad start, like, you may be running into one of those teams, and that effectively puts you down, if we're being honest, to like 0-2 right off the bat. This game is of paramount importance to both teams. And right now, Eternal Fire, they had their comeback in the first half, so we can say they maybe can do it again. But this is a very different situation. That was the T side, we can be a bit more fluid. CT side, you have to be a bit more reactive. Good smoke down onto long, forces Synopsy away. Some great opportunities for Flatro, but he's not able to collapse onto that AK-47. Voxic can meanwhile speak of the man, and he will deliver through the smoke, no less, onto Synopsy through and long.
The timing of that, I don't even think you saw a barrel from Synopsy. But that's a huge find. Again, Eternal Fire, they're able to get this early kills towards long, but B&E immediately pivoted back towards the B bomb site. And they've been finding a lot of success here. This time around, still a lot of time to work with for B&E. As they're all grouping up together here. And it does feel like it's going to be once more a mid-to-B play, at least looking at the posturing here. They have the double smokes, left and right smokes towards the mid-to-B area. Not going to show anything, though. A lot of presence being shown by BNE, confusing the Eternal Fire members, and that means right now, Xantares is going to be holding towards CD spawn, leaving just 2 defenders on the B bomb site, and no presence from the CTs towards mid.
That smoke is feeling like it will last forever. As it stands, the grenade was also tossed in. Minimal damage, though, negligible onto Regon and Juan Flatro. Maybe coming in. Regon is so low alongside Juan Flatro, but they both come out with headshots alongside Senori. And just like that, again, Eternal Fire lose the duels. They lose the site, and it's back to another save. It's deja vu again.
It's insane. It's actually insane how BNE are able to somehow just out-duel their opposition, just walking. That shot from Synopsy, I want to see that again on the replay, slowed down, like zoomed in, black and white, whatever effects you want to throw into the replay, because that was just absolutely pristine. And for Eternal Fire, right, they had 5 members alive. It's a 5 versus 4, but because of the amount of utility being deployed by BNE all over the map, we had the mid-to-B smokes. And therefore, one of the B defenders had to be focused on the fact that someone might be sneaking up from mid. You had Xantares in CD spawn, thinking it might be an A drop coming in from short. There was so much misinformation just from utility being deployed by Eternal Fire that by BNE, that Eternal Fire were kind of caught in 2 minds. But still, they still had 2 defenders on the B bomb site, and somehow they don't get a single kill. The 2 players walking the tunnels, they were down to 10 HP combined, and somehow they stay alive. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it was Juan Flatro and Synopsy both got obliterated by the Arch player. And how many times have we been in positions now where it looks like Eternal Fire are in good spots to just win the round out? If that spray goes a different way, he picks up 2 frags there. Even if he gets traded 2 for 1, it feels like it's a done deal at that stage, and we can move on to the next round. And yet, no kills are forthcoming. Eternal Fire let another opportunity slip through their fingers. Let's be honest here. It's a 13-9 victory so far for Bad News Eagles, and there's been some really good moments. But they've also been vulnerable multiple times, and Eternal Fire, simply put, have not taken their chances.
Eternal Fire haven't won a single buy round here in the second half. The CD side defense has just been floundering, and Bad News Eagles, they're just cleaving to this defense. They're just having good reads, some good rotations coming out, on-the-fly calling. I'm actually impressed. This is like, sure, it's a little bit of a puggy style of CS coming out from BNE, but it's very effective. And I'm not seeing too many flaws here, as Woxic once again looking to take the duel early on, but he's getting hounded, chased down. A great return flash from his compatriot in the form of, I do believe that was Calyx, keeping them at bay with a flash of his own. We can see BNE, they're heading to the A-bomb site though, but Xantares this time around will come out on top, spotting the shadow of Synopsy, but that's not going to slow BNE. They're making the way towards his A-bomb site.
Yeah, this has been their mantra the entire time, is push, 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 get aggressive. Calyx around the smoke is giving his position away now, does get one through the smoke, and it's the bomb carrier. Huge frag for Eternal Fire, but they've been in these situations so many times where they were the favorites, and they've let them slip. Juan Flatro playing around the smoke, looking to sneak his way in, and he's bought up a little bit of space for himself. He's waiting, but there's Emor looking up, anticipating that play. 500 IQ from Emor, and that will yield them their first buy round and their double digits. Surely GXX is not going to get this done, although he does have 50 seconds, but that may work against him because he's about to get flanked. And he's got a knife out, and he is a dead man.
He's a dead man, and an AWP. A double up? They already have Woxic on the AWP, so maybe a double up setup might come into play. That was BNE trying to mix things up, just going for a pretty one-dimensional play there towards long. You can see them trying to hunt down Woxic. This is important though. Synopsy getting taken down by Xantares, who hasn't really been finding too much success towards Cat with his aggression, right? So he gets a kill over there, and now the rest of his teammates can just focus, be hyper-focused towards long. Great hole coming out there. And for BNE, they tried something a little different this time, something a little bit more simplistic, and unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. Now they're back once more to their standard default, just waiting, holding, and looking for Eternal Fire to make a mistake, to make a misstep, and catch them off guard.
Has been a very scrappy, tentative game of both of these teams. Understandably, it's the first game of the major. This is where jitters come in, where you start to second guess yourself. Now we've seen a couple of mistakes, a couple of flubs, a couple of whiff sprays if we're being honest, but it has been an entertaining game so far. Bad News Eagles slowing down the pace, just dialing it back a couple of notches, and now starting to take a little bit of control over Catwalk.
The double nade from Xantares, we've seen him find a lot of success with it. as Calyx is pushing so deep in Synopsy. Once again, his grave will be towards the long doors. Losing that man, like Synopsy's kind of lurk, right? And the moment he gets taken down, suddenly the options for B&E gets whittled down to just a couple of avenues, and they're going to be going for this play here. 47 seconds on the clock. The smokes will be deployed. This time, though, there's 3 defenders for the side of Eternal Fire.
Not just their look, but their top fragger as well, Blair. That's firepower they're going to be sorely missing out on. Drop down, Glamflatro around the back, but there's Woxic bodyguarding Xantares, who is down to 1 HP. That single digit keeps him alive to pull back another kill and close the curtain on Regon. Counter-frag is there, but it's a 2-on-4 with 20 seconds to spare. Surely Eternal Fire can't lose this round. We've seen them let some howlers slip through their fingers, but this one has to go in their way. They've yielded the bomb plant, but a lot of damage done onto Scenery through that Molotov and a flash on top of it. And now Eternal Fire looking to try and tighten that nuke. They come in. Spray is off from Calyx. GXX goes in with one. It's an awkward fight, and he will go down to the hands of Emor. Eternal Fire get their 11th. They are keeping this game alive.
That was an unwinnable round there, the 2 versus 4. Just unwinnable, and just great work overall. I like the attempt from GXX. He finds one, lands a no-scope onto Emor, unfortunately through the edge of the box, and not quite able to confirm the kill, dealing a bit more damage, but signs of life, a faint pulse for the side of Eternal Fire as they manage to string a couple of rounds here back-to-back. Again, this A hit from the side of B&E not quite panning out. Earlier, we saw him go for a faster war one-dimensional hit. This time around, this was, I feel like, a bit of a mistake, might say, from B&E, allowing Calyx to sneak his way through to his long doors, catching Synopsy. And like as we pointed out earlier, the moment you lose Synopsy, their options are so just whittled down. Now you're like, okay, we have no information towards tunnels, we have no information towards long, we have no control over there. What do we have? We have 40 seconds. We have control of short. We need to go for the play, and Eternal Fire more than ready. Still a 2-round deficit for Eternal Fire to kind of swipe away. And for B&E though, a bit of a streak, bit of that momentum. I feel like it's been kind of dwindled a little bit in the past couple of rounds.
It's almost mirrored the first half. A 6-1 lead, and then Eternal Fire started to make a comeback. They started to make a couple of reads, and they put the little changes into effect. And we're starting to see the same thing come up here as well. The dual AWP setup has been solid for Eternal Fire as well. It's been able to just keep Bad News Eagles on their tiptoes. No aggression through long this time for Calyx. And a bit of a stalemate to kick things off. Not for a lack of trying though. Both teams are tossing in all their utility towards middle, but no players have fallen as of yet.
Xantares utilizing everything he's got in that bat belt, that bat utility belt of his. And now the nade as well, a little too deep, though. No, never mind. It's still going to deal a lot of damage to the GXXs. Once more, the phase is going to be coming towards short. The flashback is perfect. Regon is going to find Xantares. It's one flutter plus Woxic. And now Emor and Xploud having a lot of work to do, which they will. They're going to find 2. And suddenly, it's a 3v3, but look at the health on 2 of the members of B&E.
Exactly, these 2 kills are
That's
everything,
smoke.
and it keeps this stream alive. It keeps this round on his tiptoes, and now Scenery has to try and hold the line, and he does just that. Xploud is put down, but all 3 players now 50 or below on HP. Calyx removes the head of GXX, and Emor goes from strength to strength. Scenery now on 6 HP has got to try and stave this away from a path of loss, and although he gets 1, there's the counter-frag, and there's a 12th round for the Turkish team.
Oh, what a retake there, Vince. They get those 2 opening kills. That is so massive for B&E, and finally they find a bomb site, but then the 2 rotators from the B bomb site. I'm not even sure how Xploud finds that second kill on the retake, but just well done in the end. It's a great drop down from Regon finding Xantares, right? And then the retake is on. Snary even finding the kill for the player coming out from short, but Calyx and Emor perfectly timing that double peek as well in the scenario. There's not much you could do from that particular position. And with that 13-12 Eternal Fire, they are back. But GXX, he's going to just absolutely wreck Xploud through the double doors as Woxic. He's trying to land a flick, and that is absolute filth from Woxic. He gets the trade, and that is a Woxic we need to see if Eternal Fire want to take this.
I didn't even realize he'd registered he'd seen him.
It's only the kill feed. I just saw the kill feed. I'm like, he got that?
Oh my god. Okay, Woxic. It may have taken him 25, 26 rounds to get to that level, but he's reached it now. He needs his teammates to keep this one as closed off as possible on the A-long side. Smokes being deployed. full wall has been built in, and they're going to be pushing behind that one. Flatbro, not for the first time, trying to get some shenanigans on the smoke. Here comes the break through Synopsy, 2 kills. Blink, and you'd miss the last 4 frags. They just all fall down, and Bad News Eagles have put an end to that rot of rounds.
I don't even know how they won that round, but more importantly, Vince, look at the money. Look at the money for Eternal Fire. Even though they went on the 3-round streak, considering how many plays they hemorrhage, and these shots from both GXX and Vox is pure filth, but they just capitulated. That defense just fell apart, and it's only a couple of plays with money. And BNE, they know this. They know they have Eternal Fire against the ropes, because this buy is it. If they lose this round, if they're not able to hold on to the M4 and the AWP, if they do lose this round, it's over. They have nothing to work with, and BNE, they know they have that advantage, but look at the aggression coming out here. Regon, he hears this. He knows where the players are, and this is wild from Eternal Fire. They're pushing in deep here, and Emor, how does one flutter flop that? He had no business not getting that kill, Vince.
How the hell is Emor still alive? He's got another smoke as well that he's now tossed in. He's just being such a nuisance, comes through that smoke, won't get the frag, but look how long he stalled the rest of the team. They have no forward momentum, they have no real estate on the map whatsoever.
They're shook. They're shook. Firstly, they lose GXX to just an insane shot coming out from Woxic, and then, yeah, just shenanigans, sheer shenanigans from Emor. And the fact that he's even able to find 1 kill, and as you pointed out, delay them for so very long is so massive. This is a must-win round for both teams. For BNE, because it could completely, absolutely dismantle the economy for Eternal Fire. And for Eternal Fire, if they don't win this, they will have nothing to work with heading to the next round. So they need this round, both of these two teams. And right now, advantage for Eternal Fire. 33 seconds on the clock, and we have BNE just marching towards a bomb site, but it's all a ruse. It's all a fake by Synopsy.
So much damage through the smoke, but his 2 teammates have died. Regon's gone down on the side as well. Woxic is still alive with the AWP. He may be missing a bunch of shots, but there's a smoke in their eyes, so this round is done. Eternal Fire live to fight another day. Bad News Eagles, though, their money is still in good enough shape with this saved AK to put another buy into effect. But Eternal Fire are hanging on for dear life. As you said, Blair, they were literally down to the last lifeline, but they made it work.
And not just that, look at the weapon upgrades they're getting here, right? They picked up an AK-47, they keep both the AWP and the M4 in play, and I do believe the final MP9, no, it didn't get upgraded, but that's fine. They survived that scare. It wasn't a great buy at all, and Emor, I mean, I don't think he's going to attempt to do something as ludicrous again this round, but it did definitely catch Bad News Bears off guard. What a shot from Woxic. We said this guy, if it comes alive, things could get very interesting indeed, and things have indeed gotten extremely interesting. Even the final kill he gets there, that was a pretty good attempt at the fake, but as long as Woxic's alive in that particular position with the AWP, things weren't going to be going easy for BNE, and just like that, BNE, they're going to go for a light bite. And I like this, they haven't gone for the force bite, but it's going to be a full B commit coming in.
X-Clown has to try and hold on for dear life. Using the smoke, using the flashes to his advantage, but when Flatbro through with that MAC-10,
Not
just
like this.
puts him down. And like that, Eternal Fire in trouble again. Do they go for this retake?
Decisions to make, Vince. These are not easy decisions to make. Now they can. It's a 4 versus 4. They've taken out GXX to look, and now they're going to be making their way in. Utility favoring them. They have the AWP in the hands of Woxic, though. Not ideal for a retake like this. And here it comes down to this retake by Eternal Fire.
They've got some nades, they've got a couple of incendiaries, and now tossing them out, just clearing out those angles, just narrowing down where these players could be. Time is of the essence to go, and the spray is so good, so on point, that Woxic, try as he may to just somehow salvage this round, did not have enough time regardless. And Bad News Eagles know the importance of that round. As they cheer, they move to 2 match points.
I swear I can hear them, Vince. I know we're wearing these headphones. We're far, far away from where the players are playing. I swear I could hear them just roar right now after that round. That is such an important round to win. And it was just a B hit. Just an all-out, no time being wasted B hit. They had a Tech 9s, they had a vehicle, they had that MAC-10. And with the mobility afforded to them by the SMGs and the pistol, they just swarmed the bomb site. And just... the B defender, he needed to get at least 1 kill over there. Unfortunately, he was isolated. Got taken down. You can see BNE, they're fired up. They're so fired up. And look at this buy. Oh, this is so rough for Eternal Fire. A couple of scouts coming out, a Deagle, an M4A1, and a FAMAS, and barely any utility. 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs. Not even a singular kit for any of the CTs. This is rough. And for BNE, this is the golden opportunity to go 1-0 up in the challenger stage. As I say that, Emor with the scout, he's going to decapitate Synopsy.
Hell of a shot. Hell of a shot. And what an important moment to bust that one out as well. When Flatro, though, comes back with 2 of his own. And it's that B-side again. 3 kills before Woxic puts him down. He's finally come alive. We were asking the questions and he's starting to deliver. However, it's a 2v3 stacked against BNE. Haven't gone for the plan just yet. They've got well over a minute to play with. Now they go into the plan. Here comes the push, but Santares shuts down Seneri, and GXX is trying to hold on with this AK, but he's been tagged down to 29 HP. The bomb is planted for him, but there's a smoke, and that could just be the golden ticket. Try and bait out some shots. Can he line this up? They're sticking down on the defuse. He comes through the smoke. They've come off the defuse, actually. He's doing such a good job of stalling them, but then they stick it, and they will have their 14th round, and they will survive yet again.
I can't believe the manager pulled that one off. I cannot believe Eternal Fire made that work. Again, when it looks like, you know, it looks like it's not going to be happening, we see some... How does he even see him? He can't even see him in one Flatro. He finds almost everyone on the B bomb site, even finding a teammate. But in the end, that one smoke they're able to salvage from one of the fallen, I guess, teammates or one of the fallen Ts, able to prevent GXX from trying to prevent bomb from getting planted. We come down to advance. A missed shot by GXX, and Woxic will punish him. 4 versus 5, man advantage for Eternal Fire as they're looking to take us to OT.
Oh, I'm so down for this. OT in our first game of the major?
Hell yeah.
Sign me up. But it's not just yet. They can't take their eyes off this one. The round could still fall prey to BNE. How many times have they won rounds from being a player, 2-player deficit? However, they're being stalled out here. And it's a kind of pick and mix across the board. Not all 4 together. They're taking 2 down on middle. It suggests it could be more of a catwalk-centered push.
Right now, long doors though, in complete control of Eternal Fire. Calyx is going to post himself up there, while Woxic is going to take his trusty AWP all the way towards the car position. Now, they have no one deep inside towards scatter. As you pointed out, that means that's free real estate for BNE for the taking. But first, they're going to go for that ruse again towards mid. Is it a ruse or are they going to go for the full commit? It is a ruse indeed. We have one player trying to sell it, Synopsy. Once more the lurk. Meanwhile, the remaining players making their way up towards short. But Woxic, once more, the turret of death. He's going to find one and the second, and it's a 2v4.
Man, this Woxic has just come alive this game. He's still alive, but no one. Flatro removes his head. 30 seconds to play with the bomb. It's still out in the open. They need to go pick this one up. They know they're vulnerable to being pushed from catwalk, hence the Molotov. 20 seconds, when Flatro down to 10 HP, so very low. They can wait out this Molotov, and when Flatro would still be a little bit vulnerable, but with that smoke, it affords him a shield. A little bit of sanctity to just pull back, a bit of reprieve, and now it's down to the CTs to push on in. When Flatro missing his shots, down to 8 now, somehow, still alive, waiting for this rotation play to come in, and here comes Synopsy. First headshot delivered, there's the second, and the first game goes the way of Bad News Eagles.
Let that sink in, Vince. Just look at them. Just look at how much it means to them. And what a flank. What a flank by Synopsy. Round number 30, your teammate, he's planting the bomb all alone on the A bomb site. And he's so low in health, and he just goes in for the flank. And for a moment there, I had my heart in my throat because I thought he whiffed that shot. But in the end, they pull on through. And I'd say this is my 50-50 matchup of the day, at least on the B stream over here. But I gotta say, that was a bit of an upset from BNE. A very deserved win coming out for the underdogs here.
Incredible stuff. I mean, we did paint it that it was going to be a super close game. I think we both said we probably fancied Eternal Fire. It definitely wouldn't be a slaughter. It wasn't, although it did look like it could be in favor of Bad News Eagles at one point. And it was this really interesting back and forth, this roller coaster of Bad News Eagles take a 6-1 lead, and then here comes Eternal Fire, the team that we know. I think Woxic is going to be sat there absolutely devastated, not just because of the loss, but because he really showed us what he could do in like the last 4 or 5 rounds. If he shows up another 5 rounds earlier, I think this game gets put to bed.
Especially, if I'm Eternal Fire, I'm going to be ruining the fact that you won both the pistol rounds, and in the second half, you were able to convert the force buy as well, but then really struggling some of the rifle rounds. And again, they were able to show a lot of resurgence, don't take anything away from the fight the Turkish side put up, but man, like, so many rounds could have easily gone either way, but then the clutches, man, huge flanks coming out. Great calling as well. I have to say for BNE, considering they're kind of the, you know, the puggish, the FPL mixed team, so to speak, they were able to show some pretty cool mid-round calls coming out, some pretty fast and furious hits as well. And Dust 2, we said, you know, we go to Dust 2 against a team known for being, you know, kind of these FPL stars. You're in for a rough time, and unfortunately for Eternal Fire, that was a rough game.
I've got to give so much credit to Bad News Eagles as well, man. Like, so many plays, they get really tight. They don't play their normal style of gameplay. How many times did we see Bad News Eagles decide, right, we're a player down, screw it, hold W. Let's push. That smoke, don't care. Let's push. I've got to give them so much credit. And it caught Eternal Fire off guard 3 or 4 times. How many times did Bad News Eagles win 3v5s? 2v4s? Like, this was a consistent thing. How many times when it really came down to it did they just run out of long, get 2 massive entry frags out of nowhere with players on 1 to 5 HP and win the round off that? It was absolute ludicrousy, and you just have to look at them and say, fair enough, you're the better team.
Yeah, so, you know, it kind of sometimes distills down to the fact that you need to hit his shots, as dumb as that sounds. And Bad News Eagles, they were hitting the shots, man.
They certainly did. However, that's going to be us done for the first game. There's still so much Counter-Strike to come up today, and we have another one just around the corner. But first, we're cutting to a short break.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Game 1 might be in the books, but we have a lot more Counter-Strike to come up today and for the next couple of weeks. It's going to be jam-packed full of crazy CS action, and we got a chance to watch a little bit of a bloodbath there. On the A stream, they witnessed a murder. It was more of a massacre on ours, I suppose, but now we have two more teams, Force and Renegades, about to do battle.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we go back to the A stream, I walked out, you know, grabbing a glass of water, and I'm like, wait, Zywoo didn't die?
Yeah.
He didn't die at all in that entire game, so 16-1. I do believe there's another bloodbath taking place right now with Liquid getting absolutely manhandled by G2. But right now, as you said, Forza going up against Renegades. These two teams, like, you know, I've always been a big fan of Forza and Jerry and what he brings to the table, how he's able to find these kind of like unknown gems or rocks in the region and kind of like polish them into potential stars. Names like Z-Power or like Flit come to mind, and once again he's done it with comparatively unknown players like a Shalfie, like Zorti, and you know, someone like Kenzie.
Yeah, Novi as well is a player that you need to watch out for. Very hard fraggers, you're seeing him right now on your screen. This is what he's capable of doing. Get that AK in his hands and magic will happen. And it is an interesting team, though. I think there's a lot of people out there that don't know too much about this roster. They know Jerry, obviously. He's been around for quite some time. I think it was maybe the Berlin Major where he really came to prominence in the CIS region minors, where he was basically really established himself, came across as a super likable guy in the interviews, of course, the Jerry that we all know and love now. And since then, he's just kind of carved a path, as you said, of being this player that takes unknown talent, polishes them, and gets them towards the top end of the scale. Really curious to see how this team's going to function, though, because, to be completely honest, they've had good results online, they've had good results in other tournaments. We haven't seen them quite land this level yet. However, is it fair to say that this should be a win for them against Renegades?
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like this is a big question mark here because, again, for decided Jerry, like, I'm glad you brought up Stall out of Berlin because they were 2-2 in the Challenger stage, and then they lost against Dream Eaters, where Forza were the favorite teams to win over there. Then you go all the way back towards, you know, towards the next major, which is Stockholm. They weren't able to make it because they didn't win a single game in the IM Fall CIS qualifiers. And now, again, another major, another big question mark. On the other hand, for Renegades, this has been a rough-looking Renegades, man. I go back to the Asian RMR, they got absolutely demolished by the Mongolian side of INC. And even the win they had against Tai Lu, I won't lie, it wasn't that convincing.
No, that's definitely a fair point, and I actually went back and watched those games, and it was scrappy to say the best, honestly. Like, there's a lot of things you could talk about with that performance. It's a team that's been in a bit of flux. It's been in a bit of a transitional phase. Liaz has now been in the team for quite a while, you know, since the start of the year. Yep. But once Malta left, they plummeted down to, like, I think it was rank 79 or 80, and they've been gradually working their way back up again. I think they're in, like, the 50s at this point, coming through into the major. The problem for me, though, is although there are some decent heavy hitters, when they play against upper opposition, they typically struggle. It's like the Oceania region is kind of theirs. They have a lot of success there, but even within that context of what you've just said before, Blair, they're not even winning out there anymore. That used to be their home ground, and now it can't be. Yeah,
and that's the thing, right? When you're playing in a far-flung region, you only have the competition over there to really work with. Of course, the map is going to be Nuke, a map that Renegades are pretty actually comfortable on. It's a map they play regionally quite often. But as you pointed out, you know, you can only play to the level of your competition in the region, and suddenly you know, once every few months you go out towards EU and you face off against some of these top dogs and you just get absolutely battered. So even though it's a bit of a question mark for me based on recent results, the way Renegades made their way here, beating out Tai Lu in a very close affair, getting completely demolished by IHC as well, it doesn't really paint a pretty picture. And as you said, players like Ince, like Sicko, like Liaz as well, these are like dominant players in the region. I've been watching them for quite a while, and Ince, at one point in time, I was like, this guy might be the best Aussie player still playing in Australia. Apart from obviously the likes of JKS or Auza, and he didn't quite deliver at the RMR. On the other hand, for Forza, one thing they have going for them is going to be Jerry, right? He's been in situations like this multiple times. The question mark for me for Forza is going to be players like a Shalfie, like a Norvi and Kenzie, who've shown that they can play when it comes to the RMR, some of these online cups. This is probably the most important tournament. Not probably. This is the most important tournament for some of these young players. Will the pressure get to them?
That's exactly the question. We asked the same question about the last game, and I'm sure we're going to ask it many times over. There's some incredible talent in this tournament. You have the likes of Monacy, obviously, over on the G2 games, you just said before. Liquid getting manhandled right now. So it's really interesting. That's what makes this major the potential to be one of the best majors in terms of storylines, in terms of everything, really. There's so many question marks that we need to be answered. When we speak about Nuke, though, if I read these stats off, it looks like a very, very bleak picture for Fours. With 11 maps played, they have a 36% win rate over the last 3 months, as opposed to Renegades, who in 7 games have 71% win rate. However, this is the massive caveat, the massive asterisk that needs to be discussed. The level of teams they're playing against is drastically different.
Absolutely. And the thing about when we talk about like tier 2 opposition, tier 2 in EU is insanely hard. Like, like it is so hard to really, you know, forget winning events, we're winning any of these online events, but even like grinding your way through it, right? It's torturous at times with open qualifiers and whatnot, especially when you're not a well-known name, especially when you're not like one of the big names in Counter-Strike. And Forza have been doing it forever. Jerry, in particular, has been doing it forever. And I feel like right now, once again, I think this is his 3rd, 4th iteration of a lineup he has around him. He's got, you know, players like Zoti, who he picked up a while ago, but the new stars coming in like Norway and Shelfie, you know, from the academy side of things, they've really impressed me. And I think it goes without saying that Jerry is someone who can, almost like a magician, just conjure up these really solid players out of thin air and make them click. The question is, have they had enough time to kind of potentially calm the nerves, right? Again, heading to this matchup, for me personally, I have to favor Forza, and Forza should be aware that they are kind of the favored team heading into this matchup. Will that get to them?
It could very well get to them. Here's one of the players we're talking about there is Jerry himself. Obviously, he's the brains behind the operation. Not necessarily expecting him to be one of the heavy fraggers, but he can. If the situation requires, sometimes he can go in. His stats don't necessarily paint the prettiest of pictures at a 0.82 KD and 0.56 KPR. But again, he's not necessarily the player that we're looking at here to come out all guns blazing. He's the most experienced. He is the IGL of the team. We're looking at those young hitters, those young stars. Yeah,
and for me, Zoti is going to be the player for me to watch out for, right, in heading into this major, because you look at the name and you are aware of how dangerous can be on the AWP. And honestly, for me in the RMR, he was a bit underwhelming. Even though Forza were able to qualify and we saw Shelfie just pop off with a 1.20 HLTV rating, the fact that Zoti was below 1.0, I think it was like 0.97 or he was 0.97 HLTV rating in that event, and I feel that was shockingly low for someone of his prowess, someone we know can really deliver. So I feel like he is going to be one of the players we have to keep an eye out for to kind of really, I wouldn't say necessarily carry, but you know, perform his job to a high level. Because in modern day CS, if you are the primary AWPer, you are going to be maybe the second, or most times the highest rated player in the team.
Interesting. Looking in almost meditation or something. Just kind of keeping his brain and mind as clear as possible. And when you compare that to the Bad News Eagles, when we looked at there and they were laughing, jovial, like kidding around and stuff, you look at this Forza team, you're like, man, they're super serious. Understandably, everyone handles pressure differently. Like, one rule doesn't fit all, one glove doesn't fit all. There is, on the other side of the coin, though, some stretching, some limbering up before we do get into the action. I can see, by the way, that the players are on the server. We're going to be ready to jump in shortly. Sicko on your screen now. Has been around the block many a time. Feels like he's been in the scene now for a good 5 or so years that I can remember, at least, or recall.
Yep, I mean, this Renegades lineup are just filled with veterans, right? At this point, they are veterans from the region you're talking about. Like I said, Sicko, for me, the best player in this lineup. You have someone like Hats and, of course, Ali Alistair with that magnificent mustache of his. And then you have Lias coming in, right? A clear upgrade from Malta. So when he came in, I was like, yeah, this is what's potentially going to elevate Renegades to the next level. But unfortunately, we haven't seen that yet. Albeit, you know, with the caveat being it hasn't been too much of time yet, just been a few months thus far. And now that things started getting back to normal, right? Now it's like there are no more excuses. They're qualifying for a lot of these events. Obviously, they're winning almost every qualifier from their part of the world. And looks like we are going to be jumping in here. You got to remember, Lias is someone who's actually placed top 4 in a major. So he's got a lot of work to do here for Renegades. It's going to be a nuke here, Vince. It is going to be a nuke, and Renegades is going to be starting here on the T side.
Ooh, and I wonder if that would favor some of those younger players, less experienced players on the side of Forza, if they get off to a good start. It obviously can completely backfire if your CT side is completely and utterly devastated. And there are all the Renegades logos and sprays for you to enjoy as they push straight through players, pushing into the ramp, and Kenzie taking off the head of Lias and just makes it look easy in the process.
It's a bit of a fake though. They're going to be legging their way all the way towards Secret, and Kenzie's having no trouble dispatching Lias and Sicko. So that little bit of a ruse towards ramp has been completely shut down. But now Renegades, they have a free entry towards a lower bomb site. There's no one from Forza at the moment making, towards ramp or towards a lower bomb site. Of course, Renegades have to dot their I's, cross their T's as well. They might get a bomb down for free, but then this retake is going to be, well, at least, I wouldn't say necessarily favoring them. Oh, they're still clearing out all the close angles. They're not sure where any of the CTs are.
All around the world, Blair. They have traveled multiple laps of the map, and they have got the plant down as well, but 5 players still stand for Forza.
They have a kid and a smoke as well in the hands of Norby. They're making no secret of the fact they're making the way from the ramp position. Hats needs to find at least one, which he will. The second, however, won't follow.
Ins gets decapitated by Norby, and he goes in for more. We had questions. We were wondering if some of these younger guns were going to perform, and based off this round, they made that look easy.
Kenzie and Norby, 5 kills between the two of them. And for Renegades there, I mean, I like the attempt. Like, they were able to sneak in towards Secret, and Forza had no clue where they were. But of course, in a 5v3 in a post plant, it was obviously going to be favoring Forza quite a bit. Of course, made to look very, very easy by Norby, hitting some pretty nasty shots. And right now, do have a little bit of an early pause. You know, just working out all the kinks. Maybe for some of the players, could be headphones, could be mice, could be keyboards. You want everything to be optimal, Vince.
Oh, it's a major. You can't take any risks. Have to make sure you're as comfortable as physically possible, but it's fortunately a very short-lived pause.
Love to see
we're
it.
back into the saddle once again, as it will be no buy coming through for Renegades from what I can see. There we go. The Galil has been purchased now. It was just a late buy with a couple seconds to go. So a couple Galils, 3 Galils in actual fact, with 2 Tech 9s. And this is the beauty of the T side right now with the current state of the economy, is you can just grind these buys out if you get the purchase. And now Shalfie at range tries to tap some heads, can't connect and decides to back out.
Good call from Shalfie there. Immediately vacating the premises once he wasn't able to come out on top of that particular duel, with I do believe there was Hats on top of Silo. But yeah, by coming in from Renegades here early on the couple of kills. A little surprised not to see a Mac-10 there. Usually you do see a couple of SMGs in play as well. Instead, yeah, they opt for the rifles. Taking it very, very slow. Still a whole minute left on the clock as Renegades are now going to be deploying their smokes. Going to be going for a walk play, and Zorte blinded, able to find him from above, and that's a very brave play from Shalfie. Able to find Hats, but will be quickly traded, so an early 4v3 man advantage as Alistair also gets tagged down to 41 HP. So they made their way towards Secret, and it is no secret to Forza that the bomb, I do believe, was spotted. They know it's going to be a play coming into the lower bomb site potentially, and they already have 2 players lying in wait. One that is Kenzie on towards the ramp position, and he's got another player right behind him to back him up. Yeah,
and there's no pressure at the top side either, so they can quickly vent dive if they need the extra firepower and the cavalry to really arrive. It doesn't feel like it's going to be required though. Galil's at this range with full HP and head armor will not insta-kill. It's not the AK-47. So damage is going to be inflicted. A bit of a whiff from Kenzie. Doesn't get fully punished, although he does lose a bit of HP. That smoke is not good enough. There's a gap in that, and Zorte will have completely and utterly devastated if they push out. There's the bomb getting dropped down. The slight gap in the smoke has worked against Renegades, and now the final pieces of the puzzle come into place. Spray from Liaz can capitalize on 1, but it won't be a double up. It will, however, be for Forza's round total as they move 2-0 in the lead.
That looked a little discombobulated from Renegades. Like, firstly, Forza just, you know, winning a couple of duels there. I like how Zorte was able to spot it. I think he saw a gap in the smoke, was able to line up the kill there. And then, yeah, this smoke just completely flubs it. Pretty much almost a one-way for the CTs, and having no trouble dispatching of all the members of Renegade. So now, yeah, the force buy getting easily swept aside by Jerry and his men. And Shalfie, he wants to get these kills, man. The positioning from him is very, very brave. Finally, he will fall. Just 1 member remaining. That is... Whoa, okay. Sicko. Jerry not able to spot him. Sicko dealing a little bit more damage, but Norway will finally put him down into the ground. Lose a MP9, they lose a rifle. Renegades, though, barely any upgrades coming out that round, so they're going to be pretty, pretty neutral about the way that played out. But we will have the buy now for the Oceanic side. Pretty quiet start for them thus far. AK-47s abound for each and every one of the members. A lot of utility as well to work with. An auto sniper coming up from Zorti. Hello.
Ooh, I can only assume he's going to be playing that in the ramp. It's really tailor-made for the ramp area. Very close-knit angles. No, he's going outside with it. He really wants to try and take the fight. Now, do you think that could maybe be a misbuy? Or do you think this is intentional?
It could be a misbuy. I honestly think it's a misbuy, but you know what? I'm just gonna try and believe that it's intentional. I like that. It's an alpha chat move. You love to see. You don't expect an auto sniper outside this early in the game, as Lias is gonna be running out through the flames, and I do believe it did lick at his feet. I'm not sure anyone heard him though. And this is a very interesting play from Forza, right? They have a couple of plays pushed up very aggressively towards outside. And now, for the lower bombs, it's only one man. It's Kenzie, and he's on a bit of a hunt because he knows Lias has made his way down towards vents. And now Renegades are going to be going for this delayed play towards outside, and they could just get completely slaughtered here, Vince.
Even if they get the first player, I doubt they expect the second. Shalfie is going to bait this one in, and now Jerry, they had no idea. Clotheslined. He gets 2 and a third as well. And that round has completely and utterly fell apart for Renegades. Flawless on Forza. Just the one casualty in Liaz. Although he got down secret through the vent super quick, it doesn't make any difference. Maybe he gets one drop frag from players not expecting his position, but judging from the x-ray, I believe Jerry is looking right towards secret right now. So he spotted him, and there's the frag. Jerry picks up yet another one.
That is such a fantastic round being called by Forza, being called by Jerry, not just because of the fact that he gets a 4K over there, but he just read Renegades like a book right there. He's like, all right, you guys like going for this, like, outside smoke utility take with a 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining on the clock? You're not going to be expecting this. And as you said, he was tucked in, Shafty was a little bit of the bait, he still gets a kill over there, and Jerry walked with the remaining players. They had no idea that he would be tucked inside, and that's going to be Forza. 4-0 start, a very good start as well, because that round they just lost to one player. So even though money's not that great for a couple of players here like Norby, like Shalfie, you look at Zorta, you look at Kenzie, they're pretty much flush with cash early on. And for Renegades right now, once again going to come down to pistols. This time though, going to be going for a little bit of a faster play towards Secret. The smokes will be deployed early on, and they have a look in the form of Lias with a Tech 9 towards ramp. So it looks like it's going to be a lower bomb site play. No utility left, however, after that initial deployment of smoke. So they're going to have to rely on his Tech 9 swarming that bomb site.
Yeah, this is where you'd love to see that Deagle just rip around the corner and take the head off. The Tech 9 is not going to pack the same kind of a punch. Norway, I like that he backs off. He doesn't overextend. He doesn't give his life away. He just dips back into the B site where there is extra players to watch him, and they have each other's angles and crossfire established. There's no way forward for Renegades at this point to get down on the B site. Whether they want to try and mix it up and get back outside via main on A is yet to be seen. Forza have done a great job of withstanding this initial push.
Keeping them at bay, not giving them any free fights, forcing them out from these choke points. And as you said, now Renegades, they're going to be falling back towards upper, and now it's all in Jerry. He does have backup potentially in the form of Shelfie, who's going to make his way up towards heaven. He's going to spot them, and he's going to find Sicko and Hats out in the open. And that's information conveyed to his teammate, and Shelfie will have no trouble dispatching Inns. And they're just running out of time, they're running out of luck, they're running out of members as well. Ali able to at least find one, but Jerry will strike back, and Zorti will finish off the job. Looked a little dicey there. But again, for Renegades, right, Vince? Like, I know it's just the pistols and whatnot, but I feel like we haven't seen much from them. Even in the buy round, we saw that the delayed outside take, which Forza were able to just kind of figure out so very early on. And once they're able to kind of snake the way in towards a lower bomb site, for example, they're relying on Forza giving them an opening, or just giving them like a free early duel. And Jerry and his men are doing a great job just not giving that opportunity for the aimers on the side of Renegades to shine.
Well, I mean, the damning stats are, simply put, there's 3 players on Forza that still haven't died as we're moving around into round 6. Both Zorti, Kenzie, and Norvi all have 0 deaths, and combined they have 9 kills, or 11 kills, I should say. On the flip side, overall, Renegades have 8 kills dispersed around among the 5 of them. Shalfie and Jerry nearly have that total by themselves covered. So simply put, the economy is already booming out of control. You can see Kenzie, after a full purchase, 10k in the bank. This is outrageous amounts of money. And Zorti also purchased an auto sniper, one of the most expensive guns in the game. So it paints a very bleak picture. But if Renegades can get themselves in here, if they can get a foundation built, then none of that will matter. But it has to start right here, right now.
Right here, right now is where Ali finds himself with the AWP. Up towards Silo. They know Shalfie likes being aggressive, and Shalfie's not showing anything yet. Zorti, in the meantime, able to find ints from the AC vents there, and that's a position that he's been playing earlier as well. He's just everywhere with his auto sniper bits. It must be so annoying for Renegades to deal with, and that's almost untradeable position-wise. And Renegades at least have been able to sneak Sicko in. He's made his way towards Secret. Still a couple of members lying in wait towards Lobby. They're waiting for potentially some aggression from Forza, but Forza, again, is showing nothing. They're not showing anything with their hands, and with that, Renegades slowly trailing back towards the ramp area before once more Kenzie is going to lie in wait with that AUG of his.
Excellently placed and timed incendiary as well. Keeps Renegades on their back foot. 45 seconds, now flashing in, now aggressing. Another incendiary there to dodge them though. And here comes the frag. Kenzie gets one, trading out the life of Zorti. Still whittling away that time, funneling in Renegades into awkward positions. 30 seconds left, and they still need to pick a side. They're completely isolated and segregated from one another. Now they're starting to come up with 25 seconds to go. Sicko is coming through towards main. Hats will be joining them as well. But it just takes one kill to go against them at this point, and this round is over. Good positions on the side of Forza as well. Spray from Norvi is on point. Sicko gets put down, and there's a second. Even though Liaz comes back for one, it doesn't make any difference at all. Renegades are just being played with and toyed with at this stage.
They're just so disconnected right now. They are so very disconnected, and it shows, like, even if you're looking at body language in the server, it's everyone just like slowly walking around corners, hoping to win a duel. I don't see a real game plan, so to speak. We saw a couple of executes coming out early on, but as you said, Forza are just toying with the food at the moment. They're not, you know, over-rotating. They're committing to the bomb sites. They have complete faith in the players holding on to these positions. The utility usage has been great as well. Finally, we might see a little bit of a big switch up here from Renegade, going for a fast hit towards outside, and it's going to be Tech9 from Hats able to find one, but almost simultaneously, everyone will be mowed down for the side of Renegade, leaving only Ints to find Kenzie. That's huge. Jerry, though, trying to get this kill. They know exactly where he is. And you can see Shalfie already making sure that Ints won't be able to sneak his way from outside. 1v3, though. Tech9 in hand. Shalfie on 18 points of health. Zorti with the auto sniper. Never mind. I was about to say there was a chance, Vince, but Jerry shuts me up and shuts Ints down. Renegades, a little bit of switch up. It was just the pistols coming out from them. But 7-0 start here for Forza. And it couldn't have been any better for Jerry and his men. I gotta say, I did put Forza in my pick'ems. And I know they are the favorites in this particular matchup, but they are looking so clean, clinical, not just individually, but even the CD side. It's great reads from Jerry.
Well, a team that many people would have put in their pick'ems were G2 and Liquid. 46 is the current score over on the B stream. Obviously, catch that if you watch that game. But stick with us if you want to continue to watch this bloodbath, and it's all going the way of Forza, as is the start of this round. And it's that man again, Jerry. Shalfie, his partner in crime, on outside multiple times, will dip in for a second of the round. And this is after a bye as well. Renegades cannot get a foothold in this game. They simply cannot deal with the heat that Forza is bringing. And already, we could be looking at an 8-0 lead.
It's grim. It's so very grim for Renegades right now. And it's not just about, like, you can go back to the previous game between BNE and Eternal Fire, and even when you saw the scoreline 6-1, you can be like, yeah, some of those rounds are super close. It came down to some, you know, huge 5v3s being converted by the side of BNE. But this has just been sheer domination. The fashion in which Renegades are losing these rounds, it's shocking, and you can see a clear difference in the overall abilities here for the two teams. Alistair able to find a nice kill on the Zorti, but Kenzie through the fire and flames walks in, trades his teammate, and you're right, Vince. This is going to be 8-0. And for Renegades, it's... what do they do here? Sicko able to find one, but that's going to be it. 8-0, Forza, flawless thus far. And I was speaking about Ince earlier and like how he's the player I look at as one of the best in the region. He's 1-8, and that's not a good sign at all.
So they got 14 kills Renegades collectively. Jerry has 11, and we were discussing before about how Jerry is experienced. He's the brains behind the operation. He doesn't need to be the heavy fragger, and oftentimes he isn't. Well, he's even doing that. He's wearing all the hats on this team. You can see that they are super confident, sublimely confident, not just in terms of their body language, but more importantly, their performance on the map. And Renegades, 8-0 behind, can only muster together, scrape together some Tech 9s and some Deagles. They got utility, but from what I've seen so far, Blair, I don't think that makes a huge amount of difference. That hasn't been the problem.
No. I mean, there's so many problems right now for Renegades. I can't even put my finger on just one single thing. There's one going to be going for the early outside smokes. And you can see Forza, as they're starting to win more and more rounds, it's starting to feel even more confident. You saw Shalfie, for example, just walk out towards trophy room and get a kill earlier on. Kenzie, though, that is a dangerous game. They're going to run on in, and it's going to come down to his teammate to help him out, and Shalfie will have no trouble mowing down the marauding members of Renegades, and just nothing they can do. Again, this is just a pistol armor upgrade, light upgrade coming out from Renegades, but he's not even able to find a kill. You know, sure, Shalfie's down to 18 HP. Might see some nice 1Ds potentially coming out, but it's not looking good at all. Even individually, they're just getting absolutely just ripped apart by Forza. And let's talk about the positives here, right? Sure, Renegades struggling right now, but for Forza, what a statement. Like, what a way to start things off, right? Start off on the right foot. You're kind of the underdogs here, let's be real. You have so many youngsters who haven't played at this level, but you have Shalfie, 12-4. You have Jerry, well, the IGL, 11-4, the veteran team. Kenzie and Norway, 9-1 and 8-3, respectively. This is the sort of start you kind of dream of, even though you might be going up against Renegades. And there were a lot of pundits who were like, you know, there's still that best-of-1 upset potential for Renegades, but Forza, they're shutting it down. Look at this again. Outside aggression. They're poking and prodding. They're making Renegades feel uncomfortable. And Renegades, they just seem to be running out of ideas and wondering what they're going to do. Right now, though, it's looking like it's going to be an upper hit, which we haven't seen thus far. We haven't seen a full-fledged execute coming out from Renegades yet.
I think the closest we got was in the second round, and that got completely blitzed. Here's Orti, though, with that auto sniper. I was talking before, it's tailor-made for the ramp area because you can just keep rat-a-tat-tatting across and get kills, and even forcing team kills as well. From bad to worse, it's salt straight in the wounds. The bomb's down. Oh, I normally don't call games this early, Blair, but unless Renegades have a sharp turn for the better, this game is looking like it's over. Zorti with a ridiculous flick to the head, and it's only Inns that can muster up one frag. No second will be forthcoming. Forza, already double digits. This has been a very quick game so far.
I don't need, I'm a little shell-shocked, and so are Renegades.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Does that count as a 4K? Because, I mean, he did deal a lot of damage, even though it was a TK. Like, I'll give him it to him. That was a 4K for a single kill, even though the scores are going to be like 3K. He is using that auto sniper like a rifle, making it sink. For Renegades, though, fire's going to be coming out now non-stop. You know, they just have to go for it at this point in time. And out in the open, looking for the duel. And Zorte, Alistair, he managed to find himself an AWP, and Zorte is just going to immediately dispatch of him. In the meantime, you can see Kenzie pushing in, but this time he will be punished. Finally, something going the way of Renegades, but still, it's a 4 versus 4.
It's mad to say, but in a 4v4, this is one of the best chances they've had in this entire map to actually get around. I know how ridiculous a statement that is. That has been the state of affairs. It's a small gap in the smoke. Norvi maybe make the most of it, but actually spots him. Acts as a one-way, and in doing so, now Renegades have player advantage. Can they make the most of it, though? Jerry going to be getting up close behind the smoke, and there's a flank. Shalfie, expertly spotted by Observer, is coming round from the back, and this could be the round in the palm of his hands. He bides his time, he waits, he knows there's been more players here. Zorti's now seeing a ton of them pushing through into the ramp, but Shalfie gets downed by Ince. Interesting wrench thrown in the works. Jerry's making the most of this chaos, though, to get up close on the hut side, but he's not sure if main is being aggressed on. This dangerous game of cat and mouse is going both ways. Still 3 players from Renegades remain, and Hats from above will strike dead. Here comes Sorty. Down he will go, stuck on the ladders. And Renegades, welcome to the Major.
It's a grim welcome. 1 round out of the 11, Vince, but still, they finally draw a little bit of blood. They make Forza bleed. It's just a nick. It's just a tiny little nick. You can barely see a droplet of blood oozing out from Forza, but still, it is something for Renegades to at least have a little bit of belief now, right? Like, guys, we got this 1 round. Let's win a few more, and still, very much within the realms of possibility. If they're able to string like maybe 4 rounds together here and get off to a good start on the CD side, there is a world that this game could still be competitive. But you got to remember, for Forza, okay, Zorti will this time fall to Ali early on. Revenge, a little belated, but finally he gets it done.
Sicko around the corner. They've been bested from this angle before. This time, though, there's no double play set up. Shalfi is not joining Jerry, which is probably for the best because they did lose the player outside. However, Jerry, can he get anything done? Smoke's coming down. Molly's, he can hear the footsteps to his right-hand side. Could very well come down to timing. Shalfi will try and will succeed in weakening Ins before he gets finished off by Jerry. And so that brisk 1-man advantage has come to a close. Now the aggression comes in, but Norvi and Jerry expertly navigating their way through this push and putting up a blockade, which will see Renegades crash headfirst into it, and the bomb gets spilled out into the open. This round is looking pretty much finalized. Sicko still alive, though. Still in the fight, but not for much longer. There's that man again. Jerry just seems to know everything right now.
This is just a masterclass from Jerry. Like you said, going for that aggression towards outside again. And that was the right call from Renegades. The moment they knew there were 2 players playing towards outside, they got an early kill on the Zorte as well. They're like, the upper bomb side must be almost empty. Must be just 1 player towards there and 1 player playing towards ramp. And Jerry's aware of that fact, immediately pivots back towards the upper bomb side, and they just completely shut it down once more. And for Renegades, sure, they won that 1 round off the back there to get the opening kill, and then we saw a little bit of aggression again from Shalfi getting punished towards ramp. But Forza, they just go back to the winning ways immediately. Norway didn't budge a bit from the rafters, and even though he got taken down, Jerry, just great hold there, just pretty much single-handedly shutting it down, a 4K for him. The IGL, he's not only calling a wonderful CD side here on Nuke, but individually showing up as well. And he is someone that, we have spoken about, like, he doesn't really need to frag. He's the guy who's supposed to be calling. It's the youngsters who need to deliver. But when everyone's delivering and Jerry's top fragging, suddenly, Forza picking people are feeling pretty mighty happy with that.
Definitely not including you, right, Vlad?
Not including me, of course.
Okay. Yeah, but I guess from Jerry's perspective as well, in terms of fragging hard, when your team around you is all performing perfectly, doing everything you can want from them, it gives you so much more confidence. Here comes the push, though, and this time, Jerry on fire will have to try and dish out the damage, and he does just that with Kenzie. 2 future aid, a lot of damage inflicted, but Liaz doubles up before being put down through the smoke. On only a few hit points, and Shalfi will finish off the execution. 2-play-2, but there's still well over a minute left on the clock, and options available for Renegades, and they're looking to exploit that down on towards the B side via ramp.
Sort of hears this. He knows who the player is, and it's going to be Ali all by his lonesome. He's going to plant the bomb, and now In's far away. If he gets isolated over here, it's not going to be easy, and there you go. Ali will be taken down. Now, for Forza, they still have no clue where In's is, and if he can retrieve a rifle, this is doable.
It's doable. 1v2, one of the best chances they've had. If he can take this one off cleanly, there was a way forward, but Shalfi is too good. 15th kill posted up from the young man, and Forza already off to a 12-1 lead.
I like that from Renegades, so they went for that upper execute, and the fact that Jerry even finds a kill standing in the fire and flames behind CT Vat, it's just ridiculous, right? But he just went for the commit. He's like, I'm going to die right now. He doesn't peek early on. He waits, and when the Renegades were like, yeah, there can't be anyone standing there. The flames this long. Jerry peeks out, gets a kill. Sure, he gets traded, but doing a fantastic job there. And then Shalfi in the end with 2 clean kills. Ali, unfortunately, able to get the bomb done, but he was isolated. He was caught out of position. Round number 14. Renegades have only 1 to the name thus far, and Shalfi once more with the aggression. And he's going to find 1 as Kenzie simultaneously finds Hat all the way towards ramp room.
Blair, if this was a boxing match, the tower would have been thrown already. This is looking brutal. We are witnessing a crime right now, honestly.
But that's why, you know, esports is a bloody affair. There's no referee here. No, he's not going to be like, you know, all right, timeout, that's it. This one's done. No, you have to play it out, even battered, bloodied, and bruised. You have to play until your opponent gets a 16. Or you're able to mount a comeback. Anything can happen, Vince. You know, it's Counter-Strike. But thus far, some of these opening games have been very lopsided, apart from the first one we had here in the B stream.
Oh, we got blessed with that first game. That was incredibly close as we expected it to be. I think this was more of maybe an unknown. Molly down. Jerry not for the first time. Has to put on his fire suit and run out of there. And here's Kenzie from behind. He will pivot in and strike for a 13th round now. Forza, with 1 round left in the half, are in a commanding position, whatever happens here. And it feels like if there is a way back into that comeback trail, as you were talking, to move towards the lights, it's going to have to be this last round and the Pistons. That is pretty much their keys to comeback. I'm not going to say keys to win, because they're so far off that mantra so far. For me to even believe in a comeback, it has to be this in the next round.
I just want to say that Kenzie kill onto Hats jumping across.
Yeah.
Like, with a headshot, like, that's just ludicrous. Zorti with the AWP, Vince. He's just wielding every scoped rifle, it seems like, but he's had so much money, he hasn't had to take out the scout thus far. Speaking of weaponry, though, for Renegades, heading into the final round here in the first half, it's not that great. You got a couple of Galils, actually 3 Galils in total, an AK-47, and just a solitary Deagle in the hands of Vince. Look, I want to paint this like to be something, you know, a potential comeback here. They get a 13-2, they win the pistol round the CD side, they grind it back. I just wouldn't even believe myself if I said it. It's just been such a dominant performance coming out from Forza.
They have looked like the superior team, like absolutely wild. And Zorti unfortunate not to connect something through the smoke shoots between players, but a good counter flash will stop them. Wall of smoke's put down, and this is one of the first times we've seen Renegades actually breach down on Secret without taking significant action. Spray is good for Liaz, but not enough to yield the frag, although Shalfie will think twice about pushing through again with 22 HP.
Shalfie has just gone away with murder every time it's pushed towards ramp here as Jerry spots the player out immediately. Goes close the door. They don't expect him to be sticking around inside looking to take the fight, and Shalfie and Jerry doubled up into the lower bomb site. 35 seconds. Renegades, they need to get the bomb down.
Yeah, they need to get that W key pressed as well, because time is of the essence. Zorti still in a good position, may just have missed out on timing alone. The barrel of the gun will betray him if he continues to peek out through here. Hats with the Galil, should be picking up this frag, does take him down, keeps his hands on the rifle instead, and now Northy is stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's so many teams pushing him down right now. Around the corner, he picks himself up a second, that could be good enough. 7 seconds left on the clock. He's brought his team up enough time. Molly down with a flashbang as well. Beautiful 1D from Inns though, from nowhere. Renegades actually have a chance, but it's only a fleeting one because Shalfie and Kenzie are still well and truly in this. Sicko down at low HP, the bomb timer starting to tick away ever so quickly. Inns watching on the vents, anticipating a push is going to be coming up, and that's the main issue right now. They're so isolated from one another, but Kenzie comes in with 2 and lands a dink onto Inns as well. I'm not sure there's enough time though. Shalfie was stuck in the vents for so long that he has to run straight onto the side, and it's likely he'll get picked off as soon as he tickles that bomb, and he realizes his days are numbered anyway. This round is done. Renegades will get a second, but it feels like a consolation round more so than anything else.
I'm not sure why Shalfie was going for the save there. Might as well just stick it or something. But still, yeah, consolation round. Great shots coming out from Inns. I love that call by Renegades to pivot back towards the upper bomb site. And it all, again, because of Hats able to find Zorti, just finding great timing, and somehow Zorti not able to spot him. In the end, though, Kenzie still almost made me believe that virtually a 1 versus 3 for him, and gets a dink as well onto the final player, who was Inns. But in the end, Renegades able to scrape somehow with the bloody, battered fingernails a second round on the attacking side. But now, CD side. This is where they show what they've got here. Dooley's going to be coming out for Inns. We have the nade and a flash for Ali. Don't see any kits, though, for the CTs. That is a little bit worrisome. And for the side of Forza, we do have, well, Kenzie's going to be utility guy with smoke and a flash. The rest of them, Glocks and armor abound for Forza.
Liaz on the peak outside. 2 players round the corner, though, and one of them is a P250 in the hands of Zorti. Needs to tread very carefully. Losing main this early in the round spell doom. Zorti on the drive-by removes the head of Alistair. Lock is now open for business. shut down is Renegades once more. They still have 4 players. Julie's in effect. Bomb gets spilled down. Entry frag though is forthcoming from Shalfie, and now Jerry from above will strike from the heavens and smite and tear through Renegades once more. Liaz nearly pulls off a highlight clip worthy moment, but he's going to be bested by Shalfie, and in doing so now Sicko with full health has to try and come to this sleepy side. He's been spotted, and that's the end of the round. And honestly, Blair, that might just be the end of the game as well, because that pistol was so valuable.
It was paramount. It was paramount that Renegades, they win that pistol if there was even a snowflake's chance in hell of them bouncing back in this. But yeah, 14-2 right now. GG go next. I hate to say it, but it just looks like it's too insurmountable a lead right now for Renegades to claw back from. If they do, I'm not saying they can, if they do, it's going to be miraculous. It's going to require Herculean effort from them. And unfortunately, apart from like a couple of heroics we saw in the final round, the first half, for example, we haven't really seen much from them, from the individuals, from the team as a whole. And they've just been getting outplayed, outgunned, and outmaneuvered by Jerry.
At every turn, yeah, they've been completely outclassed. And for this comeback to happen, not only would it have to be a Herculean effort, as you said, but it'd have to be some serious mismanagement, misplays from Forza, and that is the one thing that we have not seen from them so far. They have been on point throughout. 2 MP9s by the side of Renegades, a Deagle and a 5-7. And they have to try and hold on somehow with a double stack. One moment, one missed move, and this round is done. Good headshot on Hats, though. He can trade up to the AK. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting, but sprayed down he will get. Alistair now shows his hand, shows his position, and carves a path through Norby. Liaz, from the shadows, strikes onto Kenzie, and maybe Renegades are going to snatch this round away. It's going to be a post-plant, though. And Shalfie holds on to this with Zorti as all 3 remaining CTs push in. All of them are healthy. They don't have much utility, though, but they have manpower. Zorti with 1 can't transfer to a second. And Renegades will hold on.
On the precipice. On the precipice, but still alive and kicking bits. It's not quite done yet. I have seen a trend, though, recently of, like, even though this is not the nuke of old, where, you know, a 13-2 scoreline is kind of default, I have kind of seen it, like, kind of, because of the meta changes with the A1 coming in, the drop nades and whatnot, that we have seen a little bit of a shift back towards a more of a CD-sided nuke. And for Renegades to pull this one, this comeback off, like, it's not, they're not going to only have to rely on the meta changes and whatnot, but they really have to put up a solid wall of defense. The problem is, Jerry's T-sides are fun to watch. Like, he's going to poke and prod, he's going to make you feel uncomfortable. He's not going to allow you to feel, even if Renegades are able to string a few rounds together here, Forza are always going to be aggressive in your face and make sure that you're in a very uncomfortable spot. Exactly what's going to happen here. Ken's going to find hints, and they come charging up towards the upper bomb side. It's a 3v3, and AWP in the hands of Ali, not going to make life easy. An AK-47 retrieve for Jerry, and the bomb, it will be planted.
Planet down. Shrapnel is significant, though, in terms of damage onto Zorti and Shalfie. Softens them both up. That one-hit kill from the A1S. The AK and the AWP is pretty self-explanatory. Meanwhile, though, the positions on Renegades, 2 players up in heaven and 1 in main. This can get a little bit sketchy if they don't come out together, and they have, but Shalfie and Zorti put them down with pistols. And Renegades, very short-lived comeback, may come to an abrupt end. Alistair with it all to do. 11 kills becomes 12. He could maybe pull this one off, but time is so scarce. Trying to desperately get this frag. Picks it up. Is there going to be enough time? No. He has to try and back out of there. May even go down to the bomb if he's unfortunate. Does survive to at least have the weapon. But Forza will take a 15-3 lead.
Oh, not like this. Not like this, Renegades. They win an all-important round, the 4th spy, and immediately Forza to snatch it back. The Tech-9s, man. Tech-9s, the mobility afforded there. And I love how Forza, they immediately pounce on the upper bomb side once they get the openings. And the 3v3, honestly, they were in a very uncomfortable position, all honesty, post-plant-wise. But then Renegades giving a little bit of space, and Forza able to just chomp down on it, down to the final. Potential to find round aggression from Renegades. I like this. The double man push coming in and able to find 3 kills and somehow down to a 2 versus 3. Ali needed to hit that shot, and Zorti is aware. He's aware where Hats is. He's aware of where Liaz is as well with the FAMAS. And Zorti is all by his lonesome right now. I think he saw Liaz. I think he's aware of where his position is. He's getting swarmed though from both the sides. The timing is atrocious and he will be found. Bomb dropped and Renegades 3v1. Bomb and guns retrieved and it's all on Kenzie.
Kenzie with a chance to make a name for himself here and put an end to this map quickly. Still time, 1 minute on the clock. Trifecta of CTs holding on to the bomb. And now going to be spotted. Kenzie's going to get two, but can't triple stack his frags in the round. So close, but that still has a significant impact, Blair, on the economy of the CTs. Only one player survives. They are consistently going to be down in low finances.
If I'm forced right now, I'm forcing it. I'm forcing it right now. And yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. You can see Tech9's coming out. You can see Deagle's coming out for the side of Jerry and his merry men. And they're going to try and just brute force their way into this win right now. As you pointed out very correctly, Vince, their money was rough. They don't have enough utility. If you look at Inns, like, he's lacking a lot of, like, you know, he doesn't have any utility whatsoever to speak of. And that is something they could try and exploit. Renegades, in the previous round, that was a Hail Mary play. Just pushing and just pincering lobby, and it works out for them. But that's not something which can be consistent. It's not something they can rely time and time on again. And here comes the play towards Ram. Sicko, not able to find a single player. He's going to fall back down towards the lower bomb side, but not before he does at least find Jerry. But Kenzie will dispatch of him, and it's going to be a 4v4.
So the team already spilled down onto the B side, though. Is going to put Renegades in a really awkward spot. Liaz a bit of reprieve with his A1S as he darts into the decon. Suddenly 2 players remain. Clumped together. Hans could have them, but instead he loses his head from Zorti. Good counter frag from Kenzie, who's in another clutch situation. Once again, decent HP and time by his side. Hasn't picked up the bomb. Still down in an awkward spot. Doesn't want to overextend and give his life away. Keeping his options available. Going into control room. If he can just get that timing peak on to take one of these players down, this round is so winnable for Kenzie, but that is the main issue, is the bomb position, and he has no idea as to where these CTs are. For all he knows, one is down on the decon area, now he's clearing that one out. Inns out in no man's land is looking for that long flank, and if Kenzie comes upstairs, he may have a chance, but Inns has the angle covered. Flash and smoke out will afford him safe passage. Inns not giving his position away is going to be sneaking in instead. 15 seconds to go. Well played, Inns. Many players would have tried spraying through there, but he knew he just had to bide his time.
Composure being maintained there by Renegades, and even though that was a force spike coming out from Forza, the 1v2, as you pointed out, Vince, correctly painted the picture there. It could have easily gone to Kenzie. Good re-aggression there from Liaz, making sure that Forza were not able to get too much of real estate, have full control over there. And finally, Renegades have been able to break the economy of Forza. It's taken 20 rounds, Vince, but we'll take it if you're a Renegades fan.
Yeah, the only problem here, though, is there's so many banana peels and hurdles and other obstacles that they have to navigate their way across. If they want to get close there, there's Zeus. I'm not really expecting a Renegades player to push up on T-Roof, but, you know, I suppose crazy things have happened.
It's pretty optimistic. Usually you see the Zeus on the CD side, you know, just hiding around a corner like a little gremlin, but maybe Shalfie, you can get run boosted and just, like, glide through the air like good old Jack.
Oh wow, freebie of a kill. Players have already spilled outside, going towards the heaven side of the map, and Zorti with a Glock? Oh dear, that's going to sting, especially if they can pick up a second as well. Liaz won't be pushed. You saw briefly Norvi did have the M4, tossed it to Zorti because he's down at 21 HP.
This is so awkward. This is so awkward for Renegades. Oh, Zorti's going to be boosted from the right-hand side. Liaz, he should have enough reactions here. Never mind, Sicko is going to strike, and it was looking a little scary, but Sicko being a little proactive, ensuring that Forza did not go any further beyond. Shalfie left alone, and unfortunately at that range, the Zeus really couldn't come in handy. So there's pretty much a full eco there for the side of Forza, so not going to be too worried about the way that round played out for Renegades. Able to stave off what was starting to look slightly scary there. You know, losing a player to the Glock. And for Forza, though, they have still 9 map and match points to work with. We have the buy coming out. A little bit of a lighter affair, Shalfie and Nori with the Galils. AKs for the rest of the teammates, and a ton of utility as well. There is a distinct lack of incendiaries, just a couple of Molotovs to work with, as we do have Lias lobbing in a nade and a lot of and Molotovs and whatnot, trying to keep the T's at bay. But this is a fast pace. It's a very fast pace of Forza, and Kenzie unaware of where he's getting. Sorry, Lias getting caught off guard, but Ins and has to reply back, and somehow they swat away that hit from Forza.
Oh, Shafi and Novi already in a position with, what, minute 20, minute 25 left, of not really having too many options available to them. Novi's been tagged down to 68 HP. They only have a smoke between the two of them and 2 Glils. It's feeling like maybe there is a way back in for Renegades. They can stabilize fully on their economy. A couple players still fairly low on that process. Forza, though, have shown, even with Tech-9s and Deagles, they are very much a threat that you have to contend with. And in the meanwhile, they're splitting up, looking to try and divide and conquer Renegades. If maybe the player down in Secret can pull off some shenanigans, then things get a little bit interesting, which will be Shalfi, especially considering that his teammate of Novi is looking to try and pivot in towards the ramp side. So they can maybe, if Shalfi can clear out these angles, have that final destination on the B side and make this a little bit more interesting, especially considering they do have control over the bomb. That's in the hands of Novi. Now, unfortunately for Shalvi, he had to make some noise. That's forced away Sicko. Shalvi now trying to take down Sicko, does damage, but a nice sweep in for Renegades. However, you can see what Forza were going for, and it's so neatly worked out for them.
Yeah, it's all about the timing, right? If he was a little bit ahead of time, of course he had to break the window as well, but he was able to just be a little bit ahead of that. He could have caught Sicko dropping down from the ramp position, but good protocols from Renegades, Ins joining his teammate there to back him up. And for Forza, once more, with back to the upgraded pistols and armor. However, that being said, that is also how they won around just a few minutes prior. So Renegades still need to be wary. It's going to be the play towards ramp. Yes, indeed it is. It's going to be the Deagles, but that smoke keeping every single one at bay. It's a long road ahead here for Renegades. It's like they need to win 8 in a row to take it to OT, right? It's not even a guaranteed win if they win 8 in a row. They still need to go to OT, but we've seen it happen in the past. We've seen it happen in the past. We've seen some crazy comebacks in tournaments, in majors as well. So can't ever count any team out at this stage. But if they need to do that, that is going to be insane. Speaking of insane, is that shot from Kenzie. Goodbye, Ali.
And goodbye outside control as well alongside it. They're going to have to send someone across to contend with that position now, which will be Ins downstairs through Secret. This leaves A, and more importantly, Ramp, so much more vulnerable. Sicko is here, but there's 3 players up against him. Eagle in hand, spray as he may, no kills forthcoming, but he at least can relay the information that the T's have reached down into the B side of the map. Liaz with an important kill onto Jerry. On top of that, is keeping the T's honest, and they just got to peek him one by one. This is where the House of Cards should come crumbling down, but it's at the cost of a bomb plant, and Novi and Kenzie are both still alive. Kenzie, 24 kills to his name, doesn't get finished off, bit off more than he could chew, but doesn't get punished for it. And now Novi with that Eagle have to put in some big frags. There's one. Sicko gets splattered by that Desert Eagle, and both players 20 or below HP have their work cut out for them, but they're not sticking on the site. Now Novi can go back in, just has to peek out. The bomb planted for his position, there's not that much time, but here comes the full-on defuse in amongst the smoke. Shooting down is Novi, but runs out of ammunition, and Renegades steal it from underneath Forza's nose.
It had no business getting that close, Vince. It had no business getting that close, but somehow Renegades are able to snatch it back, just sticking it. Like you said, he ran out of bullets. If he had the M4, he could have just sprayed on through the smoke. That would have been the round. That would have been the game. But again, Forza is so very dangerous. And that was just the upgraded pistols and the, well, basically Deagles, 4 Deagles, a Tech-9, a few Kevlars being purchased, maybe a couple of nades. That's about it. And it came down to 1v1, but Renegades having to stick it in the smoke. So it's night and day, the fashion in which Forza were winning the rounds in the first half, convincing, complete shutdown. In the second half over here, Renegades, they're requiring these hero plays from the individual. They're requiring these clutches to come out for them to win some of these rounds, so they're getting it done. It's scrappy, it's messy at times, but Renegades is still clinging on, Vince, on the precipice, but it's not quite over yet.
I don't think anyone would say this has been a beautiful game of Counter-Strike.
For Forza, yes, 100%.
Especially that first half. It's been a bit more scrappy on this T side, but it's scrappy. It's that first game of the major for both of these teams. This is where you expect things to be a little bit more laboured. Alistair, great shot before the flash fully blinded him. and will be rewarded with the kill onto Kenzie, and that is a significant player to pick off. The top fragger on the server has had tons of impact, even with Deagles. Any weapon you give him, he's performing. Gives Renegades a golden opportunity for their 9th round now.
Well, that rotation coming from Ali. He gets a pick towards outside. He's going to be dropping towards the lower bomb side via vents and going to be making his way towards Secret. That's something which could potentially catch Renegades off guard. But Ali, he will show a bit of patience there, not getting too ahead of himself. Just holding a more passive, safer angle. Nice little flick there, falling back, transitioning back to a more safer position. And this is just textbook opening coming out from Ali. This is something which we expected to see. Unfortunately, it took a while for him to come alive. This is looking much better. A clean round thus far from Renegades. As I say that, Jerry will drop in, however. Although he has been tagged down to 11 HP, but this is a gargantuan ask of Forza. 30 seconds on the clock, bomb dropped in no man's land, Jerry down to 11 HP and Zorte with the AWP. You go for the save.
Yep, this is pretty much destined for a save round now on the side of Forza. Renegades getting closer and closer. I think at this point is maybe where Forza start to sweat just a tad. Just a little bit. I'd normally say double digits is when the combat becomes real and a lot of teams start to feel like things are maybe going against them. But in this case, the manner in which Renegades were just completely wrecked in that first half, they're having a real turn of fortune here. And whereas Forza's fragging power in the form of Jerry and every call he was making seemed to be working out flawlessly on the CT side, this is where we're starting to see some of those weaknesses. This is where we're starting to see that they are actually mortal after all. You said before that a bit of blood was drawn. Well, now proving that gods can also bleed, and so Renegades will feel like maybe this isn't an impossible task after all. However, they have to withstand another push. Because of that save, full buy comes in, and they are pushing fast. However, that incendiary completely stalls and stymies them.
Crucial bit of utility there, or else that could have been a call for the upper hit coming in. You can see on HUD as well, Renegades, they are on fire right now. They are on a bit of a streak of their own. Although the caveat being that one misstep, one mistake, and it's over. The game is done. See Molotov being deployed towards the back of the bomb site, but they're not going to be acting off it. Still, kind of taking a leaf out of the book from Renegades, where we saw early in the first half where they were taking things slow, right? A little bit of posturing, but not really going for any map control. Instead, delaying it until they were able to potentially find a kill and then going for the hits. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out for them. But Forza though, let's see if it does for them. They still have Zorte with the AWP. They've utilized a lot of the utility now. They just have a couple of smokes remaining. Just the one smoke, a Molotov, and a handful of flashbangs. So they need to go for the play right now, and it's going to be a hit coming in all the way towards outside. Norway, however, will fall to Liaz in the meantime.
He does. I think Alistair would have been in the thick of it had he not picked up that frag. He's in a great position. Secret control, though, starting to fall for the Forza side.
They have Sicko.
Sicko is down here, and in an interesting position we haven't seen them use just yet outside the control room window. He hasn't had a great game, though. I think it's safe to say he's had a couple of laboured sprays, but he could be called upon. The timing, though. Deacon gets open, forces him away from that angle that could have been so important. Alistair on the periphery of the smoke may also strike gold at the same time. Psycho goes down. Here comes Alistair, though. Caught completely, but knife Shelfie! Not even in the back. He looked into the whites of his eyes before he plunged that blade deep. There's just enough time for the bomb plant as well in amongst this very strange, chaotic round, and this may not be done. Forza could still win from this point. The spray is laboured from Kenzie, but Zorte's there to help him out. And there we go with another couple. Forza, one of the most unlikely rounds, have actually clutched it out, and they've taken this first match.
A 4 versus 2, a 4v2, where Ali even gets a knife, takes care of the flank, and somehow Zorte comes along with the AWP. Oh my word, what a statement win coming out from Forza here. I did say, you know, there was going to be an upset potential for the side of Renegades, you know, the best ones and whatnot. They've looked shaky thus far, at least based on the Asian RMR. And it looks like the shakiness it continues. I gotta say, even though Forza looked really, really good, Renegades didn't really put up a fight. That first half was just a lack of ideas, the individuals being very cold, and even the rounds they won, it did come down to the individual heroics, right? Clutches being won. We saw even the previous in the previous half, the second round they won was a lobby crunch with a half buy, which is the MP9s and the pistols, whatnot. we haven't seen much, and I've watched a lot of Renegades in the past, and we've seen how dominant they are in the region, but clearly right now they're being outmatched and outclassed, and this is against a team like Forza who have a lot of young players in, playing their first big event for the very first time, and if you're going to be getting outclassed in this fashion, things are only going to get harder.
Yeah, that felt like a game where some people would have even have Renegades to potentially win that one purely off the basis of first game of the tournament, and the fact that Forza maybe had some question marks. I think at this point, depending on the draw, Renegades may be in a bit of trouble. Also, it was quite telling as well afterwards. It looked like both teams weren't particularly happy, like in terms of the body language. Think of Bad News Eagles when they won. Massive cheers, everyone jumping out of their chairs, massive smiles. Understandably, it was a super close game. But I think Renegades will be disappointed in that first half, and Forza will be disappointed in their second half. So it's kind of an interesting conundrum to be in. They have to remember, though, they're 1-0. Like, they've got the first pick of the major. They've got themselves into that 1-0 bracket. That is all they had to do today.
But that's the thing, though, right? For someone like Jerry, he's gonna keep the long goal in mind. For him, it's like, yeah, we got 1-0 over Renegades, who, if you ask Jerry, he's like, yeah, we should have beaten them anyway, and like, we've beaten them. But for him, he knows at the back of his mind that it's about going 2-0 at the end of the day. They still have another game remaining, right, to be played later on today, and you're like, listen, we could have closed it out much more cleanly. It looked like they were having that comeback, and it did require the 2v4 effort from the side of Forza to close it out. So it's a typical Jerry reaction. He's like, listen guys, the job's not done yet. We need to make it to the legend stage. But this guy, the man of the match, Kenzie, was phenomenal. I did have a few question marks. Can some of these youngsters deliver when it comes to playing on the major? And I've been answered, albeit it was against Renegades.
It was, but they still performed. And Major, every team here is capable of potentially upsetting each other, especially in the best of one brackets we already talked about. I think Kenzie played really well, Norvi as well, and obviously Jerry was fragging out crazy, crazy hard. However, that is match 2 down and in the books. Next up is our third game, but first, we're cutting to a quick break.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
it's time for match number 3, which is going to see the Brazilians of Imperial up against Spirit. Two teams that have gone through a little bit of turbulence, I think it's safe to say, in recent memory. Two teams in very different ends of the spectrum. Imperial, just full-on experience, tons of players here that have been multiple times at majors, and Spirit with some youngsters, some previous academy players that just got promoted fairly recently.
Absolutely, and I think it goes without saying, I think a lot of people have spoken about this as well. Imperial are, on average, the oldest team at the major, and Spirit are the youngest. I think an average of like 28 years for the Brazilians, and of course, for Spirit, an average of just 20 years. So, experienced major winners, multiple major winners on one hand, and then you have these up-and-coming youngsters in the form of Spirit. Two very different storylines, right? And for me, what's impressed me the most for this Imperial lineup is when this lineup came together. You're talking about for FNX coming back for what seemingly looked like retirement, and then you have Fallen at the helm and Bolt and Vinny. Many people said it's kind of like a retirement home for these guys. It was a last dance, just having a little bit of fun, and it just went ahead and won almost everything in the region. So they're looking actually legitimately pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to say that the core of this lineup is two-time major winners.
Yep.
Fallen, Fur, and FNX. And alongside them, you have Bolts and Vinny. Bolts is super experienced in his own right, and Vinny has been around the block many a time, and more importantly to me, he's actually playing really well these last 3 months. His HLTV rating, I think, is like 1.16. He's up there, he's fragging hard. One of my issues, damn, I didn't realize he had those kind of guns. fair enough, that caught me off guard, I'm not gonna lie. I just lost my train of thought. They got the firepower now. That was one of my main issues. Like, okay, these older guys, can they still stand? Can they still bang at majors? Well, when you have Vinny coming in and performing in like pretty solid ways recently, that gives me a bit more hope for this team.
Absolutely. Like, I looked at his team and I was like, okay, where are the star players, right? Like FNX, for look, they've had a heyday in the past, but just as a resurgence from these guys and how solid, look, Fur especially, he's been monstrous and nothing new. It's just him running in like just a battering ram and opening a bomb site, being a beast. FNX, I mean, you know how it goes. The guy has 100% major win rate. He's played 2 majors. He's won both of them. This is the 3rd one. He's looking for the 3rd one. He's looking to maintain 100% win rate as well. And of course, Fallen. Like, you might talk about all the veterans here. You might, all memes and jokes aside, you have players like Vinny, like Bolts, who are never really star players in a respective team, so to speak, and kind of supportive elements. And then you have like the old stars of the years gone by in the form of Fur and FNX. And the fact that it's clicking here so fantastically for this lineup, a lot of praise has to go the way of Fallen.
Well, he's kind of in that same vein as we talked about with Jerry before. Obviously, just Fallen has way more tenure and has been around for way longer. He's known as the grandfather of Brazilian CS for a reason. This guy has been around for so long. So many players have took inspiration from him. So many players have been directly helped from this guy to go from sort of tier 3, tier 2 to tier 1. And here's the other aspect of it as well, and this is something you'll hear about with the MIBR players, I'm sure, later on. He's effectively given so many players the opportunity to actually make a living out of this. Like, some of these players are coming from very difficult backgrounds, from poor areas, and now get to play on a global stage making serious money, and a lot of that comes down to him, and that can't be overshadowed.
Absolutely. Like, you look at the number of Brazilian teams and South American teams in the major right now, the RMR, the Americas RMR. You go back 5 years, 6 years, and you wouldn't find almost any team from the South Americas making it in for any of the NA, the minors and whatnot. It was Fallen and his men who led the way, who carved the path. You got to remember, like, they didn't even have enough money to fly to EU to participate in some of the qualifiers, and it was the CSGO community of players like Flusha, for example, stepping up and chipping in money to make them, live that dream. And like you said, that dream, it trickled down the region. And now you have the Brazilian scene being one of the biggest scenes in Counter-Strike all over the world. On the other hand, we have the youngsters in the form of Spirit. And it's kind of crazy to me that players like Magix and Dexter are now the veterans of this lineup, considering how new they were when they joined this team.
Yeah, it's like, fair enough, Chopper, yeah, he's been around for
a while, yeah.
But Magix and Dexter, like, say what? A couple of years ago, most people don't know who these guys are. Also, I love that Magix also went in for the, the gun show. Not quite the same as Fur, but it's all right, dude. I appreciate the effort. Either way, yeah, I mean, this is a team that you're looking at the likes of Patsy in particular. Very, very tantalizing prospect in terms of a player. Very, very young. and not a great deal of experience. And so we're in that similar position again, where we don't know what to expect. I just love, he just looks so happy, just like so chill, doesn't he?
Yeah, when we talk about these two teams and we talk about veterans on the other side and like, you know, the potential nerves of some of these younger players like Patsy, for example, as you pointed out earlier, and Siren, these academy players coming in, they seem to be in a good mood, right? They seem to be pretty jovial, pretty happy, even though they might be the underdogs overall. Those are pretty eyes. Those are very pretty eyes. And I'm talking about Dexter, not the picture. But overall, I'm glad you brought up Patsy, because for me, it's going to be down to Dexter and Patsy being the two key ingredients for the Spirit lineup. Dexter obviously being the highest rated player, the op star in the RMR. He's been kind of like the rock, the carry for this team. And Patsy coming in, the guy is just an entry beast, right? He goes like, what, in the RMR, like 30% attempts, which is ludicrous, but he wasn't able to find too much success while winning this opening duels. But at the same time, he was able to find his openings, and more importantly, considering how young he is, Vince, he is the secondary caller in this team, helping out Chopper. So a lot of weight on this young lad's shoulders.
A lot of weight indeed. And speaking of young and having a lot of weight on those shoulders, expectancy, perhaps Siren is up there as well. You can see his HLTV rating 1.15, has a very high ADR as well. On top of that, you can see his rifle stats pretty solid. Opening kill success, 60% is no small feat at all. So another player as well. I mean, that's the thing about the Spirit lineup. I don't think anyone is looking at these guys and saying that they don't have that much talent. This is a team just chock-a-block full of talent. It's just whether they can perform. And I think sometimes when it comes to Spirit, it's more around their area of calling and their expertise in terms of their set plays that causes a little bit of alarm. I mean, you go back at the start of the year, you remember after the last major, Chopper was dropped, and he was back in, then he was dropped, and then he came back at the start of January again, February time. So it's been like a weird, rocky road of redemption with Chopper as well in this team.
Yeah, it's kind of like a rebuilding stage this team went through after their kind of like their failure at the end of last year, right? And I like that. I like when certain teams or orgs, they're like, okay, this isn't working out. We're not going to try and, you know, throw in a couple of band-aids and hope it fixes things. We're going to go for a complete rehaul. They stuck around with Dexter. They were looking for a separate IGL. They were able to find one, and they're like, screw it. We're going to stick with Chopper, and it's going to make it work. And thus far, they've proven it pretty decently. Now, the journey for these two teams in the RMRs, right? You look at Spirit and the teams they beat, where they beat ASG, not exactly, you know, a great team in that particular group, and they were able to take down Endpoint and Anonymo in 2-1 fashion, right? So it's not like they had the hardest path to make it over here. For the side of Imperial, they were very convincing, but then again, they only played against the South American opposition in the form of teams like Sao Caetano. You have like a couple other teams like, you know, Party Astronauts, for example. They even lost to MIBR. So it's kind of like, I don't know what to really make of these two teams, but what I do know what to make of, it's going to be Dust 2 once again, Vince. And it looks like these best of ones, you're going to be seeing quite a few of this particular map. Your favorite as well, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dust 2, great.
Inject that.
I mean, we did call this, you know, because it makes sense. It's a map that most teams know to a pretty good level. Obviously, you get a chance to get rid of all of the maps that you deem to be garbage that you're not very good at. And so you're going to see, I don't expect we're going to see many Ancients or Vertigos in particular. I'd be surprised if we see a great deal of those at all in this entire Challenger stage. So Dust 2 being the battlegrounds does make for an interesting little conundrum, though, when it comes down to this Imperial team. And you can see there's a slight edge in terms of the betting odds in favor of Imperial, but not too much. And I'm not surprised to see that. Now, I personally had Imperial in my pick'ems. I didn't go for Spirit. I was tempted, but I didn't go for them. I just think their raw experience is going to shine through, and I think that's going to be the case on this Dust 2 map as well. I think they're just going to edge this out. I think it could be similar, though, to our first game of the day, with Bad News Eagles and also up against
Eternal Fire.
Eternal Fire, that's the one. I blanked for a second. 16-14. I think it's going to be a similar kind of road towards the final result with these two teams as well.
Speaking of roads, I mean, the man is seen as screenwriter FNX. I was getting into Counter-Strike like as an esports back in 2016 when I was still like in just joined college years ago, like what, 16 years ago. That's when he won his first big major, 2006 ESWC. I'm like, who is this kid? He was 16 years old, and one of the youngest players, professionals, to win a big event back then, and here he is right now. The oldest player, I do believe, at this major. So he's had a journey. FNX has had a journey, and here he is again, hoping to make it 3 times back to back to back. Well, at least for him personally, playing in the major. But it's great. It's great to see the veterans, you know, kind of I won't lie, when this lineup came together as the last dance, I'm like, yeah, they probably might have a good time streaming, winning a few games here and there, but not be as dominant as they have. And they were looking very dominant in the RMR, where you have teams like Pain, even the online qualifiers where you had teams like Godson, Pain, and whatnot in 9Z. Imperial looked like one of the cleanest teams, apart from, you know, your Furious and Liquid. So a lot because of this guy you see on our screens. Fallen, 24% openings at the RMR, and, you know, looking pretty solid as the AWP player. Obviously, you're relying on him to be getting some of those opening duels. But what impresses me a lot is how you know, he's no longer as flashy as he once upon a time, 2015-16, but he is still a very capable pair of hands. And as an IGL, again, we spoke about this earlier as well, being the primary opper, walks with Eternal Fire, and being an IGL can sometimes be, can take away from a personal performance. But Fallen, he's been looking good.
Yeah, he altered his style of play. I remember back in 2015-ish, he used to play up like very close angles and he'd be very flick heavy. And now he's more of a sort of more passive AWPer that can get the job done, but he's not necessarily the sort of loose cannon. You're not expecting him to see him land those shots like Woxit did, as you said earlier on Dust 2. He's way more passive, way more stable, way more consistent in that respect. And I think it's going to make for a very interesting fight against Dexter, because Dexter is the opposite end of the spectrum. Dexter is this explosive, crazy talent. I remember vividly casting him for like DreamHack Open qualifiers when he came out of nowhere. No one had ever heard of this guy. And then suddenly at DreamHack Open, he was dropping 30, 35 kills on the regular, was basically smurfing there.
Yeah.
That's how prominent his rise was and how sharp his rise was as well. So to see him now at this tournament, I think a lot of people look at him and there is a level of expectancy at this stage. It's no longer like, who is this guy? Now it's like, right, Dexter, we know what you're capable of. This is the time to bring it. Like, you have no excuse.
Oh, absolutely. And if I believe he's going to bring it. I believe he's 100% going to bring it. And if Imperial not able to kind of stymie him and try and, like, you know, keep him kind of, I don't know, like not really giving him too many opportunities, I feel like he could just run away with this game, especially in a map like Dust 2, kind of known as the Oppa's Paradise, and just how much is shown thus far in the RMR facing some of the opponents he did. If Imperial aren't ready for Dexter's AWP, and if they're not able to counter it, I feel like it could easily spiral out of control here for the Brazilians. That being said, we do see a few players just, you know, leaning back a little bit, some technical issues, Vince. It does tend to happen. It's land. It's day one. It's all right.
Yeah, this is where you want the issues to be ironed out. So hopefully this is resolved shortly. But until we see those headphones in and, you know, the over the ears as well, and more importantly, I think the real sign of the green light is the fist bumps. Yeah. When the fist bumps come in, you know it's time to shine. And actually, we just have a player gone. So that's even
that's
more
not a
of
good sign. Hopefully just a quick bathroom break. Oh, Magic's just, oh, he's getting a lot of love.
So seductive.
Those eyes.
Was it Magic's that used to have like bleach blonde hair?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't recognize him when I saw him without a blonde hair, but it looks like he's gone reverse anime now. So, of course, we have Dexter over there. Have you tried his headsets, the players are using? They use it in the PGL Stockholm Major as well. Those are pretty impressive, the headsets, man.
Never used them. I'll have to give them a try sometime.
Actually snuck in there. Magic's, the man of the hour, looking at the... He was pretty impactful as well. Sure, he didn't have the amount of impact like Dexter did with the AWP, but he was one of the pillars alongside Siren, right? You have the youngster in the form of Siren, then you have Magic's and Dexter, kind of like the four veterans for this lineup. And again, you're not looking at him, you know, to be very aggressive or whatnot. He's just kind of like a more cerebral player who's going to be the guy who's going to be closing out this rounds for you. And he's going to be instrumental as well. And this team, though, like, one thing we have to touch upon, I think the elephant in the room is to be the fact that neither of the coaches of these two teams are in the server nor standing behind them right now, Vince. And I want to see, like, how much of an impact that's going to have. Because one thing we know about Spirit is they've said it out in the open as well, that they rely heavily on Hallie, their coach, being a voice, not just like a cheerleader, but he's also much more a tactical coach. And look, there are different types of coaches in Counter-Strike. Some can be more tactical heavy, some can be more about, you know, riling the team up, making them feel more comfortable and whatnot. And Hallie's not here right now in the major, and the same thing can be said for Imperial as well. They don't have their coach standing behind them, and that's when that could be the X factor coming in. For a young team like Spirit, having that extra pair of eyes, someone that you've been relying on for so long, not being them could be quite problematic. For Imperial, even though they won't have the coach, they have so much of veterancy in that lineup that they could just be able to shake it away and be like, it's okay. We know what we're going to do. We've been here multiple times, and we know what we have to do in the server. So I don't know. That could be a factor which could come into play here.
That's also why I didn't remove Imperial from my pick'ems, because I felt as if I'm not saying that Peacemaker, yeah, I always get them mixed up for some reason. I don't know why. It's probably because of the
TV show.
The TV show, yeah, with John Cena.
Haven't seen it yet.
Either way, I think that this is a team that, because they're so tenured, the issues that I had with them potentially barely scraping by, and I did have them as my last pick, not one of the main ones. I've seen some people go out like on a crazy one and say they're going to 3-0 this. I mean, if that happens, I'd be very surprised. But I think that Fallen is way too experienced to let that bother him. It's good to have an extra pair of eyes and maybe a little bit more of an insight, but Fallen has been here, done it so many times over, has proven that he is a top-flight IGL so many times, that I genuinely think that missing a coach is not going to be that much of a big deal for Imperial. Not to slight or anything like that, I just think that they're going to be okay and going to weather the storm a lot more than Spirit potentially could.
Absolutely. And again, with the lack of Halley standing behind Spirit, even more pressure, I feel a little bit more on Patsy, because as you pointed out earlier, like, he is someone who is going to be chipping in with a little bit of secondary calling for the side, you know, to help out his captain in the form of Chopper as well. It's really cool. It's really cool for a team. You know, you have a new player coming in from the academy team and giving him so much of a voice. It's not something that usually happens in a lot of teams, right? When you have a new gun joining in, you know, a very inexperienced player, usually you're like, all right, shut up, don't say anything. This is what you're going to do. And that's exactly what you're going to do and nothing else, right? And that's happened so many times. Maybe not with that much of, like, okay, that was a little bit of hyperbole from my side, but that's usually how a lot of younger players have to kind of struggle with the new lineups they join. But the fact that giving a lot of freedom, a lot of room, and a lot of inputs, taking in a lot of inputs from the younger players, I think it's a great sign for Spirit. Fist bumps are coming out, Vince. You know what that means. The headphones are coming back on as well. Put it on. Come on, come on, put it on.
Stop laughing.
Just put the headphones back on. There we go.
Good lad.
I think it's happening, Vince. I think it's happening.
They're in good form, though. They're enjoying themselves. That's what it's all about. Love to see that from Spirit. Meanwhile, Fallen, gaze is set on. He is in full focus mode right now. Grizzled veteran still in conversation with his teammates, some maybe last tweaks and alterations as to what they want to be starting off with. I can also tell you that we are loading onto the server, so we should be a matter of moments away from kicking our third game off here on the B stream, and it looks like we are ready to go on Dust 2. Spirit will be starting off on the T side, and Imperial will be defending.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Dust 2, it is again here on the B stream. Imperial, the veterans, the oldest team in the major against the youngest. A test of age and wisdom and veterancy against new blood. And it is going to be aggression early on from Ferb as they charge into the long area, but a huge nade being lobbed in by Imperial, and that's going to take a chunk out of the T's. Chopper down to 7 HP. Magix and Patsy's well suffering from the brunt of that HE.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's been inflicted early on. No early casualties, though. And a bit of aggression from Chopper. And the rest of Spirit has been somewhat stalled, stuck on the long side. Maybe faking as if they're rotating back over on the middle. But Imperial are not falling for this. 3 players strong, looking for the run boost. Decide against it. 3 players going to be facing them down the second they get around this corner, but it's Dexter that opens it up with a P250. And that allows them a bit of sanctuary, a bit of a reprieve to just push straight in. Wall of smokes down. Fallen, try as he may, connecting nothing. So many low players, though, on the side of Spirit that's now starting to get finished off. And FNX pushed on the side, gets his head removed by Magic's laser precision. And the bomb is in such a horrible spot that you feel like Imperial have every chance to shine and take this round. Collectively, they're under 100 HP on the rest of Spirit.
They had a chance to sneak the bomb away from the CTs when the smoke was still deployed, but now that the smoke's dissipated, this is looking so unlikely. Just body tags, couple of bullets to the little toe, and it was B double dose. In fact, Chopper still not looking looking to find Chopper, and Chopper dealing so much damage, not quite able to get the kill though. He's going to group up to try and find him, but Chopper is doing everything single-handedly, and Team Spirit have stolen the round away.
How have they stolen a round? There are 3 players left, all under 50 HP. Every single player a bullet away from their demise. And Imperial have somehow lost out on this. This is where you expect a team of this caliber, of this amount of experience, to put these rounds to bed. It looks gone. But Chopper, the man himself, the IGL, flexing his muscles and getting his team across the board. Imperial straight into a force buy though.
That was so a little strange for Imperial, I won't lie, right? In a 3 versus 3, they knew where the bomb was planted. Obviously, a lot of the damage was kind of unconfirmed damage because you saw the nade coming in and whatnot. But Fallen's position there, like, they were so convinced the potential lurk would be coming in from B doors. They weren't expecting anyone making his way out from mid. And especially at that range, close up, that Glock is going to be better. And then Chopper, he made it work, but I felt like Imperial flubbed that a little bit. They really had the right read. They got a bomb dropped as well. Some nice shots coming out, nice damage being dealt out, but huge round being won by Spirit there. A round which, in all honesty, considering the bomb getting dropped, they had no business winning. The force buy is going to be coming on in. A double tag coming in. They're Bolt and FNX both taking a little bit of damage. Other 3 members of CTs are all the way towards Long. Scout getting another tag, but this time it's going to be the CTs able to find a little bit of damage on towards Spirit.
3 players on Long as well are currently occupied on the side of Fallen. And joined with a little bit of support as well, but Fallen doesn't need it. Takes the head of Dexter. And those opposite numbers have now exchanged for what would be one of many. Stuck behind blue, both of them attacked. Fur with the MP9 can spit bullets. And a bit of venom towards them, hence the smoke. To try and give them a little bit of sanctuary. Allow them to post up on the blue box. See if they can retort with some bullets of their own and some frags of their own. And there's one, but first straight back in again. 3-play-3, and a lot of weakened players are now being finished off. Patsy spots a second player, but Magix has dealt the fatal blow to Fur. And now Spirit, post-plan, up against Bolts, but he doesn't survive for much longer. Patsy puts him down with authority. Good round for Spirit.
Good round for Spirit, and I like that. They got a couple of kills towards Long for Imperial, but then Spirit immediately knowing that the amount of CTs just trying to take the steals towards Long, that means the A bomb side is going to be pretty much bereft of any defense. Immediately flank around, while the players towards Long, they don't overcommit, they just hold the line, looking for Imperial to look for those fights. And sure, a couple of nice kills coming in from Fur and Fallen, but not to be. And the force buy gets swept aside by Spirit. Losing just a couple of players as well. Mag 10 in the hands of Patsy is going to be looking to farm a little bit of cash here. But this one should be a pretty comfortable 3-0 for the side, for the CIS side. In all honesty, it's like this could be easy 2-0 for Imperial. So it was very 50-50 the first round, but right now, Spirit looking to get that 3-0 lead. This should be just a shootout. Dexter taps calmly. Okay, it's an eco 3K, but those are some impressive shots nonetheless.
Credit could get it for the ace, and he will pick up the ace as well. So just a nice little statistical boost on the side of Dexter. And sure, as he said, it's an eco, but his aim was crisp. That was some solid aim and some nice kills falling by himself. But now Imperial can come straight back in with a buy. The downside is that if Fallen wants to go for the early AWP, it's going to be at the cost of a bit of utility. He only has a smoke by his side. And I don't believe they have any kits either. So it's a little bit dicey in some aspects for Imperial, but they have enough firepower to really make this round land. Fallen using that smoke to get aggressive down in lower, but nobody is forthcoming for the time being. And they seem to have a good idea as to this. They actually flashed the peak first in, so if Fallen was there, he'd have been flashed anyway, and now they take lower control.
Spirit for the first time, inching the way towards B bomb site. They do have Magix. Again, as you pointed out earlier, he's not going to be the guy making early contact. He's going to be lurking around towards mid. He also has Patsy as well alongside him. Fallen with the AWP out in the open, and he will be traded. Siren will take him down, and now the jig is up. They know it's going to be a B hit. Unfortunately, though, it's only Bolts on the B bomb side.
Patsy taking damage through double doors. Still going to be taking that control regardless, though, forcing FNX away. Really catches FNX in midair, and now they're going to start to spill and just perfect onto the side. Magix takes the head of Bolts, who did post up one beforehand, and with the smoke on the doors, FNX can't do too much about this bomb plan. Fur lining up the grenade could do a bit of damage. Decent damage to Chopper, knocks him down to 76, but the B side is so rough to retake, even with full players and full utility, let alone when a couple of your players are fairly low. And Vinny, one of those players we were talking about as being a pretty heavy fragger, hasn't really done anything so far in this game, so this would be a great moment for him to strike. Magic's not budging an inch, just waiting. Vinny comes through with Fur, 2 kills back to back, and that leaves it all on Patsy. With the AWP up close, even if he connects one shot, he should be traded out straight afterwards.
No time.
But there's no kits. I mentioned it at the start of the round, with a lack of kits, it could make things chaotic and very difficult and untenable to pick up, and that's exactly what ends up happening.
I mean, great attempt at the retake right there, but they took a little too long, and as you pointed out, there was no kit. And when you don't have a kit, you have to be a little bit more aggressive there going in for the retake. Valid attempt from Imperial there. They saved the 2 guns as well. The AWP will be retrieved for Fallen, but Team Spirit, even though the post plan kind of fell apart, still, they will come out on top 4-0 now for the CIS side. Of course, they have oodles of money to work with. The AWP will once again come into the very capable hands of Dexter. The rest of Imperial, though, still not as... Ooh, that was scary. Thought Dexter would probably tag him, but no. That was Vinny, able to escape unscathed. Just relinquishing all control of B early on here are Imperial. No one in the B bomb side. 2 players towards mid, 1 towards Cat. A very aggressive hold towards mid and Cat here in Fur. How long is he going to stick around? He's waiting for the smoke to dissipate. He's looking for someone to peek around the top of mid. Is he going to continue with the question? Yes, he is. He does find one, but good trade coming in from Patty. A 4v4 here. And right now, for Imperial, they're going to be gambling with a 3-man hold towards A, or rather just keeping Fallen towards CD spawn as he slowly pivots back towards A and leaving Vinny all by his lonesome towards B. But this is the right call, because a hit, it is going to be towards the A bomb side.
FNX behind blue as well is the man on spot, the man that needs to capitalize and deliver. More than 1 kill may be required. Peeks out, up, down, bomb spots with it, and there's a double spray. FNX showing his experience and his skill, but Patsy's up to the task. Brings it down to a 2-on-2. And keep in mind that FNX took a ton of damage in that process, but they do have control over the bomb, and now Patsy's lost his life. Siren in all sorts of bother at this stage. 35 seconds to go. They know roughly where he is. This is such a difficult task.
I love the rotation of Vinny, right? He's immediately running all the way from T-spawn, and FNX holding the line with the AWP. Siren has so many angles to check, and FNX will not miss, Vince.
He does not miss from that angle. Great round from FNX. Finally, Imperial have something to get excited about, something to be happy with, but it's still at the cost of multiple lives, so their economy is not going to be able to stabilize. But this is the play here. Bomb spill, 2 frags, 24 HP left, and he trades up the field. Great effort from Patsy in the end. We're seeing glimpses and flashes of the players we were discussing in that pre-game segment about some of these younger talents coming through, and they are landing their shots. That's really good news for Spirit fans.
What's not so great right now is the buy for Spirit. Unfortunately, on the rounds they won, they did lose all members, so losing the previous round, they're down to a multitude of pistols. Or rather, just a 1 Tech 9, but still not a very solid buy. We got a Galil for Dexter, we got a couple of AKs and a Mac 10, but that means they're going to be swarming this B bomb site. 1 defender, 1 outside. Bolts, he's been spotted, and here comes a charge, and Vinny's going to help him out. Find 2, as Bolts finally gets dropped.
There's Patsy again. When they need him, he stands up. 9 kills already, and that will afford them the luxury of a bomb plant. And we've already seen how difficult B-site retakes can be, but it was the 1 round that Imperial picked up. They've lost Fur early on, and Patsy with a 2nd. This lad is absolutely tearing it up right now. 11 frags already, and we're only moving into round 7 in just a few moments. Will it be a win, though, as that accolade comes through? And Patsy is playing this perfectly. He's not over-exaggerated on his peaks. He's on for an ace, by the way, and yet he's playing this one so stable, so carefully, and he picks it up himself. A 5K, an ace, and Patsy is just absolutely tearing things open right now for Spirit.
That was a 3v5, Vince. Again, Spirit are just like the individuals. Sure, like you had Dexter with his moments, but Patsy stepping up like this is actually insane. 2 aces already for the Team Spirit side. Albeit, you know, that was an eco ace early on from Dexter, but Patsy, my word, 12 and 3 already, and okay then. Those are some two nasty shots coming out from both sides, as Dexter will be taken down by Fallen, but not before he was able to claim his victim in the form of bolts. It is a bit of a half investment coming out from Imperial, just a pistol, scout, and an MP9. That's about it. So Spirit, they need to be wary as Vinny is going to find Siren.
Does indeed find Siren, and in doing so has given them a real chance of winning this round. Let's have a quick look as to whether Imperial can bounce back into this and make it theirs. Over a minute to play with. Patsy, Chopper, and Magix all clumped together, looking to try and push into the B side. There's no early aggression here from Imperial, so there's no early alarm bells that can ring out and let them know that they're about to be aggressed on. Fallen does land the tag with the scout, not the AWP, otherwise that would have been a kill. It was a body shot. Patsy's able to push through with his teammates. Smoke in the eyes of Fur. Although he puts some bullets speculatively through the smoke, nothing is connecting. Molly also on the window. This is bare minimum going to be a bomb plant. There's nothing that the CTs can really do about this one at this stage, as they just cross their fingers and hope for the best. They're hoping for a miracle. They're looking at each other like, one of you needs to tee off here. And FNX is nowhere close. He's still over on the A side of the map. He needs to be joining his teammates out as fastly as possible, especially considering they don't even have a kit here, Blair. They have so little to work with on this retake.
This is about just trying to deal damage. I don't really expect them to go for this. I mean, win the retake, but it's still going to be going for it. Magix is going to have no trouble whatsoever decapitating Fur and FNX as Patsy chips into the frag of his own. 6-1 for Spirit. Looked a little dicey in the beginning there. Imperial able to get a couple of kills, but now it was, after all, just a half investment for the Brazilian side. And now, once more, the big guns are going to come to play. Fallen, AWP in hand. We've got A1s in the hands of each and every one of the players. Vinny should be going for it as well. Unless the double op setup, unlikely. Oh, could be. He's gone for the Kevlar. You can go for an AW. Oh, there we go. A1. That makes way more sense. But I wouldn't be too surprised sometimes to see a double up setup coming to Dust 2. We've seen that happen many times in the past, especially when it started to struggle a little bit here. But 6-1, the scoreline, Team Spirit looking pretty darn solid. They have hemorrhaged a few players in some of the rounds they've won, so the money exactly isn't blossoming at the moment. But when you're 6-1 up, Vince, you're feeling reasonably happy.
On the T side as well, I think they'll absolutely take this. Yes, their economy could be in a little bit better position, but you're up against some of the legends of Counter-Strike. Maybe a case of deer in the headlights, but it's been anything but. They've been cruising down the highway without any real problems at all so far. There's been moments that Imperial will be very disappointed they didn't pick up. It could have been a much closer result on another day. But that's all woulda, shoulda, coulda. It doesn't matter. The fact is that Patsy's on 14 kills, and he is out of control as it stands. We haven't seen that much of Vinny. The last couple rounds, yeah, he's got some kills, but a lot of those have been sort of exit frags and not really that important. So until that changes, Spirit are looking like they're on a fast track to a gargantuan halftime scoreline.
And I love how Spirit are able to just so effortlessly take map control without even showing themselves, right? A little bit of utility being deployed, good protocols in place, and able to get his map control without having to really risk any of their lives. Oh, this is cheeky, though. All right, Fallen, what do you got? He spots a player. He's been spotted out as well, and smartly, he will drop down from his boost, and it's going to fall on back. But look at Patsy, though. So aggressive, ahead of the nade. Aggressively posturing, and with that, Spirit are going to fall back. It's all the ruse. It's going to be a play heading towards the B bomb site, but there are still two defenders there lying in with Vinny and Bolts, and Fur is hearing all this commotion towards mid.
Do something about this though, because they're about to be impressed on the B side. Vinny and Bolt's in so much trouble. Patsy picking up the first frag on Fur. That is going to stall any cavalry for the moment, but Vinny is trying to hold the line by himself. They need to tag team together. Bolt is in a bit of an awkward position. He can't really help Vinny out. Vinny's barrel is coming around the corner, but now Bolt has shown his hand, and Vinny sprays down on another. The bomb's been dropped in an awkward spot on window. They're not sure these last players are coming in. Time is also running incredibly scarce. Flick across, but it's going to be a miss. Dexter could get shanked, but two kills come in before a team kill, and there's no time left. Such a chaotic end to the round. I'm still not entirely sure what the hell just happened, but FNX is last man standing, and that's good enough for Imperial to get their second round.
I have no idea what just transpired there. Wasn't Vinny trying to go for the knife, just dropping from above, getting taken down, and then a TK coming in as well? Absolute pandemonium at the B bomb site, but that got so awkward, right? Because firstly, fantastic job from both Vinny and Bolts locking down a B bomb site and not budging, right? It just stayed alive. But it's so unfortunate that the other members coming in from CD spawn, they were getting taken down. They're like, okay, we're gonna help our teammates, but they're just getting taken down. But Spirit were just not able to crack open the B bomb site. Coming down to the final seconds, as you said, one more second, he could have got the bomb down. If not the TK, it would have been 1v2 favoring Spirit. But you know what? Doesn't matter how they get it. Imperial, they finally win another round, and at least they kind of break that bit of a streak that Spirit went on.
Scrappy, smooth, they all count. The problem is, though, for the bigger picture, for the longer haul, the impacts that it may have on the finances and the economy of Imperial, we can already see the impact it's going to have down with FAMAS, few players down at $3,500 or so. And it's going to be a difficult one for the purchase. It's not exactly fantastic, though, over on the side of Spirit either. They find themselves in a fairly similar position. They obviously have the AK on the hands of Magix, but apart from that, it's question marks and a lot of uncertainties. As the match pause has came and gone, we're about to find out some of the answers to those questions. So obviously a force buy for Imperial. They're going to go for this. They just won the last round. Why wouldn't they? And on the side of Spirit, it's looking like a lonely AK, unless they buy very late on into the round here. It's just the one AK, and it's Chopper that's going to be using that for himself. The
hero AK in the hands of Chopper, and there's no one else purchasing any Kevlar. I thought Dexter probably would, but then he wants to get his paws on the AWP later on, right? So yeah, it's going to be the hero AK. And considering you hear all these Glocks, Imperial might get a little overeager, they might get a little too hungry, and suddenly they walk into the waiting AK-47 in the hands of Chopper, so things can get interesting here. The smoke getting deployed by Vinny right in the nick of time. Look at the hunt here. Bolts pushing up to 59. Be careful. There we go. Chopper will strike, but now the jig is up. Now they're aware there's an automat Kalashnikov in play.
Yeah, now that little bit of potential banana peel has been bruised. It's been snuck out, sniffed out in position. Double setup on Catwalk side. Sees Fur and Fallen play together in tandem. One player over on B, though, is going to be Vinny by himself, but he has, to be fair, really started to come alive in these last few rounds. Had some very important kills, especially in that previous chaotic end. And now Chopper and Magic's looking to try and pilfer and pillage outside on the long side. FNX is here on the car, and keep in mind, two players on Catwalk can quickly rotate back around if the call comes in. And they're about to do just that. Fur has a smoke additionally. Should be highlighted. They can toss that down on Catwalk if they need. And that's going to stymie and stall this push so much longer. Now, to be fair to Spirit, they've taken their sweet time. Probably trying to just hold back and know that there's probably a lack of incendiaries and just general utility that they want to try and expend. The problem is I think they've overstayed this too much, Blair. They've took way too much time, and they've got picked off. I can't really see a way to get back into this round now, especially if Bird just pushes through. Sure, Dexter gets the return kill, but you've got two more players to find on A site. There's 10 seconds left. If Fallen just lands any kind of a shot, this round is done. And that's exactly what happens. They just left themselves no time at all.
And the final seconds are Spirit like, all right, we need to die right now. We need to die right now. We need to get that money. We need to get the bonus money. You can see Dexter just legging it, needing that AWP, which he will now have in his hands. The AK coming out as well for every single one of his teammates, and a little bit of lack of utility for a couple of them. You can see Magic's just a solitary flashbang, Dexter with the smoke, but the rest of his teammates making up for it. Oh, I like this. I like this from Imperial. We've seen a little bit of some switch-ups on the CD defense. As Fallen getting aggressive towards lower tones with the AWP. This is a bold play as Patsy finds Vinny in the smoke. I think that was Patsy just reading that hole from Vinny, because I don't think he saw him.
Gets the reward all the same. And that's going to send shockwaves that reverberate around the rest of Imperial now. They're going to leave themselves a bit barren on one of these areas. Fallen needs to pick up this kill, needs to try and trade back and get this one into equality once more, but Smoke's consistently put down. You can see from Dex's perspective, he can see just over that smoke. If Fallen repeaks, it could be to his demise. And then amongst all of this, Patsy has just snuck his way out on Catwalk. He's able to make up so much room, information gathered, but more importantly, I don't think Fur has any idea what's about to strike him from the back. Oh, he's going to get a bullet to the back or the side of the head, and that is A site open for business now. Fallen in such an awkward spot. They don't have mid fully under control either, so they have to send off that B player as well. Dexter on the just retreat, just pure confusion. Takes out Bolt before Fallen strikes for a kill. Also tagging Chopper through the door, so he's down to 3 HP. But Spirit is still in the ascendancy in this round.
Oh. Suddenly, Vince. Chopper is very, very low right now, mind you. Although, he was, it was towards mid where Fallen hit the wall bang. Oh no. Oh, Chopper. Oh, you absolute animal. He's gonna find him, isn't he? He should know where Fallen is. Oh, his thing's inside of CD spawn. He's so sure that Fallen's inside of CD spawn, and Fallen, though, he actually might escape unscathed. He should be dead to rights. Somehow Fallen has pulled off the great escape. And look, I know it's a lost round, but if you look at the... Never mind.
Magix is like, do you know that point you were saying, Blair?
just shut up. Just shut up. That's rough, because if he saved that AWP, I could see them eking out a buy, right? He would have had that OPS $3,900. Could drop an A1 towards one of his teammates. You know, maybe a couple of FAMASs coming out into play. But this kill from Patsy, and I get what Fleur was trying to do there, but he was crouched down, right? Just trying to poke his head up, but the timing is really off. Like, there was a little bit of time where he was just like ducked in, and Patsy was able to walk past, and you can't have those little holes in the defense, because Spirit are going to poke and prod. And one thing I've been watching from the team is how, like, there's a lot of individual liberty being handed out by Chopper to some of these youngsters, and especially if you're Patsy, it's like 17-6. It's like, son, just do what you want to do. Just go run into the bomb site alone if you have to get those kills. But you can see how much of an impact that round had, because the money is absolutely crushed for Imperial. They have to go for an eco, a few upgraded pistols, and FNX with a solitary M4A1.
It's so impressive from Patsy in particular, because, you know, you look at this guy, we were talking about him being this youngster, this guy with a point to prove. 17-6 against Fallen, Fur, FNX, like, major winners in the past. Like, this is an outrageous performance by anyone's metric, let alone somebody as inexperienced as this guy. Remember, he was in Spirit Academy not that much long ago, and yet here he is. Dexter, another player that's really rose to the surface and delivered in with a frag of his own, and Magix has made it the trifecta of doom as far as Imperial are concerned. It feels like one step back multiple times in the round. They just constantly forced away and just choked out of these rounds. They never really feel like they have a foothold.
Look at how many of them there are, all grouped up. They know it's primarily just pistols, but they're not giving an inch. They're not giving a millimeter. And right now, Imperial, it's been a bit of a rough half here, 8-3. But then throw your mind back a couple of hours ago. We saw how Bad News Eagles were running away with the first half in Dust 2 over Eternal Fire. It was 6-1 to Bad News Eagles, and yet the half ended 8-7, where it was Eternal Fire was able to string a number of rounds together and get to 7 rounds. So anything could still happen here. For Imperial, bear in mind, you know, they've many rounds they really haven't had the weaponry to. Whoa, okay. Oh, Vinny, that's yikes. Ouch. F.
That is a full bruh moment.
Yeah.
Thought you were going to save that weapon, huh? They do have double orbs, though, and this is something that maybe could turn the tides. And I completely understand the narrative, and I agree. Like, listen, it looks grim. It looks pretty bad right now for Imperial. Even the nature in which they've been losing these rounds has been pretty lackluster. They have nobody that's on 10 kills or above. Meanwhile, 19 frags for Patsy, 11 kills also for Dexter. But they can turn this one around, and if there's one team here that has been in this position themselves many times over, even at Majors, it is Imperial. They can do this, as FNX is showing with his A1S. Sprays down onto 2, single-handedly dismantles this round.
He was completely blinded for the second kill, but he saw him a millisecond before it got blinded. Great spray transfer there, and then Fallen catching Patsy this time around. Patsy will find no luck. Are they going to be just walking in one by one to their deaths? And it's all on Dexter now in a 1 versus 5. Bomb dropped as well. And Vinny will put him swiftly down 6 feet under. Imperial winning a 4th round, but also a very convincing one at that. Spirit, though, didn't try anything too crazy. Went for the fast, long play through double doors, but it got shut down by FNX. Great flashes being used by his teammates as well to kind of delay them. And then, of course, immediately they go for that short play. Right? All right, there's a little bit of pressure towards long. Let's go into it short, but Fallen lying in wait. Not a big fan of how they approached that. No flashes, nothing. The spacing was completely off as well, feeding him 2 free frags. But if Imperial, he'll take it.
Oh, they're fighting hard now. That was probably their cleanest round they've won so far in this game. And if that's one of many, then they'll be happy with that outcome. Vinny, in the meanwhile, though, using the small gap in the smoke to see if he can put that secondary AWP to use. The Team Spirit making the most of their long control. Smoking and flashing out affords them safe passage into the ramp. And that will be their AWPer of Dexter that is occupying this position. Thus, Vinny must tread lightly. Dexter is very good from these kind of angles and will punish you if you give him a chance. Some aggression out on B side, though. Not only looking for a frag, but additionally allowing them to send over Fur to help his A teammates out. This is such a huge moment in the round for Imperial, but what can they do with this information?
Well, they have the information, they have the players as well, everyone's grouped up, and they're even clearing a tunnel. They're not just holding the line, so all 4 members, 5 members, in fact, are going to be making their way towards the A bomb side. And now the hit is on. They could be just walking into this trap, then they could just get slaughtered. The Molotov's going to keep them at bay. The Patsy playing the anti-flash, getting chipped down to 52 points of health, and now the hit is on. But 4 players lie in wait.
Vinny and Fur, and they're spraying through. The grenade is perfectly timed as well. Slows the players down, weakens them up, and FNX deals the fatal blow onto Magix. Good return kill from Siren, who goes in for 2. Is keeping this round just about on the razor's edge. Chopper takes the head of Vinny, and suddenly Bolts and Fur are left alive.
The nade almost finds both Chopper and Siren, but the bomb will be planted now and Bolt's coming in. Chopper spots him at the edge of the smoke, and somehow a 3v5 down to a 1 versus 3, and Fur's got to do everything. Buys Loans a good flash to find one. He's looking everywhere, up, down, and he can't find the second. Siren will shut him down. The Siren song of death being sung by his AK-47, and Team Spirit, that's daylight robbery. Look at the amount of damage inflicted, and they had the perfect read, and you said it, Vince. You said it, they have all the information, they have the entire defense set up. What are they going to do with this? They let it slip out of their hands. They let it slip out of their hands. Imperial, they're going to be kicking themselves.
Especially when you think back to the previous round, how clean that was. FNX doing so much work, double spray while flashed on long. Everything falls into place. They have the AWPers taking position. It's like, okay, this is your foundation that's been laid down. Now can you build upon it? And they instantly get knocked back down. Not just knocked back down, though, but in a round that should have been theirs. It's got to hit your confidence. It's got to hit the momentum. But more importantly, it hits the bottom line. Their finances. They can afford a buy here, but it's no AWP, 2 MP9s, and they have nothing else left in the bank. Their accountant is massively grimacing at this point because he knows, as do we, that if they concede this round, they are eyeing up the very real possibility of being 11-4 behind, and Patsy decides to rush in, but that proves to be incorrect in terms of winning out in this trade. Vinny with his MP9 sprays them both down and gives Imperial a real chance of maybe getting a fifth. Smoke down into position, and Fallen will be spraying through there. Incendiary on the window has now cleared out. Will he go for the retake? Not able to do so, and loses its life. FNX through the smoke, and that's all based off the molly. As soon as he mollies the window, you know players have to retreat, and that's right into the Chopper's fire line. And now Bolts with the MP9 sprays out onto Dexter. Chopper and Siren, last 2 players left, and Chopper, by the skin of his teeth, 4 HP remains, is now the last player alive for Team Spirit. Flashed, forced away from smoke, stuck in the middle of nowhere, and now has been finished off by the hands of Bolts. Imperial do get their 5th round on one of their, honestly, worst buys that we've seen in a full-on buy round. 2 MP9s, 3 M4s, and they can now trade some of those up.
Critical round being won there. And for Spirit, yeah, they went for the B play. They haven't gone for it at all. Vinny doing a great job, perfectly timed smoke there to just, rather the T smoke, and able to use it to his advantage. And a little bit of team flash coming in as well. But this flank from Bolts, they're coming in all the way from T-spawn. They weren't expecting it. And the moment they lose control of tunnels, it was going to be nigh impossible for the lone defender at the end, their Chopper, to hold on to the bomb site. So fantastic work coming out from Imperial, but again, these rounds are far and few in between, Vince. It just doesn't feel like it's enough, but this is a switch-up. Fur, he's on top of mid at the very beginning of the round, and Fallen posted towards lower tunnels. It looks like Imperial, they've woken up a little late in this half, but they're finally looking to wrest control of this match back.
Love it. Now Bolts flashed out of position, doesn't even need to repeat. They know they have the player advantage, must realize the economy of Spirit is in the dumps, and therefore the buy's not ideal. And they've still got incendiaries, they've still got flashes, they've still got smokes. They still can't pull this one off. Fallen is waiting for that pixel. The incendiary doesn't enough. Chopper. Oh, the double spray just transfers to the head of Fur. Are you serious? How has he pulled that one off? And in doing so, now Spirit could feasibly win this round. Bolts has to make an audacious play through the smoke, and he's punished. Dexter goes in for 2, and out of nowhere, Spirit should have this one tied up and take the 10-5. Chopper, take a bow. That was disgusting.
That's unreasonable. That is actually unreasonable from Chopper. I mean, I almost forgot Dexter getting a 3K over there. I need a replay of that, please. Let's get a replay. Let's slow it down to like 0.25x and show that, because that was actual film. How quick was that? And then Dexter's bomb site immediately, Imperial, they know they need to push onto the bomb site. They're running out of time, they're running out of members, and then Dexter holding the line. 10-5 for Team Spirit. What a start for them. For Imperial, though, 5 rounds, it's not terrible. It's not the worst. There is something to work with here. But the pistol round, it's a cliche, Vince. But I feel like it will be imperative here for Imperial. No pun intended.
No, it has that feeling, absolutely. That sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach. They know that this pistol is so important. Although Dexter got 3, he'll be called upon many times in these next few rounds, I have to feel. And it could be to the detriment of Imperial. Julie up close, there's one, but traded back. Patsy will not have a second kill coming in. Grenade down, does slow him out a little bit, but Vinny is still pushing forward. Chopper is there, though, to just batter him away. And Chopper is performing so well in terms of the fragging. He's not a player you expect to be up there, but right now he's standing for the rest of his teammates. Siren needs to piece out of middle, otherwise he could get overrun, and they need to maintain this player advantage.
How proactive is this defense coming in from Team Spirit, right? They're just not holding the line to say that the Dexter will be plucked. They're also aware of Chopper's position. Chopper making it no secret that he's going to be falling it back towards A, although he's a little further away from the T, so they don't probably have that information. Again, Team Spirit, they're constantly moving like an amoeba all around the map, and now they're going for the long control together, both the players grouped up. And obviously Imperial are unaware of this. They're going to be taking the sweet time, clearing out all the angles. They're paranoid, and they should be expecting at least 1 CT on that A bomb site. The smokes will be deployed. 35 seconds on the clock. They will be going for the hit here towards that A bomb site, but 2 players lie in wait.
One of which is Chopper. He's already carved a path. Further ahead. Will there be more bloodshed? Spill from Chopper's hands. Indeed there shall. And Magix is there to lend him a helping hand as well with his USP. And suddenly, there's only 1 player left alive. The round is not over yet,
Hello?
I don't think.
What's going on? There we go.
We got 10 seconds to go, and Bolts is still alive. He needs to die at this point. This is one of those situations like, please kill me! And Chopper obliges him with his 14th kill in the game.
Chopper, he can spray, he can tap, he can IGL. Man, he's a full package. And I love that though, right? The way Spirit, they didn't allow Imperial to kind of dictate the pace of that round. They were constantly re-aggressing, constantly moving around. We had this aggression towards the tunnels, Chopper getting a pick over here. And when he went for that fight towards short, he waited for the flash round from his teammates. He just waited, he was just teasing them, and then he finally gets to kill Dexter. Will have no trouble finding Fallen, and Chopper, he continues. He even makes the FAMAS look good, although didn't have any armor. I didn't believe myself when I said that, Vince. I won't lie. A little bit of hyperbole.
I just kind of heard you didn't fully commit, you know. It was like you're dipping your toe in the pond. And now Burr, with his scout, is, well, he's pretty much just living on a prayer now. Vinny has been put down. All 5 players remaining. Best of luck to you, Burr. If you get any kills, it would be impressive. And Magix, well, he's going to deny any scout shenanigans and get Spirit off to a 12-5 scoreline. And with having 3 FAMASs in play, an MP9 and a Scout, they don't even need to do anything in terms of upgrading their weapons. This is effectively a bonus round. This is the perfect time to bust this out. 12-5 in the lead, even if you can see this, you have so much leeway, you have so much wiggle room. All the pressure right now is on Imperial.
Absolutely. And this is where the veterancy comes into play. This is where these are major champions, Vince. Multiple major champions on this lineup. But this is a real test, right? Like, they've had basically, they've been smurfing, just having a fine all time playing in the Americas against the Brazilian teams, the South American teams. But this is against a hungry Spirit. And what is Dexter doing to them? This is illegal, Vince. He's gonna find 2 with the Scout. This is against a full buy, mind you. Vinny at least able to trade back. But what was that from Dexter?
just extra things, man. That's what we know he's capable of doing. Just spin on a dime, take heads left and right. He is such a proactive player. Kind of guy as well that can get it done with rifles, scouts, AWPs. He can do anything really. And now Fur, Vinny, and Bolts have the tumultuous task of trying to break down this bonus round. Remember, there was no premier weapons coming through into this round, and now Magic's up close with the MP9, has Patsy behind him. Spray is good. Bomb gets spilled down. Magic's is still alive, still kicking, and still kicking ass. It's going to be 13-5, and Spirit win their bonus. Imperial are in ruins right now.
Absolutely ruined. I want to go back to those 2 kills by Dexter, because that was actually so filthy. All right, first one, pretty standard by his standards, right? That's just one, yeah. That's BS. That's actually BS. And then of course Patsy and Magic's. I love how they're utilizing this weaponry, right? They're playing up close and personal, knowing that MP9 at that range could potentially have the edge. As Dexter, he continues to torture Imperial here. It's his laboratory right now, Vince, and he's conducting illegal experiments on them.
Well, you have to be careful, because sometimes, you know, Frankenstein's monster and all that stuff. Careful what you wish for.
True.
So far, though, there's been no lightning bolts down on Imperial to awaken them. They're still lifeless.
They do have a bolts, though.
They do. I didn't even mean that. Sometimes, you know, just happy little accidents, as Bob Ross would say. And now Dexter, easy second kill. There's 2 more players there, but he does have some backup. And that is to be Chopper. And this Spirit is looking like they are firing on all cylinders. We had doubts, we had worries, we had concerns. And I've got to say, this has been an incredible performance from Spirit.
We were talking about Patsy in the first half, but Dexter has just come alive, right? Even though it's been padded a little bit with that eco ace he had earlier, some of the shots has been hitting, especially once they shifted over to the defensive side, has been quite ludicrous. FNX's days are numbered. This was, of course, just a half investment coming in from Imperial. They're saving up all the money they have for the remaining rounds. What's Chopper doing? This is... They're toying with their food, man. They're actually toying with their food. The disrespect. Ah, I love it. I love it. They know exactly where he is, and they're just slowly encircling him like a pack of hyenas. Ah, you just love to see it. A little bit of cheekiness on this Spirit lineup, and we were asking, we were questioning, do they have the veterans? Do they have the tenacity and the kind of the nerves to handle the pressure of playing against major champions like the Fallens, like the FNXs, like the Furs of the world? And right now, they're showing, yeah, we don't care. We're here to play. And they're looking clean.
Exactly. We saw them laughing very sort of jovially and very joyful at the start of the game. They looked relaxed. They looked in their element, and we're seeing the performance follow that one up. Siren's maybe been a little bit quiet, but when you have Dexter and Patsy fragging this hard, he's not really been needed. Not really been required to perform in this game, and we know he can when needed. So that's another ace up their sleeve. Imperial, in the meanwhile, though, there's always 2 sides to every story. They have been a little bit lackluster. I don't think there's any getting away from that. They've not played the level that we maybe expected them to. The game isn't over yet. There is still a way back in. But this feels like it's their last lifeline. They lose this, 10 match points, their economy in the bin once again. And they haven't really got much early on. There's not tons of utility either, Blair. They actually have, what, no smokes left? None for the cross, none to break out and breach on long. This is looking so dire. 2
flashes and a Molotov, all they have to work with. And thus far, Spirit have not shown anything. They haven't given them any vision as to where these setups are going to be, right? That's a pretty default setup, right? You have Patrick tucked in towards mid, Dexter looking for the contact play, and just if you're going to be walking out like that, straight into his crosshairs, Dexter's going to immediately dispatch of you, and all the timing, it could not have been worse. Patsy aware there could be a second player around the corner, a huge find from Vinny, but now the jig is up. 20 seconds, what do? You might as well just save at this point.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment, especially considering their lack of economy. However, with 10 seconds and deciding to push in, they would have to get rid of Magic right now. They've done that. Is there enough time? I think just about by the skin of their teeth, they're going to get this plant down. Bolts has enough with a second to spare. We doubted them. We said maybe go save. They thought differently. And maybe fortune will favor the brave after all. Maybe this is the start of something special. Spirit realized, listen, chances of us clutching this round pretty slim. So let's take our 2 AK-47s and make sure that we bag ourselves these 2 premier AK and assault rifles to take it.
When I said I should be saving, I wasn't talking about Spirit. Yeah, I literally that round should have been unlosable. Unlosable for Spirit. It's a 5 versus 3. The 20 seconds on the clock. They haven't used any utility, and they just run in. Hold W in Imperil like we're just gonna crack skulls. And every single one of the 3 surviving members getting a kill apiece. Huge. Vinny as well, so low on health, able to clothesline the player coming in from behind towards Cat, falling, catching the player in the bomb site. And honestly, I feel like Spirit, they weren't expecting that play. They weren't expecting Imperil to run into the bomb site with 20 seconds on, because it did look like a little, they kind of like lifted the foot off the gas pedal a little bit in the final few seconds. They're just getting completely out-dueled, caught out in the open, but what a round from Imperial. More like that, please, sir.
I wonder if Spirit also assumed they were going to that, and they kind of caught off guard. Magix, though, very reminiscent of what FNX did in that first half. Sprays down all by himself, even while flashed, and forces away Imperial. So often we've seen Imperial get around, just brute force their way in, and then instantly lose out next time. Chopper from the side, cuts down Fallen where he stands, drops the bomb out into the open, and FNX may not be long for this world if Chopper continues to push. It seems like he has no idea as to FNX's position, but even if Siren is to fall right now, there will be a counteractive kill, and Chopper, of course, he does his due diligence, of course he checks his angles, and of course Patsy comes out ahead with this engage against Fur. 9 match points to Spirit. And we said before, Blair, about the whole coach situation with these 2 teams. If there was one team that could potentially feel that more than the other, it would probably be Spirit. They have other thoughts about that.
Oh, absolutely. This has just been a clinical masterclass coming out from Dexter and his men. And honestly, like, apart from the few rounds, like the previous round comes to mind where Imperil, they went in for that hit with 20 seconds on the clock. And I feel like Spirit were kind of caught off guard there. But apart from that, they have looked so very good. Everyone, the individuals, the game plan they have in mind, just being executed to perfection. Patsy, 24 and 12. Dexter, 23 and 15. Siren, the young star, he really hasn't had to do much. Chopper as well, you know, the IGL, putting in the numbers. And now 9 map and match points for the CIS side. And for Imperial, it's gonna be a long climb uphill, a volcano with lava cascading down.
Yeah, that's about as bleak as I could really make it as well, to be honest, Blair. It is looking like an incredibly tumultuous task. Fallen looking to try and navigate himself through the murky waters of Long. They're going to explode out, but there's no smokes, there's no flashes, there's nothing that preoccupies. And 4 players sat there watching, anticipating this push. Patsy now can just hold in position because there's so many players up here. That kill down in lower needs to go the way of Fur. If he loses out on this trade, this round is pretty much done. The fact he wins it now allows some safe passage back over onto the B side of the map. But once again, Blair, time is of the essence. 35 seconds, and Chopper is in position to maybe put down some players. He takes out Vinny, and that might be good enough.
They saw the bomb as well, and now Patsy with the AWP looking to find him. Fur has got it. Trek back towards mid. The smoke has been utilized towards the entrance of B, so they have no control of anything. They have no control of the site, of either side. 16 seconds, Vince. They have to go for the play, and there's no utility.
Oh, Dexter, he's already got 1 this round from a very similar position. Misses this shot. How important could this be? 5 seconds to go. Bomb needs to get planted. Oh, I think Bolt took too long. He came out with the bomb too late. And Spirit take the round. What a strange end to this match. But oddly enough, it's fitting.
It's fitting.
Imperial, which has never felt like they showed up this game.
Absolutely not. They look so discombobulated. That long hit at the very end over there, the only player who had any utility, the smoke and the Molotov and the flash was Fur. And he was waiting all the way towards lower tunnel to just... I mean, he was playing his role, right? But why was the utility tossed to his teammates? Where was the game plan? It really felt like they were just going for plays without really having an understanding of how they wanted to approach a particular round. And apart from a few heroics coming out from some of the individuals, like, you know, I go back to FNX getting the double kill towards long doors, for example. It was Spirit all the way. Like, make no mistake, Spirit were the dominant entity in that server. And credit where it's due, even though they don't have the coach behind them, and as you alluded to earlier as well, both these two teams don't have the respective coaches, and it looked like Imperial would be the team who would be able to manage that better, handle that better. Clearly it didn't. You can see as well, they look very disappointed, and they should be, because heading into this matchup, looking at the tenure these guys have, and the kind of very good run they've had in the region, you'd be forgiven for believing that Imperial were the favorites heading into this matchup, but Spirit played like absolute animals.
They really did, and a lot of those components that rose to the top, you know, we talked about Patsy and Dexter already. I don't want to say they're expected to perform because it's a major, I don't quite know. I need to give some love to Chopper. Chopper's fragging was so good. He was doing everything. He was also that player that was the rotational element when it came to the CG side, and almost the lurking element when it was the T side. And he was just having consistent and total domination, honestly, in terms of where he was moving, and he always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. I think it's also important to mention, as you said, though, listen, this isn't the Imperial that we were expecting to see necessarily. They have way more gears to travel through. This is a team that I think can handle this disappointment and this defeat. It's probably them. I think they can bounce back from this. I think they'll probably take some lessons from it and actually use it for their fight, you know?
Absolutely. I've watched them during the American RMR, and this is far from the level. And I know we can always bring up the caveat that, sure, they played against, you know, the likes of teams like Sao Caetano and Party Astronauts and Case, who are wholly different as opposed to the force that was Spirit over here. But hopefully we see more from them, right? Hopefully they're able to recover. Dexter, though, man of the match, it was a toss-up between him and Patsy. I'd probably edge it to Patsy a little bit because he was doing it on the T side, which is even more impressive.
True.
But Dexter, man, when he came alive with the AWP, that was so impressive. And I love this. I love it's not just a static graphic, it's Dexter just folding his hands, showing, yeah, I'm pretty good at this game.
He's trying to, like, have a staring contest. So I guess he won, because I definitely blinked multiple times. I'd be quite scared of walking into him in a dark alley. That being said, though, Blair, we're done with our third game, which means we have our fourth just around the corner. We're going to see some more Brazilians take to the server. You're not going to miss it. We'll be right back.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
chance to watch some of the beautiful weather in Belgium there on that great video, but you got a chance to watch some beautiful Counter-Strike. And a correction, I'm an idiot. I said Brazilians, South American, obviously, Argentinian, Chile, and basically we just need to get into this game as fast as possible because I think 9Z are a team that some people expect to get blown out at this tournament. But I have a feeling they may have a couple of tricks up their sleeve.
This is a team I've been keeping an eye out on since early this year when they lost Try, their best player who was in Double O Nation, where unfortunately they weren't able to qualify. They lost their IGL, that was bit as well. So you lose your IGL, you lose your star player, you get 2 new players in, and you continue to perform. That, for me, speaks a lot about the culture I feel in the team, right? And the new players coming in, like players like Lucan and David and all these guys have really, really stepped into the plate. The first time I saw these guys this year was when they played the ESL Challenger in Stockholm. It was online, but they put up a very, very solid showing. They took down Dignitas, they took down Movistar Riders, who we know can be a very dangerous team as well. And against the old squad currently known as Outsiders, they actually went 16 and 14 on Mirage as well. Now after that, obviously there was a bit of a trail off. We saw them in the American RMR as well, where they were 0-2. But here's the thing, Vince, they were 0-2, losing to teams which were, in my opinion, like way below their caliber, and then they won 5 best-of-3s in a row to qualify for the major. So if you count out 9Z, you do so at your own risk.
Absolutely. It seems like when it comes to the South American region, these guys are honestly like one of the heaviest hitters. And obviously I mentioned before about the Argentinian and the Chilean aspect of this team, but you also have Uruguay that is also being represented from DGT and Max as well. And these 2 guys, they can pull their weight and then some. I'm not going to go as far to say as I think 9Z are necessarily going to beat ENCE, because we already discussed that ENCE are one of the hottest teams coming into this entire tournament, counting any team in the world. And I think they'll be the firm favorites. All I'm saying is, for those of you that doubt 9Z, you may be surprised further on in this tournament.
Yeah, against ENCE, I won't lie. I think ENCE, this is one of the most one-sided matchups in my opinion, where I know without a shadow of a doubt that this is ENCE being the favorite team, right? You go back to the previous games we've had, we've always had some caveats, so like Imperial to the veterans, Spirit to the youngsters, we don't know who's going to come on the top and whatnot, but ENCE have been phenomenal. When this team came together early last year, you know, I looked at the lineup with Snappy and all this motley crew of some veterans and some newbies coming in, and you're like, who the hell are these guys? Like, can they really deliver? And they coalesced together. They kind of hit a plateau, I felt like, last year, and then they got in this guy. Madden coming in was, in my opinion, the game changer. And suddenly, right now, some people call them the dark horse of this major, and I might be obliged to agree with them.
Yeah, and they've also gone through, apart from Madden, obviously, who came in for Dotto back at the start of the year, 4 of them have been through some pretty big disappointment, because last Challenger stage, I believe they went through 3-1. Yep. They looked really solid, and then they crashed and burned. It's like the opposite sides of the spectrum, what we talk about. Some players, when they get to a major, they really shine, they prevail, they prove themselves to be one of the best on the planet. Some players just go missing and they just disappear. And we saw a very topsy-turvy performance from ENCE. Great challenges, very poor in the Legend stage. So 4 players have been through this before, they know how it feels. Spinks and Hades in particular came under quite a bit of fire for that previous performance, and this is an event I want to see them both shine bright. They have a chance here on Mirage to kick things off in the best possible way.
Mirage is, ooh, if I'm ENCE, I'm feeling very comfortable. Like, Mirage is a map where, if not Nuke, ENCE are going to be going for Mirage. And usually I'm not a big fan of teams going for Mirage as a pick or as a map that they're comfortable on, but ENCE, they just make it look so very good every single time, apart from a couple of hiccups they've had in the past. So if I'm ENCE, I'm feeling very, very comfortable. If I'm 9Z though, Mirage, it's a bit topsy-turvy. Beginning of the year, as I alluded to earlier, against the current Outsiders team, they pulled it a 16-14 on that map, which is very, very impressive, mind you. But then I look back at the more recent NARMR, they got absolutely dismantled by evil geniuses. 16-5 on this very map, so we know they can be good on it, but today, that's a big question mark. And for ENCE, like, you know, Snappy and his merry men, it's their stomping grounds. It's a map that they're very, very comfortable on. It's a map where they've taken out some of the best teams in the world, and the fist bumps are coming out as well, Vince, and you know exactly what that means.
We should be good to jump on Mirage in 10 seconds' time. ENCE will be taking the CT side, and the South American combination over on the T's. Unfortunately, though, a match pause has come in, so we have a bit more time to discuss a few factors and features about these two teams. And I would agree, I think consistency has been an issue for 9Z, I should say. I think ENCE, it's quite safe to say consistency hasn't really been a problem for them for quite some time. So realistically, I think most people, myself included, are expecting them to just pick this up and it be business as usual. Yeah,
for sure. And if I'm ENCE, look, this, I mean, you can never take anyone for granted, obviously, but for ENCE, it's about, you know, just making a statement where you're like, okay, we've got comparatively a much more easier matchup than maybe some of their compatriots in the top 10 would have had. But they're going to try and make sure that everything's clean and easy. They don't really make too many mistakes, make everything. Just go about it the way they usually do, right? Because obviously they will have more sterner opposition to face on later on down the line here in the challenger stage. But right now, like you said, you know, players like Diha, he's been stand out for me. Spinks, obviously, as you pointed out, the MVP for this team, even in the EU RMR as well. The bit of a question mark for me, and look, Hades has shown that he has what it takes, right? When it comes to clutch situations with AWP, he has had those really big performances with the AWP against some pretty strong caliber of opposition. But as the star AWPer for this team, a team that is gunning to be a top team in the world, not just in the region, but in the world, I feel like he still hasn't found that level of consistency that one would be looking for.
I would say right now, and I mean no disrespect on this, I think Hades is probably top end of tier 2, maybe breaching into like tier 1, and this is his opportunity.
Moses, is that you? Oh, no, never mind.
I thought it might be me for a second there, especially with the aviators out on yesterday. In those intro videos, at some point I'm sure you'll see at home. But I think for me, this is his chance to show the world that he's a tier 1 AWPer, that he can go toe-to-toe with any AWP on the planet. We've seen Vitality come out hot, Zaiwu making a declaration of intent. I'm sure we're going to have some of the other monster AWPers in this tournament have their moments. Is Hades capable of going toe-to-toe with the best in the world? This is a tournament where we need to find out the answer to that question. And he did have a bit of a lackluster performance last Legends stage. They have to get there first, obviously. But for me, this match is almost like a yardstick. It's like a barometer of what kind of ENCE we're going to see coming into this tournament. If they start shaky, if this gets close, if they even lose, then I might start to worry a little bit for their mentality. I will say one thing, though, and I think he didn't get enough credit for this last major. Snappy was actually one of their best players performance-wise at the last major. Even when they were getting mauled on maps like Nuke, he was there fragging. He was there having so much impact for his team.
Yeah, that's the thing about Snappy, right? He's not really the hard-fragging IGL, but he will have that one map or one series pretty frequently, in fact, where he just pops off. And then it's like, okay, you have Snappy popping off. Then you have, on the other hand, Spinks being almost unkillable. You have Diha, and then you have Hades as well, not to forget Madden. And suddenly it's almost looking like a team who could take down Titans off the game. So definitely a really good point to bear in mind. But I have to say, I'm just going to put it out there. I genuinely feel that ENCE losing this is almost unthinkable. Like, there are a lot of other matchups we have here today where there is an upset potential. And look, nothing against 9Z. They deserve to be here. They had to run that entire gauntlet, you know, battling it out in the Swiss system, having to win those 5 best-of-3s in a row to get here. And against a few other teams in this challenger stage, they definitely have a chance. In fact, I might even favor them in some of these matchups. Unfortunately for them, they're going up against ENCE, who I really felt like it was kind of like, I wouldn't say fluky, but more like a little bit of a overperformance I saw in Pro League, for example. But then you see them in the EU RMR just completely dismantle everyone. And it feels like the more time has passed for this team, the youngsters, in the form of someone like Spinks or Hades, they've gotten more confident. They've gotten a little bit more autonomy in the team, where Snappy's like, all right, you do what you want to do. I believe in you. I know what you guys are going to be doing. And I feel like that's made them an even more dangerous team, because once upon a time, it was like the T-side, for example, was so heavily reliant on just calling just based off the spawn, right? Snappy's going to be, all right, this is exact execute we're going to be doing over here. But if things don't pan out, then they start turtling up. They start looking a little lost, a little floundering, which is something which it seems like has gone away. It's a thing of the past right now for ENCE.
So we've talked quite a bit about ENCE, and mainly that's because there's just way more data out there, especially at top level. They're playing consistently in some of the best European tournaments out there, as you can see on your screen. Speaking of which, if you want to get yourself across to the arena, you can see on your screen right now, you definitely should. It's going to be a great experience for everybody. Obviously, we're still trying to figure out which teams are even going to be taking part, and we think ENCE probably will be in with the running. But if we switch attention over to the 9Z boys for a little bit, I think DGT is probably the player that stands out for me as being one of the heavy hitters, one of the big impactful fraggers over from Uruguay. Do you think he's going to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of the big players like Spinks?
I mean, it's really hard to gauge, right? Obviously, you can only speak of the opposition they've had, but DGT definitely was a star for this team as they were able to claw their way back from almost facing elimination in the RMR. The thing is, I've seen these guys in EU that played for quite a while. They had some decent wins, right? Also had some pretty rough losses as well. The thing is, they can hold their own, right? And it seems like they have a pretty good system. The fact they're able to slot in 2 new players, replacing the IGL and the star player, and still be able to contend over here is so very impressive. And ironically, the star player, Try, he didn't even qualify with the Double O Nation lineup. So they do have quite a decent bit of depth. And obviously, they've played in EU as well. They have that little bit of experience going their way. So, yes, it's going to be a real test. And at least based on the opposition they've faced, it's going to be much more harder. It's going to be so much more harder for DGT to get some of those impact kills he gets. Or Lucan, for example, trying to make things work with the AWP. It's not going to be as easy as they've had against some of the South American sides. So, yes, to answer your question, it's not going to be easy. Not even close. But then again, it's Mirage, and one thing we've seen on this map, Vince, even though the favorites might be super comfortable on it, throw your mind back, go to the EURMR, G2. They play Mirage first game against Anonymous. What happens? They lose an OT.
Yeah.
But that's also G2, so, you know.
And then they come to the major, and they just completely maul Liquid, as you do, just G2 things.
Yeah, just lose Anonymous and completely, absolutely destroy the North American hopes. Classic G2, classic Nico.
Meanwhile, in terms of the stats, and again, this is skewed, so I'm just mainly rattling this off while we wait for the players to get themselves ready. It is 22 games played for ENCE over the last 3 months. They have played this map a lot. It's been one of their main maps. 55% win rate, but obviously they have been playing against the biggest and the best the world has to offer.
Yep.
Meanwhile, 9Z, they've played it 11 times with a 73% win rate. Again, take those stats with a pinch of salt, but the point I'm trying to drive home here is that both teams have played Mirage more than any other maps in their pool. They are both very comfortable with this map.
And I feel that's something which we saw in the RMRs as well, and I saw some of the map videos where I was not very comfortable with which maps are being allowed through by the underdogs. Because, sure, you might be comfortable in Mirage, right? It's a map that you've been playing a lot on, but then you're going up against a team who, pound for pound, is just a better team, in all honesty. And you're going to be going up against them on their comfort map as well. So sure, you might be comfortable there, but maybe if you want to pull off the upset, you want to go for a little bit of a curveball being thrown in, right? So we saw many times, like Astralis and NIP, for example, 2 teams who I guess you could say are some of the best teams when it comes to Ancient. Many of the best of ones, we saw the underdogs pick Ancient. They're like, yeah, we've studied the way you guys play this map, and we have an answer for you. But I'm like, sure, you might have an answer for that for a couple of executes or it's a couple of their plays, but they will have more depth. They'll have more comfort on that particular map, and that's what happened. NIP and Astralis, they ran away with those series, and similarly, we might see ENCE just completely maul 9Z alive. Starting on the CD side, we know how asphyxiating their defense can be. They're going to be pushing the extremities, going to be going for the aggressive mid plays and whatnot. Even 9Z, if they don't get off to a good start, the nerves start to come into play. Then they start getting their own heads. And listen, Mirage T side, I know this map has evolved over the years, one of the most unchanged, the only unchanged map since the inception of CSGO till date, but even though it's evolved a lot, the T side, sometimes it just comes down to that simple, go run in, get those headshots. And if you get into your own heads, things can just crumble for you.
Well, we're one step closer to finding out what the result of this map will be, because we're ready. We have all 10 players on. Madden has rejoined the server, and it's ready to get into the action. ENCE on the CT side going to be kicking things off with a healthy dosage of utility, some jewelries thrown in for good measure, and there is a kit for Madden as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's just full Glocks, it's full armor, it's full stand and deliver from 9Z, and Max is already making moves out onto the apps.
No noise being made, but you can see the player towards Palace, that is DGT, just looking around. And that gives me a clue that it is going to be the A pincer, the A hit coming in. Hades, he hears a lot of noise being made, and Rocks is going to be boosted up. Hades caught looking the wrong way, but he spins around and dispatches off Rocks.
Can't ask for more than that from Hades. Probably should have been a goner, but just makes the most of that. Slight lapse in judgment. And now he can go back in for more. David taking the initiative, trying to push down onto the connector side, but he is all alone. Top of mid is occupied by Lucan, and Hades, though, has a good idea as to what's coming up. 9Z, though, have been so passive on their approach that they haven't fully shown their hand just yet. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, they've got enough time to re-rotate. Hades in the right position, in the right spot, has dropped the bomb back down again. 2 kills is where his round comes to an end, but he's done more than enough for the rest of his team. And now Spinks, with a perfect angle, has put that to use. 2 players remain. D-How with a crisp 1 tap, goes in for more. A lot of damage inflicted to him from Max, and will be enough to finalize his life. So in 30 seconds, he's about to become swelled down from CTs, and Ents do claim first blood.
I love how Snappy just running around with the dualies, hoping to find something, and just empties a few bullets into the corpse of Maxter. 9Z, the moment they lost the first kill, honestly, Hades should have been dead to rights, as you pointed out, right? But the moment they lost the first kill, they were just waiting for Ents to like show something, and Ents just held on to the ground. So they're like, all right, we have a great setup going here. We have a man advantage. There's no need to aggress right now. There's no need to, you know, try and push and try and find something. And 9Z, unfortunately, just getting taken down one after the other. And you can see already the early rifles coming out for the side of Ents. You know, it's going to be pretty much a full eco for the side of 9Z. No bomb getting planted, mind you. And indeed, it is the case. Glocks abound. Not a singular bit of utility being purchased as well. It is truly the unicorn full eco, Vince. You're really going to see that nowadays.
Not really. No investment put in. And Spinks, in the meanwhile,
all right,
he doesn't mind slaying a legendary creature. Straight through with the first frag. David, though, where was that? Snappy's just been picked off with the clock. Not sure, 2 kills, really? Glocks! Ents, guys, come on. This is where we need to see the superior weaponry win out on this one, or I'm going to lose my mind. I have no bias in this game at all, but like, come on now, guys.
How does Snappy lose that 1v1 deal against a Glock? David's he's on 55 HP.
That's mad. He must have just caught him in a weird angle or something. I can't imagine. Hopefully we get to see what happened there. Regardless, what it means is the Ents are in a bit of a shaky round that should never have been the case.
Look, if I'm 9Z, this is already a win.
Yeah.
Oh, I think you heard a footstep there. Dia, ready and waiting. It's going to clear the corner, though. That's a question. Barrel won't be spotted. It's going to slowly peel away. A lot of noise being made here by David. And it's going to be Spinks. He will have no trouble dispatching of him. Round should be done here. 20 seconds on the clock, and simultaneously everyone falls. Still a win for 9Z. You take away a couple of guns there, you're going to be very, very happy. And it's not just the weapons, right? You lose a Kevlar, you lose a utility as well. They do have a little bit of a tech pause. It looks like Lucan having some connection issues, but he should be back hopefully very quickly. Lucan, also called El Toro down under, the bull.
El Toro.
El Toro, like
El Toro.
The bull, you know, in Spanish.
I see.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
He can be a bull in the server.
Hasn't been so far.
It's been 2 rounds, Vince.
Yeah,
it's fine.
We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure he's going to charge, and I suppose you don't want to get gored by a boar, so a boar. Well, I suppose that's also true. I meant a bull. Quite different animals, like, but you know.
I would not want to be gored by either a boar or a bull.
Very, very much the case. We'll say, though, as you did mention this, and I'm completely in agreement with you, they had pretty much full rifles in that last round, Ents, to bring this back on track. And you can see the impact it's having on a couple of these players.
Yep.
$500 for Diha, $300 for Spinks, $450 for Snappy. So you're 2-0 up right now on Ents. 9Z are going to have a buy, categorically guaranteed. They're already buying AKs. This is a really, really rocky round. If Ents lose this, they are flat out broke on multiple players, and 9Z are in such a good position.
Absolutely. I do believe we have everyone back in the server as well. So there we go. Much more shorter pause as Lucan's issues has been promptly fixed. As you said, the AK is going to come out here, Vince. And yeah, for Ents, because of the couple of casualties they suffered, which you really shouldn't have the previous round, this round gets even more critical for them to win, right? And not just win, but just try and win convincingly. Because that's the thing with the CD side. You might have a streak of rounds, but if you keep hemorrhaging players, one a couple of rounds just not going your way, and boom, you're broke, and it's going to be a great opportunity for your opponents to grind this one back. A bit of a default setup coming out here from 9Z. In the very first round, you can see already the aggression from Ents. Having control of ramp is going to be Madden.
Speculative shots, nothing connects, but did spot a couple of players over on jungle and connector. And now Lucan He's hiding down on the ramp. A bit of aggression from Madden. Now, aggression and Madden go hand in hand. This guy, if you tell him to go push, he will push and die for you. He is that kind of player. He's an absolute team player. Very aggressive when the ball is needed. But Lucan, there we go. We've seen the bull in action now. Takes off the head of Madden. Makes it look easy. And there's a second. He's charging straight in on the side all alone now that Spinks has dealt the fatal blow. But it's going to be a B hit anyway. And they're catching some players in transition. Snappy relocates to the back of the site. Good first frag, keeping them honest, but a great counteractive kill from David. That should be the bomb plant, and considering that Lucan is still over on A, they're going to have eyes in the back of their head at some point here, Ents on this retake. To make matters worse, Max is pushed up close, he'll have to drop on Spinks. And Diha may get one, but now his position is known. He has a smoke, he has no kit by his side. I believe one was dropped down on the site though, which has now been picked up. And he's going to look to try and get into the defuse of the smoke, but there's Max in the perfect position, primed to strike, and strike he shall.
I like that attempt from Diha, though. He knew exactly where both the two Ts were. He knew that David was still... Sorry, Lucan was all the way towards the A-bomb side. He'd take a while for him to rotate, and he knew where Max was because that's where his teammate fell inside of apartments. But Max able to find him in the smoke. A crucial round being won, and Lucan, he took his name earlier, Vince, and he will gore them alive, finding 2 crucial kills. Max as well being very proactive. I'm a little surprised that they weren't aware of the potential of Diha coming in from market, but still, no harm, no foul. They will get the job done, and that is going to be the first round on board very early for the South American side. And for Ents, they will have to go for a force of their own. Couple of A1s in play, a multitude of deagles, majority of deagles in fact, and that means if you're Ents, and if you have a buy like this, you're going to try and maybe attempt something a little sneaky, a little cheeky, and that is what 9Z are waiting for. You can see how very passive they are, but they don't have any presence towards the A, towards Palace or towards ramp, but fortunately for them, Ents are not going to be poking and prodding in that direction.
It's a kind of composition of weaponry where you can't just play standard. This is the problem, because at longer ranges, unless you land some crazy 1-deeks, you are always going to come out second best against AK-47s, as they found out firsthand through on middle. Already middle has been lost at great cost of lives, and already Ents will be thinking, can we pull the plug in a way where potentially save these guns? And they have gone for a stack on B. So they could still feasibly be into an interesting position. Madness baiting them across. He needed to survive there. Because that would have allowed Snappy a little bit more leeway to be off with the Eagle, and everything comes to an abrupt end. Keep in mind as well, not a single casualty on 9Z.
That was a buy from Ents, mind you. That wasn't like a half buy, it was a full investment. Sure, it was 3 Deagles and a 2 A1s, but getting absolutely nothing done. And 9Z. All right, Vince. All right, 2 and 2, tied things up, and as you said, as you correctly pointed out, casualties, they have some pretty solid money here, just having 1-2 back-to-back. And considering Ents will be in a full eco right now, it's a wonderful opportunity for their economy to blossom. Despite it being grim times right now for a worldwide economy, it's clearly not affecting 9Zs.
Now, this is a perfect spike in confidence if you're 9Z right now. You have all the options available. You know the Ents are in trouble. And this, of course, is a ripple effect from those 2 kills that we saw earlier from the Glocks. That's what came back around to haunt them. That's why they had 2 M4s as opposed to 4 or 5 of them. So all of these rounds, all of these plays add up, especially on the CT side. You're dead on, Blair, because it costs you so much more on the CT side to replenish all of your weapons and your utility and your kits and everything else. Eventually, you will get caught up if you're not careful, and that's what we've seen now. Ents still have all 5 players alive, and most of them are stacked over on this A side of the map. But it's just hard to see how any of this is feasibly going to work out for them, especially as the push is now coming in. Spinks back to site, going to get 1, but that's all he will get from his endeavors. And now it's going to be a case of 9Z putting the final nails in the coffin. They should move 3-2 in the lead. And
even though they're aware of the fact that it is just a pistol, it's going to be maybe a light investment and whatnot, they are being so methodical, right? That you're looking at the utility usage, you're looking at how they're ensuring they can't really get caught off guard. And it was a bit of a stack coming in actually from the CTs. You had 3 players there with the USPs. They didn't stand a chance in hell whatsoever. Clinical round coming out from 9Z, just to 1 casualty. And as we pointed out earlier, the money has blossomed. They're looking great right now. And for Ents, well, the buy is going to be coming in. But it is a bit of an early little gentle tap on the face. It's like, hey, you can't take us lightly. You can't take this easy. And 9Z would have thought of it. They have forced Ents to take the first tactical timeout before the South Americans did, and they do. It's still early days. It's still very early days, but they do have the lead.
But we said this in the pregame, Blair. We said, do not take 9Z lightly, because you will get stung by these guys. These guys are legit. Yes, it's early days, but Ent's a team that many people, I even saw many people putting them as 3-0 as their pick'ems. They are already in a bit of an awkward spot. Meanwhile, on Stream A, it's 9-8 to Outsiders, who were 0-3 behind at the start of that game, got a chance to catch the first few rounds. So Outsiders just slightly ahead of their Brazilian counterparts for now. We'll see how that game ends. Obviously, we're keeping on track with the B-Stream with some early aggression for Diha through on Underpass. And David watching the top with two of his compadres as they're anticipating that maybe the action's about to get serious in just a few moments' time.
The mid-play coming in, and the flashes are so good. Spinks don't able to find one, looking for the second to spray. It deals so much damage onto David, but not quite able to finish off the job. The trades are still back and forth. I'm not too sure why David dropped down from the chair position, but he will be punished for it. But Lucan is there, and Lucan will take down Spinks. So now, 3v3. All three players still pretty healthy overall on both the sides. But as the smoke dissipates, Lucan's going to be in a rough spot. Never mind, Diha will come out on top. They're barely getting scratched. And the final two members, DGT and Rock, slowly making their way towards the B bomb site. Snappy, the anchor, he's lying in wait. And backup? Is it going to arrive as a question? No, it looks like Madden's going to be making his way towards the A bomb site. And Snappy, he's going to get his neck snapped by Rocks. Molotov deployed as well as the bomb. They're going to try and get it planted, but Madden will find DGT, leaving it on Rocks to clutch this one out.
10 HP up against 100. Madden, the new recruit who's been in for a while now, of course. Tenured has to try and clutch this, but loses his head. And the South Americans go from strength to strength. That's 4 rounds in a row.
2 kills from Rocks, Vince. 2 kills, but how crucial were those? First, he spins around and destroys Snappy, and so very low in health he was at the very end, but still able to pluck the head off Madden. Actually make that 3 kills. This shot, though, he just reads it to perfection. The Shadow was a giveaway as well. And yeah, 9Z, they're going to celebrate every kill. They're going to celebrate every round being won here. In what some people would say would be perhaps I said it, one of the most lopsided matches we have here, at least in the B stream. And it is looking like 9Z are more than capable of putting up a fight here.
And Spinks passing by one another through the smoke. Snappy takes the first with the Eagle. Won't be a second, but a lot of damage done. And now Spinks shows his hand. AK-47 picked up in the process. Does have Kevlar as well, so aim punch won't be a problem. Hades has gone on for one as well. And now Rocks falls on the side as Spinks doubles up with his AK. And Ents keep themselves close here, Blair. They will not be taken over.
Bit of a yikes there from 9Z, just the Deagles there, but Spinks, right, hiding in the smoke. I was wondering, I'm like, all right, who's going to see who first? And unfortunately, I do believe it was Lucan towards short, I guess? But whoever it was, he was looking the wrong way. Spinks gets the kill. And the moment you give an AK-47s, you put that gun in the hands of Spinks, you know things are going to get a little bit grim. And so, they're going to be pretty happy with the way that particular round played out, or this should have been actually potentially a 5-2 for the side of 9Z, but the guns will be in the hands of Ents. And Diha from Underpass, he's not going to be traded. He's not going to be traded. He's just going to get out of there with murder. Finds David, and it's a man advantage early for Ents.
I think they were nervous that Hades might peek out of connection. It was like a ruse, like a bait and switch. So he just gets the kill, pieces out of there scot-free. And now, with a player advantage, Ents looking to go from strength to strength. It should be mentioned as well, by the way, that Spinks is on 11 frags after picking up 3 in that last game. Head and shoulders above the rest of his teammates. This has been the case so many times, though. He is such a great player. And speak of the man, he will deliver. DGT hasn't quite had the impact we were expecting, and he won't in this round either. It's looking like this is just going to be a case of closing the casket on the head of 9Z, as Lucan is last man standing, AWP in hand. May even have half a mind to try and pull back and save this, considering the economic situation is pretty dire. But do you think Ents are going to let them? Hell no. Diha's already moving up alongside Spinks. The problem here, though, is that Ents, although their economy is building nicely, Hades is still pretty low, so they can't afford to lose too many weapons here on their engagement.
Yeah, Hades isn't going to be going for the hunt, right? But Lucan, because of how much time is still remaining here for Ents to work with, yeah, they're going to be going in for the hunt, slowly wrapping around. Snappy, they're making a lot of noise here, and Lucan, oh, he just scopes at the worst time possible, and the fast scope, unfortunately, not even able to rattle off a bullet. But that round was a perfect example of why Spinks is such a goddamn good player.
Yeah.
Finding the player towards the bench, he read it, he just waits patiently. First, if he had getting this kill and just escaping is ludicrous. He reads DGT like a book, and then goes for the spray and finishes off with a clean little 3K there onto Lucan. And he's 14-4, despite things being so very close in the server. The guy is phenomenal.
Spinks is like that perfect example of a player with phenomenal crosshair placement. As Max has gone in for the hero AK purchase, rest of his teammates are happy to sit by.
Is that a misbuy?
Blocks. Yeah, I mean, if he makes it work, if he gets an entry or so, it could be very much worth it. Madden, though, after a flashed up Max is going to go looking, but Max does decapitate him. Now can push in. Maybe a second kill could be forthcoming after all. David's been completely destroyed down to 17 HP, but he's not the main player. The main star in this round was Max, but not for much longer. And now Hades is cleaning up. The mop and brush is out, and he just forces them all away. There won't be a bomb plant. The bomb is spilled out the ramp, and the rest of the players are about to just get cleaned up and thrown out with the trash. This round is a done deal. Well played from Hades, though.
Looked a little scary. Looked slightly little scary there, especially when Madden gets taken down. But yeah, I do wonder if the misbuy is going to be coming back and haunting them a little bit, because the money... It's not terrible. They're going to be able to eke out a buy. But Hades, yeah, immediately he pounces on remaining members. A little bit of overkill, considering they didn't have any Hummer and just the Glocks there, but ensuring that AK-47 doesn't get any more killed in its name. And there we go. Max, unfortunately, because of the buy, will have to make do just for the Deagle. He's got a little bit of utility, however, to help his teammates out. And it's going to be a much more faster play here coming in towards the A bomb site. And look at Ensto, aggressive posturing towards ramp.
DGT could be able to task though, but he needed his teammates to have more impact out of Palace because it doesn't force Madden's attention elsewhere. If they die from Palace, Madden probably looks towards the side, he gets the backstab. Not the case, and this round has come crumbling down. 9Z went from a really good spot of momentum to now back into the slums, and it's only Max that's left alive, and of course with his previous buy, down to a Deagle, no rifles. Not necessarily would have made any difference to his prospects of winning that round, but Ents have just done a phenomenal job of steadying themselves now.
Well, just steadying, Vince, that economy is... It just blossomed, right? Considering how close it was and how they were trying to just scrape the bottom of the barrel to eke out a few buys earlier on. Right now, they can pretty much go for full-fledged buys back to back to back. And yeah, as you said, 9Z, the little bit of momentum they had has come to a screeching halt right now. And that's the thing with Ents, like that it's not too extreme. It's not as Furia-esque, the CD side, but you will see them just go for these, aggressive plays, pushing the extremities of the map, getting map control early on. And that's something which, unless you have a very solid protocol and read of what they're doing, you can just completely wreck you. As David getting ahead of the smoke, trying to find something, but it's all the ruse while his remaining members slowly sneaked away towards the A bomb site. But they're walking into the walking headshot machine. That thing's Madden, as he will easily pick up a few kills of his own. And David, they knew where he was earlier, and his days, they're numbered.
They have been capitalized on and cashed out as he will find himself on the receiving end of that final death. Tactical pause called from 9Z. Makes perfect sense. They've lost the last 5 rounds in a row for, let's be honest, minimal amounts of kills. To put that in perspective, actually, they've won 4 rounds, but you've got Spinks who's only died 4 times, Baden's only died 5 times, D has only died 5 times. That tells you something right there. That is why the funds are so vast. Everybody, barring Spinks, is over $10,000 even after a full purchase. Ents will be golden to buy at least 2 more rounds with everything they could possibly want. Simply put, 9Z, if they want to get a good half here, they're going to have to battle against consistent buys. Ents are going to give them nothing for free.
Yeah, like 4 players over. Sorry. You know what? I'm going to count Spinks as well. 9,500 is like basically 10K. Like 5 players over 10K. Especially at this juncture of the game, as you said, it's not going to be easy. Every single round is going to be an uphill task. Snappy. Falling down towards underpass, but that's okay, because no one is there. Once more, it's going to be 9Z trying to go for this A play. This time, though, with a little bit more utility to work with. Unfortunately for them, they won't have to contend with any CDs playing aggressively. But, and look at Dh just looking to fight them out in the open, and he will be punished for that.
And that could cost them the round. They need a big play. Max just burnt himself alive, I assume. He ran through his own Molotov while flashed. I'm not sure what happened there, but we'll have to just keep on pace with the action because it's back and forth engagement, back and forth frags, Lucan and David, and now Snappy comes back up to the plate. 2-on-2, Lucan is down at 42 HP. The bomb's in such an awkward position though, and Hades has his eyes on it. He knows they have to peek into his crosshair. This round should be done. Hades misses his chance though and gets punished, and now it's down to the brains behind the operation to flex his brawn. Snappy slowly peering and protruding round the connector side. David looking to try and retrieve that bomb up in that very awkward spot. May have to make noise on his way down, but Snappy won't be able to hear it because he silently dropped back down. 35 seconds. As far as Snappy's concerned, this could be a rotation over on the B side. He's kind of rotated himself off. That's exactly what he was anticipating. And David, with just ice running through his veins, goes back to A and will have the plant momentarily, just making sure that all these angles are covered. Making sure he's going to get the free plant down. Indeed, he will now. And Snappy, on the other side of the world, is going to have to start to rotate back in.
Snappy just overthinking things. Is going to be making his way towards CD spawn though, and David. Snappy's just going to be legging, it's just going to be running, and David, he hears this. He hears this. He's going to play the bomb. He's going to play the time. He's not going to face Snappy. He's not going to show anything. And Snappy is going to smoke, try and cross on over, but David will spot him, sees the shadow first. Well played from David there. Composure. As he said, ice running through his veins, and a very, very crucial round to win for 9Z. Because honestly, Vince, I won't lie, it felt like ENCE was just going to be running away with this half and maybe making it like a 11-4 scoreline. But a huge clutch being won. Bit of an overextension there, honestly, from Diha, in all honesty, but then it was kind of countered with the fact that Max burnt alive, so.
Yeah, we just saw that as well. It was a flash, and there was a Molotov just outside of ramp. It's kind of unfortunate.
And a team flash, too.
For that one. Yeah, he was fully blinded. So, unfortunate. These things happen. Now Max pushing straight down with the Mac-10. ENCE, after a disappointing defeat, have to try and come back out to the Embers the other side, and that's exactly what they're doing. Spinks and Diha putting down the pain and suffering with the A1Ss. Diha smoked off on connector, could open up a little bit of wiggle room for the plant, but Hades is there on the CT side with the AWP, and now he's got some backup in the form of Snappy. Although he goes down, Snappy is that second player up, and he has crossed to the left-hand side of the boxes from the T's perspective. This is such a good angle, such a good position which you expect him to make the most of, and he does just that. Bomb drop, rocks may be unknown right now, but not for much longer. That was labored. Diha nearly whiffed it, but he still got the kill, and ENCE bounced right back into winning ways.
8-5 penultimate round here of the first half. And as we mentioned earlier, it's like, you know, money is not a problem for ENCE at all, right? Like, even though they lost the previous round, able to go for the full-fledged buy, a good hole coming out as well, a little bit of aggression towards mid, catching some of the players off guard. As you pointed out, Snappy there, just find the perfect timing there to cross over towards the ticket booth, and Lucan had no clue whatsoever. And it's a bit of a light purchase coming in. DGT maybe investing a little bit more, perhaps. Still leaving a little bit in the coffer. It's going to be running in onto the bomb site, right? Just following the smoke, just waiting a second before the smoke blooms. And they will actually get the bomb down here. And things can suddenly get a little messy. Diha able to, however, find rocks, but the bomb will be planted. And that's a little bit of money in the bank and a kill for David.
There's a small gap in that smoke, but another one's been put in that allows David to pick up the AK. Grenade is good damage, and the follow-up is there on Spinks. They feel claustrophobic right now, 9Z, because they've got such low firepower and no utility. They feel like they have to push out. They have to try and take control over this round. DGT with even trade back and forth with Hades, but now Lucan's getting aggressive with the Deagle. His back is open though to CT, and he will get swarmed. Snappy and Spinks lock it down, close. Very close to doing enough, 9Z. There was only a few seconds to spare on that defuse, but ENCE get the job done all the same.
Yeah, for 9Z, that was about trying to get the bomb down, maybe inflict a little bit of damage, perhaps, although it would have been, like, nothing, in all honesty, considering ENCE had so much money to work with. But now, heading to the final round here, they have everything, apart from maybe the kitchen sink, in their arsenal to deploy, to try and get to round number 6 here. Op in the hands of Lucan. The AK-47s haven't really seen the op out too often, in fact, for 9Z here on the T side. And in the meantime, for ENCE, is the double zoom bangers. Hades and Snappy. And Hades taking a bit of damage, standing in the flames, looking to find a kill. But he'll find nothing, as 9Z just going for the defaults, waiting for any aggression to come out from the CTs. You can see 3 players up towards top mid. We have Rocks just waiting towards the B apartments for a potential push. But if you look at Snappy's positioning with the AWP, he's pushing pretty deep towards apartments, Vince. That's going to allow them to allocate the majority of the resources towards mid and towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, that's a good point. They can definitely poke and probe with this real estate that they've picked up for themselves. Flash is out. David is the first player to push. They have underpass as well, where Rocks can come in. We have seen a couple of attempts at boosting into window, but they typically have backfired on 9Z. So I'm curious if they're going to try and pick that one up again. Spinks over on Catwalk, who's been a consistent threat and thorn in the side. The fact is, the man is on 21-5, and we haven't even finished this half yet. That is outrageous by anybody's standards. Now with a molly perfectly placed, David is isolated from his teammates. Time's starting to dwindle away a little bit. There's plenty of utility still on the side of the South Americans, but they need to get in position to use this. And in doing so now, they're walking into the crosshair of Diha. Sprays the one, anticipating a second player, but Rocks does counteract. That's allowing them a little bit of safe passage up on the connector side. Madden in a bit of an awkward spot. He's got players on connector, players on ramp. Time itself is ticking away from 9Z. They've got to start pressing W. They've got to start putting down some pressure. And Hades will retort in kind with his AWP. Madden goes down on the side. DGT and Luke can both pick up big cracks, but here's Spinks. 5 seconds to play with. Spray is good, but he dies just in time, and 9Z pick up a 9-6 deficit going through to the second half.
If Spinks gets a second kill, he just gets the hell out of dodge and the round's done. They lose to the time, but somehow 9Z, ooh boy. There was a bit of a butt clench of a round there, Vince. I was puckered up, but they managed to make it work. They managed to make it work. And if you're NCF, look, it's still 9-6. It's still a fantastic half of them. But a couple of rounds maybe could have been a little bit cleaner. Maybe they could have closed it out in a much more convincing fashion. I really felt Hades' position there towards Pouch and AWP. There was no way they would be checking it. I thought it would probably be kind of like the trump card, right? The contingency. But instead, he opts to take the fight. He finds the 1 kill, but once his position is known, they hunt him down, they take him down. Great round overall from 9Z, and considering how ENCE were just mounting this, I wouldn't even say a comeback, but going on the streak, the fact they're able to bring it down to 9-6, fantastic job from the South Americans. But here we go. Now it's a real test, because ENCE's T-side on Mirage can be devastating.
Yeah, the T-side of Mirage is very interesting. You can be very free-flowing on that, and I wonder if when they're confined and constricted a bit more, if 9Z are going to struggle. We'll have to wait and find out. What we do know is that Spinks is on the heater. Well, that continues. David has multiple chances. Take one of them, and that's left Max out to dry on the end of a fishing rod. Completely baited. David gets one, finally, but it's at the cost of multiple of his teammates, and that could very well just be the final nail being put in. However, he's now going to stand his ground, and as long as he's alive on CT boxes, it allows his teammates to push out through connector and behind him as well. Down he will fall, but DGT is straight back into the action. 2-on-2. Post-plant, already half of that fuse has ticked away. They need to get on this side, but Snappy and Spinks tag team in tandem, put down the bullets to faces, and ENCE get the second pistol.
Oh, David. Oh, David, I hate to say it, but like, we've been there, ENCE. We've all been there. The best in the world. Simple has been there as well. You're looking at someone from behind, you're like, yeah, I got this guy, but it's a USP at the base of the skull, and you just whiff everything. He does, like you said, manage to kind of redeem himself, finding a couple of kills, but honestly, if he gets a kill, Madden gets stopped in his tracks, right? And considering how close it was, it came down to a 2v2 right there, with Snappy and Spinks winning it. That could have easily swung the way of 9Z, so they might be ruining that fact. Haven't really gone for the force spy, though. That's a bit curious and interesting.
Honestly, watching David start that round, hold that for a moment, because I thought Max was about to pull out something truly spectacular. And now Snappy in the connector has a right idea, slightly off of the timing. Fortunately, Lucan may have assumed he was going in for that reload, and DGT will punish Snappy. It's only a Mach 10 down, though, but alongside Madden, it's a 2-on-3, 16 HP onto Diha, and Rox has now picked up a Mach 10. This round could still prove to be fairly costly on the side of ENCE. Rox now quickly rotating into the window, and a second rotational player, DGT, through on T-spawn. All about Rox keeping them busy. This is all about DGT. How many exit frags can he pick up? In terms of the round, that's already over. They don't have a kit. Even if they wanted to get on the side, it doesn't make a difference. ENCE are winning this round. It's about whether DGT can capitalize and cash out and pick up one of these rifles. That's the main part of this round. The answer is a resounding no. Spinx is not playing his game. In comes Rox to die to the bomb. Good night.
No, I was gonna get a gun anyway. It's fine. For 9Z, though, that was pretty much a full eco, right? We had a couple of deagles being invested, so they're pretty happy with that for ENCE. You know, it's just suffering a few casualties, but that's okay. AKs will still be picked up by, well, at least the majority of the players. There we go, Snappy with the 47 of his own. The Hun Spinx going to stick around with the Galils. 24 and that's a 4 KD.
He's not messing around here, Black. You know, he sung his praises and show us why.
His consistent output, like the huge output he has, it boggles your mind because, you know, especially for such an up-and-comer, yeah, you have some great games. Then you kind of dip a little bit, you have an average game. This kid just seems to consistently just pop heads at will. Lucan, though, nice little cheeky little one-way. They're able to find Madden. And it's an early opening frag for 9Z, something they're going to need quite a lot henceforth.
I think Spinx has only died the same amount of times as 19 picked on rounds. That's something when he dies, they typically falter. Rox now very awkward, very labored, easy to go nuclear. And instead, it was more of a puff of smoke. Only one kill. Here comes the rotational play, but Snappy may be overzealous. Maybe needed to wait for his teammates to push out onto the site. So all things considered, ENCE find themselves a player behind. They are at a disadvantage, but it's their two heavy hitters. It's Hades and Spinx. And Spinx right now basically counts for 5 players on himself. And he'll show here, as long as David doesn't put a bullet between his eyes, which he has. Ooh. Hades keeping this round alive, but there's Lucan as well. Great retake from 9Z. And they will be picking up their 7th.
That little tap from Hades, that was filth, though. Guess it jinxed Spinx a little bit there, Vince, but it looked like it was going to happen. It looked like it was indeed going to transpire, but a very important round being won by 9Z again. However, their money is not exactly in a great position, right? Losing so many members, of course, they will still be able to eke out a pretty solid buy overall. But if I'm ENCE right now, 11-7, it's not that big a lead. So I wouldn't really fault them for going for a force right now, just trying to smash the economy of 9Zs and just, you know, run away with this game, make it 13-7, whatnot. And indeed, that looks like what the play is going to be. If it doesn't quite pan out, though, golden opportunity for 9Z to get closer to double digits. 11-10, like, depending on how this round plays out, you know, 11-9, a distinct possibility for the South Americans. And who would have thought of it? Like 9Z versus ENCE, and this is the closest matchup we've had thus far in the B stream. In fact, I don't think any of the games we've had today on both streams have gone to double digits for the losing side.
The only game was our first game, Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, apart from the first game, that's it.
Yeah. Since then, it's been pretty one-sided, absolutely. You've had some very surprising results, some not so surprising. But if 9Z can pull out this victory, this would prove to be pretty huge. We may have a return performance from that Eternal Fire Bad News Eagles game over on Dust 12. Very first game of the Major here on the B stream. Meanwhile, a bit of a slower, lackadaisical approach. They have top-middle control, but no players in underpass. They can't go in for that double-pronged attack. Meanwhile, only Madden over on the A side of the map, but he's playing more on the ramp to stop for any rotational plays. This doesn't mean the Palace is uncontested, and that may be something that starts to irk in the back of his mind.
They're very convinced that 9Z aren't going to be being very adventurous, and that indeed is the case right now. You can see they're playing some very defaultish setups. We have Max playing towards Sandwich, tucked into the corner. We have his teammate towards Tollwood, just jumping around, hoping to find something. And here comes the Pound. Snappy's going to be the one leading in charge with a Tech 9. Max hasn't been seen yet, and David could easily find one, but no, Snappy finds Max. That's huge. No bomb's going to be planted. And remember, they have the guns to work with here, and this retake, it is definitely on, but ENCE, they're being so very disruptive.
Especially as David was so wrecked on the CT boxes with the Molotov, he had to pull the plug down to 24 HP. That smoke is going to start to clear now, but it's still 5 players on ENCE.
It's a save.
I honestly think the save is the correct call here. You look at the economy for 9Z, they can't afford to throw these weapons away. And realistically, against a team of ENCE's caliber, how often, what percentage would you normally get a successful retake 3v5? Like 1% max? This is absolutely the correct decision.
And that's why, like, defenses like there, where he's like super total up on the bomb sites, close and you're not really having much control towards mid. You have no eyes towards mid. You have no control towards, let's say, for example, the apartments, meaning you can't allocate more resources. Look, it's okay to be total up on a bomb site if you have more members there, like good crossfires being set up. But if you're going to allow so much room for ENCE to work with, they have the right protocols. The scaling was perfection there. Snappy with the Tech9 leading the way with the C4, and everyone grouping up together. They knew which angles to watch, which angles to clear, which angles they didn't have to worry about because of the utility being deployed. And you allow that to a team like ENCE, your defense is going to crumble. And that's exactly what transpired over here in the A-bomb site. The moment they lost Max and his smokes are deployed, round was pretty much done right there. And if they'd thrown their bodies at the retake, they would have had nothing to work with. So it was the right call coming in from 9Z to go for the save there. And because of that, they got a couple of, a FAMAS and an MP9 to work with. They still have the 3 rifles to wield, but utility's so poor for the CD side.
It is, and ENCE have had no issues with taking their time on these rounds, which means that you're prolonging the round, making more of those smokes. That's a little bit more valuable.
Oh
Snappy gets 2, a nade into connector, blowing it to pieces, and then takes the head of mid. DGT falls the same way, and this being a force-up on 9Z leaves them with very little to play with afterwards. The save doesn't seem to have done them any good whatsoever. Rox alive with David, isolated from one another, although they may have the same idea again to try and pull the plug and save these 2 weapons. I'm not sure they'll be afforded that luxury. And Madden aggressively through the backside on CT, nullifying David and entirely denying his weaponry. Rox has picked up an M4, but he's on the market. And I feel like he may not be long for this world, Blair, because there's still plenty of that fuse left on the bomb. He may be getting hunted down.
It looked like they were going to be wrapping around here, but they slowed things down.
Of course it's Spinks.
Matt, Spinks is... he's unreal. He's actually so stupidly good, where I'm like it's unreasonable. I know, the desk usually talks about most of the A-stream games because obviously there's so much you can cover given the amount of time, but I would love them to maybe, I don't know, take a look at how Spinks has been playing because he's been standout amongst all the games we've had thus far, right? Just so clinically, not just mechanically, but he just seems to have a very good read on how to approach the game. He makes his kills even easier for himself. Right now, what should be an easy round for is, of course, for ENCE, considering the fact that it is going to be just the pistols, maybe a couple of upgraded, P250s, a couple of Deeks. That's about it for 9Z. A great opportunity for ENCE to get to 14.
He's the standout player for me so far of the day on the B stream.
Absolutely.
I mean, Dexter and Patsy got pretty close, but the nature in which he's been playing here, the amount of agency that he's had, and additionally, something that very few players can do, he didn't just have a one-half wonder where he played amazing on one half and picked up 1 kill on the second. He's consistently been performing over both of these halves so far. He's been the heavy fragger, the guy that's been leading the charge. He's been playing aggressive, passively, whatever you need him to do. And now 9Z in this round, as we're glossing over the start of it, it's because they simply put have very few weapons. They're mainly stacking on the A side of the map. 4 players over here, but they've already lost David. Rock does come back with 1, but Spinks now, death from above. Just 3 shy of his 30 bomb. And Lucan, the last man standing, the player that was occupying the B site, is forever alone in this situation. It's looking very good for ENCE to get that 14-7 lead. And I don't want to write 9Z off because I think that they have played pretty decently today, but this just feels like it's a bridge too far.
Yeah, I really feel like on the T side they showed some pretty solid signs, right? They were able to counter a couple of things ENCE had up their sleeves, and even in certain disadvantageous positions, they're able to turn things around, and especially against a team like ENCE, that is very commendable. But the CD side thus far has been a bit flat for me. And look, again, I don't want to harp on it too much. Again, for 9Z, they are the underdogs heading into one of the actual dark horses of this event. Everyone's expecting ENCE to, at the bare minimum, make it to the legend stage. And some people are like, yeah, they might make it top 4. They could actually potentially, given how things pan out, maybe even make it to the finals. So that's a team that they're going up against. And for 9Z, yeah, the CD side, it was going to be rough. Because, again, we got to go back to what we alluded to in the beginning of this game during the pre-map segment. We were talking about how Mirage is an absolute comfort map for ENCE. Yeah. CD side, T side doesn't matter. They're supremely comfortable on. And you can see over here on the T side, they have the right game plan. They know exactly what they want to do. The protocols are solid. And unfortunately for 9Z, from what I've seen from them thus far, they're giving just too much room to ENCE, and that is something you can't afford to do.
It feels like too much respect. Like, I think they may have gone into their shells a little bit. They started the T side very aggressively, like almost no respect mode, and that was working so well for them. Now it feels like they've retreated into their shells. You can also say, though, on the other side of the coin, that maybe ENCE have just gone from strength to strength. They've been playing very solid Counter-Strike, regardless of how 9Z has been performing. But I would like to see them, go out on their own terms, try something audacious, try something aggressive, try and take ENCE out of their element, their comfort zone, because ENCE, simply put, are too good. You're not going to break them down through doing defaults and the standard stuff. If that was going to work, it would have worked 5 rounds ago. It hasn't been working. It's time for something different. I'm actually a bit surprised, to be honest, Blair, that we didn't see a tactical timeout deployed here before this round, considering how important it is.
That's true. That is very true. And again, we forgot to mention this, though. We were talking about this for Imperial and their opponents early in the previous game, but 9Z as well, they don't have the coach behind them, right? Zach, he's a veteran in the scene. Many people might remember him coaching that Immortals lineup with Henny and Lucas in that lineup. And he's not there right now standing behind them, and that could be such a key factor, right? When you need an extra pair of eyes, when you need a veteran behind you, a coach behind you, to maybe fix a couple of things. Maybe he spotted a couple of holes in the defense, and he's not there. You're going to be missing it so much.
35 seconds left, and ENCE are starting to force their will and explode out onto the side. And explosives have been planted through the smoke. Spinks nullifies Lucan, D-Hat onto DGT, and the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place. Snappy puts it down to just rocks. 3 players to find and frag, and he will stumble, trip, and fall. Spinks 1 shy of his 30, and ENCE 1 shy of their first victory at the Major.
I think we can just do ENCE default now.
I just heard him say, I think we can just do ENCE default now. I love player comms, man. Especially when they start trash talking a little bit. Maybe not right now, because most of the games have been kind of one-sided and everyone's being much more reserved. But as things get more heated up, as we enter the 2-0 matchups, the 2-1 matchups, that's when things get absolutely fun to not just watch but listen in as well. Right now, the ENCE 1 away, and as you pointed out, Spinks, I want him to get a 30 bomb. I feel like he deserves it. Like, he definitely should get a 30 bomb, and he actually might, David. Oh, he's going to be standing on top of a flower pot, waiting, biding his time. Spinks is all by his lonesome, and one thing he won't do is he's not going to go for this hero play. He doesn't go for those solo plays, getting the blood loss, allowing to blind him, and that's why he is such a dangerous player.
Lack of utility now, though, for the CTs. A smoke on the hands of Lucan, and he, of course, is one of the B players. So A site. Maybe more aggressive positioning. Max, David, down on ramp. David off angle, hoping for the best. There's only 1 player there for ENCE, and that is Spinks. So be careful what you wish for. D-Hat, elsewhere on the map, has put down rocks over on the B side, and now he can push out alone. He's a one-man wrecking crew. He's trying to draw away rotations, but 9Z, to their credit, are not biting down on this. Spinks now going in for 1. He's got his 30, but he will be shut down afterwards. And DGT and Max, last 2 players standing, have at least posted up 1 before DGT is wiped clean. Max has got 2 more players to find and frag, but I think he's going to get caught from the back, and there is Madden. 16-7 will be the win, and it was indeed easy for ENCE at the end.
It was very, very easy for ENCE, Vince. And yeah, like all the games we've had thus far, like you look at some of the matchups we had like teams like Liquid going up against G2 and whatnot, and we thought, okay, maybe we've had some closer affairs. But apart from the first game we've had thus far, which was between Bad News Eagles and Eternal Fire, which went all the way to 30 rounds, everything has been so one-sided. And I feel like for the majority of the favorites, so to speak, they have kind of delivered here. ENCE especially, what a showing coming out from them. Again, shout out to 9Z, it's not going to be easy going up against one of the top dogs in the challenger stage, especially you don't have a coach behind you as well. They put up a pretty decent showing, especially in the first half. But the second half, the defense just completely crumbled. They weren't really quite able to adapt. And ENCE, they were just, dissecting the defense. They were everywhere. Individually, everyone is stepping up. Spinks as well, dropping a fantastic 30 bomb too.
Oh, that was pristine, honestly. He had 8 deaths, and his team lost 7 rounds. So when he was alive, they had a very good chance of winning. Funny that when he dropped 30 kills. Stats do definitely play a part in this kind of stuff. And I think ENCE showed us why we have them up there as one of the big hitters in this tournament. Not just the challenger stage, the entire major.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're talking about pick'ems and whatnot, because we did touch upon it earlier on, right? You don't usually pick a team you expect expect to make it out of the championship, you make it a legend as your 3-0, because you're like, why do you want to throw that particular thing away in case you lose a map? Ends, genuinely, amongst all the teams over here, I feel that the one team, if you put a gun to my head and like pick a team who's going to make it 3-0, I'd give it to Ends. And which is a credit considering if you look at other teams playing right now, you have Liquid, you have G2, you're talking about Astralis over there as well. That is just filth, man. 30-8, that's almost a 4KD, 1.3 KPR. Just filth. And it's not like Hades had a bad game or Dia, but it just made everyone else look so plebeian by comparison.
And he had 121 ADR. Like, that's mad. 25 rifle kills.
He
Barely any utility damage, so work on that, Spinks.
He doesn't need to when he's just like popping heads, but oh man, Spinks is a man possessed, and we spoke about this at RMR as well. This guy, and even his teammates, even Snappy said, Spinks is even better on LAN, and he's just not tapering off at all. The guy's a monster.
He's so confident, you won't even look at you. When he's straight up posing on you, when he's just wrecked, you won't even get eye contact.
He's like the actual Spinks, right?
Yeah.
Just like looking off in the distance and just showing off how good he is in the server. But yeah, fantastic showing coming out from Ents there. They look good. They look clean, and you might have had a couple of questions. Yeah, they had a great run in Pro League. They had a great run in the RMR. Will they be able to continue here in the Major? At least based on the first game, indeed they will.
Oh, I think they're going to go pretty far in this Major, Blair. However, that is it for us. Me and Blair are done for the day, but we have Hugo and Harry after this break to bring you the next 4 games. So stay tuned. You don't want to miss this.
Yakinda, you're a man of many talents, and so I've decided to add a new one to the list, which is designing a new competitive Counter-Strike map. So we've got a pretty classic square outline.
I'm going with 2 huge towers on each side with a bridge between it. So the terrorists, for example, or the CT side, they start from the same spots, like it's a symmetrical map, like asymmetrical map. So basically it's going to be the same like in diagonals, you know? And you have obviously stairs here that you can go up the tower. Basically stairs, windows, obviously. And one of the bomb sites is the hardest bomb site. But there's a lot of different boxes on the bridges. And the bomb site is here, behind this box. T sites are here, CT sites are here.
So this is a bomb site. This is literally the tiniest bomb site in Counter-Strike history, I think. Yeah, is this your A or your B? Because this is like normally the B is the little bomb site, right? So is this your B?
This is my A because it's an open bomb site. B sites are usually closed ones. Over here, if we walk like this, there's an underground, and the same is from here to here. But there's a wall here, so there's no connection with the spawns, right? And this underground, and from this tower there's an entrance here and an entrance outside under the bridge, and the other bomb site is literally under the first bomb site.
Oh right, okay, so we've got some verticality. So A upper,
yes,
okay,
and B is lower. So
and
basically this is
underneath.
Yeah, this is a really big area like under the bridge, so I could make it look like maybe grass, you know, like this is grass, imagine grass, but like high grass. But the bomb site itself is open. It's like some kind of a platform, and basically these undergrounds are used to get to the bomb site, to the other bomb site. But there are exits from towers as well to like the lower side. So it's either, usually you would place your op on the bridge, but the problem here is that there are boxes here, and you can see only the diagonal like line here, so he can hold it and he has information if somebody's crossed, but it's a really hard shot. That's why you need the second player on the bridge to defend the bomb site. And 3 players as CT side would probably play, one guy would play this entrance, and maybe there's going to be a box here or something to stand on, so you see above the grass, so you see if somebody comes into the grass, and basically that's the map.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
It's exciting, all right, man. It's the PGL Major in Antwerp. We got some 0-1 matches coming up. It's our first cast of the day. And we're going to be opening with a little bit of Eternal Fire taking on the Renegades here. So, you know, I think there's quite a lot to unpack, and I don't really know how long we're going to be trying to unpack it for. But let's start with Eternal Fire, Hugo. They were a pretty exciting team back at the RMR. It's a pretty cool project going on over here, right? An attempt to try and make this this Turkish super team a reality, as it were. Something that, you know, if you go years back, you could have only dreamed about, now becoming a reality. Yeah, you know, I think there's a hell of a lot to look at when it comes to Eternal Fire. Let's start there by having a look at the schedule, right? I say that we've got this Eternal Fire taking on Renegades game over here on the B stream. Going to be supplemented by the 1-0 games over on the A stream, right? G2 taking on Spirit, going to be the one that's live now. Yep. And for us over here on the B stream, Hugo, pick a banger out of there.
I mean, they're all bangers, Harry. They're all bangers. When you're at the Major, there's no exception. It's only bangers all day, every day, both streams. And for 2 weeks straight, we've got them all. So, yeah, this is scary. Definitely don't like being in the 0-1 matchup. We spoke to Ryan earlier as well from Dust2 US. He gave us a useful stat. He you know, put together all the numbers from all the Swiss systems at the Majors and found out that if you are 0-1, in that position, you only have a 30% chance, if history is to repeat itself, and it often does, to actually go through to that next stage. Obviously, that percentage goes down with every subsequent loss, to the point where if you're 0-2, you only have 10% chance to go through, etc. So very scary right now for either of these rosters. For Eternal Fire, such a close opening game against Bad News Bears on Dust2 as well.
Bad News Eagles.
Bad News Eagles.
Good,
sorry,
man.
I've got the NA deep in me, Harry.
Yeah. I mean, someone has to, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I guess the NA hasn't done us proud yet today, but we've still got more time. We've still got more matches. Cole going to be taking on IHC later. But for now, you wanted to talk Eternal Fire, Harry. We don't have to just talk. We can look at them as well, and these guys are ready to go.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to getting to catch more of this team. Right, I think from the RMR, they were one of the very exciting prospects that came out of it. Obviously, it's this transition for a guy like Woxic into the IGL role. We got him there with his little, I don't know, tools. It's pretty big. It's like a bolt cutter, right? So, yeah, you know, he's gonna try and muster something up here. We spoke to him the other day in the elevator very, very briefly. He let us know that they'd been practicing all day, and then they had an official in the evening. Now, that's kind of crazy, right? That's going to suck some time out of the practice, out of the prep time. You had to go play an official. That's one of the things that kind of plagues these teams that are on this rise, right? This journey to try and join the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. And it's one that, you know, you kind of have to just deal with until you have that reputation, until you have the tenure.
It can really take it away from you as well, right? Like just playing a lot of maps and playing, you're constantly grinding, playing these qualifiers, not getting direct invites to events, and that's why you've got to prove yourself on the big stage. An event like in a Major where, you know, if you get a big dub here, if you go for a run, suddenly your stock increases, you go up in that ranking, you start getting invites to top tier events, and that, you know, at least takes the pressure off. On the other side, we've got the boys from down under. It's of course Renegades, who only just, Harry, for the first time clinched it through the Asian RMR. This has usually been a lock-in team alongside Tai Lu, the latter of which didn't make it. We all saw that overtime game where Renegades longed them out with a big comeback on Vertigo. That was crazy. But the fact that Renegades struggled to get here is a rarity, and they may struggle to go further and, let's say, step up big in a game like this.
Yeah, IHC really kind of upset the norm in the Asia Pacific RMR, right? And Renegades were one of the squads that kind of felt the brunt of that. They were able to get here, as you say, but kind of lackluster results to open up the day in that matchup versus Force. You know, they kind of fell a little flat there. I think Renegades now, this is where someone like Liaz, I would say, is like probably the most experienced in like kind of top tier Counter-Strike, the guy who's been around the block the most. I think really needs to show his worth, because when he first joined this team, he did give us a variety of good performances, and it made me feel very, very hopeful in the start. You know, I haven't really seen that just yet. Only one game in at the Major though, so there's always time for it to turn around.
Yeah, he joined this team on a hot streak, right? Coming into Katowice, Renegades were on like a 10 tournament winning streak domestically back in Australia. So these guys were wrecking the local region, but we always talk about these Australian and Asian teams that come to Europe and, you know, really get a taste of their own medicine and you know, just have to play that higher level. Vertigo going to be very happy for both teams, really. You're always going to get that on a BO1.
No, but so the reason why it's exciting is they've already played each other on Vertigo in the past, back at the ESL conference, right? And there it was Eternal Fire picking up the dub. This is a map that we've seen Eternal Fire actually look very convincing on, I would say. It's also a comfortable one for Renegades, one that they're very well versed on, especially especially domestically. So yeah, I think you're going to be happy with this either way. But for me, I'm kind of siding with the GG bet odds here. I'm saying like Eternal Fire are definitely the favorites. I think it's going to take some of the right pieces. You know, your Liazes, for example, your Sickos, having these great games that they can have. You're going to need that to happen.
You need to avoid slow starts, right? And that's, you know, really troubled Renegades in the past, especially today, right? If players like Liaz came in with like 4 kills after 10, 12 rounds. He stepped up by the end, but it was just Renegades trying to pull it back against Forza on that CT side of Nuke, and they couldn't long it out long enough. But we are in. We are here, and we are ready to go. 0-1 games. No one wants to be up with their back against the wall, but the loser of this will have no choice in the matter.
Yeah, there's a reason why that 9Z run at 0-2 down is so talked about. It's because it's so unlikely, it's so tricky to battle back from that position. So there's a lot riding on this BO1 right now. Xantares over here in the A bomb site, going to have Emor with him. And contact is about to be made over on the short side. Xantares goes swinging in. Isn't able to get the opener. Will do the second time around. And so already Renegades find themselves a man down. They were hoping here that on the back of showing aggression at A early, they might force, you know, an overextension down towards B ramp. Someone tries to push for info. Maybe you hear the rotations get pulled away, but going a man down, that plan's gone a bit awry now, and they might have to look for some other answers here.
Yeah, this is a terrifying setup with Woxic not peeking at all. Would love a USP in the quad, but ultimately, as long as he doesn't face too early and wait till Renegades commit, this little bait player on the bomb site will draw them in. X-Cloud stays alive, drops a smoke to cause commotion, and there's a molly in as well. Renegades, they are walking into a heavy-handed bomb site. Woxic peeks, but now he's trapped, and he's given up his position. He needs a kill from this one. Renegades are not in a hurry, not pleased to hunt him down, but they have to go. 40 seconds and 4 players here. Are they going to run boost through? It's desperate.
Yeah, I mean, they're hoping for a way in. They're hoping for like an over peak, an over swing. But
finally!
Yeah, finally going to get cleared out. It felt like it was a long time coming, and he's done a good job of at least slowing this down, right? There's no momentum in this B play, but still, oh my goodness, 1 second. Liaz has turned it on its head. It's just Emor running in. He's a little shaky, a little scared here in the 1v2. 2 bullets, they both got to count, and none of them do. Liaz with a wonderful pistol to turn that all around for Renegades. They shouldn't have won that.
No, that's literally what we wanted as well. I was just saying how Liaz didn't start strong back on Nuke earlier on. Well, that is a fantastic beginning to the game. Yeah, it felt like Woxic didn't need to keep refacing, right? He had his entire team calling that the cross was clear. No one had made it to him. Very hungry for those fights, and sometimes a P2K lets you down. But yeah, you know, facing early and the Renegades call it off. They chill in a 4-on-5. Surprising to see them get away with that round. They're going to go back to the A ramp, where you'll see the majority of these T rounds lead. Hats take space early with the MAC-10, but the rifles are slinking away. Meanwhile, Eternal Fire don't have that information. Silent for Renegades. Still, Eternal Fire won't fall for fakery or foolery. They'll stay 2B.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of similar to how the pistol began, right? Just trying to manipulate these rotations on the back of showing this top ramp aggro. That's a good flash to set up X-Cloud, but it's nothing more than a one and done. Emor's going to have to get this smoke out to try and delay the B play.
The nade blew the flash off. Emor's trying to grab it off the ground. It's got a bit weird now because of that flash peak. Even though it's 1-for-1, you feel like that's quite good. But what that did allow Eternal Fire to get is the info, right? Renegades know that there's going to be an immediate rotate with the bomb being spotted, with 3 more players being seen. So they'll walk back A, and this is fine. They don't have the smokes for a wall, however. So got to duel their way into the bomb site right now. Calyx will meet them there. Doesn't hit the smoke. That's important. They don't know he's close. Dig up in the face. Takes one out of hands. Looks for another. Very shaky. MAC-10 out now. Renegades are running out of time.
Calyx trying to do what he can with the MAC-10. It's only the double over on short. Xantares is getting chased down as well. But he's got support from Woxic. And he's going to swing out with the Deagle to put a stop to that round there. Eternal Fire, good rotations out of the gang, right? They very quickly pieced together what the game plan was looking like on the back of the B info. And then they never, they never gave up on A. They never overcommitted to that B side lean.
Yeah.
I think it's already kind of clear that Renegades want to manipulate these rotations a lot. And so Eternal Fire is trying to get ahead of that.
Yeah, not that they've made a mistake to feel punished yet, but that's definitely true. And 2 rounds in, Eternal Fire won't be leaving bomb sites empty when Renegades have the numbers to run fake rounds. So that's going to limit this T side. A lot of what Vertigo comes down to is where are the Ts, where are the bulk, where are they committing, and is it real? So Eternal Fire right now have figured out the early round for Renegades. Looking to duel down B, Liaz, beautiful headshot. And he really has started strong. These pistols have done him well. All 5 kills coming from him. Going to have to drop as the molly lands, but Renegades with a 5-on-4. What they decide to do, lacking the utility. They have 2 smokes if they wanted to run a wall on A, but that requires getting the ramp control, something that Calix isn't offering up. Another B flash peek, but Emor sees nothing with it. And that's a bit of a misinformation peek, as Renegades are all here right now.
I mean, because they're a man down, like that little info play carries a lot of weight in how they're going to structure this CT side hold, right? You kind of take a bit more of a gamble in a moment like this. They pad out middle to allow for a faster rotate between the 2, and now Emor's got this info that it's looking like the B play still. He's dead after 1. They start to move in now. It's a good nade out of Woxic. 35 seconds as Renegades attempt to get on by, and they're churned up by this double lean out of Xantares and Woxic. As they go back towards A, Calix is going to hear all these footsteps, the pitter-patter of these rotations. So he's in the right place at the right time again. Liaz is still very much alive, still very much in this one, but for how much longer? Up through ramp, he's been spotted with the Deagle, and they're just swinging and peeking him together, not giving him the room to play that clutch out. And so Eternal Fire, they do convert, they get that second 2 in a row, means Renegades, they're just going to have to bite the bullet now and play with pistols.
Yeah, like they've been doing all game, it feels like, but another eco and with far less to play with as well. Yeah, I'm liking this, what we're getting out of the CT side for Eternal Fire so far. And honestly, we were surprisingly impressed at Woxic's calling back in the RMR. He had some good T rounds. They had some nice fast executes thrown in there. It was a lot of slow defaulting on Vertigo, especially where we saw them play it a couple of times. But that leans into the map that they're playing the style the map requires. Fast B, flash play, it's only Glocks, they're going to commit, they're going to go with it. And X-Cloud might find his ace, but Emor steals it right at the very end. No glory for him just yet on his first major, the young'un. And I mean, in a team with Woxic, Calix, and Xantares, you wouldn't expect that someone else would be the guy that we talk about when we say firepower. But
yeah.
X-Cloud, no one to sleep on.
No, dude. I mean, back at the RMR, it felt like some of the games would just boil down to the performances that him and Xantares were having. Yeah. And oftentimes, he'd put up some very big numbers. So I think, a real kind of key point to keep an eye on was how would he fare. Now, the pressure, was already intense enough at the RMR with the prospect of getting to the major. Now that you're actually here, was that pressure going to make or break him? Well, he's having a good start to this one, isn't he? So that's going to bode well for the Eternal Fire squad.
Orbs out now, though, for Renegades, running it up on that A ramp. Alistair's looking for a pick, but Eternal Fire have dropped in some util. They're chilling out. Renegades are really hoping for aggression. In all of these rounds where they've been going back and forth between bomb sites, there's often been a player on their own, either Hats working up that A ramp and trying to fake and, catch a pick to make Eternal Fire panic. Good spot. Can he get the kill, though? Oh, he sees something, and it's a tag from the Orb. Swing comes out to assist, and there's no one here to help. Xantares gets out for free. That nade might finish the job, and it certainly will. Alistair dead, and not a teammate in sight to trade. Eternal Fire sneak back in a 5-on-4.
Yeah, you could take Xantares out of big, but you can't take the big out of Xantares. That nade was clean. Oh, yeah, Punch Short denies this aggro to the Renegades. And I mean, already this is like a bit of a rough spot to be in. You're going to have the util to try and launch a kind of mini exec as this goes in, right? You've got that wall of smokes now of one of them, but it only offers a path up through short. And this is something Eternal Fire know. They're not really concerned with peeking ramp at this point. All their attention is on this short side, and the util's done a great job of slowing down this plan. Now they move in on the smoke fade. They're already up in the face of the Renegades, and suddenly it's only Ins left standing. Oh, caught trying to go back. And Hat's now at ramp, very, very low on HP. Just slipped under the radar. He's going to get spammed out by xCloud.
I think Renegades bled about as much as they could out of that round. I really like the fake tap by Sicko at 20 seconds, right? That bomb needs to go down. They have the smoke in play, but he realizes what Eternal Fire are doing. They've been so aggressive to deny these plants on A. Now they give it up for free. And you know, if Renegades are wondering why, it's because the util's available. You got a molly, you got an HE, you can just blow up the planter. So Renegades fake it out, but the cover isn't there. Everyone gets cleaned up on trade, and even a smoke spam to finish off. Such a clean round for Eternal Fire, and considering that was all off the back of the pick down ramp, woo, Renegades, they didn't have a chance.
Yeah, man. I mean, this was kind of what they were doing on like their Vertigo back at the RMR as well. You know, they'll go all in on trying to win that first ramp fight, but the moment they get it in gun rounds, where, like you say, they've got the mollies, they've got the nades, the AWP on Woxic also helps in like that you know, retake setup of spamming the planter. They'll then fall back and they'll kind of give you this false sense of security that you're getting to play your round, you're getting to run and execute. And in reality, you know, they're poised for the retake. Now, that's a good opener out of Ins, right? Just the disrespect, smoke push up through the short side. Calyx on the receiving end of it. Hasn't really had to catch a pace like that out of Renegades just yet. It's been rather slow, rather measured thus far. Now, will it lead to much more than that?
His teammate Kong called his smoke was down on the bomb site, so he went back for it. He's got 2 nades. He's going to lob them both in. No. Saves the second. If he did, that would have been a kill. An equalizer, perhaps. Maybe a little later. Antares, it looks good. On the money. Hats is dead, and these pistols churned up to half health or lower. Woxic and Antares are good for the job. Nice deke from Sicko, but planting is not a hope, it's a dream. And it's a nightmare right now for Renegades. Just getting picked apart on the ramp. Sicko looking for another headshot, and it's not to be. 5-1 for Eternal Fire, on fire, and things are looking really solid right now. Renegades can't seem to get their foot in the door.
Yeah, they're calling in a pause, you know, very early on in the grand scheme of things, but they need to try and fix this. They need to try and remedy it, or else it's going to very, very quickly get out of hand, isn't it?
I mean, money's building. Woxic can get the AWP in play. That's terrifying just off of spawns alone on a map like Vertigo. Like, you can't even always predict where a CTA WP is going to be starting on this map. It will so often be spawn-based, taking a quick B peek, you know, often flashed out. You'll still get that kill. So many options on either side of A ramp. You can even go deep middle if Eternal Fire have the util to peek. And I'm sure they do. They have been loving this map as of recent. Renegades hating it right now, but they've got their AWP back in. And the big mistake last time was just not covering Alistair. He didn't have that assistance on the ramp when Xantares chased him down going wide. So as long as he has a little bit more bodyguarding in this round, we hope the Orb can get away with something. He's going to actually hold for his teammates to clear middle, and Woxic is already here.
Yeah, you know, we haven't really had too much mid yet out of Renegades, so they're finally going to try give it a look in, try give it a fight early. But Eternal Fire, on the back of having, you know, Xantares at ramp, they are, they're doubled up over here in middle. It's not going to be an easy path like Renegades hoped it would be. If it's just that AWP in mid, maybe you feel comfortable fighting it. You know, you can flash him off angles. You've got options. With that double setup in middle, it scared them away from it. And so they're going to look for avenues elsewhere, right? They say if they're double mid, something else has got to give. Something else has got to be a little bit weaker. And they're hoping that that's the A-bomb site.
It's all temporary, though. Eternal Fire has been so floaty in the CT side, and that's doing them great favors. Yeah, Sicko got wallbanged there, right? The flash was to get Alistair on the mid angle, but the AWP fired off as he got blinded and shot Sicko through the ladder wall. Oh, the nade. You can put in Liaz low as well. This util is dirty. They're going to flash peek for the boost, and oh, there's some dead men round the corner. Xantares gets 2. He stays on it as well. He doesn't want to cut dry with a double, but he will die as a result. They know Emor's still here, stuck at short, and he will be able to get down into his cubby, causing a commotion with 30 seconds.
Hang on a moment, this has gotten very, very weird. Emor's now in the back line, playing around the bomb. He's not even aggressing. He's not looking to fight this. Renegades have got to go back and clear out this player in the back line. But it's not just Emor. xCloud pushed through B and is now waiting here with him. Even though you've dealt with the first, you're still screwed. Shot in the back.
Wow.
It's a lovely little bait and switch over at the ramp, just playing around that dropped bomb. And you've got to be impressed with what we're getting out of Eternal Fire right now.
Yeah.
You know, not only are the setups good out of spawn, they're doing a great great job of kind of, you know, considering Renegade started this game trying to be the ones manipulating rotations, they're the ones getting manipulated. They know kind of when to, you know, fall back into this more passive stance over at A, and likewise, they know when to get aggressive. That round there, the ultimate payoff was just finding the bomb in the 3v2.
Yeah, the most frustrating part about that is xFlower finally pushes B, and they've been waiting for it all game long. Fast techs out middle, nades could be good, but it's all about the gunfights. You need to draw your weapons out. Emor doubles down, and Alistair trying to run at them, but that's the bomb now loose, and Renegades were not committed, were not ready to go. Sicko dropped his mid to B smoke, but they know exactly where he is, and Xantares cleans it up. 13-2 on the man Xantares, and Eternal Fire are just sweeping the CT side right now. Another buy, another AWP, another chance, but it needs to come in here and now, or Renegades will get left by the wayside.
Yeah, Woxic has kind of a spawn to go for this pick if he wanted to, down towards ramp, but instead, will lean back towards mid with this AWP again, electing to go for that double mid setup early.
Just look at how many HE grenades we've already seen from Eternal Fire that are like lineups. They just did it there. They lobbed it through the mid window so it lands onto anyone taking a spawn and trying to fight middle. It means Eternal Fire can peek deep. It means they get free, unpunished damage. They have so many different HEs to cheese damage, to cheese kills, and that's not even talking about the bomb plant nades that are, you know, standard, expected at this point on this map. Eternal Fire coming very well prepped for Vertigo.
Even, you know, like the little nade there to try and catch players boosting is a lovely example of what you're talking about, right? It's a free bit of damage onto Hats, who's now pretty much at half health, hasn't even seen an opponent yet in the round. And they're even juggling this util around. I like that from xFlower, right? Because now he's kind of playing the more dangerous angle. He's up close. His teammate who's passive back in the site can lob this molly setup in with the flash to try set him up. And if he does, you're not going to lose that util. You still get to run this little attempt at grabbing the info down towards B ramp. They're still juggling this util around. Are they going to try it again?
Another flash? It's coming over. Emor, give it a go. Nades out. They weren't ready for the second time. Liaz will trade it, though. That will be temptation in and of itself. Renegades are 4-on-3. They've not had these options on an execute just yet. Calix gets pushed forward by Mollies, but this could be fine. The smoke is good for him. They're going through it right now. He is on the side. He is on the edge, and they are going to be knocked off too. And almost the third. Pistol out with a missed AWP shot. Alistair will recover, but there's simply no time. 15 on the clock and 2 up close. He's got to hit some bangers, and it's not to be. Eternal Fire, keep it clean again. Money don't matter when you're leading this much, and so many reinforcements at that B bomb site. Renegades, this has got to be intensely difficult to play against right now. They just won't give it up. They won't relax. And when you think you finally cleared the double B push, there's a third man, of course.
Yeah, dude, it's just a lot of variety out of Eternal Fire. Like, you can understand why Renegades are feeling like they're one step behind, because it's like as they adjust to whatever Eternal Fire have been doing, they kind of swap it up entirely, right? That round, it was a lot more about fighting and being aggressive, constricting the movements of Renegades, fighting for that ramp control. And don't get me wrong, you know, we've seen those little pop flashes over the top, but to go for it twice in a row to make a call like that is ballsy through and through. No, it is super exciting, right? Because one of the conversations we had back at the RMR was how Woxic, you know, he used to kind of be like a pretty like relaxed guy, you know, wouldn't be the person like putting himself with tremendous responsibility. You'd have him show up, drop like 25 kills with the AWP, and you'd be right as rain. But now he's in this like position of real responsibility, kind of power within the team. And it feels like it's doing him a world of good. Like, he might not put up these crazy numbers all the time, but he's actually done a very sound job in terms of calling for this team.
Yeah, he's just playing solid CS. This guy's not like throwing himself into loads of fights. He doesn't need to when he has some of the stars on his roster available. And again, the variety you've been talking about, Harry, these setups, they just keep coming in. Another freshie. The double mid setup, you often use a one-way here with a smoke dropped on the ground, but no need when there are 2 men. That's a guarantee. If anyone wide swings it, there is physically no way to kill both players unless Eternal Fire whiff. And, well, I don't need to tell you, but they ain't whiffing right now. More lineups deep down the ramp. Xantares is going to fight with it. That counters the nasty smoke the Renegades try and throw to get up on short side. But what really matters is this mid-crunch, and it's going to be a cruncher right Hats. On his own. Core, Emo dropped off. He got impatient. He might get everything for it. 2 kills, and then the 3rd swing. Sicko gets shut down, and Renegades are nowhere near that bomb.
Calyx has hit this timing, hit this window. That's a freebie. And it's feeling like one of these games where Eternal Fire, they feel like they're in the heads of Renegades. And Renegades feel that as well, right? Like, think about that round there. They got hard counted trying something for like the first time, really. Yeah. Like this triple mid play. Not something we've seen out of them apart from like the Eco Tech 9 rushes. Liaz gonna die, pushing out into middle. And so it's 9-1. Yeah, Eternal Fire, man. It's so funny, like even that smoke out of Xantares that counters the Nafty smoke over towards the short side comes in before Renegades had even thrown the damn smoke. It's like Eternal Fire are just a second ahead in the server in terms of what's happening and reacting to it.
Yeah, it's unreal they even hold this mid setup for as long as they do. Mid was silent the entire round for Renegades. They made no noise, they threw no nades, and obviously it's Emo who gets impatient. He tried to rotate, but in doing so he catches 2 kills and sells the position of his teammate perfectly. The Renegades aren't ready for a second man. So another pacey one, it might be your best bet. It's offered Renegades openers. It's given them 5-on-4s, but closing rounds has been the problem. Again, this ramp utility for Xantares, picking a shadow, pick a spot on the wall to line it up. Renegades have got this control. That's nice, but again, no util on a round like this. Just 2k in the bank. So they won't be able to throw a wall of smokes. And at that point, you can see Eternal Fire still even fighting for the short control. Calyx eventually gives it up. But will Renegades do the same? They're scared of their flank. They've got to check the back line. They might even fully rotate out while they do.
What you'll find is this will probably be one of these games where Renegades, you know, they get like that 1 round to return to form and suddenly they're able to get a couple more in before the end of the half, right? But it kind of hinges on getting that 1 round soon or else you don't get it at all. You know, you just need to move past that idea of we can't do anything right. And not the best start, but you know, it is one of these kind of partial buys, one of these partial investments. So weren't expecting too much to happen here. They're going to try and run Xcloud down. He's good to hold on, drops the bomb out the front of B, and even goes back in, swinging for more. A 3rd in the round, the hat trick for him, and 10 on the board for Eternal Fire. They're now up in double digits. Renegades still with that 1 solitary round to their name. 1 little pistol that they couldn't even convert.
Oh, that hurts, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, the infinite KD Zywoo 11-0 is pretty nice, but 15-2 for Xantares, certainly no complaints from this guy either. Playing towards A, often quick rotating to mid and B when needed, when the bomb is down. Another AWP for Alistair. All he's done with it is sit bottom A and look for picks, and he even had to throw it over to Sicko the last time he had it. Quicker B approach, jump for Liaz, almost gets him killed. No one dies, but the health, well, no one wins there either. Calyx got a deep ramp smoke to try and cut off anyone in this bottom forklift position, but they want to fight for it. In stays in front of the box. Got to be scared of a flashbang at this point. It does come through. Calyx dead as Alistair ends up after the molly, and for the first time, Renegades have got this pick untraded, and Eternal Fire have accepted it back to the bomb site.
Yeah, being real, mate, this is what Renegades have been waiting for the entire half, is a bit of ramp aggression to finally go their way, right? To finally punish Eternal Fire on the back of someone overextending, and Calyx has offered them that opportunity, that second wind in this round, in this game. Emo, do you want to drop the ladder with the AWP? It doesn't look like he does, so he's going to start to walk out of there, but he's still getting a lot of info on the back of this mid play. Might even be able to clear one of the 2 sites, right? If he goes ramp, he's going to get all that info. If he goes B, he frees up a rotation, and that's happening now. Xcloud is moving away from B to go and reinforce this A bomb site.
Need to have the bomb on someone with health here, right? And they do right now, but these nades, these mollies, they're all still available for Eternal Fire. These dunks could be a problem. In they go. It chips away again. 2 HEs, a molly to follow. Everyone's in the red but Alistair, and he needs to step up. He had to offer his AWP up to literally anyone at this point. Woxy gets hurt on that molly. Oh, the bomb goes back. 20 seconds. He's got it. And Emo hits 2. Xantares has cleaned up the A site in the meantime, and you're just fighting. You're just playing for stats, for kills, for glory, and you're going to get none of it. Liaz in a 1v3, and it's unwinnable, safe to say. Bomb is below, and so he'll just take the kill that he gets, but that's still 11-1 for Eternal Fire. That hesitation, that rotate back, dear, oh dear, that left Renegades in the dirt.
That's the kind of in your head you are at this scoreline, right? And that's only going to deflate you further. You try to mix it up, you try to lean back towards B, and one guy who then you kind of learn was super low the entire time as well, goes on to close out the entire round, leaving you in this unwinnable position. You know, I don't want to like be beating a dead horse here, but Renegades, man, it's so brutal. And if they weren't in their heads before at 10-1 down, losing that round there after getting the opening pick, something they've been waiting for this entire first half, that's going to do it to you.
It is like sick poetry, isn't it, right? Like at this point, every gun round they've lost, they've called out another timeout. Every time they've left A, they've walked into a flank, or less so left. But, you know, X-Floud at the bottom of ramp with Zantares in that 3-on-3. And right there again, trying to leave at 20 seconds. And even though it was, you know, in some sense the right call, B was completely open. That's because Eternal Fire had them locked in. And Renegades were not ready for an AWP behind. Gives them no chance. Dear, oh dear, this is dominant, Harry. And I don't know if it's going to get better before it gets worse. Woxic's now finally throwing himself into early fights again, picking ins down on the A side, but it's a 4-man B crunch, and X-Floud, given his 1v1s, he'll take him with glee. 1 kill, but now Renegades, they've at least got some space.
Yeah, for the first time ever, it's not like a huge B lean, right? There is this scrambled rotate out of Emor. Maybe not in the ideal position. Flash is going to go over, and it has blinded Liaz, but the spot's not in. Emor doesn't know. Liaz is right next to him right now. Emor's fallen back, and so Liaz is still just waiting for this golden opportunity. Going to try and tee it up with the flashbang. Alistair lobbing that over. Liaz now takes a swing. He's seen Emor over on default, and the spam is good. Liaz is pulling this one back. Him and Sicko with a killer piece have managed to make this a 3-on-3.
Nades, Harry, the nades have always been the problem. The mollies, 2 of them, and HE as well. This AWP's even holding the cross. On the spot, Woxy can instantly lob a Molotov up. He's in the position for a lineup, but he wants to get that instant pixel shot off first. There it goes, molly in. Alistair will get the plot, but the nade could be a problem. Only just sneaking out in time. And again, Renegades, their health bars are never full, always in the red. And maybe better off dead. Calyx will die, but Zantares is still giving it all he's got.
Liaz up here on double. He's the problem. He's the troublemaker. He's the guy who could put this second round on the board. He might have to. Everyone else is low. He's losing his teammates left and right. And now they know about him. They've got him pinned in. He's not going to go swinging. Not yet. And then finally a 1-for-1. Only Woxic left standing. Low HP on Sicko. The bomb planted for him. It's a tap out of Woxic. Sicko's going to take the swing, but a misflick. And that might have sealed his fate. He taps it again. He might get the kill, but it's a second round for Renegades, finally coming through the pipeline after 11 in a row for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, you talked about the prospect of maybe that 1 round that can reinvigorate them, but even if it does, Harry, up against unlimited money for the rest of the half, they've got to go 11-4 at best, and then they need the pistol. It's a a dream. It's a fairy tale for Renegades to pull this game back, but we'll have to see. Nice round out of Liaz, definitely right from that flash peek into the spam off of the player trying to escape from default. He stalls so long on the bomb site, just long enough that you could see the Sicko wins it to a couple of bait peeks back on stairs. Renegades, they don't have a lot though. They lose 4 players, or all players rather. So Util's again going to be lacking in this rifle round. Eternal Fire's nothing of the sort. Calyx is just peppering shots through the smoke right now.
Yeah, you know, I'll say this much though. You can already tell that like the nerves have crept up on Eternal Fire, right? The nades that have often done, I would say it feels like kind of 40 damage a piece. A lot of them have gone out very, very early to try and stop this quick aggression. To leave them with it. By the time this site take comes in, they will at least have Molotovs to hold on to. But after going a man down, Renegades, this could be a path to a third. Zantares lobs that nade up and out of there. So now he's collected a little pile of grenades here.
It's terrifying.
He's got 3. Look at him, he's storing them in his cheeks.
Forget dropping at CT Dust 2. This is the spot, because not only can he lob them on ramp when they're setting up, but if they get to the site, say a wall comes down and he's not ready to throw them, he can get them on default. He can, again, cause problems. But Renegades, 5-on-4, a bit of a breather, a fake out imminent. Still got 2 players on B, but they're throwing the A smokes. Those nades are going to come in big again, and Renegades haven't learned their lesson. 2 more HEs do in ins. and even more onto Sicko. They are rotating out. They're running amok into B, but xFloud never left the back of quad, and they never looked at him. That silencer eludes their ears, and now in a 2-on-4 with 10 seconds, it's a save again.
Dude, I love what they're doing with Xantares over here on the A site. It's very, very pretty, isn't it? You know, you're only really fighting like 2 guys as you get up ramp, but it feels like you're fighting a whole army. There's just artillery raining around you as you're trying to get up ramp, taking a lot of damage there. And, you know, you can easily make the argument, oh, well, just don't go top ramp. But when you're only getting forced into these short side execs, we've already seen a couple of them out of Renegades, and they just get torn through once you're only worrying about that one avenue. It's a really nice bit of CT side conditioning. I think a lot of teams would rather, you know, wait for those nades for the bomb plant, for a guaranteed like bomb denial. Xantares is feeling comfortable enough to throw them on timings that is just devastating these ramp plays.
He's also got enough to, you know, do both. He can play both sides of the card, can't he? And yeah, it's not even, I wouldn't even call it a fight. I just call it a drone strike. Like, what can you do? You physically can't beat it.
There is no counter in it.
Get away, run, find a vehicle. I don't know.
You can try nade him. Maybe that sends all the nades flying everywhere. But even that kind of requires like a level of just knowledge that maybe you don't have in this position if you're Renegades.
And you probably don't know exactly where he's throwing them from anyway, right? Like, this isn't something you've seen before. How often do you see these triple nade boost drops? And AWP in mid, Woxic hits these every damn day, but they have flashed this angle in the past. Don't want to this time. Good bait, though. I don't know whether that was purpose or not. They show their fingers, and he fires off. Now they know the AWP's here. When they found that info, they have often left. And so again, Renegades, they leave Woxic in middle. They want to go back to a bomb site. This spam is important. They would love a molly to clear out xFloud, but they don't have it. He can hear micro jumps. Got to be very careful. Who will be the first to fight? xFloud flashed over the top, and Hats is blind. It's beautiful again for Eternal Fire, and they slink out a man up.
Renegades are just going to be left in like a last-ditch attempt to hit this B site, right? Round 15, they're running out of time. They got 25 seconds as they try to go. They got no utility outside of one smoke. It's going to get lobbed over with the flash, and they're churned up. They are melted. xFloud with a lovely little sight hold. Going to close it out with 4. It's another near ace for this guy. And Eternal Fire, they are running away with Vertigo. It's not even a contest yet, and it hasn't really felt like one since like the first round.
Yeah, I mean, Harry, you said back at the RMR when we saw Eternal Fire, when they would win games, it was often the Xantares and the xFloud show. Well, that much is proved to be the case again, right? xFloud 23-6, Xantares 18-3. Like, this is just dominant. These are KDs that shouldn't be allowed, and Renegades, they can't really do much to stop them right now. And again, I feel like Renegades T-sides just have been the problem. They were the problem on Nuke against Forza. They were the problem back at Katowice, and they're the problem again here and now. A CT side comeback with 2 rounds in the buffer doesn't scream much hope. This is an Eternal Fire game to lose.
Yeah, at a bare minimum, like, you're going to struggle to have as much impact with the nades on this T side, perhaps, is what they were doing in that CT half, which feels a bit wild to say, but there is, you know, there's still potential for it. Like, you can nade the sandbags here. You can do some nice nade stacks onto the boost in the A site or Tetris over at B. This aggro, this is going to sail them down the river. They really need this pistol round. Renegades, if they want to have a chance to stop themselves going 0-2, they need this round, and they need to start building upon it. The awareness, man. Eternal Fire have got a Molotov in the pistol. They've got a Molotov, but they're not lobbing it onto the sandbags. Instead, they're going to use it on the boost. And so Hats, that was the chance. That was the opportunity, but it sailed on past him. And now Eternal Fire own this A bomb site.
It's so clean, isn't it? So methodical, and Eternal Fire just annoying pistol to play against. Inns tries to get aggressive to take that early space, and he gets late peek down on the ramp. Retake is on. They've got a kit available. Flashes are going in, but no smoke fall. That sight emo will fall. Xantares just runs in. Look at the duel. Look at the deathmatch, and he'll get away with another headshot as Alistair is left in a 1v3, shut out by Eternal Fire. 14-2 now, and this feels like it's inevitable at this point. Trying to equalize, trying to go 1-1, trying to make that top 16 dream a reality for Eternal Fire. And those odds insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, pretty sick, you know, like...
I've seen some odds, Harry. Those are some odds.
God, it's kind of rough, isn't it? incredible for Eternal Fire. And also, I got to say this, like, you never even really needed to see plan B. Like, for the B hold, for example, it was just the same thing. Like, flash the guy to peek down B stairs, flash him again. Yeah,
maybe
if he dies, someone else can come do it.
Hey, you said, you know, we like the CT nades for Eternal Fire. Well, they've got a double nade stack of their own, the Renegades, and even have hats ready with a smoke on sandbags. This is not an A play right now, though. Eternal Fire, they've got their setups, they've got their tricks, and they'll lob in more dunks towards the Tetris position. I like that molly as well. It lands on like back double, forcing a player to either go forward or backward, either into the nades or into quad. After Eternal Fire throws 3 sets of util on B, they will up and leave. And Renegades are now no longer in that position to play the double nades. Again, you can do it for the plant. It's not the end of the world.
You know, if anyone's going to know the value of having really grimy util that's super specific, it's going to be a guy like Xantares. Now, they are moving up the ramp in towards this nade stack that could miss the mark if they're... it's pretty light as these go over. They do damage on the 2 players at top ramp, but everyone else is churned up. There was a...
I don't know how. Just off of the aggro, he must have run into it. That's crazy. But it was never going to amount to much, was it? Liaz on a lurk, and he will at least get a Mach 10, but that's of little value, and Renegades will be falling short in this one as well. The force buy doesn't do him justice. Eternal Fire, this is dominant, Harry. We've had some pretty one-sided games today, right? NA obviously got battered and bruised in those opening matchups, but this is something else entirely.
Yeah, dude, like we said we wanted a lot out of Liaz. We were going to need that. We're getting that. He's got 14, and the rest of his team have 18 combined. So, like, he's doing everything he can. I think it's a shame that you're not going to have more rounds to play with, really. Like, we never even get to gauge the Renegade CT side. For all we know, they could have the best CT side going in the world on Vertigo, and we wouldn't even get to see it because they've had to force up into this round. They're left with, you know, an investment, we'll call it, up Harry, against 15.
They could have the best CT side in the world, but unfortunately, Counter-Strike is a game of 2 sides. Yeah. So it doesn't really matter if you're really good at one side, if you suck at the other, because this is the result. This is the beating. This is the battering. And this is Eternal Fire, 1 round away from going 1-1 and at least giving themselves a sigh of relief. That's how the nade killed him. It came over from short side. Sicko threw it, and it bounced above the sandbag. So it went to its mark, but Alistair was already low from the bullets. So not ideal.
One of the things that does suck, though, about not having a CT side to play is Alistair, I think, could have shown a lot more on that AWP here. You know, like in the first half, T-side AWPing on Vertigo, especially when you are at like a huge deficit, you're just kind of getting out-read, out-maneuvered, out-positioned all across the board. It's so hard to find impact with. You know, me and Devilwalker were even talking about that, and he said he feels like there's maybe even like more options for like a T Inferno AWP at times than on Vertigo. A lot of it is just hoping they over-aggressive ramp, they try to fight you there, or maybe you get a really good B spawn and you want to take that kind of coin toss fight onto an early player there. This is Renegade's one chance to keep themselves in this. If not, it's going to be a crazy dominant game going against them, and they'll fall down 0-2.
Look how much space Eternal Fire have just seconds into the round. They're already running their AX. Everyone is here right now. Calix is holding the flank, but they will be running in, smoking the Molotovs. Emor checking close, but Alistair gets away with 1. There's a couple of kills out of the site players. Alistair just continuing to run wild. Farm up that AWP money, perhaps. It's Calix and Woxic left up, but the aggression doesn't stop. Hats needs to look down, but Calix fires right back up, and Eternal Fire want to get weird in this mid-round. The bomb may be loose, but they fancy their odds.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go together here. It looked like Calix wanted to go up ramp, but now he's moved back in to join Woxic. Actually dropping down, looking for that little nade line of that molly. Only 1 out of Woxic before he's traded, and now Calix at this point, you know, 1 versus 3, it's not impossible, it's not unheard of. That bomb is out on an island though, he's going to get given this first fight, and if he got that, maybe the ball could get rolling. On the back of missing that opportunity, he's going to have to go forth and create his own fortunes here. Up through the short side, in he comes, double-layered peak on this swing. Oh, it's close! That is almost a transfer! Calix, you weren't meant to win this round! 3 to his name now, and just Liaz left to beat. Oh, he's trying to hide, but he's gone! He's deleted, and Calix will close that out in the 1v3.
I don't know what was going on there. Was Liaz okay? He was just staring into the wall. Maybe he thought Calix wasn't walking up on him, or something of the sort, but regardless of that, it's a sickening round to close out a very quick and easy map for Eternal Fire. That's got to feel good after fighting tooth and nail against Bad News Eagles, going the distance, 30 rounds, not able to close it, and then coming in like this. I mean, that's a statement piece for Eternal Fire. They're here to play. We're seeing new things on those CT sides. Those nades were incredible all game long, and Renegades never really understood it. They never really got a handle over it. Even when they were finally given the A-ramp control, they were just getting shredded by utility. So Eternal Fire coming well prepped to the major, and they're looking to make some upsets happen across these next few days.
Yeah, I mean, dude, looking now at that full 30-round game versus the Bad News Eagles, and kind of taking into account the domination of Renegades here, Eternal Fire get that much more exciting. Like, these are legit. Like, the fashion in which you best Renegades here is incredible, and then, you know, pushing Bad News Eagles to the very limits is nothing you can kind of shake a stick at either. So yeah, man, for Eternal Fire, I think they've got to be impressed with this one. Like, there was just never a moment where it felt like this could have got out of hand, this could have got weird. You know, they even win like the impossible 1v3 to close just to put salt in the wound. They have all these really, really nice, like gimmicky, almost like nade setups to strip players down before they've even had to fight anyone. Really, I'm kind of impressed just across the board. I think X-Floud stepped up to the mark brilliantly. Xantares gave us exactly what we wanted, and the cooling was stellar. You know, it felt like the rotations were always well-timed. It was always very succinct. Everyone was on the same page. I love this. I love what we just got to watch.
On the CT side of this map, how often do we actually see like B anchors come in with like, a lot of impact, high multi-kill rounds, you know, good timings on flanks? Like in the early game of that CT side, Eternal Fire never flanked, they never pushed, they never gave anything to the Renegades default. It ended up just being flat A executes. And finally, when Renegades started to do that later in the round or later in the half, we had those flanks for X-Floud. We had him getting aggressive. But yeah, young gun, first major. We've been waiting a while to see this guy on the Turkish super team, and he performed today. 23-8 on the B anchor, and it was all CT side. We barely saw a second half, so I'm super impressed. We're getting what we wanted. We wanted this team years ago, Harry. Better late than never.
Yeah, man, years in the making and getting at this moment. And dude, like, you know, this is where the major, obviously, for so many of these guys, for so many players, it is just the dream for everyone. For everyone in Counter-Strike, this is the dream. And when you first get here, you know, you're overwhelmed with the kind of positive emotions of it. But now reality starts to set in for teams like Renegades. This is where, you know, the dream changes to a nightmare. And you start to worry that, you know, even though you've made it this far, this could be the end of the line. So I'm hoping we can get a little bit more out of Renegades, right? Liaz at least was able to deliver on an individual level, but everybody else, like, no question, was just way too quiet to even make this a competitive game. You know, we're looking at this as utter domination. There was never a chance for the Renegades.
No, and you know, if you're liking what you see out of Eternal Fire, if you're liking the major dream, what these guys have been waiting for, those stickers are pretty damn good as well. I might have to stock up myself. For now, we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back though. More 0-1 matches. Cole IHC up next on this B stream, so we'll see you there.
I'm with the newest addition to the PGL Major Talent roster. It's Mr. Devilwalk. But right now, I'm not going to ask him to talk about the teams. I'm going to ask him to make some magic, because it was tradition in the past that Valve would rotate the map pool after each major. Are you up for trying to pitch Mr. Valve a new map, Devilwalk?
I'm not sure. I mean, we will see what happens once we get drawing here. But
okay, well, let's grab a pen.
Let's do something reverse here.
Is this like a handball court? I mean, I've never seen handball. I'm just imagining because you're Swedish.
Let's just do this and CT, and we'll just develop it further. I think all maps should have 3 lanes. Let's just add stuff on completely random.
Okay, what's this going to? Is this like a what? Is this going to be a connector? We haven't got the bomb sites yet, so.
But I'm thinking about the bomb sites should be closer to the CT spawn than they are the T spawn, right?
Classic.
But I want challenging areas. You know, this looks terrible, but I'm gonna just continue winging it. Let's do A here.
Are you basically drawing a kind of version of Ancient? Like, I mean, obviously the CT would be there if it were Ancient, but that's incredibly CT-sided map, and it looks like this is kind of more of the same.
Yeah, I have no clue how to draw, so this is why it looks like it does. But I will just continue doing some squiggly lines and Let's just add boxes and stuff.
This is just a dead wall. This is just...
No, I'm trying to open it up, but I don't have the eraser, so...
Oh, okay, right, just squiggle it out. It's fine, it's fine, okay. I mean, you could turn that into like a squeaky door. This is gone now. We've got a mid, and then we've got kind of a weird sort of teardrop with a line through it.
I'm just thinking this is like unpassable. Let's just do that.
Is this, these aren't walls, are they? This is just the bomb site itself. Yeah. So in other words, this potentially is all, could be all open.
It's all gray, no texture yet, but we will figure that out. It probably just says no texture everywhere on the map right now. We'll add it in later. But yeah, I mean, you kind of want 3 areas in general to challenge for. One very quick, one more slow, if you look at like an Inferno, for example. So we'll probably have this as more of a faster paced challenge area. I think this is just terrible right now, but yeah.
Has it got a name?
DE Terrible.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
well, we just saw Eternal Fire kind of dominate the Renegades, but now we're going to turn our attention onto our follow-up game. A little bit of complexity taking on the IHC guys. Now, IHC were very kind of exciting back at the Asia Pacific RMR, right? They knocked out one of the kind of incumbent teams that often soak up this major slot in Tyloo, which was already a huge win for this squad. And the run there was invaluable out of the IHC guys. It was really impressive. But now, you know, kind of a slow start to this one. You feel for them in their opening game, right? They do have to play up against Astralis, who do look like they're kind of on this real upwards trajectory. Now they have complexity, which, if their first debut game is anything to go by, might be a bit of a more kind of even playing field.
Yeah, exactly, right? Two teams who cumulatively got 3 rounds in their opening BO1s today at the Major. Obviously, Cole getting 16-1, IHC getting 16-2'd. And, you know, again, given their opponents both make sense, right? Cole taking on Vitality on Inferno. Don't know how it got to that map, to be honest. But either way, I'm excited to see what map we get for this one. You were, you know, talking off on the sidelines about Handshake. You certainly could come through for this one. I don't know if IHC want to repeat what they just had happen to them on this map against Astralis. Obviously, Danes on Nuclear, different beast, but complexity, I feel like, you know, Junior, that's a big talking point right now. This is a guy that has certainly had trouble against Tier 1, but against Tier 2, he's never been a question. He's never been a worry for this roster. He's always performed. When he's back in NA on Triumph, he was dominating the region, right, especially when teams like Liquid and Furia were abroad and competing elsewhere. And so for someone like Junior, you feel like, you know, this game could be loose enough that he could perform. But one thing that we have always attributed to IHC in these recent months has been they've actually got some of the pieces of an EU team. It looks like they play pretty solid Counter-Strike as a you know, a fairly new team to this level. And I'm excited to see how far the Mongolians can go myself.
Yeah, you know, centering around complexity for now, while we got them on screen, I think this is a bit of a weird one for a lot of NA fans, because it feels like you have very, very good pieces in this squad, right? You kind of think about the debut that someone like Fang had back in Extra Sort, how good he looked early on. Floppy has been like a consistent force to be reckoned with, and often is a pillar of consistency. Grim as well, out of Liquid and into like greener pastures is what it was meant to be. A chance to, you know, play some spots that he likes and, you know, kind of recenter himself as the star, but it doesn't feel like it's coming to fruition yet. So I think they're in a pretty weird place. It's like, individually you think this team should work, but when it comes to getting them gelling and all on the same page at the same time, it feels like it never hits that way. On the other side of things, we got IHC, and we already kind of touched upon them earlier on in terms of having this phenomenal run back at the RMR, managing to make it through first, you know, looking really good throughout. And what did impress us, as you say, was almost like the kind of EU-style game plan that this team was able to field.
Absolutely, and you know, considering this is, as you kind of mentioned, the first team we've seen in years that has broken the, no, I wouldn't call it a curse, but the consistency of Tyloo and Renegades being these two Asian teams that always come through. Yeah, we had Greyhound in there for Berlin, as well as I think it was Renegades who were already, you know, qualified from top 8 Legends last time. So yeah, this is really cool to see that next generation of Asian CS rise up and perform, and we do have that handshake on Nuke. You said it was coming, and it is right down the barrel. I think Cole win that veto. I think they're pretty happy with Nuke, but it's a map that for Junior, I think he certainly has actually had problems AWPing on this one. He even in the past has opted to just completely stay away from it on the T side of this map. And for me, he's the big player. He's the guy we need to see stepping up. Obviously, you've got the stars, you've got the floppy, you've got the Grim, right? If Fang can get those entries off, that's going to feel good on these top hits that Cole have many of. They have these fast plays up the sleeve of JT, but I want to see this AWP battle. I want to see Junior perform today in what is a must-win game for Complexity. There's no other way of putting it. They're coming in as favorites. They're up against underdogs. You know, this is regionally, NA is better than Asia. There should be no way that Cole should drop the ball here.
Oh.
And that's the scariest part.
Right.
Those are the scariest games.
Yeah, 100%, right? Especially when, you know, you're at a major, for crying out loud. You know, this isn't like a big event. This is the event. So
going 0-3 for Complexity, Harry, will not be tolerated.
No, it won't, right? So let's see. They're going to start with the CT side over here on Nuke. That's a nice bit of breathing room, perhaps. Let's see as we get into this one. IHC buying up pretty limited util as far as it goes. Just a smoke and a flash. Dual Berettas for Junior. I want to see what he's going to do with them.
Any hot roofers? Hell yeah. Score's got a pick, though. Floppy just gets bopped outside on main. Score's already running rampant. AT doesn't want to lose that kit up in the heavens. Got to be careful with these fights. Meanwhile, it's just pressing fire to let the Glocks walk in through main on the A split.
Oh, Junior dropping down. Someone in up, just going to swing him. Never even needed. Cabal will make it in. Trades up to the Doolies and then is deleted. The Doolbred is yet to even fire off. And Grim on his venture out through heaven. JT alongside him. You're going to be hard-pressed to find a way back into this round. And even with Grim trading, it's never going to be enough. IHC grabbed themselves the pistol. And I do want to say, even though we said, you know, this team kind of had EU-centric parts to it, it still very much has that flair that comes with the region, right? So I think that's going to be a bit of a test for complexity. You know, you're playing versus a team that feels kind of readable, but also they will throw a lot of curveballs your way at certain moments. And I'm assuming Cole have done a lot of prep for EU competition.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's a completely different start. It's a different beast, right? It's not even a team that's been out here boot camping in Europe for months and months, like a Lin Vision, who we were hoping to see make a run as well. Couldn't make it to the RMR, sadly. IHC here to take their place, takes him face, and double headshot on the A site, going to get that plant as well. Cole are locked out by a Molotov, and unfortunately is forced by what we left on the A side. They can go for it, but there's certainly an argument to be made with another Heaven Molotov that maybe we should just save this force for another go. IHC very quick and decisive round on that A hit. And they've already got as many rounds as they got against Astralis, so it's only up from here. Cole are giving this a go. No kit, smoke in. Are they just trying to play with IHC and keep them at the bomb site for that explosion, though?
They're going to try to do damage to him.
Ooh.
All right.
Yeah,
just a one and done, and then get the hell out of there.
Oh,
little main peek as well. All right.
Yeah, sure.
Really taking some liberties. And, you know, 2 players getting out, both AKs, as the ball's going to upgrade. So, you know, nice bit of damage for Cole. However, they do just have this Deeg and Scout to play around in the next. Could see Floppy, you know, maybe if he's generous, drop it over like a P250, but...
He could buy another Deeg if he wants to be audacious.
I mean, who wants to do that? You know, the Deeg's for
I mean,
one man only. You know, one
his own.
Deeg to rule them all.
Exactly. Some nades instead, going to stack them silo or into hut if they're expecting another quick A hit. And yeah, the handshake save from either side, but sweaty palms now as Cole are waiting for their rifle round. Grim's got dualies on an eco. I'm never a fan of his nades, but nothing too notable. Xantares would look away from that one. Nothing in comparison to his 800 utility damage back on Vertigo.
Which, considering it was such a fast game, is like even wilder, isn't it?
That is crazy. Well, that's what happens when you give the man 3 nades around.
He's able to get 50 util damage every round of play. Right, creeping out into ramp. IHC, they found the gap. They've seized the gap.
The more I think about that stat, by the way, the more crazy it is to throw on top of it that most of the rounds were B hits with xCloud going like 23 and 6. Like
you
they were going
when you're
B.
all 10 health at the beginning, right?
Yeah, true. How is Xantares even getting away with that? I don't know. We may never know. What we do know is it's a B.
Yeah, like you've got everybody here. Like they are all here to defend this B bomb site. Good damage out of the USP. The air. Oh, hang on a moment.
Oh,
Floppy's making a play, running in with the Deeg. He's suddenly found himself a couple of kills. Nine's left all alone, whittled down as he's double swung, and Floppy, he makes it happen. Like a madman, just runs out with the Deagle and cuts them all down, trying to move in towards his B site. Complexity were not meant to win that. That was a scout, that was a saved Eagle, a collection of, you know, pistols cobbled together around it. And they're able to get it over the line. It's a hero play from Floppy to get them there. And everyone appreciates it. Everyone likes that for Complexity. As they're now back on the board a lot earlier than expected. IHC going to have to bite the bullet here and come in with a force buy.
Yeah, that's super rough considering they lost 3 players in the previous, right? That's why this buy is so brittle for IHC. 1 rifle, but the Tech-9's running wild into main. Again, this A-split, and they're hitting heads again. That bullet gets blocked by a gun in the air, and Junior, while he hits a no-scope, it's up to his teammate in heaven to find some frags yet again. They're ducking down. They're not giving Floppy another chance in for this retake. Molly in. Drop that one-way smoke as well. but it's a 3-on-2 to the favor of IHC with a bomb as well. Complexity, if they throw everything in, they could be even giving away an AWP. Junior can flash Floppy for fights, but the smoke cuts him out, and he doesn't like what he sees. He has to give up the round. IHC came in with one gun, and it didn't even get a kill. It was Tech-9 taps to do it. I'm loving these fast, flary A-split rounds. Cole, so far, can't put him to bed.
And that's problematic, right? Like, this game will get a lot more interesting once Complexity successfully repel one of those A plays, because right now, it's a bit of a go-to for IHC in any sort of dire moment in a round where they need to find the conversion. They're just going for an A pop. Yeah. And that kind of does stuff to your mental in a way, right? Because it's one of these rounds where essentially you're getting rushed down. Don't get me wrong, there's a bit of util behind it, right? There is stuff to try and nullify some of these rifles, but it's super uncomfortable and you don't feel safe. You're having a lean with 3 in towards A early. There's attention peeled off of outside, which is giving more room to IHC to have these main drops coming in from the top of silo. So we need to see Complexity repel one, or else IHC are always going to have that in their back pocket as a comfortable play that they can lean into and exploit.
Yeah, they put the AWP outside, so you can see Junior's angle is just to stop the main split, right? He's not trying to play for a deep pick. He's not going too crazy. He's on top of the box here, but Silo won't commit, instead reset. And this is a nice off angle, at least, to catch a player running close to main. JT's eyes are on it as well. Look how paranoid Cole are that this will happen again. And even if it does, it might be laid up with smokes. We've got players going back to spawn at a minute 20 to lay up this util. Junior, he could go higher, right? He could find a pick over the top. Do they throw the first smoke, though? Because if not, it's open season for this AWP. In comes the X-Sec, and it's going to be nice for Junior. This is exactly what he wants. He has the perfect angle.
Oh, yeah, there's a bit. Oh, no, he falls off the top right as he takes the shot. That is awkward. Also, you know, if he was up there even a second longer, he would have got the info just how many players were crossing. He only saw one guy in amidst all that, and he falls off the top of the blue bin. So right now, no idea that 4 players have crept down lower. They're going to send Floppy in as a bit of a precaution, right? Worried that 1 or 2 guys maybe slipped the net and made it down. It is a hell of a lot more than that. Floppy needs to be a one-man army, but he is just one man at the end of the day, overwhelmed by the double doors push. And if Cabal even gets one here, that is so many problems to double up. That is the save solidified. There's no going for this. Junior with a missed shot. And IHC are on to a 4th. There is nothing that JT and Junior can do about this. They're even getting hunted, and that bomb's only just gone down.
I love the ramp up of pace. IHC, right, you said it yourself, they sneak all the way down. Cole never had the info because of Junior's drop, but then halfway through Secret, they realized, like, if we just ramp it up, we just run out right now, Cole are not going to be in the B site, they're not going to be in position, and Floppy wasn't, right? He was trying to cross to a position where he could have cover, where he could play for a multi-kill, but instead they swing the doors when he's out in the open. There's nothing Floppy can do but just spray and spray and hope for a multi. Great trade work. They're hunting this AWP, but they won't throw everything at it. Rather build up their own money in this T side. There's no problem with that. They take 4 kills out of the round and keep 3 of their own. This is beautiful right now for IHC, but that, yeah, I mean, that's all down to, again, a couple of misses out of Junior, falling off the box at normal time. And there was really no other way back in for Cole. So, sneaky round, IHC, they've come in with a few pocket picks to catch Cole off guard. Now back to pistols with just this one AWP. Junior, we left to roam, dropping in on A, trying to take a hut. So Rat Rush with a MAC-10, and it will be easy as easy said, easy done. Double entry, down B they go, that should be the round.
Yeah, Cole are going to rotate down. Junior's going to take a little look in with this AWP, right? See if it can play into the round. And it will strike first. Score on the receiving end of that. Now Junior's going to put a bit of faith in his pistol, see what they can get away with. And with Grim already dead, if Bang isn't good for one, it should just be the save. Yeah. Junior's now looking to get out of there, looking to hold on to this AWP. And IHC, they come in with another, this time 3 alive at the end of things. And not a tremendous amount of money made, but not money lost either. That's going to go a long way. 5-1 for IHC. At least another investment looming for Complexity. And, you know, there's kind of no denying it thus far. Need to see more out of this AWP on Junior. Yeah, really do, right? I mean, it's still kind of early days. He's had these opportunities. Some have sailed by. You're never worried when it happens early on. But you need that turnaround soon, or else you might never get going.
I'll be an apologist. He's only been in the right place once so far in the CT side. Right? Like, he hasn't been playing Yard. He played Yard twice, and once, okay, yeah, it was the smoke wall and he fell off. But other than that, he's been, you know, leaning back, very passive outside towards heaven and ramp side. So, yeah, you know, there's still room. But actually, what is really, really nice right now is they're showing a variety of rounds. Ramp rushing on anti-ecos, A splitting when they are low money, running an outside wall. You know they have more variety, a further variety of outside takes as well. That was just a contact play. That's not the standard. You're often going to, you know, be making noise and leaving lobby lurks. They didn't do that. You know, I actually have a lot left in the scrapbook right now.
Yeah, that's super true. You know, we've really kind of barely scratched the surface, right? We've had the outside smokes lobbed in once, and other than that, it's been this B ramp play and fast A splits. And so that's also something to be a little bit worried about, perhaps, if you're a Complexity fan. You've got to stop the basics, and then once you've stopped the basics, you've got to stop whatever comes after that. So, yeah, you know, I think it is going to be a bit of an uphill battle. Complexity, they've come in with the reinvestment. Most notably, there is only one kit in play. That's going to find itself on the back of Junior. It will be important to bear in mind and just keep track of as to where that gets dropped if we end up in a bit of a retake scenario here.
Insta smokes, full wall Junior. This is it. This is the confidence we want to see. Aggression outside, and unlikely this angle will be flashed off as well. Even if he dies, JT is there on the garage roof. Deep flash does nothing. Junior gets his pick and gets out scot-free, and now JT, his position is set up perfectly. They are not going to clear this. Stralis even used his spot against them this morning as well, and ISG were not ready for it either. JT peeking nothing right now, though. And as a smoke fade, he sees that it's completely empty. He knows their timings. They couldn't have gotten down Secret. So this is a full lobby reset. Cole, this is their round right now, poised and ready in a 5-on-4. That AWP has rotated, and they know this has to go A or ramp.
Molly on hot roof forces Grim back. They go. They might try vent drop. Yeah, they're going down. Even though Techno's 4K spammed out crossing, he still managed to get the bomb in. Now this AWP at ramp on the back of Junior. It misses its time to strike. He's been cut down. A 3-on-4. Complexity starting to scramble these rotates, starting to move down lower. Pretty much everyone coming from Secret with the exception of Bang! And into Blitz they go. He's in with a double. Now it's left on to 9. Back here at ramp with this AWP. With Junior's gun in hand, he's going to try and steal the round away from Complexity. Fang is gone. JT, last man in this one, moves on to the bomb. Smoke on it. Maybe that baits the peak out of 9, and it will. JT wins the 1v1. Defuse comes in, and Complexity finally break the streak.
Oh, that was very scary. If he went right back for a re-peek, he might have caught JT coming out the door, but he thought it was the other way. Nice try, right? Given his weapon of choice after Blitz's blundering entries. Those were 6 shots for Blitz, just popping Junior on the rotate, killing 2 down Secret, but not enough. Considering that was a 3-on-5 with the vent spam, I actually did a good job of even making that close and getting a bomb plant, and we sure know money's no issue yet. But Complexity have gotten back on the board, so this game proves to at least be competitive. They've outperformed their first BO1 of the day so far. Oh, did he see him? Oh, I couldn't know for sure. Possibly, but very good timing on that cross for Floppy. Makes it to the Secret side. Score seems pretty attentive, so might have seen something there. Either way, no one's working outside yet. She have been happy to go back for late smokes outside.
Cabal did make it down the vent when they threw
they must know if he's doing this.
They threw a Molotov and smoke combo early to get him down, and so Cabal, that one's free. Floppy
is he going to hold this?
This
is crazy. He's telling his team to come outside to cross, and he's going to fire as late as he can. Floppy has no idea, and he is holding this like a man made of steel.
He's thinking, like, I've got them. If they come my way, they're out. Cabal's going to wreck him. And now, look at this IHC. From no one outside to everyone down through Secret. Cabal has carved a path, and the rest of the team move into the groove. Now looking to go down lower. Complexity might have retaken lobby, but that's dead territory. There's nobody here. They are all down in this lower site, which Junior is solely responsible for right now on the AWP.
And he's scared of lurks. It's his teammates running behind him, not opponents. Double Molly comes in. He's cordoned out. The fire will decide this round. It's a 4-on-5 in a retake for Complexity, and it's do or die. You throw everything into this round, and you're back to pistols. You're back to being broken on this CT half. Good smoke. They're going to give it a go. Coming out from the ramp side, the vent player cut down, and they'd love to throw in the tower, but they're already committed. There's a gap in the smoke. I get cheese through it. Techno spamming back. Grim gets a kill, but he's gone from the round, and Junior has to save, but he might not be given the option. Ramp is the only safe port of call, but they're coming from above and below. Techno, here's the scope, and Junior hits the shot, but will he survive? I don't think so. IHC 6-2, and this is incredible right now. They are playing such a nice T-side. I can't believe that not only they caught that miniature timing of Floppy crossing secret, but then Cabal goes as far to hold a trigger discipline for 20 seconds. Beautiful.
Yeah, and dude, even him being there just throws all the timings off, right? They try to scramble a rotation down the vent, hoping they could beat Cabal on his rotate back into the B site. But, you know, you kind of don't have like a concrete idea of where he's been, where he's going, how fast he can get there. And so it just threw everything through a loop. It forced that like triple ramp retake out of Complexity, which is just horrible. Like, no one should be left in that spot if you're retaking B. And so now, you know, money broken for Complexity. IHC, this is a really clean T-side, and it's about to get even better if it kind of ends up being par for the course here. Complexity, oh, hello, look at these moves. Look at them moves.
Yeah, doesn't get any
kind of wanted to follow through with, you know, the run boost, but it's fine. Outside now for IHC.
Oh dear.
And Cabal's heard the lobby lurk. He knows all about them. Doesn't want to get caught. I like this. This is very safe, very conservative out of Cabal.
Oh.
They just stay alive. Bang has found a little hidey hole. The rest of the gang are down lower. They've heard the lobby crunch. So will they be ready for Grim? They shouldn't be. His Deagle's good for one. And now they learn that everyone started to scramble down here for Complexity. This could get weird. It's Score with the round in the palm of his hands, and he's gone. Bang at 4 health has just annihilated him on that jiggle. This was meant to be an IHC round. This was not meant to be Complexity winning it. Not this clean either. 4 still alive, and 9 in the clutch. Out with the swing. Oh, it's a double. He's not done yet. Trying to save the day, trying to make this happen. It's low HP Fang, and a deep Floppy that's pushed all the way in.
He's got all the time in the world right now. Does 9 want to go all the way around? No, swings the door. This is a nice layered peek for Cole. Floppy doesn't even need to fight. He'll be the last place that 9 expects. He's going back to the window, not broken. He'll have to make noise. He's putting the seed of doubt in Cole's mind. Which angle does he come from? Fang might be dead on this first piece of Floppy. Should be good to trade. 9 is on for the 1v4 right now. Just has to look down, look below. 20 seconds to do it. Floppy's looking up, and 9 is wandering in, completely clueless. Floppy looks away, and he still turns on a dime to save the round for Complexity. What a mess the entire way, but they do it. An eco win, and it's all off the back of Fang on 4 health, somehow surviving that impossible Molotov at the T-spawn, who goes on to cut out that flank with Score on the back line. I think IHC win that 2v4. Hey, they made the 1v4 pretty close.
Oh, man, yeah. It's not pretty, right, but they do still win it. And a round like that is going to do wonders for this CT half. It's also broken the money of IHC.
Finally.
Floppy pushing up outside, a little more confidence out of the guy now, right? He wins that 1v1, and suddenly this is kind of vintage Floppy right here. That's the bomb, caught crossing first, but he can't get any more than that. And he's traded after the fact, so now they've got themselves another AK, a 4-on-4 for IHC.
Fang's seen this, he knows. They're trying to spam, they're trying to corner Cabal. Oh, how is he skinny enough to stay alive? Not for long. Grim will finally pick him out of the hut, and it's a 3-on-4. But IHC have a lot of room. They can leave 9 here and let him work the garage. Junior holding the angle, knows exactly where this guy could be. And even if he gives it up, shows his AWP and runs away, his in-game leader is close by. So right now, Cole have a good idea of what's going on. JT going to go for that peek. Oh, he's got a nice angle, and it's a 3B, you think. Converts it onto 9. 2-on-4 now. Hut Roof Molly makes this objective clear as day, and just let these anchor players do what they do best. Junior picks another one out from the sky, and it's only Techno looking for exactly what his name suggests.
Yeah, 4K in the name, gonna need a 4K in the game. He's waiting, Junior creeping his way forward. Should have this. Almost the lineup, right? Bang with that swing immediately, but he does deliver on the trade. He does get it locked in. And so Complexity, they're starting to find themselves back on their feet here, right?
Nice round
chance
for Junior.
now just to take this full eco out on IHC and come up with a 5th.
Bit scary in the mid-round, but Junior steps up with the orb, delivers what he had to do in that round, and no problem on the A site for now. IHC back to full pistols, one flashbang, gonna lob it in through the rafters for a hut play. It's a bit late though, they wait the mollies, they know they don't have the health to sustain this fire, so flashes in, Bang will start to chew them up, and 3 kills is easy, but the bomb made it down vent, and that's all they ever wanted. Cabal gonna try and smoke his cross. Oh, he sticks it open to stop a decon flank, and the different plant spot gives it to him. They can't stop the plant, but they can win the round. Complexity 5 alive, that's good for them at least, but it's all IHC wanted from that round. A $200 investment gets them a bomb down, and that is stonks.
Yeah, IHC haven't been super AWP-centric on this T side, and I was wondering if they were going to bring one out here, right? 9 saves some extra money, he had $3 grand left over with the plant, more than enough to bring that AWP out, but he will elect to just stay true to the rifle. So we keep, this 5-rifle T side going, and it is kind of giving IHC a lot of these chances, I would argue, right? It's kind of allowing them to switch the pace up a lot. You're not forced to be a little bit slower, a little more regimented to accommodate that AWP. You can get wild with it. JT crossing out.
Stuck, and they saw him.
That delay, that 1 second of getting stuck on the geometry has cost him this valuable position. They know about it now. They know that he's made it down secret and that he's lower B early. And he might look to switch it up. Currently in the vent, he's coming up towards the A site.
Yeah, I've been stuck on geometry since high school, but JT's not going to fall for it. He just rotates all the way out. Yeah, I'm appealing to our NA audience. 5-6, but only now IHC taking the lobby. This is Cole trying to equalize. This could still be a very good CT side if they can run away with the rest of it. And now with a flawless anti-eco, they've got the buffer of money to allow for mistakes. Smoke wall outside. AWP for Junior. Not going to see a thing. Can take blind pot shots. Right now he's dealing with that main cross if they want to get weird, and he's ready for this. Good angle. Techno's down. They might just have to commit with the smokes, even though that wasn't the initial plan. They wanted another A split, but a little later. This is now super awkward for IHC. It can't be an A split anymore. They've got to go back down lower, and the other players have to meet them down vent. There's 2 trapped in lobby who can't really have impact in this round unless they join on B. You'd like 1 lurk, but not 2. And so they'll go ramp instead. Floppy drops off to join B, but JT's taking the spot.
Oh, the double lower rotate. This is Herd. Junior's now set up in hell, but he needs to win one of these, and he will. Gets out with the AWP. Able to slink his way through that Molotov. Rest of IHC's down lower, but a double ramp hold should be able to put a stop to this. They're going back and they're taking the ramp fights first. This is giving room for the bomb plant score. Lovely tap. Has he got any more tricks up his sleeve here? As they try to turn around the 2v5, they're setting up like they want to try and fight for ramp, like they want to try and take it away, and he's left score in an unwinnable spot. He's run down from decon, caught fighting ramp, and Complexity will pull up with the retake onto a 6th. 4 kept alive, building up money now, right? Bang! At almost $11,000 in the bank account. It's going a long way to put some much-needed life in this CT side for Complexity.
Yeah, and while the AWP was a liability in the early few rounds when we had this 5-1 lead, and IHC were looking really good, Junior's had a couple of multi-kill rounds now, stepped up, been in the right place, been very patient with his shots, was waiting for that ramp hunt, right? The close ramp player in the post plant pushing into Cole's setup, and they even read the double flank as well. I guess somewhat knowing that that might have been an A attempt for IHC because of their opening kill crossing main. And now IHC, it's not looking as clean as it once was. I would like a faster round. They should buy up here, 4K apiece. It's going to limit the util. if they ever wanted to go for an AWP, they would half buy and get that in next. But no, everything coming in here and now. Let's see if we have a little more pace, a little more pump to this T side, because it was working really well in the early game.
Yeah, I think, you're already kind of feeling the impact of Junior and Floppy getting more aggressive outside and taking more fights over here. You even had JT attempt that secret drop in the last round. It's making it a little bit harder for IHC to go back to this main drop into the A split. Now, that kill's going to go a long way. That's one of the eyeballs taken off of the outside, and it's going to facilitate this split again. Blitz, those are clean openers, and Grim cannot hold the line. It's a triple kill in the blink of an eye. It's all left on Junior. They've heard the scope. Oh, they haven't heard it, but he's only good for one. They're back in lobby. They're in the site. They're all around him. He found himself the wolf in sheep's clothing. Or no, the sheep in wolf's clothing, actually, which is far worse.
Yeah, it gives it away when he bleats. But, dude, we have so many aimers in this IHC team. I also love the way they entry outdoor there in that 5-on-4, right? One player's holding hut roof. One player is just like, you're running in full faith into A main. They get dinked by the hut roof player, but then the cover immediately comes in from below. And so, the cold player on hut roof doesn't even know who to aim at. They're just taking the shot the second the door swings. Really nice setup there for IHC to just double up on that A site. Now they're lining up roof util. Done a wall of smokes, but it's a fake, finally. We haven't seen any fakery with this util. Now it's coming through. It's going to get confirmed by Junior. What that does mean is the AWP is in the wrong place for this round. On another A split coming in through main. We have 3 here, but they've got to be ready. Oh, the head drop. That's not helpful. JT knocks 2 down, and IHC have to bail to ramp.
Yeah, Floppy's here, has been the whole damn time, waiting for his chance. There's that first man cut down on the swing. Blitz going to struggle to trade this right now. Junior's even here to lend a bit of a helping hand with the AWP. And so IHC, this entire round maybe falls apart on the back of that staggered A main drop where they get stuck on each other's heads.
Yeah, the problem there is, the second player who falls on the top just spends more time in the air, right? Because not only are they initially falling and they're inaccurate, but then they hit ground and then their teammate dies and they start falling again. So it's like, double inaccuracy. Less time on the ground to take that trade shot. JT should have this walking, and Blitz is a freebie. Just 9, and Floppy spams him out from deep ramp. So 7-7 with another 5 alive. Cole have come alive near the end of this half. Is it going to be enough? One more round here just to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks for IHC. But, par for the course. Very good T side at a bare minimum.
Yeah, because Complexity are kind of keeping it pretty varied with who's dropping secret, playing it very, very spawn-based. It's kind of creating a bit of a problem where there's kind of a gap somewhere, but you never know for sure where it is. And so you have to do that bit of exploration first. This time, there's no early secret drop, and there's a triple yard play out of Complexity to try and strip that early man advantage away. Now, Cabal did sneak down the vent again. I don't know how he keeps getting away with it, and he's opened up a path into the B play. Last time he did this, it was fruitful for IHC. It netted them a much-needed round. They're going to try and go back to it again. And with the B plant coming in, Complexity are going to have to retake this one 3 versus 3. But right now, their avenue in is smoked off. And Fang, he probably dies to this, honestly. I don't know if you're ready for someone at back orange still.
No one's even in the site. They double up in the vent. They beat the Molotov. Nine's just trying to bleed more than one, but he can just hold this shot as long as he wants. Again, IHC just play with their food, and then they chow down, and Blitz gets 2 through the edge of the smoke to close the half. 8 rounds on the T side of Nuke certainly looks good for IHC. They only were able to fight 2 against Astralis earlier. Well, this one is going far more to plan. Definitely felt like in the rounds where Cole would get an opening kill and they disrupt the game plan, it would fall apart for IHC. They'd have nothing in the mid round, and those are the rounds Cole often won. But when they went for these quick splits, when they get that opener, when they get the insta B control with no info, like Cabal dropping vent, like you say, those are the rounds where IHC looked their best. And they're going to be very happy with that first half.
Yeah, obviously in that last round there, Complexity were triple peeking out, so I guess that's how he found the gap. But I almost wonder if they were throwing something that's a bit deceptive, because I noticed it would often be a molly smoke combo, and it didn't look like the molly was just sailing into main. I'm not sure on that one, but the fact that he got away with it, I think it was 3 times total without them having any idea that he got down, is certainly a weird one. This might just be a bit of an A play, and it's already gone bust, right? You lose Fang, you're trying to get out now, you do find this gap at the heart. The dual Berettas of Techno 4K are only good for 1, and so suddenly Complexity are right back into this round at 3-on-3. Bomb now getting planted, swing out of heaven, score and 9 are both fighting this. It's pretty intense over on the heaven side, but they pulled attention away from Lobby, and that was the idea here. Give Cabal a bit more breathing room.
JT's on the angle, he walks in, Dink immediately, now the heaven player's got to go, they've got to swing, Floppy spamming, can't close a kill, turning around, Junior gets 2, and almost a third, but it's 9 in a 1v1 with a bomb, and a kit, the plant, not for JT. Oh my god, he doesn't even stick it, he wants to fight, and I don't know about that, 9 would have just won the round. If he sticks the bomb, he can't lose, Harry. He simply can't lose. He had the kit the whole time. Oh dear, JT's given that clutch on a silver platter. And, you know, part of the thinking there is, you know, JT's just going to be holding W. He's going to be running towards you. And he was, but 9 had to hit that headshot to make that play work. Would love to see a stick, but maybe the nerves get into IHC in such a tense environment. 8-8 now. Cole, the pistol, can build in.
Yeah, full eco out of IHC. They're looking to bring rifles in this next round. Complexity feeling destined to get to a 9th, right? There's not really any resistance here, so it should be a pretty easy one. Floppy pulls a steal, creeps up through the door, and then the killing begins. Suddenly, the round is just brushed aside. It's very quick, it's very easy. Complexity up on a 9, but this is where it gets a little more interesting, right? IHC, they elected to full eco that with the goal of bringing guns out here. Does come with some limitations, right? You're not going to have like all the kits in the world. You've only got 1 on Cabal, who takes a bit of a hit, purchasing up the MP9. But they've got intent. They've got to have an idea behind this. So what's it going to be?
Yeah, that won't be the last door rush you see for Carl. I can tell you that much from their T side. And hey, they're going to bring it right back in the second round as Blitz spams out 1. A few will make it down vent, but this has been heard. IHC maybe don't know the numbers, but they know the possibility. Cabal, not the gun to fight back against this B-pop. He's going to try and smoke himself out to get a bit of space. That smoke fall over. No, it's perfect, but Floppy has the angle and just assaulting utility for Complexity to take this space back. Floppy pushes up. Lots of CTs here, 4 of them. Now 5 on the ramp side. Cole are here to fight up close.
Oh my goodness, Floppy does not realize just how many guys there are around this corner. JT's helped out with a bit of smoke spam. Floppy still fighting close, fearless. Will finally get bested. Fang doubles up in the meantime, and this one's been stolen away. It's Fang and JT doing all the damage. Floppy was nothing more than a bit of a buffer stop to slow down that ramp play. And so Complexity, they might have had the weaker weapons. They still managed to secure that 10th round. This T side is off to a very good start and a much needed one, considering how this game began for the Complexity squad.
I love the kind of rounds that Cole do out of spawn, especially on Nuke. Like, they have so many varieties of A hits, but also just the door pops, right? Often you'll see that vent smoke come down, but then a deep flash will go in and Floppy will just run right through. He'll go through the vent smoke, he'll be looking at the ground, he'll get that first entry, or he'll die first regardless. Cole will just spill out a door and hit that upper site. So, yeah, you never really know what you're getting when you see that door util from Complexity. Going fast again, they're full of confidence right now. Nothing to lose on this T side up against the low bar. 9, it's his 1 rifle in use, and even Dinks Jr. as well. Good mileage, but the gun is gone and irretrievable in this round. So going to have to be down to a mag pushed up and pistols elsewhere. Cabal going further. It means he's, he's not going to commit. Doesn't want to sit in the lobby with a shotgun. The timing catches, Floppy looking the wrong way, but he won't be interested in giving up this round just yet.
Oh, Complexity aren't going into heaven. They're not going to wrap the A site, which is what this was looking like. Instead, they've taken ramp. They're trying to go down lower. With lobby already being taken away, they're going into this little double stack, and there's a lot of weird timings here, right? This is going to be a real round of timings. One that shouldn't be that interesting could become so. However, with score dealt with on the lobby push, and now Blitz fallen down on lower. It's quickly dealt with, quickly cleaned up by Complexity. There was definitely a world where that could have gotten weird, where it could have gotten a little bit wild. However, Complexity have navigated these murky waters valiantly. That's a lovely dig, but it's not going to win you the round.
Sheesh. Yeah, this is the youngest player in the tournament here at the Major, age 16, youngest by 23 days is Techno 4K. Definitely one for the future. And hey, one for the present right now, but Cole are bringing a gift back in this T side, a flawless half so far. IHC may save that one gun, but even that's not guaranteed. Fang's trying to run it down. Flash now, Techno knows they're coming, but ooh, it's going to be awfully close. Flashes won't fall far enough. Fang takes the fight, and he wins it. So no gun saved. That's beautiful from Complexity. They keep it clean with 3 up. And they keep IHC's money on the rocks. Melting now, but another buy round. 9 on the AWP. Something we haven't really seen, Harry. We saw that one round where he got it off of Junior at ramp, the B post plant, but he lost that 1v1 to JT. Other than that, never purchased it up in the T side, and Junior's gone right for it. Let's see where Junior goes with this orb, looking for the opening kill.
Well, Nine's playing for Secret. He's going on a big old journey down through B. Cabal is about to get pressured at ramp. I don't think he's ready for someone to be so deep. Grim is already past that util, already swinging it wide. Now, at a bare minimum, right, this AWP has been down lower since the start of the round. Nine needs to hit the ground running with this big green gun. And that one kill has sent Complexity back into ramp. Now over here towards Hell. Blitz is waiting and is considering this. You kind of need a multi-kill out of him. If he loses this without getting anything done, that is big problems for IHC. There's the first, traded after the fact, and now they start to move up into the heavens. Only one man in the site. Techno 4K does have some support. The bomb comes tumbling down. Complexity are now committed to the A play. And even though Junior's dealt with that first man, is he ready for the AWP in hut? Oh, the timing on that. The timing on that one. Bomb's planted a little wide, so you can try watch it from main. Junior dead. Nine somehow wins that. And now it's just Fang who's caught by the late heaven rotate out of score. IHC, they're able to turn that one around. It went from pretty dire straits, right? After losing the ramp man of Cabal early and having a scramble rotates down lower to a round that they do piece together.
Yeah. That was a really nice private call. I thought they had it right. Like, trading was super, super nice. The decision to leave away that AWP, and even Blitz, who knows exactly what's going on. Like, IHC, the whole time knew what was happening because the AWP on B spotted no one else exited after his early kill. But Blitz gets traded perfectly by Fang, and yeah, that was just a super, super weird. You know, that's a land peak, the AWP in hut. Junior missing that shot, or not even missing the shot, didn't even get to fire the shot. Nine was so quick coming in through hut, so big props to him in getting that round on the board for IHC. And they find their first in the CT side, so very scary situation, but they keep their cool. And back to the full buy, back to the rifles for Cole. It screams a quicker hit again. It screams one of these door pops when they pull Junior off of the AWP immediately. He's had a very good game though so far, especially considering those first 8 or so rounds didn't come in with much. Blitz going up on Garage Roof. Everyone's doing it. Try it. And Grim. Oh god, we have the same setup for Cole with JT up on roof and Junior taking his peek. Cole don't know yet, but they're walking into a beast of their own making. That's from ramp.
They've thrown in the outside smokes. Nine knows if he just keeps waiting here, he can kind of confirm or deny whether or not this is the outside play. They're the wider ones, so he's got that info. And as a result, IHC are doubled up at ramp. They have outpositioned Complexity here. They've outmaneuvered them, dodging the outside smokes. There's no threat posed by them, and they've churned up the attempt at the ramp take. That is a really nice little protocol out of IHC, and it's all afforded on the back of Nine's aggression with the AWP outside. They're going to close it with Score pushing the door, and that's a 5 alive round, a flawless one.
Yeah, Score's on the doors, and they're only one behind now, IHC, 10 to 11. and Cole call out a third timeout. Yeah, really nice catch on that AWP, just having all the info. He's already been very mobile, right? From last round, you said it yourself, where he dropped B off of the spawn and just played for lower. He forced Cole into an upper hit that ultimately IHC won. Now he's aggressive outside, and I like how decisive that rotate is. As soon as they see smokes, but no one commit with it, IHC just go pad up ramp and A. And yeah, right now, things are looking good on the CT side. One more to equalize, and the same round to break the money of complexity. Bomb plant is going to be a requirement of Cole in this round if they want to keep the good times rolling.
You don't want IHC to get this second win, right? Because you kind of had them on the ropes there for a while. Nine, that was definitely a chance, but he's missed the timing, missed that opportunity. He's just going to sail on past him. And now outside is taken early on by Complexity. They've got a top hut player, or top main player. Floppy even winning a fight back in the hut. IHC feel very claustrophobic right now. They're having a fight for one of these positions. Oh, and the flash has just wrecked Nine outside. There's attempt at re-aggro. You kind of don't have any more choices here. You need to make hero plays. And as each person throws themselves into it, it's into the meat grinder. Complexity able to mop up every single one of these heroic attempts at saving the round. Now it's just score. He has dropped the bomb, but that's the end of the line. The trade is immediate. Floppy still back in the lobby, won't let up. And so Complexity said they needed a bomb plant. Well, a one round would certainly, serve the deal on that one.
Yeah, it goes above and beyond, Harry. It's even better, right? I was planning for worst case. They give us best case. They keep 3 up. JT, just, the heat seeker running in through A, trying to find that last guy, and his teammates are able to trade. So, yeah, nice, just free-flowing round for Cole. Another buy for IHC, but again, end of the line for the loser of the next. Nine close on ramp. Again, the double setup does damage as Cabal peeks in with him wide. Finds Junior and Grim. That's going to force the hand of Cole into this top side, it seems. Score's falling off silent. He has been the quieter player for IHC in this map. But no time like the present to perform. Blitz has got this main split on lock, so Techno doesn't need to be watching this. Like, Blitz actually has the angle. That's a really awkward molly. Calls for a smoke, though, and it lands. And Cole might not even know if that's a fake or not. There's actually a player there. Main split denied. Fang gets a kill, but he can't commit with it. Even his vent drop is denied by Techno on top of the hut. And yeah, he's just hoping for an overface, an overstep in this round. And IHC are not in the business of giving it up.
It's very back and forth, man. IHC are not out of this one yet. They're not prepared to let Complexity turn it all around and run away with it. Fang probably just going to die to the top hut player. Techno 4K holding on. We'll check for it, but the timing's not in his favor. And so there's that swing on out. IHC up with 11. It's a nice little repeller, this A play, shutting it down early. Complexity back to the drawing board, and they don't have money to make it work. They might have been able to win that must-win round to keep the economy afloat, but it's barely treading water. And now they've gone under, they've folded, they've taken a force buy here.
All in, mate, all in. No penny left unturned. But will it be heads or tails for Cole? Only one gun. Grim's going to lead the pack into lobby, waiting. Those early Molotovs, and even you see actually dropping flashes just in case this is a rush. And there's that door pop for Floppy. He's out and about. We know what he's up to, and he's going to get one set up. Fang for the trade. Lobby push does net a kill. JT can't hold on, but Complexity have managed to find themselves some space. Can they get themselves some guns? Upgrade these pistols. Bomb plant for the one guy with a rifle is a bit of a risk, but running off the reload, Junior finds his weapon of choice, steals it back this time, and a 2-on-3 should be Cole's.
Oh, the timing was everything for Blitz there. Fang finds him back in the lobby, and Cabal, so low from the fights earlier on, is going to be left saving here. Complexity with the A-pop. Managed to make it work, up onto 13. And, they just go back to kind of what is the bread and butter of this T side, what's been working. Keep it simple, and they're able to brush aside that attempt at the A-hole. Dude, there was even some nice ideas from IHC to try and repel it, right? Like you touched upon the flashbangs, just kind of underhanding them from the top of silo, trying to catch players as they rush out through the door. Timing just a little off on some of them, and it gave the room over.
Yeah, really nice. Really, really nice round for Cole, and exactly what the doctor ordered to win a low econ round. You know, you can understand if they lose it and they still have the breathing room to play another rifle round at 12-13, but now they're really poised well for this map. One gun save, a full investment around it, everything IHC thrown into this. There's been so many similarities in these T sides, though, from, you know, just the quick A splits have been the way in. And, you know, once IHC stopped getting away with that, once Cole were able to lock down A anchor rounds and the AWP was far more potent outside, we saw IHC run out of steam near the end of their T half. It's going to be up to them now to stop Cole from, you know, abusing A. Another AWP for Junior, secured off of Nine's body. And I'd love to see them put him in a position to find an opening kill. Last time he was just sat back in lobby holding hut. Smokes going out into Squeaky and the rest outside. So 4 smokes used instantly for Complexity. They want to run wild towards Yard. They see Cabal. Molly comes in. He can't smoke. Can he escape through the spam? The firing, it all comes through. Cabal runs into a Molly and he can't get out for free. Every step of the way was on fire. And Fang finds the opener.
Those couple of tags cost him everything. Like, he would have gotten out if he didn't even get, you know, if he got tagged like once, maybe it would have been fine, but it's like a double tag through the smoke. It slows the movement speed, and he just roasts in the Molotov. A rough start to a must-win round for IHC. Complexity are rubbing their hands together. They know that a round like this, going 5-on-4 up, this could be the game.
Oh, if he holds, he cuts off the bomb. If he pushes, ooh, he gets something at least, but JT now has the info. He can play this one safe if he wants to get the bomb into lobby.
Can have his teammate moving in to help. Nine gets out of there. Lovely, lovely knowledge of when to kind of taper off with that. Hangs around, milks it for all he can, and has turned this into a 4-on-3 despite that early molly kill onto Cabal. Complexity, they're left with one of these A plays again. They're going to try and go back to what's comfortable, what's been working. Only this time, Score is here as the fly in the ointment, going to line up a triple and save the day. IHC, Score's been having a bit of a rough time thus far, but a round like that to pull up and win a 12, that's going to reinvigorate him.
Yeah, you just start screaming him down as well, right? IHC, this would be a big upset. This would be a big win for, you know, the fresh-faced Mongolians on their first major to try and take down Complexity. And they've poised themselves. I mean, this has been so back and forth. There's been no one team running away with this map at any point. It was good early for IHC, but both teams have had their strings of rounds. Nine pushed up outside. The pistols are awfully close. Gonna have to call for a rifle to cover. Luckily, there's many men who will answer the call. He gets all the way out as 2 rifles move back outside. Score. He's got some lineups for us here. Spamming out of the roof. Floppy fires back, but no one connects. But they made it into main. Score's luckily tucked in, committed, and Blitz does get deeked out this AWP. Ooh, can't pick his target, does find Junior. And luckily enough, it seems like the problem has been averted. He hears the jump. Nine just trying to close this kill. And look how confident IHC are. It's only an anti-eco. They of course should be, but they just want to get this round under wraps. Nine with a deep peek. JT's deke doesn't connect. They have that bomb as well.
Oh, dude, if he got one more kill with the Deagle, he makes that a pretty expensive round, which would have been like a mini victory for Complexity. Trying to make the most of a very bad situation was JT. And now we have a pause for Cole. They're going to call in another, right? They starting to feel the pressure all over again. That final pause called on in at 13-13. This one goes the distance. Maybe that ends up mattering.
And the worry is for me right now on Cole is like for IHC, they actually showed a lot. They did a lot of different things. Their anti-ecos were all out on ramp. They had a variety of yard smoke takes. Their A hits were really good when they split at least. For Cole, we've not seen like a variety of successful rounds. The majority of their gun rounds have come down on A hits. They had, you know, one secret cross, but you know, what do you rely on here? What do you want to risk? Those fast door pops, IHC are going to be ready for. They're going to be back turned from flashes. They're going to have mollies down immediately. So, you know, expecting more of a default start for Cole, but we'll have to see where it culminates. This one's going to be a very scary round to call for JT.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much riding on this round for Complexity. You know, they're the ones feeling the pressure now more than IHC. They're the ones on the verge of having that money come crushing down this late in the game. Score, he's been a bit of a part of repelling these A plays from behind the CT vent. That's something that's going to have to get mollied by Complexity if they do want to go back to one of these A splits. He's starting to cross out. Blitz trying to play this one way, but JT's ready for it. An early advantage taken by the man at the helm of Complexity, fighting tooth and nail to keep his squad in this one. IHC start to spread themselves thinly, right? They've got 9 holding outside with this AWP from behind the AC unit, just checking everything. Worried about Garage, worried about Main, worried about a red swing. There's a lot to be concerned about right now for 9. And he's going to have to play with these times. He catches JT, but his teammates have got to hold on inside of this A site. He's racing in to try and support them, but he's lost Techno, and with it, the A site falls. Complexity go back to what's been working, and unsurprisingly, it works all over again. They're up onto 14. All on the back of JT's opener outside, giving them a much-needed bit of breathing room. They're able to collapse upon that A site.
Yeah, I like this. Not just JT coming in on the main split, right? We saw him get picked. There's certainly ways that can go wrong. Instead, as he gets that space, he calls for Cole to come out and join him, right? A power in numbers, knowing an AWP will be yard. It can't fight everyone. Cole just sneak into main. They only take 1 casualty, and the A split is really clean. 14 rounds now. They didn't want to have to save, but they knew how impossible this retake would have been, and the money is not there for IHC. So this allows a full money. The save is very important to keep 2 up, as that is exactly what they need to get rifles on at least 4 here. But Cole, 1 further step, 2 rounds from it. Warmed up far more than they were in that Vitality game. I mean, the same can be said for IHC. And on the handshake of Nuke, we've had quite a map here, Harry, quite a balance. Still unclear where this one's going.
Yeah, this round could set Complexity up to win the whole damn thing, right? To just lay it to rest before it even becomes a problem. They've had moments like this before. Yet to capitalize on it. This is the chance, right? Grouping for the A play. Set in stone, it's standard, simple. They flash in, they try to maneuver in towards A, and they just absolutely annihilate the hold. Both players are gone. Junior's holding on to the lobby, waiting for this ramp re-aggression. 9 might be good for the first, but he's going to get tested even more. Swinging out, he can't deal with Junior. And so Blitz 1v4 is going to be left saving up against 15. This M4, the big ticket item that IHC are going to have to try and long this out to overtime. Complexity, they might have done it on the back of breaking the money in this round here and now.
Yeah, even taking fights, it's only going to alert your opponents. You just don't want to fire a shot, to be honest, if you want to keep this gun. As getting kills has no impact at this point. This is nice for Blitz, stalling his shots as long as he can, and Cole at this point will just give it away. Grim's hunting, but it should just be fine for Blitz. To say that, he's awfully close now, giving it a last second check, but it's not going to be denied. 15 for Cole. They are more than happy anyway on this T side, but it's 1 more to close. Nice A split as well. Not even coming in through that main side, just popping out with a couple of well-placed flashbangs, a double entry. Junior denies lobby flank, and that's the best part about that for Cole, because IHC was set up with 2 radio to fast flank A. They knew it was coming. They just couldn't stop it. Neither of their anchor players put up a kill, and Junior denies the flank.
And that's like a good example of them kind of adjusting to this CT side setup for IHC as the game's gone on, right? Like, we were getting a couple of those lobby lurks, especially at a 9 with the AWP, finding decent impact on the back of it. And so Junior's whole role was just cancelling that side of the retake out. And it meant that once the success was found in A, you felt pretty safe that that round was going to go your way. You know, you kind of had everything accounted for. 15-13, IHC. Coming in with this 1 M4 that was saved on Blitz, a bought up Famas for score, Mag 7 on Cabal, bit of utility. Not a kit in sight, that will come to matter if we end up in a retake here. They're hoping they can stop it from ever getting that far.
Back to the classic, a lot of door pressure, and the fear that someone could be down vent is there now. Junior, what a round to get an opening kill, picks the ramp player. Haven't seen him use his AWP for openers on the T side, but he will provide a path down towards lower. Losing JT on the lurk outside will just force Complexity's hand. They will commit. IHC, how heavy do these rotates want to be? They're putting a few down right now. Score's trying to get a position.
He needs to win this.
They're going to clear this. All one kill. Trade is good. Grim has the bomb site and the plant can come in.
You feel a little paranoid about vent rotating now, though, right? Because you lose all that real estate. Grim starting to take some space, doesn't see Blitz. That's the bomb as well. Grim now dead. Fang has had to retrieve it. Oh, it's getting a little bit weird. He's stuck out on this island here, fighting for vent control, even pushing in. Techno 4K is not ready for this, but he does have support. Fang threading the needle, stuck between them, gonna get them both. And it's only Blitz left standing now, 1v2. A long way away from B as he rerouted all the way back up towards A, hoping that Complexity outbrain themselves. But that's not going to happen. Junior is planting down lower, whether Blitz likes it or not. He's either going to go towards ramp or try to drop vent. Pick your poison at this point. The ramp rotate, well, that is still problematic. It means he's going to get to the B site, but both these players are set up just to play around that bomb plant. It's planted open for Decon, and there's the kill. Junior's going to lock it in, and Complexity, they do turn this one around to go 1-1.
That's a disgusting round out of Fang as well. I can't believe he gets away with both kills. Techno's going to be kicking himself with that deagle not checked initially. But Cole, they were so scared they were getting ramp flanked, right? And with the decon door open, they didn't want to stick it B. They wanted to push forward, take space, take the gunfights. It's got to hurt for Blitz, who put up an incredible performance. Massive T-side rounds out of this guy. 28 kills to close, but he's in the wrong place to keep that game going on. Cole just about get it over the line and go 1-1 to balance things out. I got to say, I'm really liking what we're getting out of IHC, but, you know, it's a learning experience for a team in their first major, taking on a lot of high-level competition and Cole step up to the plate.
You know, Complexity might be here trying to save face for a region that looked like it was dying for the longest time, but IHC are here trying to give life to a region that still has yet to properly live, right? They're trying to, like, create history in a way. So, yeah, man, I come away from that thinking Complexity should have won it, and being real, probably should have won it a lot cleaner than that. So I think for IHC, there's a lot of praise to be given. For Complexity, it's nice at least that they are able to deliver on this one, right? They needed this victory. They needed this one under their belts to try and stabilize themselves in the challenger stage. And man, like, you know, they get it over the line. And there were some moments there that was some nice, like, adjustments to some of the kind of unique stances out of IHC. Some of the more standard stuff as well, like wisening up to some of these late lobby retakes, right, from the AWP ramp. Just having pieces of the puzzle in place to deal with the procedures out of IHC. And this was all stuff that felt like it came together on the fly. So all in all, you know, I think Complexity, they can be pretty happy with that. And a big day in the office for Fang, who's not someone that we kind of have up towards the top of the board for this squad. Usually, you're looking at, you know, your floppies, your Grims, sometimes your juniors even. But yeah, Fang giving us like a vintage Fang performance, an extra salt Fang performance as he tops the charts.
Oh, extra salt, yeah, spicy, pepper, everything. He's thrown all the condiments on top, and we like to see it from Fang. You know, it's interesting when you look at these Asian teams, or the teams from the Asian RMR, obviously being Renegades from Australia as well. Their problems are their T-sides. For IHC, their solutions to their T-sides. I've really enjoyed watching their T-sides throughout the RMR and here in the Major as well. They've obviously got at least one more game now, IHC going down 0-2. But you know what makes me feel good? That at least some people with the IHC 03 got a bit sweaty today. You know, they burned some calories. They weren't assured in that game. It was so close the entire way through. So no guarantee for IHC, but one more game at a bare minimum for these guys to try and long out the Major. They're playing well. Cole, they will survive another day, another matchup. And we've got more Counter-Strike coming for you as well. If you are an NA fan, stick around. It's Liquid taking on Imperial up next.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG bet. This is real.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Well, now we get to what I think could very well be the game of the day, at least for us over here on the B stream, right? Team Liquid taking on Imperial. This is a matchup that, you know, quite literally has kind of felt like it's been years in the making, right? Like, it's a very, very cool moment to get to watch this, not just because, obviously, Fallen was recently in this Liquid team, or at least an iteration of this Liquid team, but kind of goes back a lot deeper than that, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a blast from the past, right? I went to look at the previous, the match of the last time these two core lineups played each other. It was 2018, Harry, right? When obviously the Fallen for Bolt's trio was back in SK, and Liquid obviously with Nitro, you know, pre-leaving before he left. You know, now he's back obviously up in this squad. That was also when Stewie was playing for SK and Taco was playing for Liquid. Neither of those two players obviously in the server now, but man, what a weird time, what an exciting time to see this matchup. And yeah, the additional impact of, as you just said, Fallen has recently played for Liquid, and you know, it was actually kind of exciting to watch him there as well. His rifling was pretty incredulous recently. Obviously got, you know, this Imperial squad on our screens now, Vinny from Furia, FNX bringing it back, and he's pretty solid as well.
Yeah, dude, okay, so considering when this team was formed, one of the first things that was kind of said publicly was like, yeah, we're probably not going to just like win stuff from the get-go, or maybe not even at all. Like, you know, that was like almost the start. I think it was an interview with Vinny, I'm pretty sure, where that line like came through, but man, like, they made it through the RMR in a pretty damn convincing fashion. Like, they looked pretty good there. I think Fur gave us some banging games. I think Fallen had his moments.
Yeah.
Vinny was probably like the guy I'd say, like, I still think we can see even more from, because this guy had a really good level back in Furia, but he's a very exciting piece of this puzzle. On the other side of things, we've got a new look Liquid, right? It's the squad that we're starting to warm up to, starting to come around to. OC in here, that's the guy on screen right now. Going to get to see some AWP antics out of him. Can't wait to get that one going. I think the head-to-head of him and Fallen's going to be pretty exciting. But what have been your impressions of this this new Liquid squad so far?
Disappointing in their opener, right, at this major so far. They took on G2 and Inferno, fell apart. But G2, one of the favorites to win the whole damn enchilada, so you can sort of brush that under the rug. For Liquid, I got to say this is a must-win game. I do want to go back to that point where you said, you know, Imperial said, oh, we might not win stuff at all. We might more just be a content team, you know, for the fans. Hey, we're back. They're still at the major. That's a huge accomplishment. Even getting this far through the RMR is sick for Imperial as a squad. And also, it was Fallen who initially said that, but Maui spoke to Vinny back at the RMR, and Vinny came in and said, like, Maui asked him, what is your game, not game plan, what is your focus? Is it the content and the brand, or is it to compete? And Vinny immediately said to compete, right? And he's obviously come from Furia after their peak in 2020 and dominating back in NA and high heights for this team, even top 8 of the last major were Furia. So, you know, Vinny knows what it's like to be at the top, as well as these other Imperial players that go back yonks. But we've got Inferno as a decider. I'm very surprised Liquid let that one through, in my opinion. Wow. I thought they would have gone for dust to close.
Dude, I think it's a super weird one. I think in a very abstract way, Imperial kind of got the upper hand in the veto, right? Like, the fact that it comes down to Dust or Inferno, Liquid had normally, at least if the RRs are anything to go by, weren't above trying to play Dust in BO1s, but we saw how that didn't really work out for them, right? And I do think it is a bit of a flip-floppy map in BO1 specifically, right? No one wants to end up on a Dust unless you really are, like, proficient Dust 2 teams. So the fact that we go to Inferno, I think actually gives Imperial a bit of a chance in this one, and certainly causes some worry for any Liquid fans.
I agree. You've given Imperial their best map in a BO1. Yes, Liquid are favorites. Yes, Inferno is no new map for this squad, but you know, I think I never say this, but I would have liked to see Dust 2. I would have liked to see Liquid lean that way. They've obviously come through with a game plan. They come in prepped. Their Inferno earlier on didn't go to plan against G2. But this is a very different level of competition, at least in current forms, not if we go way back. Yeah, you know, a blast from the past, and I'm excited to see it, regardless of who comes out on top today.
One of the things I am excited about having Inferno here is for Imperial, great map. I think keep your eye on Fur, for CT's half especially, right? He is super mobile. They give him a great degree of freedom, right? They'll sometimes like lean into the triple B early, and then Fur's often the guy that's kind of freed up to play between either side of the map. He had some great moments back at the RMR doing that. I think the first game I got to cast with him, he dropped like a 30 bomb, like just from the get-go,
nice.
Playing this like rotate role between B and A, and it feels like they're not above, you know, like kind of giving him that faith, giving them that ability to have his own view on how the round's panning out, and a lot of freedom that comes with that. So yeah, definitely keep your eye on Fur.
Yeah, and Vinferno, we called this this map when he was back in Furia, so he's more than comfortable as well. You know, on the other side, OC, definitely one of the hottest talents in NA right now, a region that is lacking AWP players. OC is extremely quick on his, but we'll have to see that maybe in the second half as Liquid will start out on the T side. Fallen with the util, and Liquid have a couple of sets as well. So in we go. Welcome, folks. It's Imperial, it's Liquid. It's an 0-1 matchup here at the Major. All to play for.
And it is a slow start out of Liquid in this pistol round. Nothing rip-roaring from the get-go. Likewise for Imperial, right? No crazy mid-push. Something that's become a bit of a norm in these CT pistols for aggressive teams. Instead, they've elected for this quad mid setup, and I like this, right? Normally, if you're going to sacrifice having 4 players over towards A, you kind of want to take that mid fight. You kind of want to try to entice them in. The fact that they don't gives Liquid this false sense of security that it's a more standard 3-2 pistol out of Imperial. So as they lob this util in, the one kind of vulnerability was the apartments, but this is where you're hoping that a crunch into top mid can find you a way back in. Fur with a double. And now having to hold on all along, Elise tries to fight him, but Fur's in with a third. Still, you can't put a stop to this guy. Bolts is now wrapping the library as well. Hasn't had a chance to play into the round yet, but his time is coming. Fur up through the short side, smoke in his hands as well. That's big. That can lock Shocks off, right? There's this little crossfire being held right now. Might never even come into fruition as they get the spot. Smoke goes in, and luckily enough, both Shocks and Nitro get a kill apiece to find that one for Liquid. With the smoke dropped into Fur's hands, I was worried, man. I was nervous, but Liquid are able to hold on.
Yeah, they almost got ahead of themselves, right? When Liquid got the double pick, they were like, oh yeah, we've got A, man. I'm going to run it, and that's when Fur pops up with a double in mid. How the hell did Lee get up on Robs? Did he get boosted, or did he make the solo jump?
No, he made the jump.
Very quickly indeed as well to make that solo jump. Very nice for Elise, even though it doesn't get a kill. It's stylish, and you know, we're all about style at the end of the day. 1-0, Liquid, slip it past the keeper. And Fallen, all right, straight in the back of the net.
Yes, baby, that's bad Fallen right there.
Grr. Flash peek, and Fur with a FAMAS will take down Shock. So already those 2 guns have been thrown into opening fights and come out top trumps.
So what I say, man, Fur's given a lot of freedom, they're giving a lot of respect to pop off on this map, right? He's got the FAMAS in this round, and he was the guy kind of swinging and fighting for this early banana control. Now he doesn't back up, he doesn't leave it entirely. Instead, he's boosted right now up on top of the half wall. Bolts is trying to reel them in. Flash over, Bolts is good for 1, and Fur doesn't risk overextending. He knows that just by playing the numbers game here, Imperial are right where they want to be. He's going to fall back into the B site, offer up a bit of resistance on this push. He got 3 in the pistol. He's able to do that again. Finds Imperial around. Tucked in, the molly hasn't burnt him out entirely, and so now he drops the bomb on the cross. Nafly is dead as he's run down by Vinny, and so the response is immediate out of Imperial.
Yeah, I mean, that round was cooked from the get-go with Fallen's scout mid and Fur's 1v1 banana, but Fur just plays it beautifully, doesn't he? Getting away, knowing when he didn't need to fight for the trade, and somehow finding the pocket of air between the orange and the quad molly on the B-bomb side. Not much room to move, but Fur stands tall as Vinny comes through the smoke. Imperial pick up their force buy. Liquid, they've got to go right back in with one of their own, but it's going to pale in comparison. Just the Eagles, and Imperial don't need to offer up these early kills. Fur's feeling it though, he's hungry for 1. Careful, the pre-fire leaks. Nitro gets dinked, and with that smoke out, Imperial now own banana. Liquid's options are gone.
I mean, once again, you know, like this is a very good example, once more, of just being this guy that kind of gets to free roam. A lot of this is coming off of Bolts right now, who has this advanced positioning at Banana with the smoke down. He's able to just nullify this entire side of the map. And so Fur's given all this freedom to go and reinforce A as a result. Now, doesn't mean Bolts cannot get caught here. And if he does, you're in for a big bit of trouble. Elige can't back out, and he will get ran down. The rest of Liquid starting to group for the B hit. However, Fur has maneuvered his way back over. They didn't hear or see anything at this A site that led them to believe was the play in question. Fur's blinded, but still able to hold the line. It didn't feel like he had any right to get a double there, but he does, and Bolts is able to help him out. So Imperial, they deal with the Deeg buy, they deal with the Force, and they're now the ones in pole position.
Yeah, that's the pain of going for the contact, right, for Liquid. They didn't want to announce it with a CT smoke. They wanted to get a pick off the flash, and hey, they were poised for it. First, so blinded, but with him and Bolts on a crossfire, it's flawless for Imperial. 2-1 and a full eco. It's only going to get better before it gets worse for the CT side. Able to build up early as Liquid have not a dollar of investment into this round. 4 Glocks. Nades on the plate. Banana's taken. Good HE. Ooh. Wow, Nap. He got hit in lower tunnel by the first nade, and then he gets finished in the alt mid. Bolts is taken all the way towards T-Ramp, and even though OC gets a spot, what's a Glock gonna do?
Yeah, Fur's even here to back him up, man. This little, like, firing squad of these two down over towards this Banana area has just been so punishing already. You know, it's still early days, don't get me wrong. This is just an eco that they're brushing aside. It was meant to be clean, and it is. But I think Liquid are going to have to try and get a handle on that. They're going to have to try and do something about this Fur-Bolts combo over towards B, because it's been problematic for a lot of teams in the past, and already there's kind of signs of that showing through in this game now. Excited to see what the remedy is going to be in this first rifle round.
Elige is really praying for a kill, but they ain't going to give it to him. The burst does some nice damage, but yeah, not taking any weapons out of that round. Imperial 3-1 up. Very good start considering the way the pistol went. And even then they had that read with the 4-man A stack. You know, that was quite a read on the pistol, by the way, because they had no kit in that round and they were 4 on A. So if that goes B, it's just instantly decided. 3-1. And here's that first buy for Liquid. Even then, it's not pretty. Triple B, Imperial want to get that banana control immediately. Substituted by a mid-smoke thrown from the spawn. They don't need to worry about these quick A approaches. Liquid will be giving it, but it's coming up alt mid instead.
I love the decision to throw that smoke in when you're playing the triple B early, because it gives the illusion that you might be peeking with an AWP around it, right? So it tapers off a lot of the mid-aggression out of Liquid, and they weren't able to punish that early 2-man setup. Now they get out top mid, but their 3rd man's already here, right? Fallen's already back over. Even though he's been smoked off at library, able to get the info, still takes one to the dome, doesn't he? Shocks out through the apartments, good for a kill. Vinny down in the pit, can't get anything done, and he will get overwhelmed. So that's the round right there. 3 kills come in very, very quickly. And Imperial kind of blindsided by the pace, by the precedent that's just been set in that first rifle round. They will have to save on Fur and Bolts. And I mean, that's one way to deal with these 2 stalwart B defenders. Just avoid them.
Yeah, only works so much, though. Like you said, Fallen was even in position at the right time, but Liquid, very nice space taken through that mid-smoke. Part of that comes off of the jump spot in alt mid. They go on the fence to go balcony, and they jump over the mid-smoke, and they see that no one's actually holding it. So Liquid just don't respect it and go right through, somewhat based off of the read that it would be a triple B, I imagine. And that's only confirmed by a utility down Banana in the early round. Saves are allowed. As hungry as, you know, every player wants to be in peaking at the end, they'll decide against it. Imperial hold their stock. And Fallen's even got the big green. The more the better, I say, in this matchup. We have 2 very explosive AWP players. And Liquid, a sigh of relief as they win a rifle round with very little up their sleeve. Just AKs and 1 or 2 bits of util each. Standard 2B. Vinny crossing middle, not going to go all the way along, just getting Util down. In the same case in Banana, forces Shox to smoke just to keep him standing. Fallen's even found the pick. A late peek from the short side to take a lead out of the underpass. A 5-on-4 for Imperial. They go back into a nice tight setup.
Where's the solution going to be for Liquid here? They're set up like they want to try and hit B. They've conceded all this apartments control, right? Nafly's up and out of there. And so they are going to be walking into this B site. They're not really left with any other options. The only thing they've got is time. They could go back and try re-clear other areas, but it's going to waste a lot of time off the clock here. They will start to divert back into middle, lobbing this util in towards the A side of the map, but that bomb still waits over at Banana. Feels like it's always been destined to end in a B play here, and Imperial have not fallen for this. They are not convinced by this little trickle of util that comes out over towards the A side. There might be a long smoke, there might be mollies on shore, but they've not moved a muscle. They're still triple set inside of B. Fallen catches the first man crossing. The alarm bells are already going off. Why is Fallen here, Liquid is saying, and they were never ready for Fur, who's boosted up and over.
No.
They've seen Bolts and he can't find the timing. It does start to get a little bit weird now. Nafly plugging in those numbers. Fur tries to deny it. It's good damage on the spam that he is able to convert, and now Shox 1v3, 2 through CT, 1 man up Banana. They need to find him. Oh my god. They need to locate this last man. Wrapping behind. Shox, it's a lot of damage, but not the kill. Half the time ticked off this bomb already. Imperial now running into the site, and they will deal with Shox. It's another brilliant round out of Fur. 11-1 currently. And he's put Imperial onto a 4.
Oh, I was very scared there for a second, right? Like, that triple setup was sold so well to just be 2 men, and Bolts was just not being considered, but kind of jumped the gun on that flank. Great spam for Fur, and Liquid put into a very awkward post plant. Shox may have had the bomb for him, but he had to get that first kill to Vinny to open up his options. Fur right now doing everything in this CT side. It's what you prophesized coming into this map, Harry, and we're getting it. 11-1. In Fur, no, for a reason perhaps. He ollies, triple B, Bolts. He's going to meet them right at the top. Blinded wins the fight. Fur keeps spamming through the smoke. There's more nades to follow. Seems like they want to commit with this one. Fur is just dug in, tucked into this little car position. Very spammable. Liquid won't fire back though. They'll be given a chance to escape again. And Imperial once more fold in a 5v4. It's Liquid who have to go fish.
They're going to start to dissolve the B stack, right? Leaving it all on Fallen's AWP. Bomb for Liquid is over in top middle right now, along with the bulk of this team. Shark still just locked into a B lurk while the rest of the gang start to aggress out into mid. Util for Bolts is good. It's just denying this long angle, right? It's forcing them up the short side, where Imperial right now are triple stacked. They've got crossfires upon crossfires and a bait and switch. The third man just playing up on top of the box, up on top of Cold. It's going to be a rough time here for Liquid to break this one apart, surely. They're going to struggle to find a way in. Bolts over here at long. 1 could be enough, right? He's already kind of done his job. OC's got the bomb, and if that gets dropped here, it's a done deal. There's 15 seconds, and he started to scout out Arch. He needs to go. He needs to make some space in towards the site. And with the bomb now loose, there's no winning this round for Liquid. No matter how many kills they get, they cannot win it. And they were never ready for Fur, who once again is set up to try and have all that impact right at the end of the round. It was him in the bait and switch. He gets the 1 kill that just seals the deal at 8 seconds. Shox was trying to get the bomb back, and it can't happen.
Yeah, it's Bolts that gets 4 though. I mean, he full blinded himself. He meant to flash over short side so they could peek from the site, and he accidentally bounces it back off, blinds himself. OC thinks he has a gap. I mean, he thinks he knows he has to go. There's 10 seconds, and he's solo on long with a bomb. And yeah, when that drop comes in, there's just no chance. Imperial, man, they have read Liquid in these rounds so far. They have just outpositioned them, you know, in almost every situation. So The calling is smooth right now from Fulham. And we need Liquid with a response. It shouldn't be in this one, though. They've got a lot of Molotovs. They've got good amount of utility to run and execute. It's just the weaponry that's always going to let you down. Bernardo getting taken in the meantime. Ooh, there's a nice little gap there that Shox can watch into and see if Imperial go one step too far.
It kind of feels like it's by design, though, right? Like, Bolt knows there's only one angle he's got to worry about. And there he is winning that fight.
Just going to force their hand. Once again, they've got to go.
Dude, like, once more, they're setting up Fer to just rotate over, to just be that fourth man. Bolts will actually be the one to pull the trigger on the rotate first. The rest of Liquid are now moving in, and the Tech-9s do find a double opener. Fallen's trapped on the other side of this Moto smoke, so they get the A kills. Even though Imperial had the read and were pulling bodies over, they still needed to win those first couple of fights. And that's going to seal the deal on the round. Liquid, they shouldn't have won that, right? They lose a player early on. Things get pretty dire. They're forced into the A play that Imperial are fully aware of. But they get the entries fast enough that the early rotate doesn't matter.
Yeah, that side player read the pathing wrong as well. Was watching right side pillar, but they actually came wide around the back of default. So that was just a 50-50 for him. And Liquid clear it perfectly with the Tech-9 taps. 2 entries and a Moto smoke on long decides it. Not often you get given around that easily, given how it started, but very nice conversion for Liquid to win an eco like that, to grab some guns as well. That's got to feel good. Saves their money. And Imperial will do the same. Will be kept on, but yeah, it has been the Fer and Bolt show, the B players right now who are putting on quite a game for us right now.
Yeah, it's kind of insane as well, because there's only been like 3 B plays out of Liquid, and yet still it's the B players with all the kills right now, right? 22-4 on Bolts and Fer. 7 and 11 on everyone else in this Imperial squad.
I'll have a big glug.
You want fries with it?
No.
Not in it, just like on the side, you know?
Potato chips will do, Harry. Right, Liquid. Nice to win a little eco like that, but you're not going to catch Imperial with a pants down every day. Standard B start 3 going short side. Looking again for Fallen's mid-peak late. And there's no AWP to stop him. Ooh, they're running up close. Fallen goes into Boiler instead, looking for Naf, who's coming in from the Apps boost. He's going to walk right in, freebie kill. There's even anti-crash players. Triple porch setup. See ya, says Vinny. FNX hits a headshot, blinded and falling off the top. Somehow puts up 3 in an instant for Imperial, leaving Shox and Nitro in what should be an undoable duel. Backup banana for Shox. No bomb. No plans to win this round, but if they can get it, all the more credit.
Shox is cleaned up, and I mean, Nitro's just playing for damage at this point, right? Out with a swing, has dealt with Vinny, was ready for a re-peek out of the pit. However, the longer he takes here, the more banana control's getting taken away, the more room is being stripped away from him, and quite soon he's left with this little sliver over in top middle to try and do damage. Both players down bottom. Banana just holding this angle. Nitro's dead as he walks the cross back. And Fer, still 1 death to his name at 14-1. He's having a field day right now. Imperial are up 6-3, and there's a bit of a money problem right now for Team Liquid. Naf's coming with a gun, but that's because he had the cash to do so. OC can put a bit of armor behind a pistol, but this is like a hero investment. You've got 1 gun in play and a collection of upgraded pistols around it.
Yeah, I'm surprised Nitro expects that much respect coming from the B players who know exactly where he's positioned. Naf is going to try and use his gun quick up B. No smoke, no mollies, and no need for Liquid. They line up, but Fer will hit the shots, and Bolt helps with the kill. So Imperial get rid of that gun, and they dunk nades over the top of the half wall. Nitro gone as well. That gun's pretty irretrievable. Bolt's trying to make it so. Doesn't want to die just to stop a pickup, but instead it'll be Fallen tasked with holding down the angle, and This should be a freebie for him as well, unless OC has long fingers. He does. Grabs it. Fallen now knows and hits a tag. Down to 10 for OC, and no more free kills coming through. Elige takes the AK, but he doesn't even have armor, so this round's still pretty cooked for Liquid. Nod and Eco, they'll be converting this time. Fallen still keeping B in consideration.
They're grouping for another one of these B hits, but man, like as has often been the case, Imperial, you know, just kind of one step ahead, and I don't even think you need Fallen here to get the site locked in. Being real, he's just like a nice little bonus to have. Smoked up in CT, the AWP's nothing more than like a scary noise, but the USP will seal the deal. And so Imperial clean that one up. It never even gets worrying. The hero AK gets nothing done, and they're now up on a 7. Another pause out of Team Liquid.
Yeah,
they are starting to feel the pressure.
I like that pace change for Naf just to test what he can get away with, right? Really quick at B. I don't know if he wanted to commit to that fight up top B, but he was mollied out at car, so he kind of had to go for it. Played right into Imperial's hands. But it shows how even when they're not taking Banana, when they don't have 3 there and the AWP getting flashed in, they can still hold on easily enough. Followed up with a nade stack. So protocols in place for Imperial. And again, it kind of leans into what I was saying pre-map. Like, I'm kind of surprised that Liquid would want to play Imperial on their best map in a BO1. Even if Liquid like it as well. But that's the fear of Dust too, I guess. No one feels safe there in a BO1, except CIS teams, but I couldn't explain that to you. OC's got his AWP, first time here on the T side, and he's got big boots to fill.
Yeah, I think he's going to struggle to find a lot of impact with it, though, right? Like, because Imperial, it's like a yin and yang situation between these A and B bomb sites. Like, B has a lot of freedom to be hyper-aggressive, to take these early fights, to vie for banana control, whereas A is, like, super safe, super regimented. Yeah. So, as a result, like, OC, he's going to have to bring the fight to these A players. They're not going to go peeking into him. He's got to be the one taking these wide swings and creating that space if he wants to get value out of the AWP. Falling over here on short. Could get a clash of the AWPs right away.
Yeah, but he doesn't want that. He's given it up. This was a triple porch side setup again for Imperial, and right as their util runs out in middle, they just give it up. They go back into another safe setup. They force Liquid to either go into this, you know, unstoppable B force or explode into the A stack. Fallen will fall to OC. He wins his AWP battle, and they almost committed into bolts, but he hears the rotate out, and he can flank this A commit.
Yeah, he now knows, right? These A guys are going to be nice. They're going to be ready. They're going to be switched on. They know the play's coming in. And he's taking a safe rotation. This means these guys in A have got to hold the line. Vinny having a very quiet game right now. Him and FNX need to hold on. Need to buy time for bolts to move in. And they will get a kill apiece. The bomb now moving in through the apartments. Oh, OC up on the short side as well. It's flashed off the angle with Naf dead. This AWP has got a combat AWP, and it's a nice shot for the first. But he's traded immediately after. Just too many targets, too little time. Yeah. And it's Imperial racking up the round count even further.
God, that was a mess of a round for Liquid as well, hitting both bomb sites at the same time. OC even found that opener. He even picked Fallen. I don't know how he got away with it, with Fallen like posted on short side after Imperial pulled back, but trades at B were good. And I almost like that Bolts doesn't flank there, even though he knows he can. He doesn't want to offer Liquid up a way back in. If he safe rotates, you know, he knows by the time he gets to library, either they've already committed or he knows he shouldn't have rotated and he can go back to B. Flanking and running it can offer up, you know, kills to players waiting in mid, as someone like Apex will certainly know. Big fan of doing exactly that. Liquid, they won this round before, but a little less to work with this time. And far more passive for Imperial, not offering up mid picks, not fighting for the short side. Using that AWP at range, where the Deagles will need to fight back.
Just looking like one of these pump and dumps in towards A, although they might try to B-Rap. Yes, with the smoke down, they try to bypass the library AWP. However, Fur's already here. Only one kill. Nitro's going to tap him out. So, Bolt, you're the guy now responsible for B, and you've got to do it alone. Takes this long-range fight and lines up a double. That's the bomb cut loose. Bolts has already done enough. Anything else is just icing on the cake at this point. With the bomb out in an island, out on CT alone. You'd like to think that Bolts has pretty much safeguarded this round. The insurance policy here might have gotten dinked on that swing, but he's just wasting time. He's not overextending. They've had to take a hell of a lot of time off the clock to go and deal with him. And now the rest of Imperial can just play around this bomb. If they can stay alive for 20 seconds and not allow this bomb to get retrieved, they win the round.
How do you get back in here? Fallen double scoped on close. They peek him over the top of the pool. Shox gets 2. Nat follows up. And with 11 health remaining, Liquid steal the round from the palm of Imperial's hand. The double scope. It lets Fallen down. He got peeked up and over. And I don't know how Imperial dropped the ball there. That was their round to play. Liquid, the last 2 rounds they've won, Harry, have been half buys, have been Tech 9 taps. That's a sick round to win in a 2-on-4 with no bomb, with only the sight. And they win it in gunfights. Despicable for Liquid.
Oh, that was definitely a chance. OC not going to get many of them. And now there's already a guy pushed aggro down towards logs. You've lost Banana. It might just force you to go for an immediate reaction into this A site, right? Try break it apart again. Fallen Flash, they are up and past that molly, but he didn't shoot. If he did, that could have been everything. Vinny,
no.
That was the chance, but he's only good for 1. FNX can't fill the void. And so Liquid, they run down this A site. They come in with another round, now starting to piece together a T-half after all. They've broken the money of Imperial, and they've broken this A-bomb site again.
Oh, that's a round that's prefaced by, like, guys, why are we respecting them? We're better. Like, why, you know, why bother? Let's just run them down. And what a perfect round out of Liquid. Definitely some balls dropped there for Imperial, right? Not firing the AWP, quick switching instead. Vinny, they had no idea. They were never going to check it. If he held that shot till the flash expired, he could have won the round with 3 kills right there, but just shoots too soon, and 1-for-1 is not enough when you get run down like that. Liquid, I love the pace change. It's exactly what they needed to catch Imperial by surprise, and suddenly we're looking at what could be a 7-round half by the end of things. Savers again, big for Imperial. When we've had quick A plays, you know, Fleur and Bolts have gotten away with these guns, but it's very clear Liquid know who are the problem pieces, which is the problem site, and they're doing their best to avoid it. It's do or die now for Imperial. Win this round, or we are looking at that split half where, you know, it may have started pretty dire for Liquid, but an 8-7 will be damn fine. Someone give it a poke.
Oh, Fallen.
Do it.
Being tempted. He knows that greed is one of the sins, so he doesn't go swinging out down middle.
What are the others?
I plead the fifth. Vinny holding the long side on this one. A's kind of been the problem area for Imperial. You know, it's been hard to fault the B holds, really. They've gotten away with a lot. They've often saved the day. Needed to see a little bit more. Someone like Fallen with this AWP, who this time's posted it short. Doesn't want to get caught over-aggressing again, because OC's on the angle. This was how he opened up with the AWP last time. Fallen will respect it. Liquid, they start to leave middle. They start to group over at Banana, looking for this B play. And Imperial, because they're feeling the pressure, because they're worried about this A site, they've sent Fur up and away. Liquid don't respect that smoke. They go running through it, and now they're inside the B site. 1 kill could be enough to set Imperial up to retake, right, and just play the numbers game. Might end up in a weird little 5v5 kind of motion.
Yeah, Liquid lost for the plant. They will get it down at least. Imperial
this
not
is a bit
wanting
of a
to
round,
give it up,
man.
but they might have to with these players so far away. And no one's even giving up an inch. This is going to be it. Like we said, it was do or die. It was play for this or, you know, eco the next. And Imperial don't like those odds. They'll give it up. They'll give Liquid a 6th. But they will at least allow a rebuy. A very awkward round to just completely concede, especially considering how solid these B players have been. But locked out of the bomb site, Liquid, ballsy cool. But it pays off just well enough. And the unicorn round is back, baby.
Yeah, 10 alive. Have we had any so far? I don't think we have.
I haven't seen one in a while.
Yeah, so there we go. Unicorn round. We all love them.
It's Inferno all over, man. 5v5 alive. And now we go back in with another attempt for Imperial.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, so much of that boils down to, I think it was Naf lurking over in the apartments. He just, like, lobbed a late flash out to give the illusion that they were trying to go for, like, another one of these apps pops. And it kept 2 players there. And that just meant you couldn't field the resources for the retake. So, you know, it's a good example of how, like, you don't even really need, you know, kind of, you don't have to, like, get all these crazy opens. You can try and just outmaneuver, out-mind game your opponent as things drag on.
Yeah, I think part of that is also the awareness that Imperial have that A is the weaker site, right? So they do want to lean that way. They will as well here. 4 in position. Fallen missed shot, look dead on. Dead to Nitro instead. It's Fur committed to the long side, low on ammo. He still finds a second headshot. The reload is where he goes down. Still a 3-on-2. Liquid double back to get that bomb, but they can take either site. It's going to be weak. It's going to be one man, and they'd rather fight Vinny 5 and 7, having a slower one today. He's at least crept into the pit just in time, and he seems to think things are coming down. That motor smoke should confirm it. He doesn't want to bite the bullet too soon. Naf with a double nade. It's a bit of a fake out. Molly as well. Vinny can't get comfortable. They jump him, they trade it, and OC with a second shot has enough time to clean the site and plant for his teammate.
Yeah, Bolts is super late to this one, right? Always paranoid that Liquid could have changed their mind, could have come back his way. So now he's left late lurking up through middle. Now on the upside, a lot of his B rotations have been safe, right? Have been through CT, have been through library. And so right now, Liquid have their attention divided. They've got good positions to try trade this though. Bolts, as he swings out, hasn't checked the graveyard, has gotten himself deep, but his success kind of sails him down the river, right? He never knew about Shocks in Grave, never knew he was there, and so is blindsided by him. Liquid, they've actually scraped this one together, right? It was super dire early on. It looked like Imperial could have just ran away with this map, but now they're giving them a run for their money, and they end up with a T side that they can be happy with moving into this second half of play.
Yeah, Fallen started really solid as well. Definitely had some awkward misses on the long side near the end of things. OC warmed back into the half with a couple of 2K rounds. Some of them falling on dead ears, but not that one. And yeah, Imperial still happy with the lead at the end of the half, but Liquid, they've certainly closed that gap. They're here to play. Got some nades dropped over. Spread thin. A lot to util for Imperial. And a bit of a B stack for Liquid, lining up flashes to fight, but they don't have time to set him up and throw him in. Naf just has to fight for his life. They're running at him. That bomb committed, by the way. Double util down on the sandbags. Naf is still going to live and re-swing back in for more. He wants to fight for the round, and he fights for the ace. All 5 from Naf. No stopping him. They may molly his position twice over, and it won't do a thing about him. That is just insane. I don't know how he kills all 5. So many shots
It's just kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Like, also, of course, you're getting like wrecked, peppered by flashbangs the whole time. There's everyone else trying to help out as well, but Naf is just the guy to soak up all the glory. And I mean now, you know, just down to pistols here. Imperial having to take a light one, having to take a load off, but this is going to allow Liquid to slip into the lead. Oh, the times are changing here.
Oh, do they want a full send? I mean, it's NA after all, maybe. Just maybe, but Naf holds on. Despite his intuitions telling him to mash that W key, he will sit back at logs while Nitro baits and jumps. And even if Imperial want to clear this, doing so with just one P250 Should be a mauling. Now swinging wide though, and even though he drops the bomb, this is getting a bit awkward. That Dink is misleading. 4 damage. The nade will slow Nitro down. He needs to run away. They are trying to gun him down with this MP9. Retrieve and picked up by Vinny, who will get that kill. Elige with no smoke. It's an open shooting ground, and he luckily keeps the round intact for Liquid. That really could have gotten out of control there with Naf swinging out into 5 players at bottom B. But Liquid get rid of the eco, and now the second half starts.
Yeah, I want to see what Fallen has cooked up for us, right? What ideas he's going to field in this first rifle round here and now. Wonder if Liquid are going to be as aggressive over towards Banana as well, right? Obviously the anti-eco, they felt like they could take some liberties, but what's going to be the protocol now? It's a bit safer, a bit more standard now. They lob that deeper smoke in. Vinny out in the top middle. Him and Fur do combine for a kill. Fur's now looped out of there and looking to move into the apartments with FNX. This early opener has forced the hand of Liquid to pull an extra player over here towards A. Got Nafly on that rotation. That leaves Nitro anchoring B. This isn't info that Imperial are privy to just yet. But they might be able to catch Liquid re-aggroing into top middle. They still want to keep this flow of information here. They want to know if Imperial are trying to set their sights on top mid. And because they have this crossfire, they actually go ahead and move Shox over to B. I wonder if he's trading out with Nitro. No, it will just be both of them holding the site together. So suddenly the whole round comes down to OC and Nafly both stopping this top mid play. Because if they die, that's the round. There's no coming back for it. Nafly mollied out, burning alive now. Shox wrapping through B is cut down as well. And at this point, Imperial, they just need to do the formality, need to dot their I's, cross the T's. It's up into the B site where one man resides. Nitro here, tucked in, 20 seconds, going to try and win it to time.
I don't know if they know. They can clear it now. He's given it up. 15 seconds fallen trades. That had to happen. That was the bomb and potentially the round with his teammates a little further away. FNX was hunting for Naf on that A site, and while he may have caged him in to CT spawn, there were worlds where that round could go very, very wrong. Not this one, though. It's going to be 9-9. And Naf should be good to save, as no one's hunting this final kill. Fulham will move to CT, though. However, not the most common angle to check.
Now, yeah, Naf should be all good.
Indeed. Yeah, been a standout player. Ace has certainly helped in the numbers. This is weird. We've got CT side. We're going to see where those holes reside, as you know, Liquid certainly found them in Imperial's defense.
Yeah, what is kind of exciting as well is like you hope that OC has a lot more impact with the AWP. Obviously, T-side opening Inferno kind of sucks, kind of hard to find that impact. And I think even then, the few times he did pull it in, was actually able to get a decent amount done with it, right? Won a couple of fights over Fool and just helped apply pressure with the T-Orb. Won't get to see a CT-Orb out of him anytime soon, though, as it is just kind of one of these eco rounds around the hero gun of Naf. How does he want to use it? When he had the hero AK, it was his kind of decision to fight very early, and this round is no different. Immediately throws himself into the firing line, but not to good results. He's gone, he's lost teammates. It's all starting to fall apart in this one, and the odds of a hero rifle saving the day for Liquid are pretty much out the window now.
Oh, even one bullet tagging Nitro is so much info, and Imperial will just start spamming the smoke. Kill here will be the round. Elige has made that call to rotate. Shox is even here as well. Reload. Wonder if that gets her by Imperial. They're fully set up, though. They really want to commit with this. No hurry, however. That kill just delivered on a platter to Vinny. And Nitro gets volleyed out, just trying to fight with a Deagle. Won't happen here for Liquid. It's a flawless round so far for Imperial. And that's all they ever wanted on the anti-eco. Gun cycled over a couple of players. Never to find anything. Shox is going for it.
Okay.
They've cycled it out.
He can hear it. He heard where it dropped. He knows it's in pool, but how on earth... Oh, they've seen him now. They've seen him now. He's in hot water, and they run him down. Vinny with a big triple, right? He's had a pretty quiet time of things in spite of a lot of these plays ending up in kind of A-side executes for Liquid. Vinny was struggling, but we're starting to get more mileage out of him as the game goes on. And I think if you end up with this third player to join and bolt some fur with the game they're having, Imperial could find themselves in a really good position. Because when you look on the other side of things, you know, yeah, we have Naf kind of sat up top of the board, like you pointed out, the ace definitely helped him there. But then looking down the line, OC has mentioned, you hope him, but he's on like a timer to bring the AWP out as to whether or not he can turn it around. And Elige has been pretty underwhelming for the most part. Don't have that same trifecta on the other side.
Yeah, B control, not been there for Liquid, not obviously had all these gun rounds, but that needs to be the focus in that next rifle round, just to get Imperial out of here in the early stage. They've just been running up top B for free, and now they get to throw in a little bit of a fake as well. Liquid won't panic. It's only one smoke and a flash. And in a round like this, you are committed. You are stuck into your setup, stuck in your ways. 4 here on a crossfire. Shox anti-flash is going to hear the util coming. USP, the 5-7 spanning away, but it was never going to be pretty. However, that one is a mincing from Imperial. 5-on-2, and nothing can go wrong. Just got to convert. Who mollies Graveyard? Come on.
Dude,
not even the pits, just Graveyard. They know.
It's really nice, isn't it? Nitro here all alone, man. But what are you going to do? 5-7 in a dream. He's got the berries, got the cherries, but doesn't have the balls. There's the first. Rat from long. Fallen will get rid of him. And so it's Imperial coming in with an 11th round. Liquid, now they have money. Now they have a chance to bring that AWP out. They're going to supplement this with attack pause, right? They know if they are going to turn this around, if they're going to get out of their heads, it needs to happen sooner rather than later. The CT side can feel so punishing when you're just getting it dished to you round after round. They start to hit like 2-for-1s. You're having to lean into saves all the time, take a lot of gambles. And I mean, really, I'm looking at OC as like the golden ticket. That feels like the missing piece, and it feels like this AWP needs to have impact from the get-go.
That's the scariest part, right? Because you're right, it's true. But at the same time, if you start taking audacious peaks without a spawn, and you give up a 5-on-4, like you're digging your own grave at that point. So got to toe the line. Fallen did a pretty good job of that with the short peaks in the start of the CT side.
It looks like OC has a kind of cool spawn to go for something like.
Let's go naps.
Yeah, I hope he actually follows through with a peak. Oh.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to take any crazy peak. You don't want to get naded. Just sat back on short side. Still a very impactful position. Nitro behind the Molotov. Hello. He can't see back through. Vinny could see nothing. We saw from his perspective, which is smoke. But it's Nitro who walks on the water and comes out with that kill. And even escapes back to the bomb site untraded. So 5v4, this is bread and butter for Liquid. Imperial going right into this AWP.
Oh, that swing, the timing on it, so close to just nullifying the AWP. Shox pixel angle, and he might have taken one to the dome, but he still wins that out. Options are starting to feel like they're running dry for Imperial in this round, right? You still got bolts lurking B, but he eventually has to make that awkward decision, like, do I just taper off and play with the team? And that will come now. So Banana's now been given up, your hands are tied, you're forced into this A play, and you need results. Start to move in. Smoke to try and get FNX out of the apartments, try and have him carry a bit of impact here. Elige with a crossfire between Graveyard inside of the site. Up they go, FNX first man down. Shox, wonderful round out of him, and OC's AWP will complete it with that final kill. So Liquid back into the swing of things now, right? The AWP finds the kill. Shox, tremendous little three-piece out of the guy, right? That opener onto the pixel angle from Balk. That is a tricky shot to hit, and the fact that he did get dinked and aim punched on the back of it, you know, makes it even more impressive that he gets it over the line.
Shows Imperial what the A1S is like. Oh, you got a headshot. Oh, it's not enough, is it? Oh, well, that's a shame. He got 2 right back. Yeah, Imperial still have a a good amount of cash to fall back on here for a couple more rifle rounds, but we've started to see this triple B lean early for Liquid. The banana util just to keep Imperial out, force a lot more of their utility if they want to take this area. Nitro is fighting for it with a deep nade as well. It's fine, Imperial are happy being patient. Vinny will eat that nade. And OC's still back on short, but he's already beginning to swap out on the long side. Could see a double long setup. Imperial were pretty good at keeping it fresh on A, right from a lot of heavy 4 stacks in middle to triple shorts to these bait and switches long, even though we saw how ugly that could be with some missed shots from Fallen on long side. OC's on his angle now. And he's going to smoke here, but doesn't want to give up the AWP. Won't timing shot. Instead, it's a flashback down B for Liquid.
Yeah, they've once again got Nitro playing deep, but he's looking a little worse for wear here, and he's kind of missed the timing to cross out. Like, he doesn't, you're dedicated now. You're stuck on the angle. There's no going back. There's no retreating. And so that peek from bolts, it's impressive that Nitro even does as much damage as he does before getting dropped there. Still, early advantage now resides with Imperial. 30 seconds. They take a lot of time working for that 5-on-4. But now that it's been delivered, they've just got to follow through, lining up all this util over towards A. Smoke goes over to cut off Arch and the long side. You're going to feel very restricted here if you're OC, but he will just get back into the safety of long. In with another peek, can't quite connect. Moto smokes in, and he's found through it. Shox is going to do it all alone, dropping the bomb, dropping the right man can do it, but the bomb gets past. A 2v2, Vinny with the plant, and Imperial are not out of this one yet.
Almost a smoke spam for Elige. He's down low. He's got to go right through it as well. It started to fade. Vinny in the open hits the headshot, and Naf in a 1v2. He has been the guy we can rely on, but this is going to be quick target picking, and he can't find a head. FNX from the pit with 3, and saving that round off of the apps drop, dropping Shox, who was the problem piece, the one man still in the bomb site. That one hurts for OC as well. He hit his opening shot, but just couldn't follow up, and even got spammed out from apps. Look at that shot. Just couldn't even see him. Just fired through. Just knew. Good communication for Imperial, and they just about get it over the line.
Yeah, even the detail of like knowing that AWP was going to be a problem with him not a library or arch, so still throwing the Moto smoke, even though those other areas were smoked off, right? Just trying to restrict his movement. Mid-push, going to get churned up by Fur. Don't know about the second man. Nitro gets away with it. It's a brawl in middle. The gloves are off. It's bare knuckle here. And Bolts, he's winning every single fight. He tips the scales back in favor of Imperial. And now they group in the apartment. Shox, he's been a bit of a force to be reckoned with here. Only has this MP9 to work with. With low HP on Fur, I wouldn't put a miracle past him.
Especially if he catches Fallen here on his own. Fallen's patient. Shox might walk right into this, but now grouped up, both players.
They're
don't
both
want to block each other.
My goodness.
Low player first. That's only going to help Shox out if he's the one to commit. They're in no hurry. The rotates out. Naf is in position as well. Crossfire, but they're waiting for Bolts. They want to peek it together. If this is dry, this could get really, really weird. Bolts is going all the way round, and Liquid have doubted themselves. They don't like the silence. They've heard nothing, not a step. Imperial now 3 up in the house. And Shox is even cheating back as well. He doesn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you've got to take gambles, you've got to take risks. And unfortunately, you know, you bet on black, but it's come up green. Shox realizes they're just there. They're already out, mate. You can't do anything about that. He's chased off of long. He's forced back. Well, recommit. Up on the short side, going to give it another go with this MP9. And because he was so decisive, he's very, very quick here, right? I don't think you're ready for him to already be in the apartments. They hear Nafly firing off. He's still committed, still invested. They're putting a lot of faith in Shox to see what he can get away with here. And he knows about this graveyard player. If Fur is even tempted for a second to stand up, to take a peek, he is a dead man.
But how do you do that? How do you force that? Naf has to go. The smoke is still down, and nothing's getting given up. A flash from the site, and Liquid are just forced to save.
Nerves of steel, man.
That's sick for Imperial. They don't know how close that round is to falling apart. That's the first domino. If Shox gets that kill on an uncrouched Fur, suddenly Naf flies in off long, and Liquid could win that round just about, but the option just simply isn't given. Shox is fighting for the X's as well. Fur has to run. Oh, he just gets back in time. So Imperial, man, I love what they're doing in these mid rounds.
This was like such an anxiety-causing round, like you say, like even,
but no cause for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like even in the save there, man, like they just turned at the perfect moment to dodge Shoxy. Like, you know, he had a chance to just do some economic damage, and at the very end, and even that's bypassed by Imperial. You know, the whole 3v2 scenario was on a knife's edge when they were going to go out boiler, and they decide to hold their ground. They decide to wait it out, and all that patience proves to be one hell of a virtue for Imperial. Up onto 13 now. An eco around these hero guns. Shox and Nafly, they've been the two heavy hitters so far. They've been the two that have caused the most problems for Imperial. So I guess they are the two you'd want with them.
You know, what's great about that round is Liquid, their whole intention was to cause chaos, right? Remember how it started with the mid push, with Nitro going aggressive, with Naf fighting down Banana, and despite all of that, Imperial long it out to the slowest mid round we've seen yet on this T side. They don't let Liquid's chaos overwhelm them. They stay very calm. And it's Liquid who are sweating the entire way. I mean, look at them out-rotating themselves in that round. If they walk B, they are dead. Out they go, 2 pistols gone. Naf trades. It was all part of the setup. They wanted Naf to trade, but 2 for 1 is great for Imperial off of numbers alone. And now only one of these guns left in the right bomb site. Shox, he has to be involved this time. I'd love to see him anchor pit or just stay in the bomb site, because last time it was the extremities that let him down. He's re-aggroing, so is Naf. He lines up a kill on the long side, but he can't escape. Fur even picks Shox, who tried to get aggressive on short, and it's a Liege alone who they will avoid.
They just leave. Yeah, they just go. They're like, fine, man, you can have it with the Deagle. You can try to win this, but we're not going to play into your hands. Now, he knows they're taking this long rotation, so he's going to try and beat them to it up through Banana, but his smoke is already down. And really, I think FNX has just sealed the deal on this round by dropping that smoke. If Elise tries to wait for it, he won't have time. There's no winning. So he's going to have to go through, and going through while it's being held, he will manage to slip the net initially. That spam was up the aim of the game, and now Elise is caught by Fallen, who fast wraps CT to deal with him, and Imperial are up onto 14. Everything for Liquid now balances on this one rifle round to try and stop Imperial picking up the victory. And leaving Liquid 0-2.
These have been really well-called mid-rounds for Imperial, right, where they stay calm despite the chaos. But I think in these last 2 rounds, if Shox had just anchored and played for a plant, he could have won really both of these rounds. He could have won, you know, either, if not both of them, for Liquid. But he's panicked, he's re-aggressed, he's changed position. Like, sometimes you just got to double down and play for plant, in pit, insight. Yes, there's a chance you just get hard cleared or traded by Imperial. But right now, his re-aggro, his hunt for information has only let Liquid down in these mid rounds. And it's not like they've had another piece to rely on. So this is it. This is what you're playing for if you're Liquid. Imperial, this could be a hell of an upset on their best map. We were scared it was even in this BO1 series, and this would send the loser down 0-2, Harry. A single best of 3 away from elimination from the Major. Even Cole longed out 1-1 today by taking down IHC last game. Liquid, can they do the same, or is it Brazil?
It's another one of these just so grueling, like slow starts out of Imperial, where they don't give you a lot to go off of early on. Now they show their hand, and Fur wins an opening fight with FNX there to help him. It's a wonderful double opener. Elise is trying to plug the hole, but he gets riddled full of them. Fur takes his head off, and Nafly and Nitro, they're left saving. There's no playing into this one. It is decided on those 3 kills in an instant, and with that, Imperial are up onto 15, just 1 away from leveling out, course correcting, and going 1-1.
Yeah, we saw that same kind of call from Liquid near the end of their T side, where they just suddenly amped up the pace. They ran through the mid smoke, and they wrapped long on a really quick arch play and triple entry and won the round. Imperial do that, but they one up it, Harry. They don't even flash. They just walk out of balcony. Liquid were not expecting such disrespect. They have been pinched out of this round, and they may save nothing. Naf trying his best to keep this gun, but they've gone through the Molotov, and 15 rounds found for Imperial. My goodness. A head-to-head that we haven't seen in over 4 years for these cores. And Core, 1 more round ought to do it for Imperial.
You know, you've just got to be impressed by what they're giving us, man. Like, you really do. it's kind of like evocative of what started the whole, run for guys like Fallen in the first place. In a way, he's in a similar spot, but for different reasons. It's like no one really expected a whole lot out of this Imperial project when it was announced. And here they are, like managing to pretty convincingly best out Liquid here on Inferno. That's how it's looking like it's going to go at 15-10, And I think, maybe you've underestimated them, Liquid. Maybe you thought that you had this one in the bag, and Imperial, they're showing them up here. Tag onto Shox, he's going to get spammed out by Fur, and FNX follows up. These two again are just running amok in the apartments. It belongs to FNX and Fur. They're on the contract. They've signed the lease. Get out of it, Liquid. It's not yours anymore.
Whose house? Gowler's house. Liquid just got to hold on. Clinging to this map with 3 kills away. Imperial run them down. The tags will do nothing. That finishes Fur. FNX and Fallen still tagged up, but he is all that stands. Good grenade through the smoke. Maybe he'll have to go with a flash over the top. Imperial have already evacuated and evaporated back to that B bomb site. This should be it. Naf doesn't even have a kit. The second that bomb is down, well, the gate is closed. And Fallen up against his former team might be putting them through and going 0-2.
Yeah, Naflight, he's on quite the timer here. Odds so stacked against him, and Imperial, they get the info, they've got the spot, and now they don't need to fight anymore. The pressure's not on them, it's on Liquid, it's on Nafly. He's looking for solutions, but all he's seeing are more problems as he probes deeper in. It's damage to bolts, but at this point you need kills, and quite simply, there just isn't time. Imperial gonna lock this one in over Liquid. Fur with an incredible performance, bolts up there alongside him. It all started to come together in that second half. Fallen with the calls was on fire. Hop in the time machine, boys, because they back. It's 1-1 right now. Imperial, whoo, they've course-corrected Hugo. They're right back into this for Liquid. It's down in the dumps, down in the doldrums. 0-2, staring elimination in the face. They've got to compete a feat now that only, like 1 in 10 teams have been able to accomplish. 10% going from 0-2, having a reverse sweep if they want to get to the next stage of the major.
Just unbelievable. And even that mental hill to climb over as well, knowing that you're Liquid. One of the teams that I think in that, even in the bottom row of Pick'ems, were feeling like a safe bet for so many people, for us included. This is shocking for Liquid. Definitely underperformances from some of the individuals. Allegiant really sharp today. OC on that CT side, we only saw like 1 AWP kill in the entire half, I feel. And yeah, a couple of rounds where Shox certainly could have won. That, he kind of got a little antsy there, ants in the pants for Liquid. But I don't want to take it away from Imperial. I think that T side was phenomenal, and they had really nice mid-rounding. Just shocking, especially that B hold as well from Fur and Bolts in the first half. Like, they were just absolutely slapping Liquid out of their bomb site. That was a joy to watch, and it's a very scary situation that now puts this entire stage of the Antwerp Major under a microscope.
Yeah, man. When we look at the scoreboard, it's no surprise who comes out on top here. We spoke about them all game because they were having so much impact, especially in the CT side of things with Fur and Bolts. I think both of them. It's like you can't have one without the other in that kind of situation. Like, they were instrumental to this being an Imperial victory. And Fur, I feel even better about bigging up his kind of freedoms that he's given on this map, because I think we saw so much of that in the first half. Like, really, you never truly know where you're going to fight this guy. 1 minute, it's deep banana. Next minute, he's the 4th man reinforcing that A-hold. It's clear that Fallen's got a real read on how he wants to conduct his team on this map, and they're not afraid to put faith in individuals who are able to step up either. That was a real class act out of Imperial. There's just no denying it. And yeah, for Liquid, I'm incredibly underwhelmed. Incredibly underwhelmed.
Definitely. What's so surprising as well for me for Imperial is, like, we look at this team and it's not even like the latest player who was performing at the top in Vinny, who's like carrying them through these impossible. He's actually a pretty quiet guy.
He's like a mid-level player, right?
Just anchoring down in pit, not really needed to do too much in that CT side. That's it's not shocking to see Fur perform well, but to take down Liquid in that fashion, it never felt like Liquid were really in that second half in the CT side. That's 2 Inferno games today for Liquid. both of them washes. 16-6 fell to G2 this morning as well. So one more chance for Liquid in a best of 3. They got to win 3 of them, all 3 of them, no second chances to keep going through to that next stage of the major. For us, if you haven't had enough Brazil action or South American CS, we got more for you. We got 90 and we got MIBR coming up next.
The PGL Americas RMR so far has been entertaining, disappointing, exciting, all of the above, of course. I'm from North America, so a little bit rough to see EG go out. But then on the other side of that, today, we saw EG go out to 9Z, who went on to qualify to the actual major and really earn those stickers. They looked so incredible. I was absolutely enamored by the energy and the emotions there. I think I was almost on the verge of tears, actually, when they won, and I really expected Pain to take that game. So some really incredible results that have come out of this minor so far.
I think there's definitely some standout individuals and standout rosters here at the RMR that did underperform, sadly. But with every underperformer, you also get the overperformers. And so I'm going to look more towards the guys like 9Z and MIBR as well. Just because of the 9Z fairy tale reverse sweep, I don't think that MIBR are maybe getting as much recognition as kind of a team that outperformed expectations. So in general, I'm happy. I think the region's in a decent place. I think Party Astronauts also kind of played to a good level and made some close games. You always want the best for your region and for all competitors, but all in all, I'm happy with the way it ended.
Just at the end of the last match of the Americas RMR, where Max made a play inside of the B site to take down, I think it was actually every round of overtime, where he got basically 4 kills each time.
Gotta be big. DGT draws attention. Max has got the lineup. 2 kills for him. A potential 3rd, and it's all Max all day.
Mad Max. He mid-rounded one round where Lucan got tagged down low, and then he found a way to kill Nython at A site, planted the bomb in a 2vx situation. The amount of ingenuity that came out of Max alone was unbelievable, to the point that I can't even remember which round was which. So Max as a whole was the play of the entire event for me.
9Z, 1 more kill, and they have an edge at the end of this T side. Molly at the feet of Hartzau. He extinguishes it and pushes, and as he pushes, he gets turned back.
No way in hell.
It's give and take. You know, I'm just happy for regions who maybe don't get as many chances coming into a place where if North American Counter-Strike can't remain as competitive as it once was, let's give those spots to the teams who will perform and who will take these chances with both hands. And I think that's what we really got here in Bucharest. I think that's what will be, you know, represented on stage in Antwerp. NACS still needs to heal.
Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but you ain't never gonna break this.
Overall, NA has this problem right now of not enough talents, whereas compared to European teams, there are academy leagues, you know, thousands and thousands of face-it players who have 6K or over.
They're looking over towards Catwalk. Oh, this is a huge mistake. Honda, 4 kills, sprays them down.
NA, the talent pool is not that deep, and we've got a lot of people to either come back from other games or just commit to teams within CS, but there's still not enough talent to create 3 solid teams. So I think you could make 2 incredibly good teams, but not 3 right now. But we have 3 major orgs that are kind of fighting for all of these players. So that's the issue for NA.
I think it's kind of poetic that of the 1 legend spot at the Antwerp Major, we have Furia again. They proved that they still have it, despite having some rocky issues coming back from the online period with the PGL Stockholm Major. Getting top 8 there kind of set them up. It could have been, I think, like a one-off performance if things weren't so good, but they came in here and they dominated, and they looked next level. So for the time being, in terms of the Americas region, Furia, a little bit untouchable at the moment, playing the same way they always have with crazy confidence. And if we look at NA specifically, I expect big things from Liquid, actually. Shocks at this event specifically definitely stepped up. There's just this weird asterisk next to Liquid because a loss to 0-0 Nation to start off the event, once that happened, it was flawless. They ran it all the way back. And this last piece of Liquid was supposed to be Shox. So if he's going to start performing like he did at this RMR, once he's on the world stage with the better regions, then maybe Liquid could be up there. And if we've got to talk dark horses, my eyes are on Complexity. They're a team of very hungry individuals who have all kind of gone off on different projects, failed in one way or another, and then come back together to try and push the limits to what we've previously seen. So those are the 3 teams I'm looking at, but for now, Furia, top 8, top 4.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Well, we ain't done with the action from America's teams just yet, right? 9Z taking on MIBR here. Pretty interesting one, really. There were a couple of guys on 9Z in particular who really impressed me, I think, throughout the RMR for the South American region, man. Like, they're... DGT is definitely the one that springs to mind, man. He gave us some really good moments, and I'm excited to get to see him in the server, right? For this 9Z squad, you could tell how much it meant for them. I think it was the interview with Exit where he was just crying, like, you know, you could feel the emotions in this one. On top of that, with 9Z, there is kind of the thing of they don't have Zach here, right? They don't have their coach, so that's obviously going to kind of hinder this squad a little bit potentially. Not an ideal position to be in, but it's where they find themselves, and they've got to try and make the best of a bad situation there. But man, let's kind of talk about, let's reflect on this a little. So when we kind of look at this matchup between MIBR and 9Z, it's one that we've had a good few times in the past. And there's been some reoccurring maps that have often looked to come up, right? Obviously, Dust and Nuke, the ones I'm referencing there. So I'm assuming we're going to get something like that.
Yeah, would be a good game for a musty Dusty, a crusty Dusty, I think. You never know, though, in those BO1s. No one's going to be too uncomfortable at the end of the day. But yeah, I think the coach, the lack of coach definitely does hurt, right? Especially considering how loud we saw someone like Zach get, you know, a big supportive element behind the scenes. But they've come this far. That much was already unexpected. This was a team who went 0-2 in the RMR in the first place and reverse swept the entire way here, with many players representing their country at a major for the first time, a conglomerate of South American players in this 9Z squad. It's quite a fairy tale story. If they were to make any more of a run here, Harry, I would be very impressed.
Yeah, you know, I already spoke about like Exit from MIBR and how he was like super emotional at the state of them even making it through. Yep. But you know, like looking at the rest of MIBR, I think this means a hell of a lot for them, right? This is like a squad that got signed to the MIBR org, and I had like a troublesome time early on, had a couple of like upsets here and there, but they've been on the grind, right? They've been on the build up, and so it feels like finally all that's coming to fruition. You know, their best year's still ahead of them, still on this upward trend. You got a couple of like the kind of older guys within the team, folks like Cello, for example, right, who have been around the block, but you got a good mixture of like new and old talent here. And they were a very exciting story to follow throughout the RMR as they went on a real tear there.
Yeah, and on top of that, just this team's experience in Europe is actually really, really good. Obviously, something that 9Z are only just recently getting with their performances at the RMR, but for MIBR, you know, Blast part of the team that we have, or previously, that we have seen, you know, many times come to Europe and boot camp and play here and play, you know, tier 1 teams on and offline. So plenty of experience in recent times, and it's nice that they actually take that experience and they put it to use. They get all the way to this point in the major. Again, I don't even want to call them two massive underdog teams. I think a lot of people, after MIBR clean swept 3-0 back at the RMR, are kind of hoping and maybe expecting them to get through to the next stage here. Less likely for 9Z, also, you know, considering the extenuating circumstances. But hey, I think we're going to get a great game of Counter-Strike, a good level of familiarity between these teams. Dust gone right at the very end, and Overpass, which MIBR will certainly not be upset about.
Yeah, so that's kind of cool for 9Z. They take, you know, Dust has often been one where whenever we have like best of threes, it's often been the MIBR lean into that map. So, you know, they get rid of it right at the end and they send us on to Overpass. Curious if that's what MIBR have put all their attention into, right? Because as mentioned, normally these teams are kind of handshaking on Dust 2 in times gone by, or a nuke or something of the sort. So the fact that we go to Overpass, pretty exciting for my money. I think it's going to make this this series that much more enthralling.
Yeah, who do you have going for it? Are you just going to go with a safe pick of MIBR, or do you want to get spicy here, Harry?
I think really considering the lack of coach for 9Z and the fact that you have a lot of players who are probably putting a lot of this on themselves, or what it means for their region, for their country, right? Like even looking at how they literally lit the obelisk up, you know, the color of the 9Z team out in Argentina, man. Like, you know, there's a lot that I think is going to be on these guys' minds, and not having that kind of stable, recognizable outside voice, I think will carry a lot of impact, and it makes me a little bit nervous, you know. On the other side of things, I think you've got some experienced players in MIBR with a core that's rapidly gaining experience, and you still have that extra pair of eyes to weigh in, so you do have a lot more to go off of in terms of having tenure, having experience, being able to calm yourselves down as well as ride the hype wave. I think 9Z's way in is if they hit the ground running or explosive from the get-go and they just ride the high. It only gets concerning for me when they encounter problems, and can they overcome them?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool time for Brazilian CS, and it seems to only be getting better, especially with our just previous matchup sneaking in through with Imperial taking down Liquid. If you missed it, sending Liquid 0-2 in the tournament. But on top of that, Furia as well, who especially in the last couple of years have been that team to look up to for you know, any South American any Brazilian player who wants to make it. Obviously, they are straight through to that top 16. They're in the next stage with some other European competition who qualified through those 3-0 games in the RMR. MIBR are already screaming, and the game has yet to begin. But we are here, folks. Our last game of the day here on the secondary stream. MIBR 9Z, an 0-1 matchup, and let's get into it.
Yeah, T-side start for 9Z. MIBR blessed with that CT beginning. And they've gone for a bit of a classic here, right? One man over in middle. Cello didn't try to take a spawn peek, didn't try to play for the info early, but it is still that quad lower play, and they start to take short away now. On the back of getting this position, it actually opens up a lot. It means you can disassemble this quad B lean, move up and help Cello with a little more security down towards this lower site. And they will start to scramble those rotations up now. Cello hasn't been watching long, right? His attention has been fixated on middle. And so right now, 9Z have found that one gap.
Careful, Rox. He's got all the util. Cello pushing forward, spotted by Max. And MIBR, they've got quite a stack here. 4 still on top. They know what's coming. Flash over to force a fight, but Max was waiting for it. And Cello dies first. Woody seen the bomb here at long. That's screaming a commitment. There's no backing out of this one if you can keep him cornered, but Lucan's picked another. Now, they shouldn't be ready for Yota here in the corner, but they should be able to take down Woody on the site. He's low, he's gone. Yota with some whiffed shots, and these pistols are tearing through MIBR right now. I don't know how it's so clean for 9Z, walking into 5 players on the top site. The whiff certainly helps, but those are some clean taps out of Lucan and co.
Yeah, that one kind of felt like it defied all nature. Like, I mean, winning the round isn't out of the question, but it's just how cleanly they get away with it.
It's a warm-up round, guys. Don't worry, USPs, they suck. It's fine. Just go next. Forget about it. You know, that's what you got to tell yourself. Load up on the copium. I'll have what NA are smoking. Rifles, but Woody's got his scout. Oh dear. Can he channel his inner Nikados or no?
I don't know what Cello's smoking. He's got one out right now down here towards this B site.
Monster.
Oh, yeah, he's walking away. Yeah, just lobs that smoke in, lobs it up and over. And then once again, they kind of hedge their bets up towards this A side of the map, leaving B in the hands of just one man. They've said, Turtle, live up to your name, bud. Put that big shell on, that big blue shell, and turn this one around for us.
But the monster tunnel getting crept upon right now. Is it a blue or is it a green turtle shell, Harry? Will it be useful? Will it be accurate? Or will it just be a flash in the pan smoke in the water? Turtle goes over. They know he's here. Nade's going to connect as well. That hit him. That just screams his position to 9Z, and then they hunt him down. Bomb plant, a bit labored, but it's coming in, and yeah, MIBR going to save. Best call here, really. No pit, no hope of getting back into that round with so much space conceded, and that's part of the gamble, part of the game. Giving up that B-bomb site at least gives them this force buy in back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like reminiscent of something we used to give someone like Blame F a lot of credit for back when he was in Cole. You know, like these kind of heavy leans in these force buy rounds, and playing the gamble. If it doesn't pan out, then you've still got a full go at it in the next one. The only guy who's going to be lacking is Turtle 9Z, and with their second round, little bit of stoppage here, but that's all well and good. Not going to get that one sorted. We'll give you more info as it becomes available. But it's a nice start at 9Z, you know, like the pistol turnaround was good. The fact that they kind of, you know, they don't outbrain themselves with the whole stack up on A, even though they were set towards the A site early, just having that restraint to go back and lean late into a B play. Also, I've only seen, he's only got 2 kills right now because we're only 2 rounds in, but DGT, the ones that he has got has been lovely. So, carried a lot of impact as well. It was him who flushed out Turtle as the lone B site defender. Definitely would say to keep your eye on that guy. Do not sleep on him. He is one hell of a gamer.
Yeah, and we love a gamer here at the Major. Lucan also won. AWP, is going to be paramount on a map like Overpass, so we'll have to wait and see, especially on that CT side, what he can get up to. But for MIBR, they can take this as a sigh of relief, a moment of poise in the pause, before they get back into what is, a game that they're favored in, but is certainly no, I wouldn't look at this as a very one-sided matchup. History has been competitive, yet more often than not, MIBR coming out of on top in those head-to-heads, but even so, we know we've already set up what this means to 9Z, how they've already come further than any expectation, and that's only going to want you to keep that up and overperform. Nice start, but we're back in. MIBR can again afford to make a gamble around like this. It's 4 on A to begin. They do it twice. Turtle takes a smoke down lower. And 9Z clear out connect. They're going to take mid from top and bottom at the same time. How patient are they on long though? Because MIBR are moving up.
Oh no! Well, that was like the one low investment player dealt with down at B, and it's the exact same setup as when they had the force buy last time, which was just Turtle alone at the B site. Hope he can find something there. Just get the info ahead of time, and then buy time for the rotations. It means that this quad A lean is just going to be bypassed again by MIBR. This round should be pretty safe now. And he could, doubt themselves. What are the odds that MIBR have done it again? That's what they're telling themselves, but they will still give it a look in and uncover that this B site is clear. So they're going to move in, get that bomb down, solidify the 3-0, get the pistol, get the conversions. And already this is a good T-side start, right? The little freebies that 3 rounds going to give you can go a long way in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, those are rough for MIBR. There's nothing worse than making back-to-back stacks and both times just getting out-red, right? Just a little creep into B for DGT, and that's all he needs to steal a couple of rounds away. Max in the middle. Ooh, he's getting pounced upon, but it's not much of a save, even if MIBR are able to grab it. There's that armor. Lucan clean. And MIBR just respect it, knowing that Kevlar is key to that next rifle round. Ouch. Yeah, 9Z are looking pretty warm, I'll say that much. Crispy headshots to start the day. Obviously, they played Ents earlier on, not an easy opponent to open up on. Managing 7 rounds on Mirage for MIBR. It was a 30-rounder, of course, against outsiders. Paid by the round, I hear. So yeah, definitely more pressure on MIBR, who did make that clean run through the RMR, who we a lot of people did expect to see in that next stage. Going 0-2 would not set them up to do the same.
Oh my goodness, they are all about to collide. It ends up being a little weird close-up 2v2. Rocks! Rocks their world with the AK and with the double. And we find ourselves in a 3-on-3 after all. Even the smoke spam going a long way. All right, don't make this guy mad. You won't like it.
That's insane.
He's not meant to have just saved the day there, but he has. And so now we kind of grind to a bit of a halt here. For 9Z, it's a moment of solace, right? They're able to slow this down. They feel quite nice about this now. The pressure kind of flip-flops back the other way, and it's MIBR now the ones with questions being posed.
Oh, I love this space taken from MIBR. They jump spot. Exit got all that info on, the player that was pushed up close short. This is going to MB. They're going back down through con to regroup in lower by the looks, but DGT is now holding T-spawn. So they go back up connector. No, yeah, it is that little play. Woody's here though, tucked in. Exit can hear steps, and Woody lines up 2 with a bomb dropped. DGT wasn't really poised to help him out there. He wasn't in position to assist in any way. And so likely going to be left to save or just try and grab an AK at the very end through connector. But getting jump spots scared him completely out of position. And so far that he won't even attempt to get anything back in this round. It's MIBR on the board. Nice double up for Woody. And yeah, it should have been a clean one after these 2 kills coming in through Monster with Jota and Turtle in the tunnel. But a nice trade back. At least made that round look winnable for a moment.
Yeah, nothing more though than a bit of false hope, you know. They were really clean out of rocks. Like, you got to give him credit for sprinting into the Lions' den, looking them dead in the face, and still getting those trades on the guys who thought they'd embarrass 9Z on that little Monster play. But in the end, it is still an MIBR round, just trying to delay the inevitable. Once again, the Monster smoke is in, this time supplemented with a boosting Con. And so as Max tried to go and take that, he's cut down from the sidelines. Jota pushes the short side. DGT, as he attempts to scramble to get a trade, get an equalizer out on short, also meets his maker. It hasn't left 9Z with a hell of a lot, right? They've got this double hold over in middle, a con man in Lucan as well. But it's going to need to be a big old ruse here, a big turnaround if 9Z somehow want to come out on top. Don't envy the position they're in at all, creeping up into the bathrooms. Rox and David side by side. Lucan, a little bit delayed, right? He's going all the way back for the T-spawn rotation. It's safer, but it is going to cost you in the time department. Spots in for Cello. Bomb now dropped. Exit going to help him out and follow up. And MIBR, they were just one step ahead in this one. Once they got that early opener down on short, they wasted no time in reinforcing that A side of the map. They had the info that there was no one else out on the short side. That comes from the boost and the aggression. And it's left 9Z saving again.
Yeah, in these last couple of 3v3s and 3v5s, there's often been that third man who's a little away from the pack, right? It helps if the entries come through on A, suddenly Lucan can kill rotates, but otherwise, look at how awkward this is. It's just a save with 2.5, not even enough to drop over another AK-47. And that really is worst case scenario as his team just go gung-ho into the bomb site. Nice holds right now for MIBR, right? Not had a problem with crossfires, with stacks. Other than those little eco rounds, they've been on the money. Should be some sort of buy round this. Lucan can drop Khalil if he wants. DGT has enough for 2. So they'll field enough of a buy here on 9Z's T side. Maybe a temptation to run a faster round as well. Just to catch MIBR off guard. Because right now, Triple A leaves a big gap open. They don't even smoke the molly. It's interesting. They run right through. They don't want to announce their presence in middle, but the flash will. Cello.
It's a bit of a shame that they're held back by that, because, you know, when you run the Molotov, it's because you don't want to give up, like you say, that you're there, that you're going quickly. They would have loved that early fight for free. Now out towards long. Exit. He's on an island here, right? He's going to have to get a lot done all alone. Lucan lining up this flash. David, this should be yours. Cello, or Exit rather, so blind. The Cello's out of there from middle, retreating back from the divider. Woody, down in Con, has dropped the bomb. That is a nice kill for him to have gotten. If he can just get out of here now, get away in the 4-on-4, that is a win. Able to elude capture by DGT's late drop into Con. Cello's re-aggroing over here at short, pushed up to divider. In the spam spot. Now, they're going quiet here, so they're probably not going to spam it. Don't want to announce their presence. But surely they check for it at least. Oh, the barrel.
Not with Jota here. He's causing a problem. Backstab can come in. Turtle's not watching this. He's checking long. Jota gets 2. Rox is going to hunt him down with a reload. Jota buys as much time as he can with a double kill. It's Turtle to trade, and they never knew about the man tucked in at the spam spot. Cello, he has the bomb by his side. And Lucan again alone in one of these awkward 1v3s. He has to double save in. He has really been out of position in some of these commitments where, you know, a 9Z... Obviously, you're expecting a little bit more success. They have been waltzing into A stacks, but you know, if Lucan's with them, there's chances to trade. There's chances to make these rounds a little cleaner. Like 9Z are so deep in A when Lucan's all alone on this flank, but he was trying to clear out Con and find Woody, who peeked earlier into middle. Way too late for that. Woody had rotated back to B, and that had sped MIBR's rotates up on top site as well. I like that, how they just swap roles, right? When Woody comes out Con, he's not the one going back up to his spot on top site. He's just taking B short and staying there while his team reinforce A. So MIBR have the protocols in place right now, and things are going swimmingly.
Yeah, the back-to-back save for Lucan is often a bit weird, but the fact that he still has 2K means that you can, like, justify it. The one thing that maybe gets a little concerning and you need to look down the ranks to find someone else to drop one over is getting that AWP out, right? If your AWP is always saving an AK, well, he's going to have a hard time getting the upgrade in. That's where I think DGT is going to be pretty paramount with that extra cash still in play. Do want to get to see the AWPs soon. I haven't actually had them bought out just yet, so I think this gets a hell of a lot more exciting once those AWPs are in tow. We know how impactful a strong AWPing presence can be here on Overpass. And in games where someone like Lucan's feeling it, man, he's really feeling it. So hope to see that come out soon. Once again, one of these tech pauses cooled on through, but it's getting fixed, getting sorted out.
Yeah. You're under the desk as we speak, Harry.
I'm not. There isn't even a desk here.
Unplugging, plugging. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably making this pause longer.
I think I would be. I don't think just plugging stuff in and out is how they do it either. I think there's a bit more nuance to it, you know?
I'm no expert, Harry, but here's what I would do. If you want to know what to do, well, still tickets available for the Antwerp Major. Great location for anywhere or anyone, anywhere in Europe. Get on over here to Belgium.
Yeah, we've only been here a few days, but it's beautiful.
It's a
man.
lovely
Antwerp's
city.
lovely.
Yeah,
like,
first time in Belgium.
Never been here before.
No, that's pretty rare. Like we're fairly well traveled, especially in Europe. But new country and lovely people, lovely vibe, lovely city, lovely beer.
Yeah, that's true. I don't even really like that stuff, but it's delicious out here. Right, so
no choice.
The little pause is all done. We're through it. We've managed to survive, everybody. 3-3. And 9Z, they've got that hero AK. Hell, I mean, it's kind of cursed at this point,
yeah, it's
isn't
saving
it? Like,
for next round, actually,
no one wants
for their buy
it.
round. Maybe this would be a good chance for Lucan to get up front of the pack, right? Maybe second in, try and trade a pistol for some short control, get into B. These A stacks have been really nice for MIBR. Now they go 4B, of course they do, as that would be the expectation for 9Z. But they get one player through the mid-molly and the rest go late with some con control. Good space taken by MIBR. A lot of early information can free up some of these rotates again. Taking the time with that, but 9Z again have been really just as silent as they can, crawling through middle, going all the way up to divider before they even make contact in many of these rounds.
9Z need to deal with what we just saw, which is the constant short control. MIBR, very creative thus far. They have a lot of ideas as to how to go about getting it, but it's something they've had whenever they've wanted it. And that's a big problem for a T side. You know, so much of Overpass is kind of a war of information. I mean, every map is, but here, you know, there's a lot you can do once you've taken a key area like short away. You haven't even had to really try anything like mid-aggro yet either if you're MIBR. It's feeling pretty easy. And over here on the short side, Woody's going to lock in a double. Yeah, there we go, Cello. Only good for one. And DGT's thrown into this clutch. This cursed AK is going to get cut down. Never to see the light of day again, some say.
Yeah, the penny has to drop now for 9Z, because that's like the third time that they have walked from T-spawn to divider with no contact, and then suddenly there's 4 CTs there. And they're wondering, how the hell are we double trading and still getting double peaked? And that is because exactly what you said, the short control, this early info, and the ways they've had it are nice, right? They've had jump spots from B from exit. They've gone for boosting connector to view that short tunnel. That round, they flash peeked the tunnel from the B bomb site. Yeah, it's very creative at MIBR. So 9Z, yeah, they should know what's going on. They've already started with a 3B lean, and things are looking a lot better. The AWP's posted. This is perfect. MIBR's info is about to let them down. Lucan off the angle at the wrong time, but DGT does recover. Flash goes over the top, and unfortunately not enough to help Cello out. 4 on 5, and this is all 9Z ever wanted. How does Turtle recover? I don't know, but he will die.
DGT's having such a weird round. It's like he's doing everything. And he was never the guy destined to do everything here, but he's the one with the double to his name. Out in mid, Rox is here alone, and there is this double long lean for MIBR. Still pretty dedicated over towards A, considering the amount of contact that's been found over at B. And eventually, these long players might kind of feel the urge to get involved. They're going to hold their ground for now. I mean, you've been patient so far. You know, why start getting aggressive in this moment?
Yeah, just wait to group again. We've talked about how many rounds they've been so split on these commits, although they might get caught in transition. Knife out. Oh, there was a chance, but he whiffs it. Absolute balls up for Woody. Exit will kill Rox, but he's just given them a path into the A-bomb site. That molly signals it. He's got to go back and kill DGT. Now, he's given a chance here at a 1v1 against a low player, and if he gets his kill, suddenly the retake is on.
This could be huge. No one's looking at it. He's slipped the net. He's hit this timing. He's found the gap. And if he plays Trigger Discipline, if he plays Trigger Discipline, he's got the round in the palm of his hands, maybe. Oh, looking for a second. Looking for that second man, and there it is! Double for Jota! And DGT's so far removed over here at long. The bomb's not even really planted for him. He'd have to play into the bathroom, so that's the round. He's running in, gonna try and get past Exit, but he can't. Jota and Exit have just torn this round away from 9Z. That was so ballsy, man. Jota recognizes the space he's got, the gap that he's found, the gap that they didn't think was open. And he's able to create a fifth out of nowhere and it looks for MIBR.
It looks like DGT's baiting, but really he's doing all he can, which is try and contain Exit. They know they have him trapped in toilets. They're holding him from divider side with the AWP. DGT's hoping Exit is going to rotate. Not only is that sick from the flank on Jota, but Exit to hold his position in toilets for so long when he knows that they know is commendable, because he never gives DGT a way or a world back into that 1v2 clutch. MIBR, they sneak around through. Definitely seemed like 9Z just completely discounted the con flank in that round, expecting a CT rotate up, but yeah, even so, really nice play out of Jota, who takes so long with that trigger discipline, but still gets out with both.
Yeah, no, man, dude, like that was the one way you could have done it. Like, it was just by not taking the one while you had it. It would never have been enough, and that's kind of how you had to feel in a situation like that. So he gets so much value out of that one timing that's hit. For 9Z, that's going to be devastating. And it's moments like this where you would love to have a coach to try and, you know, keep the nerves in check, to not let little rounds like that sail by. That really should have been yours get to you, but they're not in that position. So 9Z coming in with another investment once again. You know, no AWP in sight. Lucan finds himself back on the AK. Luckily enough, they don't have a counterpart on the other side fielding one, so MIBR, you know, meeting them in the middle with 5 rifles. David making this run happen up through middle. Took a bit of damage from the molly before the smoke goes in, so that throws off your mental timing by like maybe half a second. Still not going to get any sort of advantage out of it. They've taken mid away at least. Looking to work this control now. MIBR were heavy lent down lower early on. once again with the goal of taking short away. And this time 9Z don't fight them for it.
Oh yeah, look how many resources they're dedicating to clearing connector. In the meantime, for the first time, 9Z could have actually walked into A. It was open. It was only Cello on long, but it's not worked for them in the past. They won't go back to it. And they clear connector, but that's just time wasted for no kills. They do now have that short control, something that 9Z haven't really been able to sit back on in these 5-on-5s. Good grenade. They're going to drop away. DGT gets his kill. Out Monster trading Turtle after his opener. But still another Monster player, and with Con cleared, they can pick either bomb site right now. They'll go back up. Bomb retrieved rather from spawn, and Cello's still alone on the bomb site, having to consider both sides of this A hit. It will be long and short at the same time. Again, 25 seconds, another contact play, and 9Z are about to explode.
Yeah, MIBR just deep peeked Monster. They didn't see anything, so now they're scrambling bodies up. Cello just needs to hold the line. That was the chance. The flash was meant to set him up. Exit doing everything he can, has dropped the bomb and bought even more time for these rotations. They do get the plant in, but it's over at truck. I've seen so many of these rounds get a little bit weird, get a little bit wild. 9Z have got to play within the bomb site. Can't go toilet, you'd be too far away. I've seen so many defuses get stuck in situations like this. So they need to maintain this site control, and that's what they're doing right now. Playing within the realm they were given. Max with the flank has netted the frag to Jota, tap on the bomb, forces a peek, and Max runs them down. So finally, 9Z able to break this 5-round streak that MIBR embarked upon, and they come in with their first since the pistol and those conversions.
Yeah, very, very scary, but I like how slow they take it, right? Like, the mid-rounding's a lot better. You know, they get to 40 seconds without having even got any map control other than B short, but it's trading out Monster, forces a heavier B lean for MIBR. First time they've actually lost fight to B in a while, and that just gives 9Z the red carpet to walk over into that A site. Woody now on the AWP. Lucan won't have his. Cello speaking of the mid-smoke. There he's popping out Party. Hello, free B, headshot, and he disappears as well. Oh, there's the AWP firing off, and MIBR start this round very strong. They're going to have to regroup for just a full B hit early as well. It's all they've got. They've seen at least 2A. They know at worst case it's standard. But for right now, it's only 2 CTs here. There's a chance. Turtle's in a great off angle for a free kill. He will be blinded, should be traded, and there it is. Jota just trying to buy time, sees it to commit, and gets back to the safety.
Yeah, just sound decision-making here out of Jota, right? Never offering himself up for the pick, buying time for his teammates to rotate in. It's grinded 9Z down. They would have loved the chance at dealing with both the B players. And I mean, now it's just Rox. He's got 50 seconds in a 1v4. Might just have to bow out of the round, really. Not really a lot to go on here. He's trapped, boxed in, and Cello is there to close it. So MIBR, they get knocked off the horse, but they get right back on. Not going to let that one round deter them. Also, haven't seen really a CT AWP yet, but Woody immediately makes his presence known, doesn't he? Repels the long take. And that's like a whole new kettle of fish now for 9Z. That's a whole new problem to worry about. Something that they haven't really had to be too concerned with in this game so far.
Especially considering how many of these A plays have been contact, no flashes, walking around corners, gambling on the fact that MIBR are playing 4B, and they have been. And so that's given 9Z so much room, but now you know there's an AWP play, you've got to flash your angles, you've got to be a lot more methodical, you've got to announce your areas that you're taking just to avoid just getting free kills by this AWP. Out Monster, good flashbang though. Lucan sets him up, double entry off the Tech 9s right now. Cello caught in the air. It's exit back in safety. CT gets one, but at what cost? A 2-on-4 and a retake round with the AWP. You don't want to give it to your opponent. You might have no choice but to save. Exit doesn't like that odd. He's going to try and throw himself in, but you feel like these crossfires should be enough. However, he's stripping them apart one by one.
Yeah, still, it's a long way to go before you can even consider winning this round. You know, Exit is the only guy with any skin in the game right now. Woody is just planning to save. Essentially, he's here to support Exit in case he somehow makes this look doable. And he is making it look somewhat doable, but there's the swing, and that's going to trigger Woody to just get the hell out of there. 9Z, they come in with that fifth. Super awkward as well. Right? Woody with the AWP, tried to rotate down to help out. He actually underhanded a little flash in to try and give his teammates a hand, and it blinded everyone on his team. There were a lot of flash assists from that one, and you could see the effect of it. It felt like they turned from 9Z's flashes into their teammates, and the whole round kind of spirals out of control on the back of it. Yeah, that's a nice confidence-boosting round for 9Z, honestly. You know, I haven't really been able to strike up many successes since the pistol and the conversion. So you squeak past, you know, a little partial investment like that, and you'd be surprised what it does to the confidence in the team.
Into another 4B stack as well, which has been quite consistent here from the RCT side. That spam is lovely. It forces the boost to deconstruct, as, you know, even Jota knows he's been tagged, he's been heard by anyone in connector. Cello reloads, great bait for this bottom half player. Molly, he's very careful that it doesn't spread to him, but he's fine. No smoke needed. Rox is taking his time, but he doesn't know how difficult this position is to clear. Cello comes in to save his teammate's life. Spam could be good. DGT trying to cover. Turtle's just pushed. He doesn't know. He's turned the wrong way. Exit trades that kill. This is a mess, but MIBR coming in with the goods, and it might just be great. David in a 1v3. Got to go back for the bomb. They heard him up ladder, but where he goes past that is the question.
I mean, dude, these short takes, with how many resources MIBR put into them, it is just a mammoth task to try and fight against that. I mean, David, you know, up against the Goliath here, 1v3. Clutch of biblical proportions going to be needed out of the guy as he slips his way into the B site. But he's given all the room. They're trying to dupe him, right? Give him like a false sense of security. Oh, I actually have the plant here. Well, yeah, you do, but it's by design. Everyone is still nearby to get involved. Still, there's the first for David. He's not ready for the monster flank, and that will lock it in. Cello there to deliver the goods. MIBR getting loud, getting hyped. They're feeling the momentum just coursing through their veins on this one. And anytime 9Z might put a round on the board, there is a response immediately out of MIBR.
They have a lot of depth. That's what we're seeing right now on the City side. They've had a lot of different setups. They've, you know, not been. It would be easy to be caught by, especially these A-walks that 9Z keep getting so much room up toilets until this AWP came out, of course. And MIBR have never had the info, but they've still managed to just piece together really, really nice holds, really nice crossfires, bait and switches, divider players unchecked. And yeah, I love that hunt for Cello. As soon as he hears a player go up ladder, he just follows him. He knows that the last place David's going to go is back down the ladder. He has to pick a bomb site. And so it's a perfect flank. A timing that was not considered. Maybe another B pop. It worked well last time. The flashes were really good. Some of them team flashes, but mostly 9Zs, and in they come. Rox is laying up a heaven smoke on the fly.
MIBR don't really have the manpower to put a stop to this. Like, it's gonna reside a lot on just Turtle having a phenomenal round. Like, they've similar to how those kind of force buys went in the second round of this game. They've just said, like, Turtle, you're pretty much solely responsible for B. You got one guy this time to just lend a bit of a helping hand in Jota, but Turtle's the only guy actually keeping the real estate locked down.
They did a heaven smoke to try and bait Util out, but now it's a commit. A re-smoke in heaven again, throw from spawn. MIBR has started to work it out. They've started to rotate down.
Did the smoke miss?
Oh, it certainly could have.
Oh,
yes, it did. Big open chasm for this AWP to fire back. Molly's land, but Turtle's shot will drop the bomb first. That's confirmation. DGT with an entry, playing above the smoke. Nice shot for David. Removes that AWP out of upper. Turtle, this smoke is fading, and so is his window to perform. He can't get any more than one. Almost a lineup for Jota, but the trades are good. When 9Z get in, they are methodical. They clear everything. They don't plant too soon. And a 1v3 that's never meant to be, as 9Z find a 6th. They are keeping us on our toes just when you think MIBR are ready to close out this half. 9Z come back in with a response. It's back and forth right now, so much so that MIBR have run out of funds. They've got to take an eco and play for the last.
Yeah, that's kind of... It's impressive that 9Z win it, really. Like, they shouldn't have, and a lot of it comes down to just DGT and David landing some phenomenal shots on the Heaven players, making a bad situation look favorable. But the fact that Heaven smoke missed the second time around after landing the first is just a huge problem area. I think it's very, very fortunate that you're able to still win that out, to still find it. And for MIBR, they're going to be kicking themselves. Like, you know, next time you get dealt that B play, you might not have the missed Heaven, so you probably definitely don't have the missed Heaven smoke, and so you've got even less to work with. As you kind of pointed out, the money's even run dry for MIBR now. 9Z are suddenly in a position where they can be the ones to win the half out. Like, if they win this round up against the Force, they're basically up against this investment, but again, in the next one. And so at that point, you know, you'd be looking at them to win out the half 8-7, which, considering how this kind of began, yeah, they won the pistol, yeah, they got the conversions, then they had a 5-round silence, you know, just a 5-round break, and then it just kept getting little one-and-done rounds here and there. This would actually be a really nice way to cement the half.
Nice flash, forces the shot out of Woody. They now know a scout is long, but this was always a fake out. 9Z know what has got them into this half, and it has been these B executes. It was all started by that Tech 9 round. And they're going to go back for it, but it's 4B, and MIBR screaming confidence with this buy. Could have played for rifles in the last. No, they want pistol armor here and now. And they've got to put them to use, put them to work. Close clear for DGT, tries to transfer. He knows Jota's on the site, who just gets out. Tag on the way down. His teammate turning around from the flash. Nice shot for Jota, but is it enough? A 3-on-4 where the trades are coming in clean, and Rox doubles up to close the round. 7 for 9Z at the end, and like you said, just running that buy back for MIBR. It's not going to be pretty, and it might even just be an 8-round T side. Damn good considering how this game started.
Yeah, dude, the thing that really surprises me is that MIBR moved away from, like, in these last few rounds, it all started by going back to, like, the quad, triple A lean with, like, Jota supporting somewhat down towards B, but leaving a lot of it on Turtle. And then, you know, again, in, like, the force buy there, they put very little attention down towards that B side till later on. It's a little bit weird because it feels like the 9Z game plan centered a lot, you know, around... Well, sorry, like the big gap was that 9Z weren't taking the short control.
They haven't even been doing so in the last couple. They've just been popping Monster. I mean, it works, right? At the end of the day, the results speak for themselves. But transfer, baby!
With the transfer.
Oh, 98. 98, not quite there. Jota lives. But 9Z just tucked back in. And a 4-on-3, they know the pressure is on MIBR and plays might be made. Woody peeks through middle. Turtle pushing the monster smoke. After that smoke fades, he's going to go for it. And DGT is set up for another nice, easy round out of 9Z. All set up by David. And Jota hit whatever Deeks you want. The bomb's going A.
The timing on that. Oh,
someone told
he's
him.
Considering it. Oh, yeah. Knives out, Jota. Yeah, you might not be able to win the round, but you win our hearts for that one. DGT takes one to the spinal column, and there we go. Still, it's 9Z winning out the half, right? Something ludicrous would have to happen. A 2 HP ace with a knife kill, that's just unheard of. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. So on this swing, Jota with a third. My goodness. No, it's got to stop soon, right? Yeah. He's got himself an AWP to play with. Weapon of choice of a man with no health. Up he comes. Through the bathrooms. They're just going to swing it together. They're counting it down. They're waiting for contact to get made. There's the swing. He's still alive. They can't seem to kill him. This guy just won't go down. But time's already too far gone. Jota might have set us up. He might have teased us, but there's no win in this one. There's the swing to close. And 9Z 8-7. They do win out that first half of play after all.
Yeah, he won my heart. He won my heart for the attempt for the knife into the one digging an AWPer. very flashy round. But man, 9Z, who started, you know, they had the pistol and conversion, but like you said, that big chasm of rounds where MIBR were just wrecking them with these contact A plays into stacks, and even were holding B in the early game with double monster setups. Once they stopped playing monster setups, they started losing rounds because 9Z was just using, you know, close flashes on monster and just running out with 4 or 5 players. So nice T-side at the end of things for 9Z. Going to be very happy with that. MIBR have got to do them one better. 9Z now favored on those odds. Was not the case coming into the series. Roxy's got the kit smoke. Woody with the nades, and that is all we'll see other than armor. Heavy mid setup, 4 players here. Bomb's a little late. And Max is tasked with that solo mid hold. Oh, we've seen this one before. How will it fare, though, the other way around?
Oh, he's getting pressured. Yeah, you got one opportunity to decide stay or fight, fight or flight, and he will back up into the truck. Now no choice, he's got to be up close with the USP, double tap. Max, it's a nice opener, he's done his job. The rest of the gang are all rotating in, but they're getting churned up. The Glocks doing a lot of damage, a 3-on-3, and MIBR are out like a light. They leave, they fall back. The footsteps heard by Lucan, who's already headed down lower, but MIBR are just going to pump the brakes. They're in no rush now. The longer you wait, the more stale, the more useless this information becomes that everyone was spotted over at A. And so a recommit back into the A bomb site is probably the most likely, and I would argue maybe the best option, the best call here.
Yeah, Turtle's waiting for a T-spawn flank. You know, Cello's considering they could already be up long. You never know. And like you said, the longer they wait, the more 9Z just have to sit back and maybe doubt themselves again. Even turning this from a 3-on-3 into a 3-on-2 is great for MIBR. And David's so low, so he's got to play this headshot angle. Could even get wallbanged on his exit as well. Oh, Woody does get picked by Max on the site, who is looking to put up the ace right now. Cello's trying to run him down. Oh, he's been heard. Max taking a peek. Cello needs just one bullet on that back player, and now maybe a headshot to close the round. Max out of ammo. Cello running him down. He's onto the knife. Oh, it's not what he wanted. No bullets left, and Cello plays him like a fiddle. 8 rounds to MIBR and 4 from him in the pistol. I love the recommit. Did Max use every bullet in his gun? I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. He was really begging for the please.
Yeah, dude, he was hoping Cello would have honor, you know.
No, not at this stage. Not with his skin in the game.
No, exactly right. Time and a place to honor the knife fight, and 0-1 at the major is not the time nor the place.
Ooh.
Dude, he's getting so animated. He's knocking the camera around. Not a care in the world. All he's focused on is the game right now. This comeback that MIBR found themselves having a launch, which is a kind of surprising statement to even make, really. It feels like they won that first half. No, they did not.
Max, he's heard him.
He's good with the pistols, though. Don't underestimate this Deagle. Oh, it's clean.
Any more,
the
Max?
First. Come on, give us another. He didn't quite spot him getting out, so it comes as a surprise, but he nails the shot. Makes it look easy, like he knew the whole damn time. Cello's gone. And now Lucan down here in Con is Deagle. Can't quite find the same success as Max's. But it's still the advantage residing with 9Z right now.
Juggle some guns out. Upgrade your weaponry. Max is already back in the bomb site. Turtle could activate at a moment's notice, but wants his team to be by his side. And Max,
no,
he's not going to go in. He'll play on the outside. This is lovely. Just staying here is sick. Tuck in by bench. Did they hear him? Doesn't seem like it. He's going to walk around and even force the fight. Back turn. Oh, Max!
Oh!
That's how you do it. 4 kills off the Deagle. He just does not stop.
That is lovely. Man, this guy's pistols, you know, you cannot take it away from there. Are so clean. USP, Deagle, it's all the same to this guy. Look at him.
Look at this.
His turn, look. Whoop! Like it just dawned on him, like he could feel it
you know
in his
what?
bones.
I think he's behind me. Watch this. Okay, I mean, this is poised 9Z perfectly. They lost the pistol. They just picked up the Eags. Now it's MIBR on the back foot. But is it a step too far? They're so scared. Stuck down the middle right now. Haven't even taken space.
Oh, dude, it is such a... Ooh, okay, okay. That does make it a little more... I was going to say, you know, it's kind of like a real rough spot because you need to show the mid-pressure to stop just an all-in B stack. But by showing the mid-pressure, you're playing into the hands of the M4. So the fact that they do manage to win that is pretty huge. Hell wants to try and get it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, you got to commit. Too much time just dilly-dallying. WS, WSE, WSE, Can't get it. Just got to run over sometimes. Max is here, though. Will the Deagle be his friend or foe? He's the one to force the fight yet again, but he will die to a pistol. However, that's info on the bomb.
Yeah, it's a good spawn with very little time left. You know, the options are limited for MIBR. They lob this util in towards A. Ooh. This is where Woody already having short is massive, though. Are they going to check for Rox? Right now, he's in a position that can just win the entire damn thing. He could steal this one away. Doesn't matter if his teammates are dying.
Sold.
If he stops that bomb getting planted, that's the round. Everyone else just needs to live now. Don't die. That's all you're saying. And with that 9Z, they're able to convert. They're able to get it over the line.
Yeah.
One frag decides it all, and 9Z are up on a double digits.
Like you said, that short control is so important to even give MIBR the option to win that round. But if anything, you know, while they faked out A and they forced rotates, leaving just one man at B and Rox, that entry for Woody only sells MIBR down the river. They think, yeah, we got the kill. Nice, we killed the B rotate. Let's get the plant on. Never expecting a man that deep in the monster. The one guy without a rifle does save the day for 9Z. And MIBR forced to save a gun they didn't want. Exit with the hero M4. Gets through the Molotov. But this is excellent for 9Z. And all of it spearheaded by this guy on your screen now, Max, who has just not let loose, not let go of the aggression.
Yeah, he's been letting loose.
Sorry,
yeah,
he has been letting loose. Wide open. Any more?
Oh, that's an immediate dink. Okay, that's going to force a bit of respect out of Max. He's called for help, called for support. And Lucan is here. Oh, figure it out. There we go. He's seen him now, and he will get it.
Those silence Glocks, man.
Making money, finally dead, but you know, he's done his part in the round. It shouldn't get out of hand. Although Exit has now dropped an A1S over in the bathrooms. You could look to go and get that.
Go the safe way.
So now they're armed. Now they're dangerous. And in a 2-on-3 like this, can't put anything past them.
Oh, don't jump the gun here. 9Z are getting curious for info. Davidson Con, he almost walked back up the stairs into the waiting arms of MIBR. Now, there's a timing he can hit in about 2 seconds if he goes. Now no one's looking. They don't have the manpower to watch the flank. They've just got to walk into the site. David, oh, there's the drop onto Jota. It's just Exit. He can go back, but that will lose him the chance to win the round, take the kill. But even then, David denies and puts up 11 for 9Z on this CT half. To think that this is all off the back of the deco. MIBR are going to have to pause before the next gun round, because even this buy won't be pretty. Exit was forced to save. He can't even buy an AK. 9Z in a very good spot right now.
Yeah, no, dude, it's been really nice to see as well. Like, you know, DGT was very much the guy to keep an eye on early on. He was very much the one keeping them in that T-half. But as the game's gone on, as they've kind of soldiered through it, we've got this activation coming online. You know, Max had a great pistol, a great follow-up with the Deagle in what was a force buy round that they won. And you're starting to get this ensemble around DGT, which is a real sight to behold. On the other side of things, you know, MIBR, this is where you kind of want to see some more of these rounds of the guys like Exit and Jota, who had great starts. You know, Jota at that moment in the 1v4 where he was trying to ace clutch and win it, gets the knife, gets one, can't go any further than that. But you know, he's definitely had a good feel for the game. I think MIBR, Had a lot of successes earlier on. Now that they've been posed questions, now that they're kind of having a bit of a stumble, this is where you really see if they've got what it takes to rebuild back into this game.
Yeah, depth test. Maybe I'll go as far as the eye can see, or will it be 9Z? Close this out cleanly. Mid-smoke, gonna get them out. Fear of the Orb as Lucan farm. Then MP9 last round. They hear that ping from Max very close, but they would rather clear connector, make sure their back is not taken by 9Z. It's not yet. They're still stacked 4 on lower, but that won't be forever. As Con gets cleared, 9Z know the protocol in place. They know MIBR are taking middle now. And short has not been controlled, so they can confidently leave Lucan down lower with that orb and play a triple top. This is a nice call for 9Z. MIBR walking into the Lion's Den, surprise, surprise, full of lions.
The info is there to be grabbed if anyone's brave enough to peek short. David moving out with the swing, spots that first man, but they're already moving into the site. They're way deeper than 9Z were ready for. And now getting out on the long side, Max has gone past them. Oh, he dropped the bomb. And with that, he could have just won the round. They need the kill, but they also need the plant. They're stuck between 2 mines. Turtle saved the day. Head on a swivel, and he's in with a double. Bomb plant in just in the nick of time. MIBR somehow making this round happen. It looked like a done deal. It looked like Max had done enough. But they forced a way back in. Lucan is left saving. He's repeating that role from the first half. It was him who held the AK in back-to-back rounds, now having to save the AWP. At least it's his weapon of choice. It's a big-ticket item. But that one sails on by 9Z. They had victory in their hands. It was right there. And Turtle steals it all away.
That was so nice. Just the bomb grab as well and putting it in the one spot that was safe from long. Turtle picks Max out, who plays it really well to, you know, sit back in that long smoke and actually double up in the first place. And then he pops the triple red shell, flicking back dumpster bank. 2 more to shut it out. That should not have been MIBR's with 9Z playing as well as they did with Max hiding out in that smoke. But this game keeps going. This game keeps closing. No clear victor in sight. And some very stressful rounds, I can only assume. Feel like this would be the play to do it. But not today. I mean, if MIBR lose that round, they might even just get swept as well. They've just had such unfortunate circumstances in the second half. And it's all Max that's causing those problems. Lucan with a solo AWP now, surrounded by pistols. Certainly winnable round, right? Especially if that AWP is retrievable, jugglerable. Over to other players. Triple boost on short. I mean, Lucan is watching short right now, but that's about to be released to turn back to Monster side, and that's where Jota sits. Oh, they seem convinced that B is free. And while they're mostly right, Jota is just playing a game of timings. Out Monster, walking in. Oh, the spot comes through, though. That will keep players down on lower. Meanwhile, while MIBR are taking heavy mid.
I'm just looking at Max here, and I'm looking at the position he's in con, right? And I'm thinking, like, this guy with a pistol in an advanced position, somewhere that maybe they're not ready for. Jota's coming back to keep an eye on it. This is something that Max is going to be cognizant of, right? You just saw him outside of Monster. He's scared of that. Lucan with the big ticket item is gone. The AWP removed, and it's irretrievable. There's no getting that back if you're 9Z. And even though Max has found this timing for the backstab, at best, he's going to get 1 out of this. At best. He will get rid of Jota. But his teammates are all swept aside inside of the site, and he's gone as well.
Yeah. Lucan pushing out with the AWP there, right? I'm not a fan. I'd love him to play the bomb site, play a position where, you know, he can die and it can get picked up, it can get reused, right? The desperation for info is there. But the entire time, Max is going, yo, I've heard Jota run middle. It is an A play. I'm flanking con. You know they're coming, but Lucan just gets too keen for fights there and not only gives them the pick that accelerates the pace, meaning Max's flank is pointless, but then also gives an AWP away and doesn't let his team, you know, give it a go. That eco as it should be, gets taken out by MIBR. But there was a way.
Max has had enough. He's
really
taking
has.
fights on his own terms now. I'm not playing with timings anymore. The timing I want is the one that lets me fight you the fastest. And he's been able to secure this early 5-on-4 for 9Z. MIBR now feel pretty restricted as well. When you see someone running the gun like that in middle, you get paranoid. You know, how far did they commit with that? Are they trying to move in on this backstab? So you got to go all the way back. You got to clear all these angles, and I mean all of them. Like, you're paranoid that he's still floating around Park, or, you know, stuck over at long maybe. There's a lot that you're going to have to clear here before you can even embark on this default. So that's what they're doing right now. MIBR clearing out long, clearing out mid. They leave one man down towards that B site. Jota again entrusted with this lurk. The rest of them MIBR going to walk up the long side rather.
Oh, that flash almost kept DGT on B. He will go up A, and that's so important because if you look at the minimap, you see the one gap in this round is where MIBR are. The one bit of darkness. 3 up long with the bomb. Jota's late. And Max is again flanked up the con ladder. It's all down to DGT. He's in the bomb site. He just needs to kill and to give it up. He, oh my god, has a couple of chances, but won't commit. It's fine to live here because the flank is still on play. Jota gets caught between 2, and that's a lovely backstab for Max. Frustrating to lose to that. 10 seconds. CT plant has to come in because they know mid's been taken. This is not the plant you want. This is not the situation you want. And smoke spammed on the bomb. No time for it. Turtle's dead. That is beautiful for 9Z. What a way to do it. The double flank through connector, and then the hand that's forced into the worst possible plant there for MIBR. 9Z have come to play.
Yeah, this is super exciting, man. It really is. Like, dude, I think MIBR as well. Like, think about how this all started, right? They were head and shoulders above 9Z to open this one up. They went on that 5-round streak. They were getting all the short control CT half. There was a lot of stuff going unpunished, but it feels like 9Z have risen to the occasion, right? And it feels like it's all spurred on by the man at the helm, Max. Really activating as this game's gone on. He will drag them over the finish line if he has to. And I think that's even reflected in a lot of the reads, right? Not only from being in like these aggro positions, has he been able to get a lot more info, siphon a lot more out of, you know, the info that he gets. But he just feels like he's got a great read on the game right now. And this is all happening while Lucan's having like a pretty rough day with the AWP. Like, he's been very unimpactful in this game so far.
Has he had an AWP kill in the second half?
None spring to mind.
No. It's not been a game of AWPs, which is kind of a surprise considering the map we're on. Hello, boom, boom. Get out of my room. Jota's going to dunk down on DGT, and that's the first time they've employed that boost. So certainly a nice way to get an opening kill. And just full grouping A here is the ticket, the big ticket for MIBR. 9Z are only going to keep a stack after losing a player to multiple nades. And so again, the gap is here, but Max, the gap filler, squirt him in the skirting boards. He'll fix your leak.
He will, man. It's true. I don't know. He's just having such a good day in the office. Like, he's the one over here inside of long. The one guy kind of remotely close to influencing this A play. And yet I still have faith that he might be able to do something here if these last few rounds are anything to go by. Even a kill going untraded would be reason enough to consider giving this one a go. And he's trying to thread the needle, grouping back through the toilets, moving on up. Will he check? No, walks out, back turn. Finally, exit will go back and lock that frag. And it got worrying for a moment there, but luckily enough, doesn't get 4x3. He's all well and good. Flicks back round and gets it under control. So MIBR, they're going to respond to 9Z's flawless round with one of their own.
Yeah, pretty rough spot for Max. He had the flank time. He was trying to trigger discipline behind the entirety of MIBR. But nice insurance policy. And exit being there has got to be because of Max, because of the con flanks we've seen from Spawn. The con rotates up to middle as well. You know, MIBR, you know what he's up to. His little tricks on this CT side. But that's a flawless rifle round, and avoiding the stack again. MIBR keeping this one competitive. 9Z can't drop the ball. And part of the worry is because so many of these rounds have come from hero plays, often one man with all the info or you know, all the kills, all the glory. It's hard to keep that consistent. We need everyone else to stay together as well. And that's why, you know, the AWP 7 and 12 hasn't really mattered, but there will be rounds, there will be moments where Lucan has to perform. And the question is he warm? Is he ready?
Yeah, and you know, it's one of these things where, like, it hasn't, exactly as you were saying, it hasn't mattered so far, but if there comes a time where it does, you better answer the call, right? And it's like, if you don't, no one cares if you win the one round that you have to win that wins you the game, right? You can write that off as just a quiet day, but if it ends up being the thing that determines why you go down 0-2, that's going to hurt. So, yeah, Lucan, I want more mileage out of this guy. He was so exciting back in the RMR as well, and it's not like this is versus some, you know, top-tier EU team that's meant to be smashing him out or nullifying the AWP. No, it's versus someone there's a great deal of familiarity with, if anything. And so I was expecting a lot more out of this AWP.
He keeps getting bad spawns. He hasn't had a mid spawn yet. He's just kind of getting middle of the pack spawns. He had a B spawn this round. He wanted to play A. So it's not like he's really been given the chance to 5v4. Not that MIBR have been fast on their mid takes. Mollies have often been respected or only have one player go through. Again, Max up in the front line, forcing fights, dropping nades, breaking hearts. But not for long. He'll go back to the bomb site. They show that they started middle, but will retreat back to safety. And I like that because it's just going to force a slower default out of MIBR. It's all the benefit of playing mid with none of the risk. You still get to hold your site, but you force util, you make MIBR announce their presence here as they take control.
Oh. Dude, they're all right there. Yeah, they are peeking him eventually, and he doesn't want to hang around and fight that. Can't say I blame the guy. There's a lot of bodies on the other side of that pixel gap. Lucan, there ever was around to step up with this AWP. It's now MIBR. So moving on in. They flashed a lot of these angles so far to try and nullify the AWP. And they're going to have one prep to launch this A play. It goes in now, trying to nullify this AWP, and he's caught crossing back. That is a lovely opener out of Jota. Double kill to crack open this A bomb site, and MIBR, they have just run over 9Z in this round. DGT is still trying to hold on, but he's fighting from CT spawn. Like, he's had to drop on down and just get out of there. And so that will be a save for 9Z, an equalizer for MIBR, and it's Jota, you know, stepping up in spades to make it happen.
For sure, but that's the exact round we talk about, Harry. As you said, no one cares about the rounds that you win. It's more, you know, it can come down to the rounds that you lose. And Jota's so aware of Max there because he gets the freebie onto Lucan, right? Why is Lucan so open to long? It's got to be because he believes he's covered. Lucan was full blind, but what's his spot? Where's he playing? You know? Didn't play dice, didn't play truck, didn't back up bank and let Max work the long position, just swung out into the open. It's getting really awkward. And some rounds getting kind of thrown to the wayside here by 9Z, right as crunch time hits, right as MIBR wake up. And Max kind of gets sold there.
Yeah, you know, it is so painful that, like, ultimately, as you say, that's kind of what leads to Max getting checked. It's like, oh, you thought long was clear. Why do you think that?
Rough, man. It's rough. And yeah, get him off the AWP. I mean, no money. Back to a rifle. Max in connector. Here they come. No backing out this time, buddy.
He's got to fight for it. Fight he shall. Good for the one and done. Spam as well, even tagging up exit even lower. Jota playing around this short smoke. Can't underestimate him, right? They're going to boost up and over, try to get an eyeball on connector, try to spot what MIBR are doing here. And if exit does try to come back down those stairs, ooh, he's not going to like it. He's not going to like it right now. Kind of tapered. Oh, he's just dismantled the boost. And exit wasn't moving anyway. He's holding connector. The rest of MIBR setting up for the play in towards B. Util now reigns over. Things get very hot indeed for 9Z. They're sweating right now as this exec looks to come in, looks to go over. The flash has slowed it down for a moment, but this second of pause, this might actually slow the rotations for 9Z. They've still got a triple lean down on lower. Lucan's committed over on A. He's going to have to rotate Con. So these B players need to trade this out, need to try and leave him in a doable clutch. Might not happen as Jota and Turtle get a kill apiece. DGT smoked off in heaven. Lucan has arrived with a kill on this wraparound, right? Dealing with Exit, who was late out through Connector. It's not going to give 9Z a reason to believe.
They've got the kill, quick pick, but Woody's hit the headshot on the lip of the smoke, and the wraparound for Turtle is the last thing DGT's expecting. In fact, it's a double wrap. Crunch wrap supreme. Lunch is served. Turtle flashed in, won't even make that play happen, and DGT has started to piece it together. The penny is dropped. He knows there's no one in the bomb site. This is worst case scenario. Kit retrieved, but the round lost to the time, and he just wants to get out with a gun or a kill. Either would do. They are looking for neither instead. Woody's chasing him through Monster, and what a hunt to close the round. MIBR, not just rounds, not just momentum, but money as well. They've got it all as they take the lead back finally. This was an 8-7 half for 9Z with the force buy, with a boatload of rounds off the back of it. And MIBR are still in the lead.
Yeah, very impressed with, the resilience out of the MIBR guys to stay afloat in this one, especially when, these T-sides, one of the hardest things is, can't you feel like you're running into a brick wall, like we said about Siege, you just kind of run out of ideas eventually. Nothing's working. Oh, the nades in mid are nice.
Oh,
why would I say that?
He did hit their teammate, so not ideal.
Not ideal, and Lucan's now dead on B, so it's quickly, amounting to not much here for 9Z. MIBR looking for another flawless round if they can get away with it. Like they need any more money at this point.
Yeah, can't really save much here. They are buying up now. Damage would be lovely, taking the gun out. Preferably keeping it, but MIBR are not in the giving mood. Oh, oh, that hurts. It's going to leave a mark. 2 on 5 and saving sweet nothings as MIBR find 14 into this really final gun round. This is the best buy they're going to get in this follow-up round. If they want the orb, Rocks can drop it.
I really want to see 9Z try to go for some MIBR-esque short control. Yeah. I think it would do them a world of good, right? It feels like ever since they employed that boost, they've been scared to challenge early over towards B, right? Where they get nade stacked out of the round, they go a man down early, and since then they've been in this downward spiral. The air aggression out of Max has been nice, but it's starting to get to the point where MIBR have wisened up to it now, right? And he's kind of struggling to find that same level of impact as he was early on.
I mean, this is a great, just to butt in, first pause in round 27. That screams, no Zach, right? That is part of the problem that we obviously know for 9Z coming into this game.
Dude, if the pause makes the smoke rollout...
I had this. We had this on Vertigo in a pause. Someone dropped a smoke. It rolled off the map, and we couldn't get it.
Now, luckily enough, it's got a bit of an angle on it. Look at the curvature on that one. It stopped right at dice. Wonder if that was a lineup.
Is anyone going to get it? He's looking for it. He's lost it. He couldn't find it, Harry. He threw the monster smoke. Oh, he found it. Phew, he went back. Woo! Second time's a charm. Max in middle. Man of the map for 9Z, but it might not matter if MIBR get these last couple. Orp in middle covering. Max fighting for the playground, but there's many men.
And I mean, as has often been the case, he needs to win this and either get out after one or multi-kill before he's traded. It's a lot of damage, and he will just try to slip out of there. Lucan's coming in to help. Max don't need it. There's one, but he's dead. And Lucan gets caught re-aggroing in middle. Trying to help out, trying to help Max.
Oh, B reset is so nice from MIBR. This is a fantastic call to make immediately. No hesitation. They're running 5 towards the monster side. Rocks may have short and a bit of early info, but if MIBR commit instantly, if they don't hesitate, if they run an exec, they win the round and probably the map.
They're going to slow it down. They're not looking to get ahead of themselves here. And I mean, as you kind of pointed out, this has given time for 9Z to re-aggro over on A to reclaim the info. Here's the push out. That flash is good, but no one fires on them. And they do. Okay, now they know it's the B play. That's a well and good little info flash. Rocks is ready. Holding the line with David helping. He's dropped the bomb. MIBR It's all on Cello now. 1v2. Bomb at his feet, but he's got very little time. Not many chances either. They do concede the site for now. They give him a bit of room, but DGT's got Util out on the short side. Oh, that spot in a CT is not all it's cracked up to be, because as the nade goes in, Cello's blowing out the water. And so 9Z do come up with the goods to find a 13th. They're able to turn that one around in spite of that early, you know, kind of skirmish in middle, turning very ugly very quickly. And being in a 3-on-4, they still win that out. And it's Rox and David with this quickly assembled, this quickly put together B-site hold.
Yeah, that info flash is everything there just to get the guarantee to keep your 2 players there. Obviously, MIBR don't know how open that B-site was, but they caused such a panic rotation out of 9Z that if they ran in, they honestly just win right then and there. So, you know, you can't blame them for doing their due diligence. Hello, Max. What are you doing? They've heard you. He's all the way through. They're going to flash peek him, but he's ready. Oh, he mauls them. 2 kills and the upgrade for Max. They knew it was coming. They heard every single step. It doesn't stop him.
He's going. He's still
more.
here. He's still
He
here.
wants more.
This is insane, man.
What a beast.
Oh my God. All right. King of the playground here. Recess getting called off early. Flash over. Max might have been blinded by it. They've given him time to reposition, readjust, and just as the flashbang leaves his eyelids, he's removed by Jota. So you've at least dealt with this kind of thorn in your side since the start of the round. You've reclaimed. You made sure that Turtle and Cello's death weren't entirely in vain. And a 3-on-4 now for MIBR to try and navigate. Still, it's cost a lot of time. It's cost a lot of resources chasing down this 1 kill in middle. And it's left them with 35 seconds here. At 14-13, a man down. Enough util on 1 man, or there's, I guess, 2 players to throw in a bit of an exec with the smoke on Woody as well. It's not going to be easy. That much is certain.
They're saving Harry. They are done. They are not doing it. It is over. It is 14 apiece right now, and this save was a necessity to allow for the full buy in the final couple of attempts, especially to get this AWP in play. Wow. 9Z have done it. Max has done it on his own with another mid push. That flash, by the way, did absolutely nothing over the playground. Did not stop Max for a second. They really rushed or jumped the gun on that one to try and hunt him down, but MP9 just so good up close and they don't clear the corner. 9Z, they got to keep believing every step of the way because Max is dragging them there, kicking and screaming.
And, you know, I kind of prefer the rounds where Lucan isn't actually with him. I know it kind of goes against Counter-Strike 101, but it's like they're just on different wavelengths right now. You know, like Max is hyper aggro. Lucan's having a bit of a rough time, so maybe just let the guy hold an angle. You know, whenever he gets tethered to the wild Max that's just like going for it, I'm like, mate, why are you doing this to him? What's Lucan done to deserve this?
Strapped in for the wild ride.
Now over here in Con. Once again, right place, maybe right time. Looking to get out of there. Lucan's here to support this double mid setup. It was torn apart last time. Max this time gets the info and just tells them to get the hell out of there. We're not fighting for it on this occasion. So MIBR, you know, finally they actually take middle, like, you know, and without losing anyone or having like some early fight go down. They've actually got this control pretty cleanly. All it took was a smoke and a flash to make it happen.
Yeah, it's the fear of 14, right? It's the respect from both sides. No one wanting to make that mistake. I like the default leaving Jota in short cubby as well towards get right. They can go back to B later in the round. But they don't want to leave it too late, Harry, because often these rounds for MIBR on the T side have come down to the final few seconds, 40 of them left up. Max goes for it, no flash, and Max is a dead man. The AWP for Woody has stepped up massively in this round just by getting rid of the one guy who's caused every single problem, won every single round. Jota's left B, it's an A hit.
Yeah, rotation's coming in, right? You've at least got David making his way up as well, so you're going to have this triple lean here early. Lucan. We said it so many times, if he can step up, if he can do something in this round. DGT stealing all the glory right now, in for a penny, out with the round. He's holding himself a double. Now him and Lucan both dead. David's trying to fill the hole. There's 8 seconds. You need the kill, you need the plant. One or the other, and Turtle gets the first. Oh, he's going to win it with so little time left. The 1v2 goes his way. and MIBR are up onto 15.
How does he win it? How does he win it? There's 3 seconds left. All you got to do is hide. Hands off the keyboard, tab out. Blue screen, anything's better than that. He tries to trade the kill and it costs him the round, maybe even the map, Harry. Oh my goodness, what a sick clutch. 4, 3, 2, and he swings. Seconds to spare. But it's Turtle with a round.
Dude,
this is it.
Considering for Turtle, like, so much of his game in that first half was just being entrusted with the impossible task of always kind of soloing B in those rounds. It's kind of poetic that he's the guy to then win this impossible 1v2, like an even more impossible task than pushing away some of these B offensives we had in the first. He's able to close that out, doesn't even break a sweat, but the moment he does, you saw how energized he got, you saw how invigorated all of MIBR looked.
Yeah, this is a 2-team tech timeout. This is 9Z smashing keyboards to bit. This is MIBR smashing holes in tables out of glee. A round that was done, the multi-kill from DGT over on Truck, what a nice try. He did so much, but it's the closing kill that matters the most, and it goes for MIBR. I mean, 9Z shouldn't have even had a foot in the door in that round after Max goes 4 on 5 down, but the fact that they even make it theirs, or, well, should have been theirs, commendable, but it will be forgotten if MIBR find this one more round.
Look at the A stream up there.
Oh dear. A beating.
Vitality. Taking that Australia 16-8. That's kind of interesting, isn't it?
All right.
But we've got ourselves a full 30-rounder, so I want to focus on the here and the now. 9Z, okay, look at what they're fielding. Orp in Lucan's hands. Like, mate, it's been a very quiet game. In that hit there, he looks so flustered. He looks so confused as to what was happening. Just feels like he's in his own head a bit, like he couldn't dedicate to an angle. This is now like the last chance you're going to have to make amends, to turn it all around, to save the day, to set up 9Z to go to overtime, still have a chance. Or else it's all in vain. Jota's already opened up on the DGT. Lucan with a swing. Jota and Turtle, man, these two have just been such a driving force for MIBR. Jota's the man to break the silence in round 30 first. Now they pull everyone down towards B on the MIBR side of things. 9Z, they've only got a double hold here.
Perfect way to close the map, to close the series, to kick 9Z while they're down, send them 0-2.
It's Rox and David, though. This was the same duo that undid that last, 4-man push into the B side. This was the same two that tore through it. Can they replicate that? Can they do it again? Jota out wide. Cello's here to help him. And they're churning through 9Z. Only Max left standing, and it's an impossible task. It can't get done. MIBR 16-14, get it over the line. And man, they owe so much to that clutch from Turtle. It spurs them on to go on to win it in the full 30 rounds. They're now 1-1, and for 9Z, it's devastation. They had that game at certain points. They had chances to close it out, but it just eludes them. It sails by, and they're now down 0-2.
Yeah, Major Max, man of the map for his side at least, but it will not be remembered, Harry. It is the MIBR show. That was the better team. They came out on top to close with some incredible clutch rounds. The Orb contest certainly came down to Woody's favor. Lucan, a really rough map, and the worst of times to have a rough map. We already talked about the problems that 9Z have in not having the coach anyway, but suddenly you're losing, one of your star players and your AWP player. You can't go quiet on an AWP, unfortunately, at this level of Counter-Strike. It's not allowed, and it's so obvious when it happens. That's got to hurt. A nice try for Max and the boys, but what a game. Super entertaining, super close. Brazil close out their last 2 games tonight. Imperial dropping Liquid, and now MIBR taking down 9Z. That was a banger.
Yeah, it really was, man. And I like that, we really had like ebbs and flows for both teams where at any moment it felt like one of them could have closed that out. Like, let's be real, first half of the first half, MIBR looked incredible, man. Like some of the CT side setups, exactly. And then that's like the wild part was you had that resurgence from 9Z. You had Max really find his footing, enjoying DGT up at the top of the board. And we had a lot of great moments here, like this one that we just saw the beginning of 3 times over, right? That's because it was 3 times as good as as any other play, right? Jota with the trigger discipline. I think he was such a huge reason that MIBR turned this around. Like, you know, he was able to win them so many impossible moments. He was also tee-off, great at getting openers. A lot of the time, he'd just be solo lurking B, and was still getting a lot of value out of that in what is a pretty rough role to find yourself in.
A bunch of 5-on-4s on the T side from Jota. That's a really good point. Yeah, it did feel, it sucks to just like put it down to one guy, but it did feel like for MIBR there were myriad of players who could step up at any moment and put on a good round and save the day. For 9Z, in terms of actually impact and closing, so much of it came either from Max individually or the info that he's got and the space to allow a stack on that CT side, and that's really, really rough, you know, especially when there's a couple of rounds where he gets caught out or he only goes 1 for 1, and those feel like the worst when you know how impactful you've been and how impactful you had to be just to win a round. So yeah, bang a game to close the day. We've of course got the next draws soon as well to find out what's going to be going on, Harry, because this is only day 1 of a 2-week major.
Yeah, man, I think like, there's still so much more to come. I don't know, man. It's super emotional. Dude, yeah, I'm kind of blown away just like how quality this game ended up being. Like, I thought the Liquid Imperial match would be game of the day, but this one might have actually taken the cake in my eyes. Like,
I think so.
It was super competitive throughout. I think we got to see a really nice game fielded by 9Z, and in the end, MIBR, the team that I think a lot of people have pegged as favorites, were able to close it out. So like a nice return to normality at the very end. And as mentioned, Jota, our man of the match here, I think he deserves it. Him or Turtle.
Everyone had their moments, right? Everyone had their moments. But yeah, I'm agree with the numbers on this one. Jota definitely came in big today. And yeah, MIBR, of course, this was one of the teams that kind of ran through the RMR. For 9Z, it was the opposite. It was the 0-2. Oh, who are they? Are they going to go home?
Sweep.
The reverse sweep.
Well, they got to do it again now.
Exactly. 0-2. Back up against the wall, looking to go all the way back up to the top. That's not going to be easy, but I am done counting teams out, Harry. I'm done saying it's impossible because, well, it's already happened.
I want to ask you, how are your pick'ems looking at the end of today? Is it good?
Yeah, mostly good. Mostly good. We'll go with mostly good. I put Cole and Liquid through. Currently regretting that. Not so much for Cole, more so for Liquid. But, you know, Liquid, the tactical 0-2 reverse sweep, you never know. My 3-0 is safe. I went 3-0-4s, so I'm feeling fantastic.
That's kind of good.
2-0. Yeah, the Jerry
I went
system.
Bad News Eagles for
3-0?
3-0, which sadly, you know, your successes are my downfalls, I guess, in that regard.
That's what we look for. What was your 0-3?
Renegades, sadly, and I don't want to admit it, but that's what it was.
Yeah,
and
well,
could come true, right?
You deleted the tweet, didn't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just called you out live on air. You got all the angry Aussies, they're asleep right now. They don't know. It's fine. Anyway, let's take a look at what happened today. If you missed it, there were a lot of games. I don't know how many eyes you have. Probably not enough to watch every single one. And here are the results on your screen. Harry, anything that stands out to you?
Yeah, you know, I think the fact that Spirit were able to do it was a wild game where like G2 had like a huge 10-round lead that Spirit managed to turn around. That was pretty wild. Obviously, Imperial besting Liquid is great for Imperial, but also worrying for the Liquid project. And yeah, I mean, I think those were kind of my big takeaways from the day. The G2 one, we obviously, you know, we were here casting these games, so sorry, couldn't see those. But from what I did see, from what I did catch in our little breaks, kind of wild times we're living in. You know, G2 famously struggling to close out games, still being a reality. But let's take a look at the standing, shall we? Vitality, ENCE, G2, and Force. All of those find themselves 2-0 right now. Oh, it's pretty spicy, isn't it?
It can go anywhere. It can go anywhere, as we already know. I think it's sad to see IHC 0-2. They put up a really good game against Cole that we obviously covered as well in the second half of the day. Imperial 1-1. That's a big breakout as they managed to take down Liquid, full and beating his old squad. Damn, son.
Yeah, I think the middle of the board is very interesting, you know. Even the fact that, like, you know, Complexity, they're also in a bit of a weird spot, I think, after today. Like, being real, that game versus IHC, for me, raised more questions than answers. I didn't look at that and go, oh, yeah, I feel good that, like, I feel good on their chances of getting through. But I will say I feel better on their chances than I do Liquid. So, yeah, I think I kind of share your sentiment on that one, though.
Yeah, I think Liquid team is good enough that they should get some favorable matchups in BO3s, get off of Inferno, hopefully, in those BO1s.
It is wild that, like, that's been the two openers, right? So, yeah.
pretty rough stuff. Pretty rough stuff, at least for NA. But SA stay winning. They always
man,
do.
they really do.
Well, that's all us done for the day. Of course, thank you for watching. We're done on both streams. Vitality took down strides to close, and good job, Harry. First day on the major.
Thank you, man. Good job that you do. Yeah, pat our own backs.
Yeah, anything else to throw out?
That's all, man. Peace out. Join us same time, same place tomorrow at the major. Woo! Don't go anywhere. Or do. Go to bed.